Section 1 of Around the World on a Bicycle, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by William Tomko. Around the World on a Bicycle, Volume 2 by Thomas Stevens. Chapter 1, Part 1. The Start from Teheran. The season of 1885-86 has been an exceptionally mild winter in the Persian capital. Up to Christmas the weather was clear and bracing, sufficiently cool to be comfortable in the daytime and with crisp, frosty weather at night. The first snow of the season commenced falling while a portion of the English colony were enjoying a characteristic Christmas dinner of roast beef and plum pudding, at the house of the superintendent of the Indo-European telegraph station, and during January and February, snowstorms, cold and drizzling rains alternated with brief periods of clearer weather. When the sun shines from a cloudless sky in Teheran, its rays are at sometimes uncomfortably warm, even in midwinter. A foot of snow may have clothed the city and the surrounding plain in a soft, white mantle during the night, but asserting his supremacy on the following morning, he will unveil the gray nakedness of the stony plain again by noon. The steadily retreating snow line will be driven back over the undulating foothills, and some little distance up the rugged slopes of the Elburz range. Hard by, ere he retires from view in the evening, rotund and fiery, this irregular snow line has been steadily losing ground, and retreating higher and higher up the mountain slopes during the latter half of February. And when March is ushered in with clear sunny weather, and the mud begins drying up, and the various indications of spring begin to put in their appearance, I decide to make a start. Friends residing here who have been mentioning April 15th as a date I should be justified in thinking the unsettled weather at an end, and pulling out eastward again, agree, in response to my anxious inquiries, that it is an open spell of weather before the regular spring rains, that may possibly last until I reach Meshed. During the winter I have examined, as far as circumstances have permitted, the merits and demerits of the different routes to the Pacific coast, and have decided upon going through Turkestan and southern Siberia to the Amur Valley, and thence either follow down the valley to Vladivostok or strike across Mongolia to Pekin, the latter route by preference, if upon reaching Irkutsk I find it to be practicable. If not practicable, then the Amur Valley route from necessity. This route I approve of, as it will not only take me through some of the most interesting country in Asia, but will probably be a more straightaway continuous land journey than any other. The distance from Teheran to Vladivostok is some 6,000 miles, and well aware that 6,000 miles with a bicycle over Asiatic roads is a task of no little magnitude, I at once determine upon taking advantage of the fair March weather to accomplish at least the first 600 miles of the journey between Teheran and Meshed, one of the holy cities of Persia. The bicycle is in good trim. My own health is splendid, my experience of nearly 8,000 miles of straightaway wheeling over the roads of 3 continents ought to count for something, and it is with every confidence of accomplishing my undertaking without serious misadventure that I set about making my final preparations to start. The British Charge d'Affaires gives me a letter to General Melnikov, the Russian minister at the Shah's court, explaining the nature and object of my journey, and asking him to render me whatever assistance he can to get through, for most of the proposed route lies through Russian territory. Among my Teheran friends is Mr. M., a lively, dapper little telegraphist, who knows 3 or 4 different languages, and who never seems happier than when called upon to act the part of interpreter for friends about him. Among other distinguishing qualities, Mr. M. shines in Teheran society as the only Briton with sufficient courage to wear a chimney pot hat, although the writer has seen the stovepipe of the unsuspecting tenderfoot from the Eastern States made short work of in a far Western town, and the occurrence seemed scarcely to be out of place there. I little expected to find popular sentiment running in the same warlike groove and asserting itself in the same destructive manner in the little English community at Teheran. Such, however, is the grim fact, and I have ventured to think that after this there is no disputing the common destiny of us Anglo-Saxons, whatever clime, country, or government may at present claim us as its own. Having seen this unfortunate headgear of our venerable and venerated forefathers shot as full of holes as a colander in the West, I come to the East only to find it subjected to similar indignities here. I happened to be present at the wanton destruction of Mr. M.'s second or third importation from England, see it taken ruthlessly from his head, thrust through and through with the sword stick, and then made to play the unhappy and undignified part of a football, so long as there is anything left to kick at. More than our common language, methinks, more than common customs and traditions, more than all those characteristic traits that distinguish us in common and at the same time also distinguish us from all other peoples, more than anything else does this mutual spirit of destructiveness, called into play by the sight of a stove-pipe hat, prove the existence of a strong, resistless undercurrent of sympathy that is carrying the most distant outposts of Anglo-Saxony merrily down the stream of time together, to some particular end, perchance a glorious end, perchance an ignominious end, but certainly to an end that will not wear a stove-pipe hat. Mr. M.'s linguistic accomplishments include a fair knowledge of Russian, and he readily accompanies me to the Russian legation to interpret. The Russian legation is situated down in the old Oriental quarter (birds of a feather, etc.) of the city, and, for us at least, necessitated the employment of a guide to find it. On the way down, Mr. M., who prides himself on a knowledge of Russian character, impresses upon me his assurance that General Melnikov will turn out to be a nice, pleasant sort of a gentleman. All the better class Russians are delightfully jolly and agreeable, much more agreeable to have dealings with than the same class of people of any other country, he says, and with these favorable comments we reach the legation and send up my letter. After waiting what we both consider an unnecessarily long time in the vestibule, a full-faced, sensual-looking, or, in other words, well-to-do Persian-looking individual, in the full costume of a Persian nobleman, comes out, bearing my letter unopened in his hand. Bestowing upon us a barely perceptible nod, he walks straight on past, jumps into a carriage at the door, and is driven off. Mr. M. looks nonplussed at me, and I suppose I looked equally nonplussed at him. Anyhow, he proceeds to relieve his feelings in language anything but complimentary to the Russian minister. He's well, I've met scores of Russians, but him, queer. I never saw a Russian act half as queer as this before. Never. Small prospect of getting any assistance from this quarter, I suggest. Seems deucedly like it, assents Mr. M. I said just now that being a Russian he was sure to be courteous and agreeable, if nothing else, but it seems as if there are exceptions to this rule as to others, and, talking together, we try to find consolation in the thought that he may be merely eccentric, and turn out a very good sort of fellow after all. While thus commenting, a liveried servant presents himself and motions for us to follow him in the wake of the departing carriage. Following his guidance a short distance through the streets, he leads us into the courtyard of a splendid Persian mansion, delivers us into the charge of another liveried servant, who conducts us up a broad flight of marble stairs, at the top of which he delivers us into the hands of yet a third flunkey, who now escorts us into the most gorgeously mirrored room it has ever been my fortune to see. The apartment is perfectly dazzling in its glittering splendor. The floor is of highly polished marble, the walls consist of mirror work entirely, as also does the lofty, domed ceiling. Not plain, large squares of looking-glass, but mirrored surfaces of all shapes and sizes, pitched at every conceivable angle, form niches, panels, and geometrical designs. Yet each separate piece plays well its part at working out the harmonious and decidedly pretty effect of the whole. All the furniture the large apartment boasts is a crimson and gold divan or two, a few strips of rich carpet, and an ebony stand table inlaid with mother of pearl, but suspended from the ceiling are several magnificent cut glass chandeliers. At night, when these Persian mirrored rooms are lit up, they present a scene of barbaric splendor, well calculated to delight the eye of the sumptuous Oriental. Every tiny square of glass reflects a point of light, and every larger one reproduces a chandelier. For every lamp he lights, the Persian voluptuary finds himself surrounded by 1,000. Seated on a divan toward one end of this splendid room, with an open box of cigarettes before him, is the man who a few minutes ago passed by on the other side and drove off in his carriage. Offering us cigarettes, he bids us to be seated, and then, in very fair English, for he has once been Persian Minister to England, introduces himself as Nasr-i Mulk, the Shah's Minister for Foreign Affairs, the same gentleman, it will be remembered, to whom I was introduced on the morning of my appearance before the Shah, Volume I. I readily recognize him now, and he recognizes me, and asks me when I am going to leave Teheran. But in the gloomy vestibule of the other palace, my own memory of his face and figure was certainly at fault. It turns out, after all, that the wretch whom we pay to guide us to the Russian legation, in his ignorance, guided us into the Persian Foreign Office. I knew, yes, dash it all, I knew he wasn't the Russian Minister the moment I saw him, says Mr. M, as we take our departure from the glittering room. His confidence in his knowledge of Russian character, which a moment ago had dropped down to zero, revives wonderfully upon discovering our ludicrous mistake, and, small as he is, it is all I can do to keep up with him as we follow the guide Nasr-i Mulk has kindly sent to show us to the Russian legation. A few minutes' walk brings us to our destination, where we find, in the person of General Melnikov, a gentleman possessing the bland and engaging qualities of a good diplomatist in a most eminent degree. "Which is Mr. Stevens?" he exclaims, with something akin to enthusiasm, as he advances almost to the door to meet us, his face fairly beaming with pleasure, and, grasping me warmly by the hand, he proceeds to express his great satisfaction at meeting a person who had made so wonderful a journey, etc., etc., and etc. Never did Mr. Pickwick beam more pleasantly at the deaf gentleman, or regard more benignantly Master Humphrey's clock, than the Russian Minister regards the form and features of one whom, he says, he feels honored to meet. For several minutes we discuss, through the medium of Mr. M, my journey from San Francisco to Teheran, and its proposed continuation to the Pacific, and during the greater part of the interview General Melnikov holds me quite affectionately by the hand. "Wonderful!" he says, "wonderful! Nobody ever made half such a remarkable journey. My whole heart will go with you until your journey is completed." Mr. M looks on and interprets between us, with a fixed and confident "didn't I tell you so" smile, that forms a side study of no mean quality. "There will be no trouble about getting permission to go through Turkestan?" I feel constrained to inquire, for such excessive display of affection and bonhomie on the Russian diplomat's part could scarce fail to arouse suspicions. "Oh dear no," he replies. "Oh dear no. I will telegraph to General Komarov at Askabad to remove all obstacles, so that nothing shall interfere with your progress." Having received this positive assurance, we take our leave, Mr. M reminding me gleefully of what he had said about the Russians being the most agreeable people on earth, and the few remaining clouds of doubt about getting the road through Turkestan happily dissipated by the Russian Minister's assurances of assistance. Searching through the bazaar, I succeed, after some little trouble, in finding and purchasing a belt full of Russian gold, sufficient to carry me clear through to Japan, and on the morning of March 10th I bid farewell to the Persian capital, well satisfied at the outlook ahead. While packing up my traps on the evening before starting, it begins raining for the first time in 10 days, But it clears off again before midnight, and the morning opens bright and promising as ever. 6 members of the telegraph staff have determined to accompany me out to Khartoum abad, the first chapar station on the Meshed pilgrim road, a distance of 7 farsakhs. Hodge Podge, the cook, and Meshedi Ali, the gholam, were sent ahead yesterday with plenty of substantial refreshments and sundry mysterious black bottles, for it is the intention of the party to remain at Khartoum abad overnight, and give me a proper send off from that point to morrow morning. Some little delay is occasioned by a difficulty in meeting the fastidious tastes of some of the party as regards saddle horses. But there is no particular hurry, and 10 o'clock finds me bowling briskly through the suburbs toward the Doshan Tepe gate, with 4 Englishmen, an Irishman, and a Welshman cantering merrily along on horseback behind. Kuda Rail Pak Kumad, may God sweep your road, all Akbar had exclaimed as I mounted at the door, and as we passed through the city gate, the old sentinel, when told that I am at last starting on the promised journey to Meshed on the Asp-i Awhan, supplements this with Padaram Daromad, my father has come out, a Persian metaphorical exclamation signifying that such wonderful news has had the effect of calling his father from the grave. The weather has changed again since early morning. It is evidently in a very fitful and unsettled mood. The gray clouds are swirling in confusion about the white summit of Demavend as we emerge on the level plain outside the ramparts, and fleecy fugitives are scudding southward in wild haste. Imperfect but ridable donkey trails follow the dry moat around to the Meshed road, which takes a straight course southeastward from the city and is seen in the distance ahead, leading over a sloping pass, a depression in the Doshan Tepe spur of the Elburz range. The road near the city is now in better condition for wheeling than at any other time of the year. The daily swarms of pack animals bringing produce into Teheran have trodden it smooth and hard during the 10 days' continuous fine weather, while it has not been dry sufficiently long to develop into dust as it does later in the season. Our road is level and good for something over a farsakh, after which comes the rising ground leading gently upward to the pass. The gradient is sufficiently gentle to be ridable for some little distance, when it becomes too rocky and steep, and I have to dismount and trundle to the summit. The summit of the pass is only about 9 miles from the city walls, and we pause a minute to investigate a bottle of homemade wine from the private cellar of Mr. North, one of our party, and to allow me to take a farewell glance at Teheran and the many familiar objects round about, ere riding down the eastern slope and out of sight. Teheran is in semi-obscurity beneath the same hazy veil observed when first approaching it from the west, and which always seems to hover over it. This haziness is not sufficiently pronounced to hide any conspicuous building, and each familiar object in the city is plainly visible from the commanding summit of the pass. The different gates of the city, each with its little cluster of bright tiled minars, trace at a glance the size and contour of the outer ditch and wall. The large framework of the pavilion beneath which the Shah gives his annual tazia representation of the religious tragedy of Hussein and Hassan, denuded of its canvas covering, suggests from this distance the naked ribs of some monster skeleton. The square towers of the royal anderoon, which the Shah professes to believe is the tallest dwelling house in the world, loom conspicuously skyward above the mass of indefinable mud buildings and walls that characterize the habitations of humbler folk, but perhaps happier on the whole than the fair occupants of that 7-storied gilded prison. Hundreds of women wives, concubines, slaves, and domestics are understood to be dwelling within these palace walls in charge of sable eunuchs, and the fate of any female whose bump of discretion in an evil moment fails her is to be hurled headlong from the summit of one of the anderoon towers. Such at least is a popular belief in Teheran. It may or may not be an exaggeration. Some even assert that the Shah's chief object in building the Anderun so high was to have the certainty of this awful doom ever present before its numerous inmates, the more easily to keep them in a submissive frame of mind. Off to the right, below our position, is the Doshan Tep Palace, a memorable spot for me, where I had the satisfaction of first introducing bicycle riding to the notice of the Persian monarch. Off to the left, the Parsee Tower of Silence is observed perched among the lonely grey hills far from human habitation or any traversed road. On a grating fixed in the top of this tower, the Guebre population of Teheran deposit their dead, in order that the carrion crows and the vultures may pick the carcass clean before they deposit the whitened bones in the body of the tower. Having only investigated the bottle of wine and noticed these few familiar objects, we all remount and begin the descent. It is a gentle declivity from top to bottom, and ridable the whole distance, save where an occasional washout or other small obstacle compels a dismount. The wind is likewise favorable, and from the top of the pass the bicycle outdistances the horseman, except two who are riding exceptionally good nags and make a special effort to keep up, and at 2 o'clock we arrive at Katoum Abad. Katoum Abad consists of a small mud village and a half-ruined brick caravanserai. In one of the rooms of the latter we find Hodge Podge and Mi Shedi Ali, with an abundance of roast chickens, cold mutton, eggs, and the before mentioned mysterious black bottles. The few Persian travelers in the caravanserai and the villagers come flocking around us as usual to worry me about riding the bicycle, but the servants drive them away in short order. "We want to see the Sahib ride the Ap-i-Awhan," they explain, no doubt thinking their request most natural and reasonable. "The Sahib won't let you see it, nor ride on it this evening," reply the servants, and, given to understand that we won't put up with their importunities, they worry us no more. "Oh that I could get rid of them thus readily always!" I mentally exclaim, for I feel instinctively that the farther east I get, the more wretchedly worrying and inquisitive I shall find the people. We arrive hungry and thirsty, and in condition to do ample justice to the provision at hand. After satisfying the pressing needs of hunger, we drink several appropriate toasts from the contents of the mysterious black bottles, toasts for the success of my journey, and to the bicycle that has stood by me so well thus far on my journey, and promises to stand by me equally as well for the future. About 4 o'clock, two of the company, who have been thoughtful enough to bring shotguns along, sally forth in quest of ducks. They come plodding wearily back again shortly after dark, without any game, but with deep designs on the credulity of the non-sporting members of the company. In reply to the general and stereotyped query, "Shoot anything?" one of the erring pair replies, "Yes, we shot several canvasbacks, but lost them in the reeds. Didn't we, old un?" "Yes, 5," promptly asserts old un, a truthful young man of about 23 summers. After this the silence for the space of a minute is so profound that we can hear each other think, until one of the company, acting as spokesman for the silent reflections of the others, inquires, "Anybody know of any reeds about Katoum Abad?" Some one is about to reply, but sportsman number one artfully waives further examination by heaping imprecations on the unkempt head of a dervish, who at this opportune moment commences a sing-song monotone in a most soul-harrowing key, outside our menzil doorway. End of Section 1. Recording by William Tomko. Section 2 of Around the World on a Bicycle, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by William Tomko. Around the World on a Bicycle, Volume 2, by Thomas Stevens. Chapter 1, Part 2, The Start from Teheran. A slight drizzling rain is falling when the early riser of the company wakes up and peeps out at daybreak next morning, but it soon ceases, and by 7 o'clock the ground is quite dry. The road for a mile or so is too lumpy to admit of mounting, as is frequently the case near a village, and my 6 companions accompany me to rideable ground. As I mount and wheel away, they wave hats and send up 3 ringing cheers and a tiger, hurrahs that roll across the gray Persian plain to the echoing hills. The strangest sound, perhaps, these grim old hills have ever echoed. Certainly they never before echoed an English cheer. And now, as my friends of the telegraph staff turn about and wend their way back to Teheran, is as good a time as any to mention briefly the manner in which these genial lightning jerkers assisted to render my 5 months' sojourn in the Persian capital agreeable. But a few short hours after my arrival in Teheran, I was sought out by Messrs. Meyrick and North, who no longer learned of my intention to winter here. Then they extended a cordial invitation to join them in their already established bachelors' quarters, where 4 disconsolate halves of humanity were already messing harmoniously together. With them I took up quarters, and, under the liberal and wholesome gastronomic arrangements of the establishment, soon acquired my usual semi-embonpoint condition, and recovered from that gaunt, hungry appearance that the hardships and scant fare of the journey from Constantinople had imparted. The house belonged to Mr. North, and he managed to give me a little room to myself for literary work, and, under the influence of a steady stream of letters and papers from friends and well-wishers in England and America, that snug little apartment, with a round, moon-like hole in the thick mud wall for a window, soon acquired the den-like aspect that seems inseparable from the occupation of distributing ink. 3 native servants cooked for us, waited on us, turned up missing when wanted for anything particular, cheated us and each other, swore eternal honesty and fidelity to our faces, called us infidel dogs and pedar sags behind our backs, quarreled daily among themselves over their modokal (legitimate pickings and stealings), 10% on everything passing through their hands, and meekly bore with any abuse bestowed gratuitously upon them, for an aggregate of 130 kerans a month, and, of course, their modokal. Some enterprising members of the colony had formed themselves into a club, and imported a billiard table from England. This also was installed in Mr. North's house, and it furnished the means for many an hour of pleasant diversion. Like all Persian houses, the house was built around a square courtyard. Mr. North had also a pair of small white bull-dogs, named respectively Crib and Swindle. The last named animal furnished us with quite an exciting episode one February evening. He had been acting rather strangely for 2 or 3 days. We thought that one of the servants had been giving him a dose of bang in revenge for having worried his kitten, and that he would soon recover. But on this particular day, when out for a run with his owner, his strange behavior took the form of leaping impulsively at Mr. North, and, with seemingly wild frolic, seizing and shaking his garments. When Mr. North returned home, he took the precautionary measure of chaining him up in the yard. Shortly afterward I came in from my customary evening walk, and, all unconscious of the change in his behavior, went up to him. With a half playful, half savage spring he seized the leg of my trousers, and, with an evidently uncontrollable impulse, shook a piece clean out of it. He became gradually worse as the evening wore away. The wild expression of his eyes developed in an alarming manner. He would try to get at any person who showed himself, and he made night hideous with the fearful barking howl of a mad dog. Poor Swindle had gone mad, and I had had a narrow escape from being bitten. We lassoed him from opposite directions and dragged him outside and shot him. Swindle was a plucky little dog, and so was Crib. One day they chased a vagrant cat up onto the roof. Driven to desperation, the cat made a wild leap down into the courtyard, a distance of perhaps 20 feet. Without a moment's hesitation, both dogs sprang boldly after her, recking little of the distance to the ground and the possibility of broken bones. Sometimes the colony drives dull care and ennui away by indulging in private theatricals. This winter they organized an amateur company, called themselves the Teheran Bulbuls, and, with burnt cork faces and grotesque attire, they rehearsed and perfected themselves in Uncle Ebenezer's Visit to New York, which, together with sundry duets, solos, choruses, etc., they proposed to give an entertainment for the benefit of the poor of the city. When the Shah returned from Europe, he was moved by what he had seen there to build a small theater. The theater was built, but nothing is ever done with it. The Teheran Bulbuls applied for its use to give their entertainment in, and the Shah was pleased to grant their request. The mollahs raised objections. They said it would have a tendency to corrupt the morals of the Persians. Once, twice, the entertainment was postponed, but the Shah finally overruled the bigoted priest's objections, and Uncle Ebenezer's Visit to New York was played twice in Nasreddin's little gilded theater a few days after I left, with great success. The first night, before the Shah and his nobles and the foreign ambassadors, and the second night before more common folk. The two postponements and my early departure prevented me from being on hand as prompter. The winter before, these dusky-faced Bulbuls had performed before a Teheran audience, and one who was a member at that time tells an amusing story of the individual who acted as prompter on that occasion. One of the performers appeared on the stage sufficiently charged with stage fright to cause him to entirely forget his piece. Expecting every moment to get the cue from the prompter's box, what was his horror to hear, after waiting what probably seemed to him about an hour, instead of the cue, in a hoarse whisper that could be distinctly heard all over the room, the comforting remark, "I say, Charlie, I've lost the blooming place." The American missionaries have a small chapel in Teheran, and on Sunday morning we sometimes used to go. The little congregation gathered there was composed of strange elements collected together from far-off places. From Colonel F., the grizzled military adventurer now in the Shah's service, and who was also with Maximilian in Mexico, to the young American lady who is said to have turned missionary and come, broken-hearted, to the distant East because her lover had died a few days before they were to be married. They are an audience of people each with a more or less adventurous history. It is perfectly natural that it should be so. It is the irrepressible spirit of adventure that is either directly or indirectly responsible for their presence here. Half an hour after the echoes of the three cheers and the tiger have died away finds me wet-footed and engaged in fording a series of aggravating little streams that obstruct my path so frequently that to stop and shed one's foot-gear for each soon became an intolerable nuisance. I should think I can lay claim, without exaggeration, to crossing 50 of these streams inside of 10 miles. A good-sized stream emerges from the Elburz foothills. After reaching the plain it follows no regular channel, but spreads out like an open fan into a gradually widening area of small streams that play their part in irrigating a few scattering fields and gardens, and are then lost in the sands of the desert to the south. Situated where it can derive the most benefit from these streams is the village of Sherifabad, and beyond Sherifabad stretches a verdureless waste to Aivan-i-Kaif. On this desert I sit down for a few minutes, on one of those little mounds of stones piled up at intervals to mark the road when the trail is buried beneath the winter snows. A green-turbaned descendant of the Prophet, bestriding a bay horse, comes from the opposite direction, stops, dismounts, squats down on his hams close by, and proceeds to regale himself with bread and figs, meanwhile casting fugitive glances at the bicycle. Presently he advances closer, gives me a handful of figs, squats down closer to the bicycle, and commences a searching investigation of its several parts. "Where are you going?" he finally asks. "Meshed." "Where have you come from?" "Teheran." With that he hands me another handful of figs, remounts his horse, and rides away without another word. Inquisitiveness is seen almost bristling from the loose sleeves and flowing folds of his sky blue gown, but his overwhelming sense of his own holiness forbids him holding anything like a lengthy intercourse with an unhallowed Ferenghi, and, much as he would like to know everything about the bicycle, he goes away without asking a single question about it. Shortly after parting company with the sanctimonious Seyud, I encounter a prosperous-looking party of dervishes. Some of them are mounted on excellent donkeys, and for dervishes they look exceptionally flourishing and well-to-do. As I ride slowly past, they accost me with their customary "Huk ya huk," and promise to pray Allah for a safe journey to wherever I am going, if I will only favor them with the necessary backsheesh to command their good offices. There are some stretches of very good road across this desert, and I reach Availle Cave near noon. There has been no drinkable water for a long distance, and, being thirsty, my first inquiry is for tea. There is a chai khan at the umbar (water cistern) yonder, I am told, and straightway proceed to the place pointed out. But chai khan nice is the reply upon inquiring at the umbar. In this manner am I promptly initiated into one peculiarity of the people along this portion of the Meshed pilgrim road, a peculiarity that distinguishes them from the ordinary Persian as fully as the shaking of their heads for an affirmative reply does the people of the Maritza Valley from other people of the Balkan Peninsula. They will frequently ask you if you want a certain article, simply for the purpose of telling you they haven't got it. Whether this queer inconsistency comes of simon pure inquisitiveness, to hear what one will say in reply, or whether they derive a certain amount of inquisitorial pleasure from raising a person's expectations one moment so as to witness his disappointment the next, is a question I prefer to leave to others. But more than once am I brought into contact with this peculiarity during the few brief hours I stay at Aivan-i Kaif. It is not improbable that these people are merely carrying their ideas of politeness to the insane length of holding out the promise of what they think or ascertain one wants, knowing at the same time their inability to supply it. It is threatening rain as I pick my way through a mile or so of mud ruins, tumble-down walls, and crooked paths, leading from the umbar to the house of the Persian telegraph jee, who has been requested from Teheran to put me up, and, in view of the threatening aspect of the weather, I conclude to remain till morning. The English government has taken charge of the Teheran and Meshed telegraph line during the delimitation of the Afghan and Turkestan boundary, and, besides guaranteeing the native telegraph jees their regular salary, which is not always forthcoming from the Persian government, they pay them something extra. In consequence of this, the telegraph jees are at present very favorably disposed toward Englishmen, and Mirza Hassan readily tenders me the hospitality of the little mud office where he amuses himself daily, clicking the keys of his instrument, smoking kalians, drinking tea, and entertaining his guests. Mr. McIntyre and Mr. Stagno are somewhere between here and Meshed, inspecting and repairing the line for the English government, for they received it from the Persians in a wretched, tumble-down condition, and Mr. Gray, telegraphist for the Afghan Boundary Commission, is stationed temporarily at Meshed, so that, thanks to the boundary troubles, I am pretty certain of meeting 3 Europeans on the first 600 miles of my journey. Mirza Hassan is hospitable and well-meaning, but like most Persians he is slow about everything but asking questions. Being a telegraph jee, he is, of course, a comparatively enlightened mortal, and, among other things, he is acquainted with the average Englishman's partiality for beer. One of the first questions he asks is whether I want any beer. It strikes me at once as a rather strange question to be asked in a Persian village, but, thinking he might perchance have had a bottle or two left here by one of the above-mentioned telegraph inspectors, I signify my willingness to sample a little. True to the peculiar inconsistency of his fellows, he replies, "Ob i jow nice" (beer, no). If he hasn't obi jow, however, he has tea, and in about an hour after my arrival he produces the samovar, a bowl of sugar, and the tiny glasses in which tea is always served in Persia. Visitors begin dropping in as usual, and before long hundreds of villagers are swarming about the telegraph khana, anxious to see me ride. It is coming on to rain, but in order to rid the telegraph office of the crowd, I take the bicycle out. Willing men carry both me and the bicycle across a stream that runs through the village, to smooth ground on the opposite side, where I ride back and forth several times, to the wild and boisterous delight of the entire population. In this manner I succeed in ridding the telegraph office of the crowd, but there is no getting rid of the visitors. Everybody in the place who thinks himself a little better than the ragamuffin ryots comes and squats on his hams in the little hut-like office, sips the telegraph jee's sweetened tea, smokes his kalians, and spends the afternoon in staring wonderingly at me and the bicycle. Having picked up a little Persian during the winter, I am able to talk with them and understand them rather better than last season, and, Persian-like, they ply me mercilessly with questions. Often, when someone asks a question of me, Mirza Hassan, as becomes a telegraphiste and a person of profound erudition, thoughtfully saves me the trouble of replying by undertaking to furnish the desired information himself. One old mollah wants to know how many farsakhs it is from Availle to Yengi Donia, New World America. Ere I can frame a suitable reply, Mirza Hassan forestalls my intentions by answering, in a decisive tone of voice that admits of no appeal, "Kaili." Kaili is a handy word that the Persians always fall back on when their knowledge of great numbers or long distances is vague and shadowy. It is an indefinite term, equivalent to our word "many." Mirza Hassan does not know whether America is 200 farsakhs away or 2,000, but he knows it to be Kaili farsakhs, and that is perfectly satisfactory to himself, and the white turbaned questioner is perfectly satisfied with Kaili for an answer. A person from the New World is naturally a rara avis with the simple villagers of Aivan-i-Kaif, and their inquisitiveness concerning Yengi Donia and Yengi Donians fairly runs riot, and shapes itself into all manner of questions. They want to know whether the people smoke kalians and ride horses, real horses, not asps-i-awhans in Yengi Donia, and whether the Valiyat smoked the kalian with me at Haji Aga. Mirza Hassan explains about the kalian and horses. He enlightens his wondering auditors to the extent that Yengi Donians smoke nargilez and chiboks instead of kalians, and he contemptuously pooh-poohs the idea of them keeping riding horses when they are clever enough to make iron horses that require nothing to eat or drink and no rest. About the question of the heir apparent smoking the kalian with me, he betrays as lively an interest as anybody in the room, but he maintains a discreet silence until I answer in the negative, when he surveys his guests with the air of one who pities their ignorance, and says, "Kalian nice." A lusty-lunged youngster of about 3 summers has been interrupting the genial flow of conversation by making Rome howl in an adjoining room, and Mirza Hassan fetches him in and consoles him with sundry lumps of sugar. The advent of the limpid-eyed toddler leads the thoughts and questions of the company into more domestic channels. After exhaustive questioning about my own affairs, Mirza Hassan, with more than praiseworthy frankness and becoming gravity, informs me that besides the embryo telegraph jee and sugar consumer in the room, he is the happy father of Yek Nim, 1½ others. I cast my eye around the room at this extraordinary announcement, expecting to find the company indulging in appreciative smiles, but every person in the room is as sober as a judge. Plainly, I am the only person present who regards the announcement as anything uncommon. After an ample supper of mutton pillau, Mirza Hassan proceeds to say his prayers, borrowing my compass to get the proper bearings for Mecca, which I have explained to him during the afternoon. With no little dismay, he discovers that, according to my explanations, he has for years been bobbing his head daily several degrees east of the Holy City, and, like a sensible fellow, and a person who has become convinced of the infallibility of telegraph instruments, compasses, and kindred aids to the accomplishment of human ends, he now rectifies the mistake. Everybody along this route uses a praying stone, a small cake of stone or hardened clay, containing an inscription from the Koran. These praying stones are obtained from the sacred soil of Meshed, Kum, or Kerbela, and are placed in position on the ground in front of the kneeling devotee during his devotions, so that, instead of touching his forehead to the carpet or the common ground of his native village, he can bring it in contact with the hallowed soil of one of these holy cities. Distance lends enchantment to a holy place, and adds to the efficacy of a prayer stone in the eyes of its owner, and they are valued highly or lightly according to the distance and the consequent holiness of the city they are brought from. For example, a Meshedi values a prayer stone from Kerbela, and a Kerbeli values one from Meshed, neither of them having much faith in the efficacy of one from his own city. Familiarity with sacred things apparently breeds doubts and indifference. The prayer stone is reverently touched to lips, cheeks, and forehead at the finish of prayers, and then carefully wrapped up and stowed away until praying time comes round again. To a skeptical and perhaps irreverent observer, these praying stones would seem to bear about the same relation to a pilgrimage to Meshed or Kerbela as a package of prepared sea salt does to a season at the seaside. End of Section 2. Recording by William Tomko.
Section 3 of Around the World on a Bicycle, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Around the World on a Bicycle, Volume 2, by Thomas Stevens. Chapter 2, Part 1, Persia and the Meshed Pilgrim Road. It rains quite heavily during the night, but clears off again in the early morning, and at 8 o'clock I take my departure, Mirza Hassan refusing to allow his son and heir to accept a present in acknowledgment of the hospitality received at his hands. The whole male population of the village is assembled again at the spot where their experience of yesterday has taught them I should probably mount, and the housetops overlooking the same spot, and commanding a view of the road across the plain to the eastward, are crowded with women and children. The female portion of my farewell audience present quite a picturesque appearance, being arrayed in their holiday garments of red, blue, and other bright colors, in honor of Friday, the Mohammedan Sabbath. 4 miles of most excellent camel path lead across a gravelly plain, affording a smooth, firm, wheeling surface, notwithstanding the heavy rains of the previous night. But beyond the plain the road leads over the pass of Sardur Kooh, one of the many spurs of the Elsberg range that reach out towards the south. This spur consists of saline hills that present a very remarkable appearance in places. The rocks are curiously honeycombed by the action of the salt, and the yellowish earthy portion of the hills are fantastically streaked and seamed with white. A trundle of a couple of miles brings me to the summit, from which point I am able to mount, and with brake firmly in hand, glide smoothly down the eastern slope. After descending about a mile, I am met by a party of travelers who give me friendly warning of deep water a little further down the mountain. After leaving them, my road follows down the winding bed of a stream that is probably dry the greater part of the year, but during the spring thaws, and immediately after a rainstorm, a stream of brackish muddy water a few inches deep trickles down the mountain and forms a most disagreeable area of sticky salt mud at the bottom. The streak this morning can more truthfully be described as yellow liquid mud than as water, and both myself and the wheel present anything but a prepossessing appearance in 10 minutes after starting down its grimy channel. I am, however, congratulating myself upon finding it so shallow, and begin to think that, in describing the water as nearly over their donkeys' backs, the travellers were but indulging their natural propensity as subjects of the Shah, and worthy followers in the footsteps of Aeneas. About the time I have arrived at this comforting conclusion, I am suddenly confronted by a pond of liquid mud that bars my further progress down the mountain. A recent slide of land and rock has blocked up the narrow channel of the stream, and backed up the thick yellow liquid into a pool of uncertain depth. There is no way to get around it. Perpendicular walls of rock and slippery yellow clay rise sheer from the water on either side. There is evidently nothing for it but to disrobe without more ado and try the depth. Besides being thick with mud, the water is found to be that icy, cutting temperature peculiar to cold brine, and after wading about in it for 15 minutes, first finding a fordable place, and then carrying clothes and wheel across, I emerge onto the bank formed by the landslip looking as woebegone a species of humanity as can well be imagined. Plastered with a coat of thin yellow mud from head to foot, chilled through and through, and shivering like a Texas steer in a norther, feet cut and bleeding in several places from contact with the sharp rocks, and no clean water to wash off the mud. With the assistance of knife, pocket handkerchief, and sundry theological remarks which need not be reproduced here, I finally succeed in getting off at least the greater portion of the mud, and putting on my clothes. The discomfort is only of temporary duration. The agreeable warmth of the afterglow exhilarates both mind and body, and with the disappearance of the difficulty to the rear comes the satisfaction of having found it no harder to overcome. A little good wheeling is encountered towards the bottom of the pass, and then comes the area of wet salt flats interspersed with saline rivulets, those innocent looking little streamlets, the deceptive clearness of which tempts the thirsty and uninitiated wayfarer to drink. Few travellers in desert countries but have been deceived by those innocuous looking streamlets once, and equally few are the people who suffer themselves to be deceived by their smooth pellucid aspect a second time, for a mouthful of either strongly saline or alkaline water from one of them creates an impression on the deceived one's palate and mind that guarantees him to be wariness personified for the remainder of his life. Since a certain experience in the Bitter Creek country, Wyoming, the writer prides himself on being able to distinguish drinkable water from the salty or alkaline article almost as far as it can be seen, and a stream about which the least suspicion is entertained is invariably tasted with gingerly hesitancy to begin with. Soon after noon I reach the village of Kishlag, where a halt of an hour or so is made to refresh the inner man with tea, raw eggs, and figs, a queer enough bill of fare for dinner, but no more queer than the people from whom it is obtained. Some of my readers have doubtless heard of the Milesian waiter who could never be brought to see any inconsistency in asking the guests of the restaurant whether they would take tea or coffee, and then telling them that there was no tea, they would have to take coffee. The proprietor of the little tachkhan in Kishlag asks me if I want coffee, and then, in strict conformity with the curious inconsistency first discovered and spoken of at Olive Kef, he informs me he has nothing but tea. The country thereabout is evidently the birthplace of Irish bulls. When the ancestors of modern Handy Andes were running wild in the bogs of Connemara, the people of Kayef Anka and Kishlag were indulging in Irish bulls of the first water. The crowd at Kishlag are good-natured and comparatively well behaved. In reply to their questionings, I tell them that I am journeying from Yangidonia to Meshed. The New World is a far-away, shadowy realm to these ignorant Persian villagers, almost as much out of their little unenlightened world as though it were really another planet. They evidently think that in going to Meshed I am making a pilgrimage to the shrine of Imam Riza, for some of them commence inquiring whether or no Yangidonians are Mussulmans. The weather clerk inaugurates a regular March zephyr in the east, during the brief halt at Kishlag, and in addition to that doubtful favour blowing against me, the road leading out is lumpy as far as the cultivated area extends, and then it leads across a rough, stony plain that is traversed by a network of small streams, similar to those encountered yesterday at Shafarabad. To the left, the abutting front of the Elburz Mountains is streamed up and frescoed with salt, that in places vies in whiteness with the lingering patches of snow higher up. To the right extends the grey, level plain interspersed with small cultivatable areas for a farsakh or two, beyond which lies the great Damascus salt desert that comprises a large portion of the interior of Persia. Wild asses abound on the Dasht i Namek, and wandering bands of these animals occasionally stray up in this direction. The Persians consider the flesh of the wild donkey as quite a delicacy, and sometimes hunt them for their meat. They are said to be untamable, unless caught when very young, and are then generally too slender limbed to be of any service in carrying weights. Wild goats abound in the Elburz Mountains. The villagers hunt them also for their meat, but the flesh of the wild goat is said to contribute largely to the prevalence of sore eyes among the people. The Persians will eat wild donkey, wild goat, and the flesh of camels, but only the very poor people who cannot afford to be fastidious, ever touch a piece of beef. Gusht-i Goshfang, mutton, is the staple meat of the country. The general aspect of the country immediately south of the Elburz Mountains, beyond the circumscribed area of cultivation about the villages, is that of a desert, desolate, verdureless, and forbidding. One can scarcely realize that by simply crossing this range a beautiful region is entered, where the prospect is as different as it is light from darkness. An entirely different climate characterizes the province of Mazanderan, comprising the northern slopes of the mountains and the Caspian littoral. With a humid climate the whole year round, and the entire face of the country covered with dense jungle, the northern slopes of the Elburz Mountains present a striking contrast to the barren, salt-frescoed foothills facing the south thereabout. Here, as at Resht, the moisture from the Caspian Sea does for the province of Mazanderan what similar influences from the Pacific do for California. It makes all the difference between California and Nevada in the one case, and Mazanderan and the desert-like character of Central Persia in the other. In striking and effective contrast to the general aspect of death and desolation that characterize the desert wastes of Persia, an effect that is heightened by the ruins of caravanserais or villages that are seldom absent from the landscape, are the cultivated spots around the villages. Wherever there is a permanent supply of water, there also is certain to be found a mud-built village, with fields of wheat and barley, pomegranate orchards, and vineyards. In a country of universal greenness, these would count for nothing, but situated like islands in the sea of sombre gray about them, they often present an appearance of extreme beauty that the wandering observer is somewhat puzzled to account for. It is the beauty of contrast, the great and striking contrast between vegetable life and death. These impressions are nowhere more strongly brought into notice than when approaching Aden, a village I reach about 5 o'clock. Like almost all Persian towns and villages, Aden has evidently occupied a much larger area at one time than it does at present, and the mournful looking ruins of mosques, gateways, walls, and houses are scattered here and there over the plain for a mile before reaching the present limits of habitation. The brown ruins of a house are seen standing in the middle of a wheat field. The wheat is of that intense greenness born of irrigation and of rich sandy soil, and the mud ruins, dead, desolate, and crumbling to dust, look even more deserted and mournful from the great contrast in color, and from the myriad stems of green young life that wave and nod about them with every passing breeze. The tumble-down windows and doorways form openings through which the blue sky and the green waving sea of vegetation beyond are seen as in a picture, and the ruined mud mosque, its dome gone, its windows and doorways crumbled into shapeless openings, seems like a weather-beaten skeleton of Persia's past, while the ever-moving waves of verdant life about it seem to be beating against it and persistently assailing it, like waves of the sea beating against an isolated rock. While engaged in fording a stream on the stony plain between roads, the shagird chapar is with them, on a third bag of bones, worse, if possible, than the others. Taking the world over, there is perhaps no class of horses that are subject to so much cruelty and ill treatment as are the chapar horses of Persia. With back raw, ribs countable 100 yards away, spavined, blind of an eye, fistula, and cursed with every ill that horseflesh in the hands of human brutes is subject to, the chapar horse is liable to be taken out at any hour of the day or night, regardless of previous services being but just finished. He is goaded on with unsparing lash to the next station, 20 or perhaps 30 miles away, staggering beneath the weight of the traveller, or his servant, with ponderous saddlebags. This chapar, or post service, is established along the great highways of travel between Teheran and Tabriz, Teheran and Meshed, and Teheran and Bushehr, with a branch route from the Tabriz trail to the Caspian port of Enzeli. The stations vary from 4 to 8 farsakhs apart. Not all the chapar horses are the wretched creatures just described, however, and by engaging beforehand the best horses at each station along the route, certain travellers have made quite remarkable time between points hundreds of miles apart. In addition to horses for himself and servants, the traveller is required to pay for one to carry the shagird chapar who accompanies them to the next station to bring back the horses. The ordinary charge of 1 keran a farsakh for each horse. It wouldn't be a Persian institution, however, if there wasn't some little underhanded arrangement on hand to mulct the traveller of something over and above the legitimate charges. Accordingly, we find 2 distinct measures of distance recognized between each station: the chapar distance and the correct distance. If, for instance, the actual distance is 6 farsakhs, the chapar distance will be 7, or 7½ The difference between the two is the chapar's mokodal. Without mokodal there was no question but a Persian would feel himself to be a miserable, neglected mortal. Aradan is another telegraph control station, and Mr. Stagno informs me that the telegraph jee is looking forward to my arrival, and is fully prepared to accommodate me overnight, and, furthermore, that all along the line the people of the telegraph towns are eagerly anticipating the arrival of the Sahib, with a marvelous vehicle, of which they have heard such strange stories. Aradan is reached about 5 o'clock. The road leading into the village has found excellent wheeling, enabling me to keep the saddle while following at the heels of a fleet-footed ryot who voluntarily guides me to the telegraph khana. The telegraph jee is temporarily absent when I arrive, but his farrash lets me inside the office yard, spreads a piece of carpet for me to sit on, and with commendable thoroughness shuts out the crowd, who, as usual, immediately begin to collect. The quickness with which a crowd collects in a Persian town has to be seen to be fully comprehended. For the space of half an hour I sit in solitary state on the carpet, and endure the wondering gaze and the parrot-like chattering of a thin, long row of villagers sitting astride the high mud wall that encloses 3 sides of the compound, and during the time find some amusement in watching the scrambling and quarrelling for position. These irrepressible sightseers commenced climbing the wall from the adjoining walls and houses the moment the farrash shut them out of the yard, and in 5 minutes they are packed as close as books on a shelf, while others are quarreling noisily for places. In addition to this, the roof of every building commanding a view into the chapar khana compound is swarmed with neck-craning, chattering people. Soon the telegraph jee puts in an appearance. He proves to be an exceptionally agreeable fellow, and one of the very few Persians one meets with having blue eyes. He appears to regard it as quite an understood thing that I am going to remain overnight with him, and proceeds at once to make the necessary arrangements for my accommodation, without going to the trouble of extending a formal invitation. He also wins my eternal esteem by discouraging, as far as Persian politeness and civility will admit, the intrusion of the inevitable self-sufficients who presume on their eminent respectability as loafers, in contradistinction to the half-naked tillers of the soil, to invade the premises and satisfy their inordinate curiosity, and their weakness for kalian, smoking, and tea-drinking at another expense. After duly discussing between us a samovar of tea, we take a stroll to the village to see the old castle, and the umbars that supply the village with water. The telegraph jee cleared the walls upon his arrival, but the housetops are out of his jurisdiction, and before starting he wisely suggests putting the bicycle in some conspicuous position, as an inducement for the crowd to remain and concentrate their curiosity upon it. Otherwise there would be no keeping them from following us about the village. We set it up in plain view on the Bala-Khan, and returning from our walk, are amused to find the old farrash delivering a lecture on cycling. End of Section 3. Recording by Todd. Section 4 of Around the World on a Bicycle, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Around the World on a Bicycle, Volume 2, by Thomas Stevens. Chapter 2, Part 2, Persia and the Meshed Pilgrim Road. The fortress at Aradan is the first one of the kind one sees when traveling eastward from Teheran, but as we shall come to a larger and better preserved specimen at Lashkred in a couple of days, it will, perhaps, be advisable to postpone description until then. They are all pretty much alike, and were all built to serve the same purpose, of affording shelter and protection from Turcoman raiders. The Aradan umbars are nothing extraordinary, except perhaps that the conical brickwork roofs are terraced so that one can walk, like ascending stairs, to the summit, and perhaps also, because they are in a good state of repair, a sufficiently unusual thing in a Persian village to merit remark. These umbars are filled by allowing the water to flow in from a street ditch connecting with a little stream to which every village owes its existence. When the umbar is full, a few spadefuls of dirt shut the water off. The chief occupation of the Eastern female is undoubtedly carrying water. The women of Oriental villages impress the observant Occidental as people who will carry water. Worlds may be created and worlds destroyed, all things else may change, and habits and costumes become revolutionized by the march of time, but nothing will prevent the Oriental female from carrying water, and carrying it in huge earthenware jugs. At any hour of the day, I won't speak positively about the night, women may be seen at the umbars filling large earthenware jugs, coming and going, going and coming. I don't remember ever passing one of the cisterns without seeing women there, filling and carrying away jars of water. No doubt there are occasional odd moments when no women are there, but any person acquainted with village life in the East will not fail to recognize this as simply the plain, unvarnished truth. As the ditch from which the umbar is filled not infrequently runs through half the length of the village first, and personal habits of a Mohammedan population ensure that it reaches the umbar in anything but a fit condition for human consumption. But the Koran teaches that flowing water cannot be contaminated or defiled. Consequently, when he takes a drink, or fills the village reservoir, your thoroughbred Mussulman never troubles his head about what is going on upstream. The Koran is to him a more reliable guide for his own good than the evidence of all his 7 senses combined. Stagnant pools of water, covered, even this early in the season (March 12th), with green scum, breed fever and mosquitoes galore in Aradan. The people know it, acknowledge it readily, and suffer from it every summer, but they take no steps to remedy the evil. The spirit of public enterprise has dwindled to such dimensions in providential Persia that it is no longer equal to filling up a few fever-breeding pools of water in the center of a village. The telegraph jee himself acknowledges that the water-holes cause fever and mosquitoes, but, intelligent and enlightened mortal though he be in comparison with his fellow villagers, when questioned about it, he replies, "Inshallah, the water don't matter. If it is our kismet to take the fever and die, nothing can prevent it. If it is our kismet not to take it, nothing can give it to us." Such unanswerable logic could only originate in the brain of a fatalist. These people are all fatalists, and, as we can imagine, especially so when the doctrine comes in handy to dodge doing anything for the public weal. All Persian villages, except those clustered about the immediate vicinity of a large city, have some peculiarity of their own to offer in the matter of people's dress. The pantaloons of any Persian village are not by any means stylish garments, according to Western ideas, but the male bipeds of Aradan have something really extraordinary to offer even among the many startling patterns of this garment met with in Eastern lands. To note the quantity of material that enters into the composition of a pair of Aradan pantaloons would lead an uninitiated person into thinking the people all millionaires, were it not likewise observed that the material is but coarse blue cotton, woven and dyed by the wearer's wife, mother, or sister. One of the most conspicuous features about them is that their shape, if they can truly be said to have any shape, seems to be a wild rambling pattern of our own ideas concerning the shape this garment ought to assume. The legs, instead of being gathered Oriental fashion at the ankles, dangle loosely about the feet, and yet it is with these same legs that are the chief distinguishing features of the pants. One of the legs, cut off and sewed up at one end, would make the nicest kind of an 8-bushel grain sack, rather too wide perhaps in proportion to the depth to make a shapely grain sack, but there is no question about the capacity for the 8 bushels. No doubt these people would be puzzled to say why they are wearing yards and yards of stuff that is not only useless, but positively in the way, except that it has been the fashion in Aradan from time immemorial to do so. These simple Persian peasants, when they make any pretense of sprucing up, probably find themselves quite as much enslaved by fashion as our own fastidious selves, a wide difference between ourselves and them, however, being, that while they cling tenaciously to some prehistoric style of garment, and regard innovations with abhorrence, fashion demands of us to be constantly changing. The Aradan telegraph jee is a young man skin-full of piety, rejoicing in the possession of a nice little praying carpet, a praying stone from holy Karbala, the holiest of all except Mecca, and he owns a string of beads of the same soul-comforting material as the stone. During his waking hours he is seldom without the rosary in his hand, passing the holy beads back and forth along the string, and 5 times a day he produces the praying stone from its little leathern pouch, and goes through the ceremony of saying his prayers, and with becoming earnestness. In eventide, when he spreads his praying carpet and places the little oblong tablet from the Karbala in its customary position, preparatory to commencing his last prayers for the day, it is furthermore ascertained by the compass that he has been pretty accurate in his daily protestations toward Mecca. With all these enviable advantages, the praying carpet, the praying stone, the holy rosary, and the happy accuracy as regards Mecca, the Aradan telegraph jee is a Mussulman who ought to feel tolerably certain of a rose garden, a gurgling rivulet, and any number of black-eyed houris to contribute to his happiness in the paradise he hopes to enter beyond the tomb. Indications have not been wanting during the day that the weather is in anything but a settled condition, and upon waking in the morning I fancy I hear the pattering music of the rain. Fortunately it proves to be only fancy, and the telegraph jee, assuming the part of a weather prophet, reassures me by remarking, "Inshallah, amruz bara nais." Please God, it will not rain today. Being a Persian, he says this, not because he has any particular confidence in his own predictions, but because his idea of making himself agreeable is to frame his predictions by the measurement of what he discovers to be my wishes. The road into Aradan led me through one populous cemetery, and the road out again leads me through another. Beyond the cemetery it follows alongside a meandering streamlet that flows sluggishly over a bed of deep gray mud. The road is lumpy but ridable, and I am pedaling serenely along, happy in the contemplation of better roads ahead than I had yesterday, when one of those ludicrous incidents happened that have occurred at intervals here and there all along my journey. A party of travellers have been making a night march from the east, and as we approach each other, a wary carrying mule, suspicious about the peaceful character of the mysterious object bearing down towards him, pricks up his ears, wheels about, and inaugurates confusion among his fellows, and then proceeds to head them in a determined bolt across the stream. Unfortunately for the woman in the kishavs, The mud and water together proved to be deeper than the mule expected to find them, and the additional fright of finding himself in a well nigh swamped condition causes him to struggle violently to get out again. In so doing he bursts whatever fastenings may have bound him and his burden together, scrambles ashore, and leaves the cajoons floating on the water. The women began screaming the moment the mule wheeled about and bolted, and now they find themselves afloat in their queer craft, those characteristic female signals of distress are redoubled in energy. And they may well be excused for this, for the kajavehs are gradually filling and sinking. It was never intended that kajavehs should be capable of acting in the capacity of a boat. The sight of their companions' difficulties has the effect of causing the other mules to change their minds about crossing the stream, and almost to change their minds about indulging in the mulish luxury of a scare, and fortunately the chowbadars of the party succeed in rescuing the kajavehs before they sink. Nobody is injured, beyond the women getting wet, no damage is done worth mentioning, and as the two heroines of the adventure emerge from their novel craft, their garments dripping with water, their doleful looks are rewarded with unsympathetic merriment from the men. Few have been my wheeling days on Asian roads that have not witnessed something in the shape of an overthrow or runaway. So far, nobody has been seriously injured by them, but I have sometimes wondered whether it will be my good fortune to complete the bicycle journey around the world without some mishap of the kind, resulting in broken limbs for the native and trouble for myself. After a couple of miles, the road and the meandering stream part company, the latter flowing southward, and the road traversing a flat, curious, stone-strewn waste, an area across which one could step from one large boulder to another without touching the ground. Once beyond this, and the road develops into several parallel trails of smooth, hard gravel that afford a good, or better, wheeling than the finest macadam. While spinning at a highly satisfactory rate of speed along these splendid paths, a small herd of antelopes cross the road some few hundred yards ahead, and pass swiftly southward towards the Dasht Namek. These are the first antelopes, or, for that matter, the first big game I have encountered since leaving the prairies of western Nebraska. The Persian antelope seems to be a duplicate of his distinguished American relative in a general all-round sense. He is, if anything, even more nimble-footed than the spring-heeled habitue of the West, possesses the same characteristic jerky jump, and hoists the same conspicuous white signal of retreat. He is a decidedly slimmer-built quadruped, however, than the American antelope. The body is of the same square build, but is sadly lacking in plumpness, and he seems to be an altogether lankier and less well-favored animal. For this constitutional difference he is probably indebted to the barren and inhospitable character of the country over which he roams, as compared with the splendid feeding grounds of the Far West. The Persians sometimes hunt the antelope on horseback, with falcons and greyhounds. The falcons are taught to fly in advance and attack the fleeing antelopes about the head, and so confuse them and regard their progress in the interest of the pursuing hounds and horsemen. The little village of Deh Namek is reached about midday, where my ever-varying bill of fare takes the shape of raw eggs and pomegranates. Dam Namek is too small and unimportant a place to support a public tachkhan, but along the Meshed Pilgrim Road the villagers are keenly alive to the chance of earning a stray keren, and the advent of one in these inexhaustible keren mines, a sahib, is a signal for some enterprising person, sufficiently well-to-do to own a samovar, to get up steam in it and prepare tea. East of Deh Namek the wheeling continues splendid for a dozen miles, traversing a level desert on which one finds no drinkable water for about 20 miles. Across the last 8 miles of the desert the road is variable, consisting of alternate stretches of ridable and unridable ground, the latter being generally unridable by reason of sand and loose gravel, or thickly strewn flints. More antelopes are encountered east of Dam Namek. At one place, particularly, I enjoy quite a little exciting spurt in an effort to intercept a band that are heading across my road from the Elburz foothills to the desert. The wheeling here is magnificent. The spurt develops into a speed of 14 miles an hour, the antelopes see their danger, or at any event what they fancy to be danger, and the apprehensions are not by any means lessened by the new and startling character of their pursuer. Wild antelopes are timid things at all times, and, as may be readily imagined, the sight of a mysterious glistening object speeding along at 14 or 15-mile pace to intercept them has a magical effect upon their astonishing powers of locomotion. They seem to fly rather than run, and to skim like swallows over the surface of the level plain rather than to touch the ground. But they were some distance from the road when they first realized my terrifying presence, and I am within 50 yards of the band when they flash like a streak of winged terror across the road. These antelopes do not cease their wild flight within the range of my powers of observation. Long after the mousy hue of their bodies has rendered their forms indistinguishable in the distance from the sympathetic coloring of the desert, rapidly bobbing specks of white betray the fact that their supposed narrow escape from the vengeful pursuit of the bicycle has given them a fright that will make them suspicious of the Meshed Pilgrim Road for weeks. Deh Namek means salt village, and it derives its name from the salt flats that are visible to the south of the road, and the general saline character of the country round about. Salt enters very largely into the composition of the mountains that present a solid and fantastically streaked front a few miles to the north, and the streams flowing from these mountains as simply streams of brine, whose mission would seem to be conveying the saline matter of the hills and distributing it over the flat and swampy areas of the desert. These flats are visible from the road, white, level, and impressive, like the great American desert, Utah, as seen from the Mathlan section house, and described in a previous chapter, Volume 1. It looks as though it might be a sheet of water, solidified and dead. At the end of the 20 miles, one comes to a small and unpretentious village and an equally small and unpretentious wayside tachkhan, both owing their existence to a stream of fresh water as small and unpretentious as themselves. Beyond this cheerless oasis stretches again the still more cheerless desert, the rivulets of undrinkable salt water, the glaring white salt flats to the south, and the salt-encrusted mountains to the north. The shameless old party presiding at the tachkhan evidently realizes the advantages of his position, where many travelers from either direction, reaching the place in a thirsty condition, have no choice but between his decantation and cold water. Instead of the excellent tea every Persian knows very well how to make, he serves out a preparation that is made, I should say, chiefly from camel-thorn buds plucked within a mile of his shanty. He furthermore illustrates his own methods the baneful effects of being without the stimulus of arrival, by serving it up in unwashed glasses, and without noticing whether it is hot or cold. Much loose gravel prevails between this memorable point and Lasgird, and while trundling laboriously through it I am overtaken by a rainstorm, accompanied by violent wind, that at first encompasses me about in the most peculiar manner. The storm comes howling from the northwest and advances in two sections, accompanied by thunder and lightning, and the two advancing columns seem to be dense masses of gray cloud rolling over the surface of the plain, and between them is a clear space of perhaps half a mile in width. The rain-dispensing columns pass me by on either side with muttering rolls of thunder and momentary gleams of lightning, enveloping me in swirling eddies of dust and bewildering atmospheric disturbances, but not a drop of rain. It is plainly to be seen, however, that the two columns are united further west, and that it behooves me to don my gossamer rubbers, but before being overtaken by the rain, the heads of the flying columns are drawn together, and for some minutes I am surrounded entirely by sheets of falling moisture and streaming clouds that descend to the level plain and obscure the view in every direction. And yet the clear sky is immediately above, and the ground over which I am walking is perfectly dry. After the first violent burst there is very little wind, and the impenetrable walls of vapor encompassing me round about at so near a distance, and yet not interfering with me in any way, present a most singular appearance. While appreciating the extreme novelty of the situation, I can scarce say in addition that I appreciate the free play of the electricity going on in all directions, and the irrelevant manner in which the nickeled surface of the bicycle seems to glint at it and defy it. On the contrary, I deem it but an act of common discretion to place the machine for a short time where the lightning can have a fair chance at it without involving a respectable non-combatant in the destruction. In half an hour the whole curious affair is over, and nothing is seen but the wild-looking tail end of the disturbance climbing over a range of mountains in the southeast. The road now edges off in a more northeasterly course, and by 4 o'clock leads me to the base of a low pass over a jutting spur of the mountains. At the base of the spur, a cultivated area, consisting of several wheat fields and terraced melon gardens, has been rescued from the unproductive desert by the aid of a bright little mountain stream, whose wild spirit the villagers of Lasgird have curbed and tamed for their own benefit, by turning it from a rocky precipitous channel and causing it to descend the hill in a curious serpentine ditch. The contour of the ditch brings the water down a pretty steep gradient, and its serpentine form checks the speed of its descent to a uniform and circumspect pace. The road over the pass leads through a soft limestone formation, and here, as in similar places in Asia Minor, are found those narrow trench-like trails worn by the feet of pilgrims and the pack-animal traffic of centuries, several feet deep in the solid rock. On a broad cultivated plain beyond the pass is sighted the village of Lasgird, its huge mud fortress the most conspicuous object in view, rising 100 feet above the plains. End of Section 4. Recording by Todd.
Section 5 of Around the World on a Bicycle, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by William Tomko. Around the World on a Bicycle, Volume 2, by Thomas Stevens. Chapter 3, Persia and the Meshed Pilgrim Road, Part 1. A mile or so through the cultivated fields brings me to the village just in time to be greeted by the shouts and hand clapping of a wedding procession that is returning from conducting the bride to the bath. Men and boys are beating rude, homemade tambourines, and women are dancing along before the bride, clicking castanets, while a crowd of at least 200 villagers, arrayed in whatever finery they can muster for the occasion, are following behind, clapping their hands in measured chorus. This hand clapping is, I believe, pretty generally practiced by the villagers all over Central Asia on festive occasions. As a result of riding for the crowd, I receive an invitation to take supper at the house of the bridegroom's parents. Having obtained sleeping quarters at the chapar khana, I get the shagird chapar to guide me to the house at the appointed hour, and arrive just in time for supper. The dining room is a low-ceiled apartment, about 30 feet long and 8 wide, and is dimly lighted by rude grease lamps set on pewter lampstands on the floor. Squatting on the floor, with their backs to the wall, about 50 villagers form a continuous human line around the room. These all rise simultaneously to their feet as I am announced, bob their heads simultaneously say Sahib Salam, and after I have been provided with a place, simultaneously resume their seats. Pewter trays are now brought in by volunteer waiters, and set on the floor before the guests, one tray for every 2 guests and a separate one for myself. On each tray is a bowl of mast (milk soured with rennet), the yaourt of Asia Minor, a piece of cheese, 1 onion, a spoonful or 2 of pumpkin butter, and several flat wheaten cakes. This is the wedding supper. The guests break the bread into the mast and scoop the mixture out with their fingers, transferring it to their mouths with the dexterity of Chinese manipulating a pair of chopsticks. Now and then they take a nibble at the piece of cheese or the onion, and they finish up by consuming the pumpkin butter. The groom doesn't appear among the guests. He is under the special care of several female relations in another apartment, and is probably being fed with tidbits from the henna-stained fingers of old women, who season them with extravagant and lying stories of the bride's beauty, and duly impress upon him his coming matrimonial responsibilities. Supper eaten and the dishes cleared, an amateur luti from among the villagers produces a tambourine and castanets, and, taking the middle of the room, proceeds to amuse the company by singing extempore love songs in praise of the bride and groom to tambourine accompaniment and pendulous swayings of the body. Pretending to be carried away by the melodiousness and sentiment of his own productions, he gradually bends backward with hands outstretched and castanets jingling, until his head almost touches the floor, and maintains that position while keeping his body in a theatrical tremor of delight. This is the finale of the performance, and the luti comes and sets his skull cap in front of me for a present. My next neighbor, the bridegroom's father, takes it up and hands it back with a deprecatory wave of the hand. The luti replies by promptly setting it down again. This time my neighbor lets it remain, and the luti is made happy by a coin. Torchlight processions to the different baths are now made from the house of both bride and groom, for this is the hammam night, devoted to bathing and festivities before the wedding day. Torches are made with dry camel thorn, the blaze being kept up by constant renewal. A boy, with a lighted candle, walks immediately ahead of the bridegroom and his female relations, and a man with a farnoose brings up the rear. Nobody among the onlookers is permitted to lag behind the man with the farnoose, everybody being required to either walk ahead or alongside. The tambourine beating and shouting and hand clapping of the afternoon is repeated, and every now and then the procession stops to allow 1 or 2 of the women to face the bridegroom and favor him with an exhibition of their skill in the execution of the hip dance. The bridal procession is coming down another street, and I stop to try and obtain a glimpse of the bride, but she is completely enveloped in a flaming red shawl, and is supported and led by 2 women. There seems to be little difference in the 2 processions, except the preponderance of females in the bride's party. Everything is arranged in the same order, and women dance at intervals before the bride as before the groom. It begins raining before I retire for the night. It rains incessantly all night, and is raining heavily when I awake in the morning. The weather clears up at noon, but it is useless thinking of pushing on, for miles of tenacious mud intervene between the village and the gravelly desert. Moreover, the prospect of the fine weather holding out looks anything but reassuring. The villagers are all at home, owing to the saturated condition of their fields, and I come in for no small share of worrying attention during the afternoon. A pilgrim from Teheran turns up and tells the people about my appearance before the Shah. This increases their interest in me to an unappreciated extent, and with glistening eyes and eagerly rubbing fingers they ask, "Chand pul padishah?" How much money did the king give you? I showed the Shah the bicycle, and the Shah showed me the lions and tigers and panthers at Doshan Tepe, I tell them, and a knowing customer called Meshedi Ali enlightens them still further by telling them I am not a luti to receive money for letting the Shah in Shah see me ride. Still, luti or no luti, the people think I ought to have received a present. I am worried to ride so incessantly that I am forced to seek self protection in pretending to have sprained my ankle, and in returning to the chapar khana with a hypocritical limp. I station myself ostensibly for the remainder of the day on the bala khana front, and busy myself in taking observations of the villagers and their doings. Time was, among ourselves, or more correctly among our ancestors, when bloodletting was as much the professional calling of a barber as scraping chins or trimming hair, and when our respected beef-eating and beer-drinking forefathers considered wholesale bloodletting as a well-nigh universal panacea for fleshly ills. In traveling through Persia, one often observes things that suggest very strikingly those "good old days" of Queen Bess. The citizens of Zendjan offering the Shah a present of 60,000 tomans as an inducement not to visit their city, as they did when he was on his way to Europe, has a true Elizabethan ring about it, a suggestion of the Virgin Queen's rabble retinue traveling about, devouring and destroying, and of justly apprehensive citizens, seeing ruin staring them in the face, petitioning their regal mistress to spare them the dread calamity of a royal visit. The ancient Zoroastrian barber, no doubt, bled his patients and customers on the public streets of Persian towns for the benefit of their healths, when we pinned our pagan faith on druidical incantations and mystic rites and ceremonies. His Mussulman descendants were doing the same thing when we at length arrived at the same stage of enlightenment, and the Persian wielder of razor and tweezers today performs the same office as belonging to his profession. From my vantage point on the bala khana of the Lasgird Chapar station, I watch, with considerable interest, the process of bleeding a goodly share of the male population of the village, for it is springtime, and in spring every Persian, whether well or unwell, considers the spilling of half a pint or so of blood very necessary for the maintenance of health. The village barber, with his arms bared and the flowing or ample legs of his Aradan Lasgird pantaloons tucked up at his waist, like a washerwoman's skirt, a bunch of raw cotton in lieu of lint under his left arm, and his keen-edged razor, looks like a man who thoroughly realizes and enjoys the importance of the office he is performing, as from the bared arm or open mouth of one after the other of his neighbors he starts the crimson stream. The candidates for the barber's claret-tapping attentions bare their right arms to the shoulder, and bind for each other a handkerchief or piece of something tightly above the elbow, and the barber deftly slits a vein immediately below the hollow of the elbow joint, pressing out the vein he wishes to cut by a pressure of the left thumb. The blood spurts out. The patient looks at the squirting blood, and then surveys the onlookers with a "Who cares? I don't" sort of a grin. He then squats down and watches it bleed about a half pint, occasionally working the elbow joint to stimulate the flow. Half a pint is considered about the correct quantity for an adult to lose at one bleeding. The barber then binds on a small wad of cotton. Now and then a customer gives the barber a trifling coin by way of backsheesh, but the great majority give nothing. In a mere village like Lasgird, these periodical bloodlettings by the barber are, no doubt, regarded as being all in the family, rather than of professional services for a money consideration. The communal spirit obtains to a great extent in village life throughout both Asia Minor and Persia. Nevertheless, backsheesh would be expected in Persia from those able to afford it. Some few prefer being bled in the roof of the mouth, and they all squat on their hams in rows, some bleeding from the arm, others from the mouth, while the inevitable crowd of onlookers stand around, gazing and giving advice. While the barber is engaged in binding on the wad of cotton, or during any interval between patients, he inserts the handle of the razor between his close-fitting skull cap and his forehead, letting the blade hang down over his face, edge outward, a peculiar disposition of his razor that he would, no doubt, be entirely at a loss to account for, except that he is following the custom of his fathers. As regards the customs of his ancestors, whose trade or profession he invariably follows, the Asiatic is the most conservative of mortals. "What was good enough for my father and grandfather," he says, "is certainly good enough for me," and earnestly believing in this, he never, of his own accord, thinks of changing his occupation or of making improvements. Later in the afternoon I descend from the bala khana and take a strolling look at the village, and with the shagird chapar for guide, pay a visit to the old fortress, the conspicuous edifice seen from the trail-worn limestone pass. Forgetting about my subterfuge of the sprained ankle, I wander forth without the aforementioned limp, but the people seem to have forgotten it as completely as I had. At all events, nobody makes any comments. A ripple of excitement is caused by a two-storied house collapsing from the effects of the soaking rains, an occurrence by no means infrequent in the spring in a country of mud-built houses. A crowd soon appears upon the scene, watching, with unconcealed delight, the spectacle of tumbling roof and toppling wall, giving vent to their feelings in laughter and loud shouts of approval, like delighted children, whenever another bulky square of mud and thatch comes tumbling down. Fortunately, nobody happens to be hurt, beyond the half burying in the debris of some donkeys, which are finally induced to extricate themselves by being vigorously bombarded with stones. No sympathy appears to be given on the part of the spectators, and evidently nothing of the kind is expected by the tenants of the tumbling house. The wailing women, and the look of consternation on the face of the men, who barely escaped from the falling roof, seem to be regarded by the spectators as a tomasha show, to be stared at and enjoyed, as they would stare at and enjoy anything not seen every day. On the other hand, the occupants of the house regard their misfortune as kismet. Returning to the chapar khiana, I get the shayird to pilot me into and round about the fortress. It is rapidly falling to decay, but is still in a sufficiently good state of preservation to show thoroughly its former strength and conformation. The fortress is a decidedly massive building, constructed entirely of mud and adobe bricks, 100 feet high, of circular form, and some 200 yards in circumference. The disintegrated walls and debris of former towers from a sloping mound or foundation about 50 feet in height, and from this the perpendicular walls of the castle rise up, huge and ugly, for another 100 feet. Following a foot trail up the mound-like base, we come to a low, gloomy passageway leading into the interior of the fort. A door, composed of one massive stone slab that nothing less than a cannon shot would shatter, guards the entrance to this passage, which is the only accessible entrance to the place. Following it along for perhaps 30 yards, we emerge upon a scene of almost indescribable squalor, a scene that instantly suggests an overcrowded rookery in the tenement house slums of New York. The place is simply swarming with people, who, like rabbits in an old warren, seem to be moving about among the tumble-down mud huts, anywhere and everywhere, as though the old ruined fortress were burrowed through and through, or that the people now moved through, over, under, and around the remnants of what was once a more orderly collection of dwellings, having long forsaken regular footways. The inhabitants are ragged and picturesque, and meandering about among them, on the most familiar terms, are hundreds of goats. Although everything is in a more or less dilapidated condition, huts or cells still rise above each other in tiers, and the people clamber about from tier to tier, as if in emulation of their venturesome four-footed associates, who are here, we may well imagine, in as perfect a paradise as vagrom goatish nature would care for, or expect. At a low estimate, I should place the present population of the old fortress at 1,000 people, and about the same number of goats. In the days when the bold Turcoman raiders were wont to make their dreaded damans almost up the walls of Teheran, and such strongholds as this were the only safeguard of outlying villagers, the interior of Lasgird Fortress resembled a spacious amphitheater, around which hundreds of huts rose, tier above tier, like the cells of a monster pigeon house, affording shelter in times of peril to all the inhabitants of Lasgird, and to such refugees as might come in. At the first alarm of the dreaded man's stealer's approach, the outside villagers repaired to the fortress with their portable property. The donkeys and goats were driven inside and occupied the interior space, and the massive stone door was closed and barricaded. The villagers' granaries were inside the fortress, and provisions for obtaining water were not overlooked, so that once inside the people were quite secure against any force of Turcomans, whose heaviest arms were muskets. The suggestion of an amphitheater, as above described, is quite patent at the present day, in something like 200 or 300 tiered dwellings. In the days of its usefulness there must have been 1,000. Thanks to the Russian occupation of Turkestan, there is no longer any need of the fortress, and the present population seem to be occupying it at the peril of having it some day tumble down about their ears. For, massive though its walls most certainly are, they are but mud, and the people are indifferent about repairs. Failing to surprise the watchful villagers in their fields or outside dwellings, the baffled marauders would find confronting them 50 feet of solid mud wall without so much as an air hole in it, rising sheer above the mound-like foundation, and above this tiers of rooms or cells, from inside which archers or musketeers could make it decidedly interesting for any hostile party attempting to approach. This old fortress of Lasgird is very interesting, as showing the peaceful and unwarlike Persian riot's method of defending his life and liberty against the savage human hawks that were ever hovering near, ready to swoop down and carry him and his off to the slave markets of Khiva and Bokhara. These were times when seed was sown and harvest garnered in fear and trembling, for the Turcoman raiders were adepts at swooping down when least expected, and they rode horses capable of making their 100 miles a day over the roughest country. Incredible as this latter fact may seem, it is, nevertheless, a well-known thing in Central Asia that the Turcoman's horse is capable of covering this remarkable distance, and of keeping it up for days. A thunderstorm is raging violently and drenching everything as I retire for the night, dampening, among other things, my hopes of getting away from Lasgird for some days. For between the village and the gravelly and consequently always traversable desert are some miles of slimy clay of the kind that in wet weather makes an experienced cycler wince to think of crossing. The floor of the bala khana forms once again my nocturnal couch, but the temperature lowers perceptibly as the night advances and the rain continues, and toward morning it changes into snow. The doors and windows of my room are to be called doors and windows only out of courtesy to a rude, unfurnished effort to imitate these things, and the floor, at daybreak, is nicely carpeted with an inch or so of the beautiful snow, and a 4-inch covering of the same greets my vision upon looking outside. Determined to make the best of the situation, I remove my quarters from the cold and draughty bala khana to the stable, and send the shagird chapar out in quest of camel thorn, bread, eggs, and pomegranates, thinking thus to obtain the luxury of a bit of fire and something to eat in comparative seclusion. This vain hope proves that I have not even yet become thoroughly acquainted with the Persians, No sooner does my camel thorn blaze begin to crackle and the smoke to betray the whereabouts of a fire, than shivering, blue-nosed villagers begin to put in their appearance, their backs humped up and their bare ankles and slip-shod feet adding not a little to the general aspect of wretchedness that seems inseparable from Persians in cold weather. And these are the people who, during a gleam of illusory sunshine yesterday, were so nonchalantly parting with their blood, of which, by the by, your bread and cucumber eating and cold water drinking Persian has little enough, and that little thin enough at any time. These rag bedecked, shivering wretches hop up on the raised platform where the fire is burning and squat themselves around it in the most sociable manner, and under the thawing process of passing their hands through the flames, poking the coals together, and close attention to the details of keeping it burning, they quickly thaw out in more respects than one. 15 minutes after my fire is lighted, the spot where I anticipated a samovar of tea and a pomegranate or two in peace is occupied by as many Persians as can find squatting room, talking, shouting, singing, and kalian smoking, meanwhile eagerly and expectantly watching the preparations for making tea. Preferring to leave them in full possession rather than be in their uncongenial midst, I pass the time in promenading back and forth behind the horses. After walking to and fro a few times, the, to them, singular performance of walking back and forth excites their easily aroused curiosity, and the wondering attention of all present becomes once again my unhappy portion. An Asiatic's idea of enjoying himself in cold weather is squatting about a few coals of fire, making no physical exertion whatever beyond smoking and conversing, and the spectacle of a Ferenghi promenading back and forth, when he might be following their example of squatting by the fire, is to them a subject of no little wonder and speculation. The redeeming feature of my enforced sojourn at Lasgird is the excellence of the pomegranates, for which the place is famous, and of which there seems an abundance left over through the winter. A small quantity of seedless pomegranates, a highly valued variety, are grown here at Lasgird, but they are all sent to Teheran for the use of the Shah and his household, and are not to be obtained by anyone. It has been a raw, disagreeable day, and at night I decide to sleep at the stable, where it is at least warmer, though the remove is but a compromise by which one's olfactory sensibilities are sacrificed in the interest of securing a few hours' sleep. An unexpected, but none the less welcome, deliverance appears on the following morning in the shape of a frost that forms on the sticky mud a crust of sufficient thickness to enable me to escape across to the welcome gravel beyond the Lasgird plain ere it thaws out. Thus, on the precarious path of a belated morning frost, breaking through here, jumping over there, I leave Lasgird, and its memories of wedding processions and blood-letting, its huge mud fortress, its pomegranates, and its discomforts. End of Section 5. Recording by William Tomko. Section 6 of Around the World on a Bicycle, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by William Tomko. Around the World on a Bicycle, Volume 2, by Thomas Stevens. Chapter 3, Persia and the Meshed Pilgrim Road, Part 2. 3 miles of mostly ridable gravel bring me to another village, and to 4 miles of horrible mud in getting through its fields and over its ditches. A raw wind is blowing, and squally gusts of snow come scudding across the dreary prospect, a prospect flanked on the north by cold, gray hills, and the face of nature generally furrowed with telltale lines of winter's partial dissolution. While trundling through this village, both myself and bicycle plastered to a well-nigh unrecognizable state with mud, feeling pretty thoroughly disgusted with the weather and the roads, an ancient-looking Persian emerges from a little stall with a last season's muskmelon in hand, and advancing towards me shouts, "Hoi!" loud enough to wake the seven sleepers. Shouting "Hoi!" at a person close enough to hear a whisper as loud as though he were a good mile away is a peculiarity of the Persians that has often initiated travelers to the pitch of wishing they had a hot potato and the dexterity to throw it down their throats. And in my present unenviable condition, and its accompanying unenviable frame of mind, I don't mind admitting that I mentally relegated this vociferous melon vendor to a place where infinitely worse than hot potatoes would overtake him. Knowing full well that a halt of a single minute would mean a general mustering of the population, and an importuning rabble following me through the unridable mud, I ignore the old melon man's foghorn efforts to arrest my onward progress. But he proves a most vociferous and persistent specimen of his class. Nothing less than a dozen exclamation points can give the faintest idea of how a hollering Persian shouts "Hoi!" 7 miles over very good gravel, and my road leads into the labyrinth of muddy lanes, ditches, and water holes, tumble-down walls, and disorderly-looking cemeteries of the suburbs of Semnoon. In traversing the cemeteries one cannot help observing how many of the graves are caved in by the rains and the skeletons exposed to view. Mohammedans bury their dead very shallow, usually about 2 feet, and in Persia the grave is often arched over with soft mud bricks. These weaken and dissolve after the rains and snows of winter, and a cemetery becomes a place of exposed remains and of pitfalls where an unwary step on what appears solid ground may precipitate one into the undesirable company of a skeleton. By the time Semnoon is reached the day has grown warmer, and the sun favors the cold, dismal earth with a few genial rays, so that the blooming orchards of peach and pomegranate that brighten and enliven the environs of the city, and which suggest Semnoon to be a mild and sheltered spot, seem quite natural, notwithstanding the patches of snow lying about. The crowds seem remarkably well behaved as I trundle through the bazaar toward the telegraph office, the total absence of missiles being particularly noticeable. The telegraph jee proves to be a sensible, enlightened fellow, and quite matter-of-fact in his manner for a Persian. Apart from his duty to the governor and a few bigwigs of the place, whom it would be unpardonable in him to overlook or ignore, he saves me as much as possible from the worrying of the people. Prince Anushirvan Mirza, governor of Semnoon, Damghan, and Shahrood, is the Shah's cousin, son of Bahman Mirza, uncle of the Shah and formerly governor of Tabriz. Bahman Mirza was discovered intriguing with the Russians, and, fearing the vengeance of the Shah, fled from the country, seeking an asylum among the Russians. He is now, if not dead, a refugee somewhere in the Caucasus. But the father's disgrace did not prejudice the Shah against his sons, and Prince Anushirvan and his sons are honored and trusted by the Shah as men capable of distinguishing between the friends and enemies of their country, and of conducting themselves accordingly. The governor's palace is not far from the north gate of the city, and after the customary round of tea and kalians, without which nothing can be done in Persia, he walks outside with his staff to a piece of good road in order to see me ride to the best advantage. As a specimen of Persian extravagance, to use a very mild term, it may be as well to mention here as anywhere that the governor telegraphed to his son, acting as his deputy at Shahrood, that he had ridden some miles with me out of the city. During the evening one of the governor's sons, Prince Sultan Majid Mirza, comes in with a few leading dignitaries to spend an hour in chatting and smoking. This young prince proves one of the most intelligent Persians I have met in the country. Besides being very well informed for a provincial Persian, he is bright and quick-witted. Among the gentlemen he brings in with him is a man who has made the pilgrimage to Mecca via Iskenderi, Alexandria, and Suez, and has, consequently, seen and ridden on the Egyptian railway. The Prince had heard his description of this railway, and the light thus gained has not unnaturally had the effect of whetting his curiosity to hear more of the marvelous iron roads of Frangistan, and after exhausting the usual program of queries concerning cycling, the conversation leads, by easy transition, to the subject of railways. "Do they have railways in Yenghi Donia?" questioned the Prince. "Plenty of railways, plenty of everything," I reply. "Like the one at Iskenderi and Stamboul?" "Better and bigger than both these put together 100 times over. The Iskenderi Railroad is very small." Nods and smiles of acquiescence from Prince and listeners follow this statement, which show plainly enough that they consider it a pardonable lie, such as every Persian present habitually indulges in himself and thinks favorably of in others. "Railroads are good things, and Ferengis are very clever people," says the Prince, renewing the subject and handing me a handful of salted melon seeds from his pocket, meanwhile nibbling some himself. "Yes. Why don't you have railroads in Iran? You could then go to Teheran in a few hours." The Prince smiles amusingly at the thought, as though conscious of railroads in Persia being a dream altogether too bright to ever materialize, and shaking his head, says, "Pool nice. We have no money." "The English have money and would build a railroad, but Moolah nice, Baron Ryder. You know Baron Ryder? Moolah nice, not pool nice." The Prince smiles and signifies that he is well enough aware where the trouble lies. But we talk no more of railroads, for he and his father and brothers belong to the party of progress in Persia, and the triumph of priests and old women over the Shah and Baron Reuter's railway is to them a distressful and humiliating subject. The late lamented O'Donovan of To the Merv fame used to make Semnoon his headquarters while dodging about on the frontier, and was personally known to everyone present. Semnoon is celebrated for the excellence of its kalian tobacco, and O'Donovan was celebrated in Semnoon for his love of the kalian. This evening, in talking about him, the telegraph jee says that when he pulled at the kalian he pulled with such tremendous eagerness that the flames leaped up to the ceiling, and after 3 whiffs you couldn't see anybody in the room for smoke. The telegraph jee's farrash builds a good wood fire in a cozy little room adjoining the office. Blankets are provided, an ample supper is sent around from the telegraph jee's house, and what is still better appreciated, I am left to enjoy these substantial comforts without so much as a single spectator coming to see me feed. No one comes near me till morning. The morning breaks cold and clear, and for some 6 miles the road is very fair wheeling. After this comes a gradual inclination toward a jutting spur of hills, the following 20 miles being the toughest kind of a trundle through mud, snow fields, and drifts. This is a most uninviting piece of country to wheel through, and it would seem but little less so to traverse at this time of the year with a caravan of camels, 2 or 3 of these animals being found exhausted by the roadside, and a couple of charvadars encountered in one place skinning another, while its companion is lying helplessly alongside watching the operation and waiting its own turn to the same treatment. It is said to be characteristic of a camel that, when he once slips down, cold and weary, in the mud, he never again tries to regain his feet. The weather looks squally and unsettled, and I push ahead as rapidly as the condition of the ground will permit, fearing a snowstorm in the hills. About 3 P.M. I arrive at the caravanserai of Ahwan, a dreary, inhospitable place in an equally dreary, inhospitable country. Situated in a region of wind and snow and bleak, open hills, the wretched serai of Ahwan is remembered as a place where the keen, raw wind seems to come whistling gleefully and yet maliciously from all points of the compass, seemingly centering in the caravanserai itself. These winds render any attempt to kindle a fire a dismal failure, resulting in smoke and watery eyes. Here I manage to obtain half frozen bread and a few eggs. After an ineffectual attempt to roast the latter and thaw out the former, I am forced to eat them both as they are, and although the sun looks ominously low and it is 6 farsakhs to the next place, I conclude to chance anything rather than risk being snowbound at Ahwan. Fortunately, after about 5 miles more of snow, the trail emerges upon a gravelly plain with a gradual descent from the hills just crossed to the lower level of the Damghan plain. The favorable gradient and the smooth trails induce a smart pace, and as the waning daylight merges into the soft, chastened light of a cloud-veiled moon, I alight at the village and serai of Gusheh. There are at the caravanserai a number of travelers, among them a muzhik of the Don, traveling to Teheran and beyond in company with a Tabriz Turk. The Russian peasant at once invites me to his menzil in the caravanserai, and although he looks, if anything, a trifle more indifferent about personal cleanliness than either a Turkish or Persian peasant, I have no alternative but to accept his well-meant invitation. At this juncture, when one's thoughts are swayed and influenced by an appetite that the cold day and hard tugging through the hills have rendered well nigh uncontrollable, a prosperous-looking Persian traveler, returning from a pilgrimage to Meshed, with his wives, family, and servitors, quite a respectable-sized retinue, emerges from the seclusion of his quarters to see the bicycle. Of course he requests me to ride, sending his link boys to bring out all the farnoozes to supplement fair Luna's coy and inefficient beams, and after the performance the old gentleman promises to send me round a dish of pillau. In due time the promised pillau comes round, an ample dish sufficient to satisfy even my present ravenous appetite, and after this he sends round tea, lump sugar, and a samovar. The muzhik turns to and gets up steam in the samovar, and over tiny glasses of the cheering but non-intoxicating beverage he sings a Russian regimental song, and his comrade, the Tabriz Turk, warbles the praises of Stamboul. But although they make merry over the tea, methinks both of them would have made still merrier over something stronger. For the muzhik puts in a good share of the evening talking about vodka consumed at Shahrood, and smacking his lips at the retrospective bliss embodied in its consumption, while the Turk from Tabriz catches me aside and asks mysteriously if my package contains any raki (arrack). Like the Ahwan caravanserai, the one at Gusheh seems to draw the chilly winds from every direction, and I arise from a rude couch made wretchedly uncomfortable by draughts, the attacks of insects, and the persistent determination of a horse to use my prostrate form as a rest for his nose-bag, to find myself the possessor of a sore throat. Persian travelers are generally up and off before daylight, and a clicking noise, Persian currycombs are covered with small rings that make a rattling noise when being used, of currying horses begins as early as 3 o'clock. The attendants of the old gentleman of happy remembrance in connection with last night's pillau and samovar have been busy for 2 hours, and his taktrowan and kharjouez are already occupied and starting, when, by the first gleam of awakening dawn, I mount and wheel eastward. A shallow, unbridged stream obstructs my path but a short distance from Gusheh, and I manage to get in knee-deep in trying to avoid the necessity of removing my footgear. I then wander several miles off my road to an outlying village. This happy commencement of a new day is followed by a variable road leading sometimes over stony or gravelling plains where the wheeling varies through all the stages of goodness, badness, and indifference, and sometimes through grazing grounds and cultivable areas adjoining the villages. Scattered about the grazing and arable country are now small towers of refuge, loopholed for defense, to which ryots working in the fields, or shepherds tending their flocks, fled for safety in case of a sudden appearance of Turcoman marauders. But a few years ago men hereabouts went to plow, sow, or reap with a gun slung at their backs, and a few of them reaching the shelter of one of these compact little mud towers were able, through the loopholes, to keep the Turcomans at bay until relief arrived. The towers are of circular form, about 20 feet high and 15 in diameter. The entrance is a very small doorway, often a mere hole to crawl into, and steps inside lead to the summit. Some are roofed in near the top, others are mere circular walls of mud. On grazing grounds a lower wall often encompasses the tower, fencing in a larger space that formed a corral for the flocks. The shepherds then, while defending themselves, were also defending their sheep or goats. In the more exposed localities these little towers of refuge are often but a couple of hundred yards apart, thickly dotting the country in all directions. While watch towers are seen perched on peaks and points of vantage, the whole scene speaking eloquently of the extraordinary precautions these poor people were compelled to adopt for the preservation of their lives and property. No wonder Russian intrigue makes headway in Khorassan and all along the Turco Inan Perso frontier, for the people can scarcely help being favorably impressed by the stoppage of Turcoman deviltry in their midst, and the wholesale liberation of Persian slaves. The town of Damghan is reached near noon, and I am not a little gratified to learn that the telegraph jee has been notified of my approach, and has stationed his farrash at the entrance to the bazaar, so that I should have no trouble in finding the office. This augurs well for the reception awaiting me there, and I am accordingly not surprised to find him an exceptionally affable youth, proud of a word or two of English he had somehow acquired, and of his knowledge of how to properly entertain a Ferenghi. This latter qualification assumes the eminently practical and, it is needless to add, acceptable form of a roast chicken, a heaping dish of pillau, and sundry other substantial proofs of anticipatory preparations. The telegraph jee takes great pleasure in seeing roast chicken mysteriously disappear, and the dish of pillau gradually diminish in size. In fact, the unconcealed satisfaction afforded by these savory testimonials of his cook's abilities give him such pleasure that he urges me to remain his guest for a day and rest up. But Shahrood is only 40 miles away, and here I shall have the pleasure of meeting Mr. McIntyre, before mentioned as line inspector, who is making his temporary headquarters at that city. Moreover, angry-looking storm dogs have accompanied the sun on his ante-meridian march to-day, and such experience as mine at Lasgird has the effect of making one, if not weather-wise, at least weather-wary. In approaching Damghan, long before any other indications of the city appear, twin minarets are visible, soaring above the stony plain like a pair of huge pillars. These minars belong to the same mosque, and form a conspicuous landmark for travelers and pilgrims in approaching Damghan from any direction. At a distance they appear to rise up sheer from the barren plain, the town being situated in a depression. 6 farsakhs from Damghan is the village of Tazaria, noted in the country round about for the enormous size of the carrots grown there. The minarets of Damghan and the extraordinary size of the Tazaria vegetables furnish the material for a characteristic Little Eastern story, current among the inhabitants. Finding that people came from far and near to see the graceful minarets of Damghan, and that nobody came to see Tazaria, the good people of that neglected village became envious, and they reasoned among themselves and said, "Why should Damghan have 2 minarets and Tazaria none?" So they gathered together their pack donkeys, their ropes and ladders, and a large company of men, and reached Damghan in the silence and darkness of the night, intending to pull down and carry off one of the minarets and erect it in Tazaria. The ropes were fastened to the summit of the minar, but at the first great pull the brickwork gave way, and the top of the tall minaret came tumbling down with a crash and clatter, killing several of its would-be removers. The Damghan people turned out, and after hearing the unhappy Tazarians' laments, some sarcastic citizen gave them a few carrot seeds, bidding them go home and sow them, and they could grow all the minarets they wanted. The carrots grew famously, and the villagers of Tazaria, instead of the promised minarets, found themselves in possession of a new and useful vegetable that fetched a good price in the Damghan bazaars. The Damghanians, meeting a Tazarian ryot coming in with a donkey load of these huge carrots, cannot resist twitting him regarding the minars, but the now practical Tazarians no longer mourn the absence of minarets in their village, and when twitted about it reply, "We have more minarets than you have, but our minarets grow downward and are good to eat." During the afternoon I passed many ruined villages and castles, said to have been destroyed by an earthquake many years ago. Some few natives find remunerative employment in excavating and washing over the dirt and debris of the ruined castles, in which they find coins, rubies, agates, turquoise, and women's ornaments. Sometimes they unearth skeletons with ornaments still attached. The sun shines out warm this afternoon, and its genial rays are sufficiently tempting to induce the jackals to emerge from their hiding places and bask in its beaming smiles on the sunny side of the ruins. Wherever there are ruins and skeletons and decay in Eastern lands, and where are there not, there also is sure to be found the prowling and sneakish-looking jackal. Shelter and the usual rude accommodation, supplemented on this occasion by a wandering luti and his vicious-looking baboon, as also a company of riotous charvadars who insist on singing accompaniments to the luti's soul-harrowing tom-tomming till after midnight, are obtained at the caravanserai of Deh Mollah. From Deh Mollah it is only a couple of farsakhs to Shahrood, and after the first 3 miles, which is slightly upgrade and not particularly smooth, it is downgrade, and very fair wheeling the remainder of the distance. The road forks a couple of miles from Shahrood, and while I am entering by one road, Mr. McIntyre is leaving on horseback by the other to meet me, guessing, from word received from Damghan, that I must have spent the night at Deh Mollah and would arrive at Shahrood this morning. Only those who have experienced it know anything of the pleasure of two Europeans meeting and conversing in a country like Persia, where the habits and customs of the natives are so different, and to most travelers uncongenial, and only to be tolerated for a time. I have met Mr. McIntyre in Teheran, so we are not total strangers, which, of course, makes it still more agreeable. After the customary interchange of news and the discussion of refreshments, Mr. McIntyre hands me a telegram from Teheran, which bears a date several days old. It is from the British Legation, notifying me that permission is refused to go through the Turcoman country. An appendage from the Chargé d'Affaires suggests that I repair to Astrakhan and try the route through Siberia. And this, then, is the result of General Melnikoff's genial smiles and ready promises of assistance, after providing myself with proper money and information for the Turkestan route. On the strength of the Russian minister's promises, I am overtaken, when 300 miles away, with a veto against which anything I might say or do would be of no avail. Sultan Ahmed Mirza, a son of Prince Anushirvan, is deputy governor of Shahrood, responsible to his father, and ere I have arrived an hour the usual request is sent round for a tomasha, the word now used by people wanting to see me ride, and which really means an exhibition. His place is found in a brick courtyard with the usual central tank and the airy rooms of the building all opening upon it, and once again comes a feeling of playing a rather ridiculous role, as I circle awkwardly around the tank over very uneven bricks, and around short corners where an upset would precipitate me into the tank, amid, I can't help thinking, roars of laughter. The Prince is very lavish of his flowery Persian compliments, and says, "You English have now left nothing more to do but to bring the dead back to life." In the courtyard my attention is called to a set of bastinado poles and loops, and Mr. McIntyre asks the Prince if he hasn't a prisoner on hand, so that he can give us a tomasha in return for the one we are giving him. But it is now the Persian New Year, and the prisoners have all been liberated. Here, gentle reader, in Shahrood, but it now behooves us to be dark and mysterious, and deal in hints and whispers, for the Persian proprieties must not be ruthlessly violated and then as ruthlessly exposed to satisfy the prying curiosity of far-off Frangistan. That would never do. Behold, then, Mr. McIntyre absent, behold all male humans absent save myself and a couple of sable eunuchs, whose smooth, whiskerless faces betray inward amusement at the extreme novelty of the situation, and we all alone between the high brick walls that encircle the secrecy of an inner court, and yet not all alone, for tell it, in whispers, some half-dozen shrouded female forms are clustered together in one corner. Yashmaks are drawn aside, and plump oval faces and bright eyes revealed, faces brown and soft of outline, eyes black, large and lustrous, with black lines skillfully drawn to make them look still larger, and lashes deeply stained to impart love and languor to their wondrous depths. Whisper it not in Gath, and tell it not in the streets of Frangistan, that the wondrous Asp-i-awhan has proved an opera sesame capable of revealing to an inquisitive and all-observant Ferenghi the collective charms of a Persian swell's harem. We can imagine these ladies in the seclusion of the zenana, hearing of the Ferenghi and his wonderful iron horse, and, overwhelmed with feminine curiosity, with much coaxing and promising, obtaining reluctant consent for a strictly secret and decorous tomasha, with covered faces, and no one present but the attendant eunuchs and the Ferenghi, who, fortunately, will soon leave the country never to return. Mohammedan women are merely overgrown children, and the promise of strict decorousness is forbidden or ignored the moment the tomasha begins, and the fun and the wickedness of removing their yashmaks in the presence of a Ferenghi is too rare an opportunity to be missed, and no doubt furnishes them with material for amusing conversation for many a day after. Rare fun, these ladies think, is to uncover their olive faces and let the Ferenghi see their beauty. The eunuchs are generally indulgent to their charges whenever they can safely be so, and on this occasion they content themselves with looking on and saying nothing. After seeing me ride, the ladies cluster boldly around and examine the bicycle, chatting freely among themselves the while concerning its capabilities. But some of the younger ladies regard me with fully as much curiosity as the bicycle, for never before did they have such an opportunity of scrutinizing a Ferenghi. And now, while granted the privilege of this little revelation, we must be very careful not to reveal the secret of whose harem we have seen unveiled, and whose inner court our Perran wheels have pressed. For the whirligig of time brings about strange things, and apparently trifling things that have been indiscreetly published by travelers in books at home have sometimes found their way back to the Far East and caused embarrassment and chagrin to people who treated them with hospitality and respect. End of Section 6. Recording by William Tomko. Section 7 of Around the World on a Bicycle, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by William Tomko. Around the World on a Bicycle, Volume 2 by Thomas Stevens, Chapter 4, Part 1, Through Khorasan. Shahrood is at the exit from the mountains of the caravan route from Asterabad, Mazandaran, and the Caspian coast. The mountains overlooking it are bare and rocky. A good trade seems to be done by several firms of Russian Armenians in exporting wool, cotton, and pelts to Russia, and handling Russian iron and petroleum. But for the iniquitous method of taxation, which consists really of looting the producing classes of all they can stand, the volume of trade here might easily be tenfold what it is. Shahrood is, or rather was, one of the 4 stations of terror, Mijamid, Miandasht, and Abbasabad being the other 3, so called on account of their exposed position and consequent frequency of Turcoman attacks. Even nowadays they have their little ripples of excitement. Rumors of Turcoman raids are heard in the bazaars, and news was brought in and telegraphed to Teheran a week ago that 15,000 sheep had been carried off from a district north of the mountains. Word comes back that a regiment of soldiers is on its way to chastise the Turcomans and recover the property. What really will happen will be a horde of soldiers staying there long enough to devour what few sheep the poor people have left, and then returning without having seen, much less chastised, a Turcoman. The Persian government will notify the Russian minister of the misdoings of the Turcomans and ask to have them punished and the sheep restored. The Russian minister will reply that these particular Turcomans were Persian subjects, and nothing further will be done. Mr. McIntyre is a canny Scot, a Royal Engineer, and weighs fully 300 pounds, but with this avoirdupois he is far from being inactive, and together we ramble up the Asterabad Pass to take a look at the Bostam Valley on the other side. The valley isn't much to look at. No verdure, only a brown, barren plain surrounded on all sides by equally brown, barren mountains. In the evening the Prince sends round a pheasant, and shortly after calls himself, and partakes of tea and cigarettes. I accept Mr. McIntyre's invitation to remain and rest up, but only for another day, my experience being that, when on the road, 1 or 2 days' rest is preferable to a longer period. One gets rested without getting out of condition. We take a stroll through the bazaar in the morning, and call in at the wine shop of a Russian Armenian trader named Makerditch, who keeps arrack and native wine, and sample some of the latter. In his shop is a badly stuffed Mazanderai tiger, and the walls of the private sitting room are decorated with rude, old-fashioned prints of saints and scriptural scenes. It is now the Persian New Year, and bright new garments and snowy turbans impart a gay appearance to the throngs in the bazaar, for everybody changed his wardrobe from tip to toe on Eid-i Nuruz, evening before New Year's Day, although the great unwashed of Persian society change never a garment for the next 12 months. Considering that the average lower class Persian puts in a good share of this 12 months in the non-profitable process of scratching himself, one would think it must be an immense relief for him to cast away these old habiliments with all their horrid load of filth and vermin, and don a clean new outfit, but the new ones soon get as thickly tenanted as the old, and many even put the new garments on over certain of the old ones, caring nothing for comfort and cleanliness, and everything for appearance. The Persian New Year's holiday lasts 13 days, and on the evening of the 13th day everybody goes out into the fields and plucks flowers and grasses to present to his or her friends. Governors of provinces who retain their position in consequence of having sent satisfactory tribute to the Shah, and ruled with at least a semblance of justice, get presents of new robes on New Year's Day, and those who have been unfortunate enough to lose the royal favor get removed. New Year's Day brings either sorrow or rejoicing to every Persian official's house. The morning of my departure opens bright and warm after a thunderstorm the previous evening, and Mr. McIntyre accompanies me to the outskirts of the city to put me on the right road to Mijamid, my objective point for the day, 11 farsakhs distant. The streets are, of course, muddy and unridable, and ere the suburbs are overcome a messenger overtakes us from the Prince, begging me to return and drink tea with him before starting. "Tell the Prince the Sahib sends salams but cannot spare the time to return," replies my companion, who knows Persian thoroughly. "You must come," says the messenger, "for the Khan of Bostam has arrived to pay the New Year's salam to the Prince, and the Prince wants you to show him the bicycle." "Must come! Tell the Prince that when the Sahib gets fairly started, as he is now, with his bicycle, he wouldn't turn back for the Shah himself." The messenger looks glum and crestfallen, as though very reluctant to return with such a message that probably sounds to him strangely disrespectful, if not positively treasonable. But he sees the uselessness of bandying words, and so turns about, feeling and looking very foolish, for he addressed us very boldly and confidently before the whole crowd when he overtook us. A few small streams have to be crossed on leaving Shahrood for the Cast, blended rivulets of clear, cold water in which there ought to be trout. After these streams the road launches at once onto a level camel-thorn plain, the gravel surface of which provides excellent wheeling. An outlying village and caravanserai is passed through at a couple of farsakhs, where, as might be expected in the district of terror, are hundreds of the little towers of refuge. The village would be in a very exposed position, and it looks as though it is but just now being rebuilt and repopulated after a period of ruin and desertion. Beyond this village the towers of refuge, and other signs of human occupation disappear. The uncultivated desert reigns supreme on either hand, but the wheeling continues fairly good, although a strong headwind somewhat impedes my progress. Beyond the level plain and the lower hills to the north are the snowy heights of the Elburz range. A less ambitious range of mountains forms a barrier some 20 miles to the south, and in the distant southeast there looms up a dark, massive pile that recalls at a glance memories of Elk Mountain, Wyoming, though upon a closer inspection there is no doubt but that the densely wooded slopes of our old acquaintance of the Rockies would be found wanting. 20 miles of this level plain is traversed, and I find myself gazing curiously at a range of mica-flecked hills off to the right. These hills present a very curious appearance. The myriads of flakes of mica scattered all about glitter and glint in the bright sunlight as if they might be diamonds, and it requires but an easy effort of the imagination to fancy oneself in some strange, rich land of the gorgeous East, where precious jewels are scattered about like stones. These mica-spangled hills bear about the same relation to what one's imagination might conceive them to be as the gorgeous East, as it actually exists does to the gorgeous East we read of in fairy tales. Beyond the mica hills I pass through a stretch of abandoned cultivation, where formerly existed fields and ditches. The villages, with an abundance of portable property, tempted Turcoman raiders to guide their matchless chargers hither. But small outlying settlements hereabout were precarious places to live in, and the persistent damans generally caused them to be abandoned entirely from time to time. The road has averaged good to day, and Mijamid is reached at 4 o'clock. Seeking the shelter of the chapar khana, that devoted building is soon surrounded by a new-dressed and accordingly a good-natured and vociferous crowd shouting, "Sowar shuk! Sowar shuk! Tomasha! Tomasha!" As I survey the grinning, shouting multitude from my retreat on the roof, and note the number of widely open mouths, the old wicked thoughts about hot potatoes and dexterity in throwing them persist in coming to the fore. Several scrimmages and quarrels occur between the chapar jee and his shagirds and the crowd, who persist in invading the premises, and the tumult around is something deafening, for it is holiday times and the people feel particularly self-indulgent and disinclined for self-denial. In the midst of the uproar, from out the chaotic mass of rainbow-colored costumes, there forms a little knot of mollahs in huge snowy turbans and flowing gowns of solid blue or green, and at their head the gray-bearded, patriarchal-looking old khan of the village in his flowered robe of office from the governor. These gay-looking but comparatively sober-sided representatives of the village endeavor to have the crowd cease their clamorous importunities, an attempt, however, that results in signal failure, and they constitute themselves a delegation to approach me in a respectful and decorous manner and ask me to ride for the satisfaction of themselves and the people. The profound salams and good taste of these eminently respectable personages are not to be resisted, and after satisfying them the khan promises to provide me with supper, which at a later hour turns up in the form of the inevitable dish of pillau. 2 miles on the road next morning and it begins raining. At 5 miles it develops into a regular downpour that speedily wets me through. A small walled village is finally reached, and shelter obtained beneath its ample portals, a place that seems to likewise be the loafing place of the village. The entrance is a good-sized room, and here on wet days the men can squat about and smoke, and at the same time see everything that passes on the road. The village is defended by a strong mud wall some 30 feet high, and strengthened with abutting towers at frequent intervals. The only entrance is one massive door, and inside there is plenty of room for all the four-footed possessions of the people. The houses are the usual little mud huts with thatched beehive roofs, built against the wall. The flocks of goats and sheep are admitted inside every evening, and taken out again to graze in the morning. The appearance of the interior is that of a very filthy, undrained, and utterly neglected farmyard, and as no breath of wind ever passes through it, or comes any nearer the ground than the top of the 30-foot wall, living in its reeking, pent-up exhalations must be something abominable. Such a place as this in Persia would be fairly swarming with noxious insect life, of which fleas would be the most tolerable variety, and two-thirds of the people would be suffering from chronic ophthalmia. This little village, doubtless, had enough to do a few years ago to maintain its existence, even with its remarkably strong walls, and on the highest mountain peaks round about they point out to me their watch towers, where sentinels daily scan the country round for the wild horsemen they so much dreaded. 4 men and 3 women among the little crowd gathered about me here are pointed out as having been released from slavery by the Russians when they captured Khiva and liberated the Persian slaves and sent them home. Every village and hamlet along this part of the country contains its quota of returned captives, who, no doubt, entertain lively recollections of being carried off and sold. Soon after my arrival here, a little weazen-faced old seyud, in a threadbare and badly faded green gown, comes hobbling through the rain and the mahogany-colored slush of the village yard to the gate. Everybody rises respectfully as he comes in, and the old fellow, accustomed to having this deference paid him by everybody about him, and wishing to show courtesy to a Ferenghi, motions for me to keep seated. Seeing that I had no intention of rising, this courtesy was somewhat superfluous, but the incident serves to show how greatly these simple villagers are impressed with the idea of a seyud's superiority, to say nothing of the seyud's assumption of the same. They explain to me that the little unwashed, unkempt, and well-nigh unclad specimen of humanity examining the bicycle is a seyud, with the manner of people pointing out a being of unapproachable superiority. Still, looking at the poor old fellow's rags, and remembering that it is New Year and the time for a change of raiment, one cannot help thinking, "Old fellow, you evidently come in for more respect, after all, than material assistance, and would, no doubt, willingly exchange a good deal of the former for a little of the latter." Still, one must not be too confident of this. The bodily requirements of a wrinkled old seyud would be very trifling, while his egotism would, on the other hand, be insufferable. This is a grazing village chiefly, and the gravelly desert comes close up to the walls, so that there is no difficulty about pushing on immediately after it ceases raining. 2 farsakhs of variable wheeling through a belt of low hills and broken country, and 2 more over the level Miandasht plain, and the caravanserai of Mindasht is reached. Here the village, the telegraph office, and everything is enclosed within the protecting walls of an immense Shah Abbas caravanserai, a building capable of affording shelter and protection to 5,000 people. In the old, and yet not so very old, dangerous days, it was necessary, for safety, that travelers and pilgrims should journey together through this section of country in large caravans. Otherwise disaster was sure to overtake them, and Shah Abbas the Great built these huge caravanserais for their accommodation. In deference to the memory of this monarch as a builder of caravanserais all over the country, any large serai is nowadays called a Shah Abbas caravanserai, whether built by him or not. Certainly not less than 300 pack camels, besides other animals, are resting and feeding, or being loaded up for the night march as I ride up, their myriad clanging bells making a din that comes floating across the plain to meet me as I approach. Miandasht is the first place in Khorasan proper, and among the motley gathering of charmdars, camel drivers, pilgrims, travelers, villagers, and hangers-on about the serai, are many Khorasanis, wearing huge sheepskin busbies, similar to the headgear of the Roumanians and Tabriz Turks of Availle and the Perso-Turkish border. Most of these busbies are black or brown, but some affect a mixture of black and white, a piebald affair that looks very striking and peculiar. The telegraph jee here runs out to be a person of immense importance in his own estimation, and he has evidently succeeded in impressing the same belief upon the unsophisticated minds of the villagers, who, apparently, have come to regard him as little less than monarch of all he surveys. True, there isn't much to survey at Miaudasht, everything there being within the caravanserai walls, but whenever the telegraph jee emerges from the seclusion of his little office, it is to blossom forth upon the theatre of the crowd's admiring glances in the fanciful habiliments of a la-di-da Persian swell. Very punctilious as regards etiquette, instead of coming forth in a spontaneous manner to see who I am and look at the bicycle, he pays me a ceremonious visit at the chapar khana half an hour later. In this visit he is preceded by his farrash, and he walks with a magnificent peacock strut that causes the skirts of his faultless roundabout to flop up and down in rhythmic accompaniment to his steps. Apart from his insufferable conceit, however, he tries to make himself as agreeable as possible, and after tea and cigarettes I give him and the people a tomasha, at the conclusion of which he asks permission to send in my supper. The room in which I spend the evening is a small, dome-roofed apartment in which a circular opening in the apex of the dome is expected to fill the triple office of admitting light, ventilation, and carrying off smoke from the fire, the natural consequence being that the room is dark, unventilated, and full of smoke. Now and then some determined sightseer on the roof fills this hole up completely with his head in an effort to peer down through the smoke and obtain a glimpse of myself or the bicycle, or a mischievous youngster, unable to resist the temptation, drops down a stone. The shagird chapar here is a man who has been to Askabad and seen the railroad, and when the inevitable question of Russian versus English marifet mechanical skill comes up, he endeavors to impress upon the open-mouthed listeners the marvelous character of the locomotive. "It is a wonderful atesh gari (fire wagon)," he would say, "and runs on an awan ra (iron road). The charvadar puts in atesh and ob. It goes choo choo choo, ch 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 choo choo, spits fire and smoke, pulls a long kaili long caravan of fourgons with it, and goes 10 farsakhs an hour." But in order to thoroughly appreciate this travelled and highly enlightened person's narrative, one must have been present in the smoke-permeated room, and by the nickering light of a camel thorn fire have watched the gesticulations of the speaker and the rapt attention of the listeners; must have heard the exclamations of "Mashallah!" escape honestly and involuntarily from the parted lips of wonder-stricken auditors as they endeavor to comprehend how such things could possibly be. And yet there is no doubt that, 5 minutes afterward, the verdict of each listener, to himself, was that the shagird chapar, in describing to them the locomotive, was lying like a pirate or a Persian, and, after all, they couldn't conceive of anything more wonderful than the bicycle and the ability to ride it, and this they had seen with their own eyes. It is the change of the moon, and a most wild-looking evening. The sun sets with a fiery forge glowing about it, and fringing with an angry border the banks of darksome clouds that mingle their weird shapes with the mountain masses to the west. The wind sighs and moans through the archways and menzils of the huge caravanserai, breathing of rain and unsettled weather. These warning signals are not far in advance, for a drenching rain soaks and saturates everything during the night, converting the parallel trails of the pilgrim road into 20 narrow, silvery streaks that glisten like trails of glass ahead, as I wheel among them to meet the newly risen sun. It is a morning of hurrying, scudding clouds and fitful sunshine, but fresh and bracing after the rain. A country of broken hills and undulating road is reached in an hour. The broken hills are covered with blossoming shrubs and green young camel thorn, in which birds are cheerily piping. End of Section 7. Recording by William Tomko. Section 8 of Around the World on a Bicycle, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by William Tomko. Around the World on a Bicycle, Volume 2, by Thomas Stevens, Chapter 4, Part 2, Through Khorasan. 6 farsakhs bring me to Abbasabad, the last of the 4 stations of terror. A lank villager is on the lookout a couple of miles west of the place, the people having been apprised of my coming by some travelers who left Miandasht yesterday evening. Tucking the legs of his pantaloons in his waistband, leaving his legs bare and unencumbered, he follows me at a swinging trot into the village, and pilots me to the caravanserai. The population of the place was found occupying their house stops, and whatever points of vantage they can climb to, awaiting my appearance, their curiosity having been wrought to the highest pitch by their informants' highly exaggerated accounts of what they might expect to see. The prevailing color of the female costume is bright red, and the swarms of these gaily dressed people, congregated on the housetops and mingled promiscuously with the dark gray of the mud walls and domes, makes a picture long to be remembered. And long also to be remembered is the reception awaiting me inside the caravanserai yard. The surging, pushing, struggling, shouting mob, among whom I notice, with some wonderment and speculation, a far larger proportion of blue-eyed people than I have hitherto seen in Persia. Upon inquiry it is learned that Abbasabad is a colony of Georgians, planted and subsidized here by Shah Abbas the Great, as a check on the Turkomans, whose frequent alamans rendered the roads hereabouts well nigh impassable for caravans. These warlike mountaineers were brought from the Caucasus and colonized here, with lands, exemption from taxes, and given an annual subsidy. They were found to be of good service as a check on the Turkomans, but were not much of an improvement upon the Turkomans themselves in many respects. As seen in the caravanserai today, they seem a turbulent, headstrong crowd of people, accustomed to be petted and to do pretty much as they please. At the caravanserai is a traveler who says he hails from the Pishin Valley, and he produces a certificate in English, recommending him as a stonemason. The certificate settles all doubts of his being from India, for were one to meet an Hindustani in the classic shades of purgatory itself, he would immediately produce a certificate recommending him for something or other. As the crowd surge and struggle for some position around me where they can enjoy the exquisite delight of seeing me sip tiny glasses of scalding hot tea, prepared by the enterprising individual who met me 2 miles out, the Pishin Valley man tries to look amused at them, and to rise superior to the situation, as becomes a person to whom a sahib, and whatever wonderful things he may possess, are nothing extraordinary. The crowd seem very loath to let such an extraordinary thing as the bicycle and its rider depart from among them so soon, although at the same time anxious to see me speed along the smooth, straight trails that, fortunately, lead directly from the caravanserai eastward. Scores of the shouting, yelling mob race, barefooted and bare-legged, over the stones and gravel alongside the bicycle, until I can put on a spurt and outdistance them, which I take care to do as soon as practicable, thankful to get away and eat the bread pocketed in disgust at the caravanserai in the peace and quietude of the desert. Beyond Abbasabad my road skirts Mazinan Lake to the north, passing between the slimy mud flats of the lake shore and the ever-present Elburz foothills, and then through several wholly ruined or partially ruined villages to Mazinan, where I arrive about sunset, my wheel yet again a mass of mud, for the Mazinan Lake country is a muddy hole in spring. A drizzling rain ushers in the dusky shades of the evening as I repair to the chaparkhana, a wretched hole in a most dilapidated condition. The Bala is little better than being out of doors. The roof leaks like a colander, the windows are mere unglazed holes in the wall, and the doors are but little better than the windows. It promises to be a cold, draughty, comfortless night, and the prospects for supper look gloomy enough in the light of smoky camel thorn and no samovar to make a cup of tea. Such is the peerless prospect confronting me after a hard day's run, when, soon after dark, a man arrives with a thrice welcome invitation from a Russian officer, who he says is staying at the caravanserai. The officer, he says, has pillau, kebabs, wine, plenty of everything, and would be glad if I would bring my machine and come and accept his hospitality for the night. Under the circumstances, nothing could be more welcome news than this, and picturing to myself a pleasant evening with a genial, hospitable gentleman, I take the bicycle down the slippery and broken mud stairway and follow my guide through drizzling rain and darkness, over ditches and through miry byways to the caravanserai. The officer is found squatting, Asiatic-like, on his menzil floor, his overcoat over his shoulders. He is watching his cook broiling kebabs for his supper. It is a cheery, hopeful prospect, the glowing charcoal fire sparkling in response to the vigorous waving of half a saddle flap, the savory, sizzling kebabs, and the carpeted menzil, in comparison with the dreary tumble-down place I have just left. My first impression of the officer himself, however, is scarcely so favorable as my impression of the picture in which he is set, the picture as just described. A sinister leer characterizes the expression of his face, and what appears like a nod, with an altogether unnecessary amount of condescension in it, characterizes his greeting. Hopping down to the ground, lamp in hand, he examines the bicycle minutely, and then, indirectly addressing the bystanders, he says, "Pooh! This thing was made in Tiflis. There's hundreds of them in Tiflis." Having delivered himself of this lying statement, he hops up on the menzil front again and, without paying the slightest attention to me, resumes his squatting position at the fire, and his occupation of watching the preparations of his cook. Nothing is more evident to me than that he had never before seen a bicycle, and astounded at this conduct on the part of an officer who doubtless thinks himself a civilized being, even though he might not understand anything of our own conception of an officer and a gentleman. I begin looking around for an explanation from the fellow who brought me the invitation, thinking there must be some mistake. The man has disappeared and is nowhere to be found. The chapar jee accompanied us to the caravanserai, and seeing that this man has bolted, and that the Russian officer's intentions toward me are anything but hospitable, he calls the missing man, or the officer, I don't know which, a pedar suktar, son of a burnt father, and suggests returning to the cold comfort of the bala. My own feelings upon realizing that this wretched, unscrupulous Muscovite has craftily designed and executed this plan for no other purpose but to insult and humiliate me, whom he took for granted to be an Englishman, in the eyes of the Persian travelers present, I prefer to pass over and leave to the reader's imagination. After sleeping on it and thinking it over, early next morning I returned to the caravanserai, bent on finding the fellow who brought the invitation, giving him a thrashing, and seeing if the officer would take it up in his behalf. In the morning the Cossack said he had gone away. Whether gone away or hiding somewhere in the caravanserai, he was nowhere to be found, which perhaps was just as well, for the affair might have ended in bloodshed, and in a fight the chances would have been decidedly against myself. This incident, disagreeable though it be to think of, is instructive as showing the possibilities for mean and contemptible action that may lurk beneath the uniform of a Russian officer. Russian officers as a general thing, however, it is but fair to add, would show up precisely the reverse of this fellow, under similar circumstances, being genial and hospitable to a fault. Still, I venture that in no other army in the world, reckoning itself civilized, could be found even one officer capable of displaying just such a spirit as this. The unwelcome music of pattering rain and flowing water in the concert I have to sit and listen to all the forenoon, and a glance outside, is rewarded by the dreariest of prospects. The landscape, as seen from my lone and miserable lookout, consists of gray mud fields and gray mud ruins, wet and slimy with the constant rains. Occasional barley fields mosaic the dreary prospect with bright green patches, but across them all, the mud flats, the ruins, and the barley fields, the driving rain sweeps remorselessly along, and the wind moans dismally. There is only one corner of my room proof against the drippings from the roof, and through the wretched apologies for doors and windows, the driving rain comes in. Everything seems to go wrong in this particular place. I obtain tea and sugar, but there is no samovar, and the chapar jee attempts to make it in an open kettle. The result is sweetened water, lukewarm and smoky. I then send for pomegranates, which turn out to be of a sour, uneatable variety. But worse than all is the dreary consciousness of being hopelessly imprisoned for an uncertain period. It grows gradually colder, and toward noon the rain changes to snow. The cold and the penetrating snow drive me into the shelter of the ill-smelling stables. It blows a perfect hurricane all the afternoon, accompanied by fitful squalls of snow and hail, and the same program continues the greater part of the night. But in the morning I am thankful to discover that the wind has dried the surface sufficiently to enable me to escape from my mud-environed prison and its uncongenial associations. Before getting many miles from Mazinan, I encounter the startling novelty of streams of liquid mud, rolling their thick, yellow flood over the plain in treacly waves, traveling slowly, like waves of molten lava. The mud is only a few inches deep, but the streams overspread a considerable breadth of country, as my road is some miles from where they leave the mountains, and they seem to have no well-defined channels to flow in. A stream of slimy, yellow mud, 200 yards wide, is a most disagreeable obstacle to overcome with a bicycle, but confined in narrow, deep channels, the conditions would be infinitely worse. It is a dreary and forbidding stretch of country hereabout. The carcasses of camels that have dropped exhausted by the roadside are frequently passed, and jackals feasting on them slink off at my approach, watch my progress past with evident impatience, and then return again to their feast. Occasional stretches of very fair wheeling are passed over, and at 6 farsakhs I reach Mehr, the usual combination of brick caravanserai and mud village. Here a halt is made for tea and such rude refreshments as are obtainable, consuming them in the presence of the usual sore-eyed and miserable-looking crowd, more than one poor wretch appealing to me to cure his rapidly failing sight. A gleam of warm sunshine brightens my departure from Mehr, and after shaking off several following horsemen, the going seems quite pleasant, the wheeling being very good indeed. The mountains off to the left are variegated and beautiful on the lower and intermediate slopes, and are crested with snow, scudding cloudlets whose multiform shadows are continuously climbing up and over the mountains, produce a pleasing kaleidoscope effect, and here and there a sunny, glistening peak rises superior to the changeful scenes below. Sheepskin busbied shepherds are tending flocks of very peculiar-looking sheep on this plain, the first of the kind I have noticed. The fatty continuation of the body, popularly regarded as an abnormal growth of tail, is wanting, but what is lacking in this respect is amply compensated for in the pendulous ears. These members hanging almost to the ground, they have a goatish appearance generally, and may possibly be the result of a cross. Herds of antelopes also frequent this locality, which by and by develops into a level mud plain that affords smooth and excellent wheeling, and over which I take the precaution of making the best time possible, conscious that a few minutes' rain would render it impassable for a bicycle, and wild windstorms are even now careering over it, accompanied by spits of snow and momentary squalls of hail. A lone minar, looming up directly ahead like a tall factory chimney, indicates my approach to Subzowar. The minaret is reached by sunset. It turns out to be a lone shrine of some imam, from which it is yet 2 farsakhs to Subzowar. The wheeling from this point, however, is very good, and I roll into Subzowar, or at least up to its gate, for Subzowar is a walled city, shortly after dark. Sharab, native wine, they tell me, is obtainable in the bazaar, but when I inquire the price per bottle, with a view of sending for one, several eager aspirants for the privilege of fetching it shout out different prices, the lowest figure mentioned being 3 times the actual price. Being rather indifferent about the doubtful luxury of drinking wine for the amusement of an eagerly curious crowd, which I know only too well beforehand will be my unhappy portion, I conclude to chagrin and disappointment the whole dishonest crew by doing without. One gets so thoroughly disgusted with the ever present trickery, dishonesty, and prying, unrestrained curiosity of the ragged, sore-eyed, and garrulous crowds that gather about one at every halting place, that a person actually comes to prefer a mere crust of bread in peace by a roadside pool to the best a city bazaar affords. A well-dressed individual makes his salaam and introduces his person upon the scene of my early preparations to depart, on the following morning, and, when I start, takes upon himself the office of conducting me through the labyrinthian bazaar and to the gate of exit beyond. I am wondering somewhat who this individual may be, and wherefore the officiousness of his demeanor to the crowd at our heels. But his mission is soon revealed, for on the way out he pilots me into the courtyard of the Reis, or mayor of the city. The Reis receives me with the glad and courteous greeting of a person desirous of making himself agreeable and of creating a favorable impression. Trays of sweetmeats are produced, and tea is served up in little porcelain cups. As soon as tea and sweetmeats and kalians appear on the board, mollahs and seyuds mysteriously begin to put in an appearance likewise, filing noiselessly in and taking their places near or distant from the Reis according to their respective rank and degree of holiness. My observations everywhere in the land of the lion and the sun all tend to the conclusion that whatever and wherever a samovar of tea begins to sing its cheery and aromatic song, and the soothing hubble bubble of the kalian begins telling its seductive tale of solid comfort and social intercourse, a huge green or white turban is certain to appear on the scene. A robed figure steps out of its slippers at the door, glides noiselessly inside, puts its hand on its stomach, salaams, and drops, as silently as a ghost might, in a squatting attitude among the guests. Hardly has this one taken his position than another one appears at the door and goes through precisely the same program, followed shortly afterward by another, and yet others. These foxy-looking members of the Persian priesthood always seem to me to possess the faculty of scenting these little occasions from afar, and of following their noses to the place with unerring precision. Upon emerging from the shelter of the city and adjacent ruins, I find myself confronted by a furious head wind, against which it is quite impossible to ride, and almost impossible to trundle. During the forenoon I meet on the road a disgraced official, in the person of the Asaf-i-Dowleh, Governor General of Khorasan, returning to Teheran from Meshed, having been recalled at New Year's by the Shah to give an account of himself for oppressing the people, insulting the Prophet, and intriguing with the Russians. The Asaf-i-Dowleh made himself very obnoxious to the priests and people of the Holy City by arresting a criminal within the place of refuge at Imam Riza's tomb, and by an outrageous devotion to his own pecuniary interests at the public expense. Riots occurred, the mob taking possession of the telegraph office and smashing the windows, because they fancied their petition to the Shah was being tampered with. A timely rainstorm dispersed the mob and gave time for the Shah's reply to arrive, promising the Asaf-i-Dowleh's removal and disgrace. The ex-governor is in a carriage drawn by 4 grays, his own women are in gaily gilded taktrowans upholstered with crimson satin, The women of his followers occupy several pairs of kajavehs, and the household goods of the party follow behind in a number of huge Russian forgans or wagons, each drawn by 4 mules abreast. Besides these are a long string of pack camels, mules, and attendants on horseback, forming altogether the most imposing cavalcade I have met on a Persian road. How they manage to get the heavily loaded forgans and the governor's carriage over such places as the pass near Lasgird is something of a mystery, but there may be another route. At any rate, hundreds of villagers would be called out to assist. An opportunity also presents this morning of seeing the amount of obstinacy and perverseness that manages to find lodgment within the unsightly curves and angles of a runaway camel. A riding camel, led by its owner, scares at the bicycle, and, breaking away, leads him a lively chase through a belt of low sand ridges near the road, jolting various packages off his back as he runs. Every time the man gets almost within seizing distance of the rope, the contrary camel starts off again in a long, awkward lope, slowing up again as though maliciously inviting his owner to try it over again when he has covered a couple of hundred yards. These maneuvers are repeated again and again until the chase has extended to perhaps 4 miles, when a party of travelers assist in rounding him up. The man then has to retraverse the whole 4 miles and gather up the things. A late luncheon of bread, warm from the oven, is obtained at the village of Lafaram, where I likewise obtain a peep behind the scenes of everyday village life, and see something of their mode of baking bread. The walled village of Lafaram presents a picture of manure heaps, holes of filthy water, mud hovels, naked, sore-eyed youngsters, unkempt, unwashed, bedraggled females, goats, chickens, and all the unsavory elements that enter into the composition of a wretched, semi-civilized community. With bare, uncombed heads, bare-armed, bare-breasted, and bare-limbed, and with their nakedness scarcely hidden beneath a few coarse rags, some of the women are engaged in making and baking bread, and others in the preparation of tezek from cow manure and chopped straw. In carrying on these 2 occupations the women mingle, chat, and help each other with happy-go-lucky indifference to consequences, and with a breezy unconsciousness of there being anything repulsive about the idea of handling hot cakes with one hand and tezek with the other. The ovens are huge jars partially sunk in the ground. Fire is made inside and the jar heated. Flat cakes of dough are then stuck to the inside of the jar, a few minutes sufficing for the baking. The hand and arm the woman inserts inside the heated jar is wrapped with old rags and frequently dipped in a jar of water standing by to keep it cooled. The bread thus baked tastes very good when fresh, but it requires a stomach rendered unsqueamish by dire necessity to relish it after seeing it baked. The plain beyond Lafaram assumes the character of an acclivity that in 4 farsakhs terminates in a pass through a spur of hills. The adverse wind blows furiously all day and shows no sign of abating as the dusk of evening settles down over the landscape. A wayside caravanserai is reached at the entrance to the pass, and I determine to remain till morning. Here I meet with a piece of good fortune in a small way, in the shape of a leg of wild goat, obtained from a native Nimrod. A thin rod of iron, obtained from the serai jee, serves for a skewer, and I spend the evening in roasting and eating wild goat kabobs, while a youth fans the little charcoal fire for me with the sole of an old geiveh. End of Section 8. Recording by William Tomko. Section 9 of Around the World on a Bicycle, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by William Tomko. Around the World on a Bicycle, Volume 2, by Thomas Stevens, Chapter 5, Part 1, Meshed the Holy. Warning spits of snow accompany my early morning departure from the wayside caravanserai, and it quickly develops into a blinding snowstorm that effectually obscures the country around, although melting as it touches the ground. A mile from the caravanserai the trails fork, and, taking the wrong one, I wander some miles up the mountains ere discovering my mistake. Retracing my way, the right road is finally taken. But the gale increases in violence, the cold is numbing to unprotected hands and ears, and the wind and driving snow difficult to face. At one point the trail leads through a morass, in which are two dead horses, swamped in attempting to cross, and near by lies an abandoned camel, lying in the mud and wearily munching at a heap of kali, cut barley straw, placed before him by his owners before leaving him to his kismet, perchance with the forlorn hope that he might pull through and finally regain his feet. I have a narrow escape from swamping in the treacherous morass myself, sinking knee-deep in the slimy, oozing mud mass, pulling off my geivehs and having no end of trouble in recovering them. Shurab is reached about noon, where the customary crowd and customary rude accommodations await me. Quite an unaccustomed luxury, however, is obtained at shurab, a substance made from grapes called shira, which resembles thin molasses. A communal dish, which I see the chapar jee and his sliagirds prepare for themselves and eat this evening, consists of 1 pint of shira, half that quantity of grease, a handful of chopped onions, and a quart of water. This awful mixture is stewed for a few minutes and then poured over a bowl of broken bread. They then gather around and eat it with their hands. That they also eat it with great gusto goes without saying. Opium smoking appears to be indulged in to a great extent here, 2 out of the 3 chapar men putting in a good portion of their time hitting the seductive pipe and tinkering with their opium smoking apparatus. They only have one outfit between them. Both of them are half blind with ophthalmia, and the bane of their wretched existence seems to be a Russian candle lamp with a broken globe, that persists in falling apart whenever they attempt to use it, which, by the by, is well nigh all the time, in manipulating the opium needle and pipe. Observing them from my rude shakedown, after supper bending persistently over this broken or ever-breaking lamp, their sore eyes and shrunken features, the suzzle of the opium as they suck it into the primer and inhale the fumes, the indescribable odor of the drug pervading the room, all this would seem to be a picture of an ideal Chinese opium den rather than of a chapar khana in Persia. A broken bridge and miles of deep mud not far ahead has been the burthen of information gathered from the villagers during the afternoon, and the chapar jee urges upon me the necessity of employing men and horses to carry me and the bicycle across these obstructions into Nishapur. Preferring to take my chances of getting through, however, I pay no heed to these warnings, well aware that the chapar jee's interest in the matter begins and ends in the fact that he has horses to hire himself. In imitation of my example yesterday, I wander off the proper road again this morning, taking a road that leads to an abandoned ford instead of to the bridge, a mistake that is probably a very good one to have made when viewed from the standpoint of mud, as my road is at least the shorter one of the two. A wild-looking, buzz-bedecked crowd of Khorasani goatherds from a neighboring village follow behind me across the level mud flats leading to the stream, vociferously clamoring for me to ride. They shout persistently, "Hoai, sowar shuk! Tomasha! Tomasha!" even when they see the difficult task I have of it getting the bicycle through the mud. I have singled out a big, sturdy goat herder to assist me across the streams, of which I learn there are 2, a mile or thereabout apart, and his compatriots are accompanying us to see us cross, as well as being impelled by prying curiosity to see how many kerans he gets for his trouble. The first stream is found to be armpit deep, with a fairly strong current. My sturdy Khorasani crosses over first, to try the bottom, feeling his way with a long-handled spade. He then returns and carries the bicycle across on his head, afterward carrying me across astride his shoulders, landing me safely with nothing worse than wet feet. A mile of awful saline mud, and stream number 2 is reached and crossed in a similar manner. Although here I unfortunately cross part way over fairly sitting on the water. The water and the weather are both uncomfortably chilly, and my assistant emerges from the second stream with chattering teeth and goose pimply flesh. A liberal and well-deserved present makes him forget personal discomforts, and, fervently kissing my hand and pressing my palm to his forehead, he tells me there is no more water ahead, and recrossing the stream, he wends his way homeward again. Fortunately, the road improves rapidly, developing beyond the Nishapur Valley into smooth, upland camel trails that afford quite excellent wheeling. The Nishapur Valley impresses me as about the finest area of cultivation seen in Persia, except, perhaps, the Tabriz Plain, and toward Gadamgah the country gets positively beautiful, at least beautiful in comparison. Crystal streamlets come purling and gurgling across the road over pebbly beds, and looking northward for their source, one finds that the usually gray and uninteresting foothills have changed into bright green slopes, on whose cheerful brows are seen an occasional pine or cedar. Overtopping these green, grassy slopes are dark, rugged rocks, and higher still the grim white region of winter. Somewhere behind these emerald foothills, near Gadamgah, are the famous turquoise mines alluded to in the Veiled Prophet of Khorasan. The mines are worked at the present time, but only in a desultory and unenterprising manner. Favored with good roads, I succeed in reaching Gadamgah before dark, where, besides a comfortable and commodious caravanserai and the pleasure of seeing around a number of fine spreading cedars, one can obtain the rare luxury of pine wood to build a fire. Immediately upon my arrival, a knowing and respectable looking old pilgrim, who calls himself a hadji and a dervish from Mazanderan, rescues me from the annoying importunities of the people and invites me to share the accommodation of his menzil. Augmenting his scanty stock of firewood and obtaining eggs and bread, quite a comfortable evening is spent in reclining beside the blazing pine-wood fire, which is itself no trifling luxury in a country of scanty camel-thorn and tezek. Whenever the prying curiosity of the occupants of neighboring menzils impels them to visit our quarters, to stand and stare at me, my friend the hadji waxes indignant, and, waving a stick of firewood threateningly toward them, he pours forth a torrent of withering and sarcastic remarks. Once, in his wrath, he hops lightly off the menzil floor, seizes an individual twice his own size by the kammerbund, jerks him violently forward, bids him stare until he gets ashamed of staring, and then, turning him round, shoves him unceremoniously away again, pursuing him as he retreats to his own quarters, and vengeful shouts of "Yah!" To a few eminently respectable travelers, however, the hadji graciously accords the coveted privilege of squatting around our fire and chatting. Being himself a person who dearly loves the music of his own voice, he holds forth at great length on the subject of himself in particular, dervishes in general, and the province of Mazanderai. Like a good many other people conscious of their own garrulousness, the hadji evidently suspects his auditors of receiving his statements with a good deal of allowance. Consequently, when impressing upon them the circumstance of his hailing from Mazanderan, a fact that he seems to think creditable in some way to himself, he produces from the depths of his capacious saddlebags several dried fish of a variety for which that province is celebrated, and exhibits them in confirmation of his statements. It is genuine wintry weather, and with no bedclothes save a narrow horse blanket borrowed from my impromptu friend, I spent a cold, uncomfortable night, for a caravanserai menzil is but a mere place of shelter after all. The hadji rises early and replenishes the fire. and with his little brass teapot we make and drink a glass of tea together before starting out. At daybreak the hadji goes outside to take a preliminary peep at the weather, and returns with the unwelcome intelligence that it is snowing. "Better snow than rain," I conclude, as I prepare to start, little thinking that I am entering upon the toughest day's experience of the whole journey through Persia. Before covering 3 miles, the snow storm develops into a regular blizzard, a furious driving storm that would do credit to Dakota. Without gloves, and in summer clothes throughout, I quickly find myself in a most unenviable plight. It is no common snow storm. Every few minutes a halt has to be made, hands buffeted and ears rubbed to prevent these members from freezing. Yet foot gear has to be removed and streams waded in the bitter cold. The road leads up into a region of broken hills, and the climax of my discomfort is reached, when the blizzard is raging with ever increasing fury and the cold has already slightly nipped one finger. While attempting to cross a deep, narrow stream without disrobing, it is my unhappy fate to drop the bicycle into the water, and furthermore to front the necessity of instantly plunging in, armpit deep, to its rescue. When I emerge upon the opposite bank my situation is really quite critical. In a few moments my garments are frozen stiff. Everything I have with me is wet. My leathern case, containing the small stock of medicines, matches, writing material, and other small but necessary articles, is full of water, and with hands benumbed I am unable to unstrap it. My only salvation consists in vigorous exercise, and conscious of this, I splurge ahead through the blinding storm and the fast deepening snow, fording several other streams, often emerging dripping from the icy water to struggle through waist-deep snow drifts that are rapidly accumulating under the influence of the driving blast and fast-falling snow. Uncertain of the distance to the next caravanserai, I push determinedly forward in this condition for several hours, making but slow progress. Everything must come to an end, however, and 20 miles from Gadamgah the welcome outlines of a roadside caravanserai become visible through the thickly falling snowflakes, and the din of many jangling camel bells proclaims it already occupied. The caravanserai is found so densely crowded with people, horses, camels, and their loads that it is impossible to at first carry the bicycle inside. Confusion, and more than confusion, reigns supreme. Every menzil is occupied, and the whole interior space is a confused mass of charvadars, stoutly vociferating at one another and at the pack animals lying down, wandering about, or being unloaded. Leaving the bicycle outside in the snow, I clamber over the humpy forms of kneeling camels, through an intricate maze of mules and over barricades of miscellaneous merchandise, and, making a virtue of the dire necessity, invade the menzil of a well-to-do looking traveler. Here, waiving all considerations of whether my presence is acceptable or the reverse, I take a seat beside their fire and forthwith proceed to shed my saturated foot gear. Under ordinary conditions this proceeding would be nothing less than a piece of sublime assurance, but necessity knows no law, and my case is really very urgent. When I explain to the occupants of the menzil that this nolens volens invasion of their premises is but a temporary arrangement, in the flowery language of polite Persian, they tell me that the menzil, the fire, and everything they have is mine. After the inevitable examination of my map, compass, and sundry effects, I begin to fancy my presence something of an embarrassment, and consequently am not a little gratified at hearing the authoritative voice of my friend the hadji shouting loudly at the charvadars, telling them that he is a hadji and a Mazandaran dervish, for whom they cannot clear the way too quickly. Looking round, I see him appear at the caravanserai entrance with a party of pilgrims, in whose company he has journeyed from Gadamgah. The combined excellences that enter into the composition of a person who is both a dervish and an ex-Mecca pilgrim are of great benefit in securing the respect and consideration of the common herd in Persia. And as, in addition to this, our Hadji commands attention by the peculiar tone and volume of his voice when delivering his command, his tall, angular steed is quickly tied up in a snug and sheltered corner, and his saddlebags deposited on the floor of a fellow pilgrim's menzil. Hearing of my arrival, he straightway seeks me out and invites me to share the accommodation of his new found quarters, not forgetting to explain to the people he finds me with, however, that he is a Hadji, a dervish, and that he hails from Mazanderan. I shouldn't be much surprised to see him back up the latter assertion by producing a dried fish from the ample folds of his kammerbund, but these finny witnesses are reserved to perform their role later in the evening. As the gloom of night envelops the interior of the caravanserai, and the scores of little brushwood fires smoke and glimmer and twinkle fitfully, the scene appeals to an observant Occidental as being decidedly unique, and totally unlike anything to be seen outside of Persia. Around each little fire from 4 to a dozen figures are squatting, each group forming a most social gathering. Some are singing, some chatting pleasantly, some quarreling and arguing violently, some are shouting lustily at each other across the whole width of the serai, all are taking turns at smoking the kalian, or sipping tea or preparing supper. Occasionally a fiery wheel glows through the darkness, from which fly myriads of sparks, looking very pretty as it describes rapid circles. This is a little wire cage full of live charcoal that is being swung round and round like a sling to enliven the coals for priming the kalian. In the middle space, crowded with animals and their loads, the horses, being all stallions, are constantly squealing and fighting. Camels are grunting dolefully, donkeys are braying and bells clanging, and grooms and charvadars are shouting and quarreling. Taken all in all, the interior of a crowded caravanserai is a decidedly animated place. The snowstorm subsides during the night, and a clear, frosty morning breaks upon a wintry landscape in which nothing is visible but snow. The Hadji announces his intention of Inshallah Meshed am Rus. Please God, we will reach Meshed to-day, as he covers up the obtrusive tail of a fish emerging from one of the saddlebags and prepares to mount. I give him my packages to carry, by way of lightening my burden as much as possible for the struggle through the snow, and promise him a bottle of arrack upon reaching Meshed, as a reward for thus assisting me through. Arrack is forbidden fruit to a Hadji above all things else, so that nothing I could promise him would likely prove more tempting or acceptable, or be better appreciated. It proves slavish work trundling, tugging, and carrying the bicycle through the deep snow along a half broken trail made by a few horses, and through deep drifts, but the cold, bracing air is favorable for exertion, and by 10 o'clock we reach Sharifabad, where a halt is made to prepare a cup of tea and to give the Hadji's horse a feed of barley. At Sharifabad we are warned that on the hills between here and Meshed snow will be found 2 feet deep. Streams belly deep to the Hadji's horse will have to be forded, and, toward Meshed, mud knee deep. Conscious that the mud will be knee deep the whole distance, after the disappearance of the snow, this makes us only the more eager to push on while we may. The sun has by this time become uncomfortably warm, and the narrow trail is fast becoming a miry pathway of mud and slush under the trampling feet of the animals gone ahead, and of villagers' donkeys returning from the city. Mile after mile is devoted to the unhappy task of trundling the bicycle ahead, rear wheel aloft, through mud and slush varying from ankle deep to worse, occasionally varying the programme by fording a stream. Late in the afternoon we arrive at the summit of the hills overlooking the Meshed plain, and the Hadji points out enthusiastically the golden dome of Imam Biza's sanctuary, the yellow, glistening goal whose famed sanctity has attracted hosts of pilgrims from all quarters of Central Asia for ages past. The hills hereabout are of a rocky character, and pious pilgrims have gathered into little mounds every loose piece of rock, it being customary for each pilgrim to find a stone and add it to one of these piles upon first viewing the bright golden dome of the holy city from this commanding spot. Below the rocky paths of this declivity the snow disappears in favor of slippery mud, and the Hadji's wearied charges slips and slides about, to the imminent danger of its rider's neck, and all the time the slim Turkoman steed trembles visibly in terror of the old Mazanderan dervish's whip and his awful threats. 2 miles down the bed of the stream, crossing and recrossing it a dozen times, often thigh deep, and we emerge upon the gently sloping area of the Meshed plain, with the yellow beacon light of Meshed glowing in the mellow light of the evening sun 6 miles away. The late storm has been chiefly rain in the lower altitude of the plain, and the day's sunshine has partially dried the surface, but leaving it slippery and treacherous here and there. After leaving the bed of the stream, the Hadji becomes anxious about reaching Meshed before dark, and advises me to mount and put on the speed. "Inshallah, Meshed yeksat," he says, and so I mount and bid him follow along behind. By vocal suasion and a liberal application of his cruel, triple-thonged rawhide whip, he urges his well-nigh staggering animal into a canter, lifting his forefeet clear of the ground seemingly by the bridle at every jump. Suspicious as to his lank and angular steed's sure-footedness under the strain, I take the very laudable precaution of keeping as far from him as possible, not caring to get mixed up in a catastrophe that seems inevitable every time the horse, goaded by the stinging stimulus of the whip and the threats, makes another jump. Not more than a mile of the 6 is covered when I have ample reason for congratulating myself on taking this precaution, for the horse stumbles, and, being too far gone to recover himself, comes down on his nose, and the Hadji and Mazanderan dervish is cutting a most ridiculous figure in the mud. His tall lambskin hat flies off and lands in a pool of muddy water some distance ahead. The ponderous saddle bags, which are merely laid on the saddle, shoot forward athwart the horse's neck. The horse's nose roots quite a furrow in the mud, and the horse's owner picks himself up and takes a woeful survey of his own figure. It is needless to say that the survey includes a good deal more real estate than the Hadji cares to claim, even though it be the semi-sacred soil of the Meshed plain. The poor horse is altogether too tired to attempt to recover his legs of his own inclination, but, regarding him as the author of his ignominious misadventure, the Hadji surveys him with a wrathful eye for a moment, mutters a few awful imprecations, imported no doubt from Mazanderan, and then attacks him savagely about the head with the whip. In his wrath and determination to make a lasting impression of each blow given, the Hadji emphasizes each visitation with a very audible grunt, and, to speak correctly, so does the horse. It goes without saying, however, that master and animal grunt from widely different motives, although so far as the mere audible performance is concerned, one grunt might almost be an echo of the other. At length, by adopting a more circumspect pace, we reach the gate of the holy city about sunset without further mishap. The Hadji leads the way through a bewildering labyrinth of narrow streets that consists of an open sewage ditch in the center, at present full of filth, and a narrow footway of rough, broken, and mud-bespattered cobblestones on either side. Of course we are followed through these fearful thoroughfares by a surging and vociferous crowd of people such as a Central Asian city alone can produce, but I can this time happily afford to smile at these usually irritating accompaniments to my arrival in a populous city, for 10 minutes after entering the gate finds me shaking hands with Mr. Gray, the genial telegraphist of the Afghan Boundary Commission. With a well-guarded gate between our cozy quarters and the shouting mob outside, the evening is spent very pleasantly and quietly, in striking comparison with what it would have been had no one been here to afford me a place of refuge. Meshed is the jumping-off place of telegraphy, The electric spider spins his galvanized web no farther in this direction, and the dirge-like music of civilizations, Aeolian harp that, like the roll of England's drum, is heard around the world, approaches the barbarous territory of Afghanistan from two directions, but recoils from entering that fanatical and conservative domain. It approaches from Persia on the one side and from India on the other, but as yet it only approaches. The drum has already been there. It is only a question of time when the Aeolian harp will follow. It is with a lively recollection of Khorasani March weather and the experience of the last few days that, after a warm bath, I array myself in a suit of Mr. Gray's clothing, elevate my slippered feet, Yenghi Donia fashion, on a pile of Turcoman carpets, and, abetted by the cheering presence of a bottle of Shiraz wine, exchange my recent experiences on the road for telegraphic scraps of the latest news. How utterly unsatisfactory and altogether wretched seems even the gilded palace of a Persian provincial governor, the meaningless compliments, the salaaming lackeys, an empty show of courtesy when compared with the cozy quarters, the hearty welcome, the honest ring of an Englishman's voice, and the genuineness of everything. End of Section 9. Recording by William Tomko. Section 10 of Around the World on a Bicycle, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by William Tomko. Around the World on a Bicycle, Volume 2, by Thomas Stevens, Chapter 5, Part 2, Meshed the Holy. Shortly after my arrival, a gentleman with a coal-black complexion, a retreating forehead, and an overshadowing wealth of lip appears at the door bearing a tray of sweetmeats. Making a profound salaam, he steps out of his slipper-like shoes, enters, and places the sweetmeats on the table, smiling a broad, expectant of backsheesh smile the while he explains his mission. "The Sartiep has sent you his salaams and a present of sweetmeats, preparatory to calling round himself," explains mine host. "He is a Persian gentleman, Ali Akbar Khan, at the head of the Meshed telegraph service, and has the rank of general or Sartiep." The Sartiep himself arrives shortly afterward, accompanied by his favorite son, a budding youth of some 8 or 10 summers, of whose beauty he feels very justly proud. The Sartiep's son is one of those remarkably handsome boys met with occasionally in modern Persia, and which so profusely adorn old Persian paintings. With soft girlish features, big, black, lustrous eyes, and an abundance of long hair, they remind one of the beautiful youths of Oriental romance. His fond parent takes him about on his visits, and finds much gratification in the admiring remarks bestowed upon the son. The Sartiep is an ideal Persian official, courteous and complimentary, but never forgetful of Ali Akbar Khan. His full, round figure and sensual Oriental face speak eloquently of mutton pilau and other fattening dishes galore. Sweetmeats, cucumbers, and melons, and deep draughts from pleasure's intoxicating cup have not failed to leave their indelible marks. In this particular the Sartiep is but a casual selected sample of the well-to-do Persian official. Leaving out a few notable exceptions, this brief description of him suffices to describe them all. Following in the train of the Sartiep arrive more servants, bearing dishes of kabobs, herb-seasoned pilau, and various other strange, savory dishes, which Mr. Gray explains are considered great delicacies among the upper-class Persians and are intended as a great compliment to me. Although Mohammedans, and particularly Shiite Mohammedans, are forbidden by their religion to indulge in alcoholic beverages, the average high official in Persia is anything but a sanctimonious individual, and partakes with a keen relish of the forbidden fruit in an open, secret manner. The thin, transparent veil of abstemiousness that the Persian noble wears in deference to the sanctimonious pretensions of the mullahs and seyyids and the public eye at large, is cast aside altogether in the presence of intimate friends, and particularly if that intimate friend is a Ferenghi. Owing to their association in the telegraph service, mine host and the Sartiep are on the most intimate terms. The Sartiep, soon after his arrival, intimates, with a humorous twinkle of the eye, that he feels the need of a little medicine. Mr. Gray, as becomes a good physician who knows well the constitutional requirements of his patient, and who knows what to prescribe without even going through the preliminary act of feeling the pulse, produces a pale green bottle and a tumbler and pours out a full dose of its contents for an adult. The patient swallows it at a gulp, nibbles a piece of sweetmeat, and strokes his stomach in token of approval. "What was the medicine you prescribed, Gray?" "High wines," says the physician, "95 proof alcohol, a bottle that the entomologist of the Boundary Commission happened to leave here a year ago. It was the only thing in the house except wine. The patient pronounces it the best arak he ever tasted. The fierier these fellows can get it, the better they like it." Why, it didn't even make him gasp. "Gasp? Nonsense! You haven't been in Persia as long as I have, yet, or you wouldn't say gasp, even at 95% alcohol." But how polite, how complimentary, these French of Asia are, and how imaginative and fanciful their language! Not having shaved since leaving Teheran, after surveying myself in the glass, I feel called upon, in the interest of fellow wheelmen elsewhere, to explain to our discerning visitors that all bicyclers are not distinguished from their fellow men by a bronzed and stubby phiz and an all around vagrom appearance. The Sartiep strokes his beard and stomach, casts a lingering glance at the above mentioned green glass bottle, smiles, and replies: "Having accomplished so wonderful a journey, you are now prettier with your rough, unshaven face than you ever were before. You can now survey yourself in the looking glass of fame, instead of in a common mirror that reflects all the imperfections of ordinary mortals." Having delivered himself of this compliment, the Sartiep's eye wanders in the direction of the 95% alcohol again, and the next minute is again smacking his lips and complacently stroking his stomach. In the morning, before I am up, a servant arrives from a Mesh-edi notable named Hadji Mahdi, bringing salams from his master and a letter clothed in the fine apparel diplomatique of the Orient. The letter, although in reality nothing more than a request to be allowed to come and see the bicycle, reads in substance as follows: "Salams from Hadji Mahdi. May he be your sacrifice. To Gray Sahib and the illustrious Sahib, who has arrived in holy Meshed from Teheran on the wonderful Asp-i-Awhan, the fame of whose deeds reaches to the ends of the earth. Bismillah. May your shadows never grow less. Your sacrifice's brother, Hadji Mollah Hassan, whose eyes were gladdened by a sight of the Asp-i-Awhan Sahib at Shahrood, and who now sends his salams, telegraphs me, his unworthy brother, that upon the Sahib's arrival in Meshed I should render him any assistance he might need. Inshallah, with your permission, may it not be withheld, your sacrifice will be pleased to call and gladden his eyes with the sight of Gray Sahib and the illustrious Sahib, his guest." As might have been expected, the advent of a Ferenghi on so strange a vehicle as a bicycle, arriving in the sacred city of Imam Eiza's sanctuary, arouses universal curiosity, and not only the Sartiep and Hadji Mahdi, but hundreds of big turbaned Meshedi notables, mollahs, and seyuds are admitted during the day to enjoy the happy privilege of feasting their eyes on the latest proof of the Ferenghi's wonderful marifet. Upon receipt of the telegram at Shahrood, refusing me permission to go through Turkestan, I telegraphed to Mr. Gray, requesting him to obtain leave for me to go to the Boundary Commission camp, and accompany them back to India, or reach India from the camp alone. Mr. Gray kindly forwarded my request to the camp, and now urges me to consider myself his guest until the return courier arrives with the answer. This turns out to mean a stopover of 7 days, and on the second day immense crowds of people assemble in the street, shouting for me to come out and ride the bicycle. The clamor on the streets renders it impossible for them to transact business in the telegraph office, and several times requests are sent in begging me to appease them and stop the uproar by riding to and fro along the street. An outer door separates the compound in which the house is built from the street, and to prevent the rabble from invading the premises, and the possibility of unpleasant consequences, the Governor General stations a guard of 4 soldiers at the door. This precaution works very well so far as the common herd are concerned, but every hour through the day little knots of priestly men in the flowing new garments and spotless turbans representing their new rus purchases, or the lamb's wool cylinder and semi-European garb of the official bribe, coerce or command the guard to let them in. These persistent people generally stand in a respectful attitude just inside the outer gate, and send word in by a servant that a Shahzedah, relative of the Shah, wishes to see the bicycle. After the first Shahzedah has been treated with courtesy and consideration in deference to his royal relative at Teheran, fully 2/3 of those who come after unblushingly proclaim themselves uncles, cousins, or nephews of His Majesty the King of Kings and Ruler of the Universe. The constant worry and annoyance of these people compel us to adopt measures of self-defense, and so, after admitting about 100 uncles, twice that number of nephews, and heaven knows how many cousins, we conclude that blood relations of the Shah are altogether too numerous in Meshed to be of much consequence. Soon after arriving at this conclusion, Mr. Gray's Farrash, an Armenian he brought with him from Ispahan, comes in with a message that another Shahzedah has succeeded in getting past the guard and sends in his salams. "Shahzedah B, expletive deleted, turn him out, put him outside, and tell the guards to let nobody else in without our permission." A moment later the Farrash re-enters with the look of a man scarcely able to control his risibilities, and says the man and his friends are still inside the gate. "Why the devil don't you put them out, as you are told then?" "He says he is the Padishah's stepfather." "Well, what if he is the Padishah's stepfather? It's nothing to be the Shah's stepfather. The Shah probably has 500 stepfathers, to say the least. Turn him out. No, hold hard, let him stay." We conclude that a stepfather to the king, whether genuine or only a counterfeit, is at least something of a relief after the swarms of nephews, cousins, and uncles, and so order him to be shown in. He proves to be a corpulent little man about 60, who advances up the bricked walk toward us, making about 3 extra profound salams to the rod, and smiling in a curious, apprehensive manner, as though not quite assured of his reception. About a dozen long-robed mollahs and seyuds follow with timid hesitancy in his wake. Strange to say, he makes no allusion to his illustrious stepson, the King of Kings at Teheran, and plainly betrays embarrassment when Gray mentions the fact of my having appeared before him on the wheel. We conclude that the Shah's stepfather and the little group of holy men clubbed together and paid the Persian guard about a keran to let them in, and perhaps another half keran to the Armenian Farrash for not summarily turning them out. He tries very hard, however, to make himself agreeable, and when told about the Russians refusing me the road, exclaims artfully, "I was not an enemy of the Russians before I heard this, but now I am their worst enemy. Suppose the Sahib's iron horse was a wheel of fire, what harm would it do their country even then?" Our most distinguished caller to day is Mirza Abbas Khan, C.I.E., a Kandahari gentleman who has been the British political agent at Meshed for many years. He makes a formal call in all the glory of his official garments, a magnificent cashmere coat lined with Russian sable and profusely trimmed with gold braid. A servant leads his gaily caparisoned horse, and another brings up the rear with a richly mounted kalian. Appearances count for something among the people of northeastern Persia, and Abbas Khan draws a sufficiently large salary to enable him to wear gorgeous clothes, and thereby dim the luster of his bitter rival, the political agent of Russia. Abbas Khan is perhaps the handsomest man in Meshed, is in the prime of life, dyes his flowing beard an orthodox red, and possesses most charming manners. In addition to his ample salary, he owns the revenue of a village near Meshed, and seems to be altogether the right man in the right place. Abbas Khan and a friend of his from Herat both agree that the difficulties and dangers of Afghanistan will be likely to prove insurmountable, at the same time promising any assistance they can render me in getting to India, consistent of course with Abbas Khan's duties as British agent. It seems to be a pretty general opinion that Afghanistan will prove a stumbling block in my path. Friends at Teheran telegraph again, advising me to go anywhere rather than risk the dangers to be apprehended in that most lawless and fanatical territory. Nothing can be decided on, however, until the arrival of an answer from the Commission. In the meantime, the days slowly pass away in Meshed. Every day come scores of visitors and invitations to go and ride for the delectation of sundry high officials. Ever present are the crowds in the streets shouting, "Tomasha! Tomasha! Sowar shuk!" and the frequent squabbles at the gate between the guard and the people wanting to come in. Above the din and clamor of the crowd outside there sometimes arise the chanting voices of a party of newly arrived pilgrims making their way joyously through the thronged streets toward the gold-domed sanctuary of Imam Riza, the tomb being situated a couple of hundred yards down the street from our quarters. Sometimes we hear parties of men uttering strange cries, and sounding aloud the praises of Imam Riza, Hussein, Hassan, and other worthies of the Mohammedan world, in response to which are heard the swelling voices of a multitude of people shouting in chorus, "Allah be praised! Allah be praised!" These weird chanters are dervishes, who, with tiger-skin mantles drawn carelessly about them, clubs or battle axes on shoulder, their long unkempt hair dangling down their backs, look wildly grotesque as they parade the streets of the Persian Mecca. Meshed is a strange city for a Ferenghi to live in. Every day are heard the chanting and singing of newly arriving bands of pilgrims, the strange wild utterances of dervishes preaching on the streets, and the shouting responses of their auditors. Conspicuous above everything else in the city, as gold is conspicuous from dross, is the golden dome and gold-tipped minarets of the holy edifice that imparts to the city its sacred character. The gold is in thin plates covering the hemispherical roof like sheets of tin. Like most Eastern things, its appearance is more impressive from a distance than at close quarters. Grains of barley deposited on the roof by pigeons have sprouted and grown in rank bunches between the thin gold plates, many of which are partially loose, imparting to the place an air of neglect and decay. By resting their feet on the dome of this sacred edifice, the pigeons of Meshed have themselves become objects of veneration. Shooting them is strictly prohibited, and a mob would soon be about the ears of anyone venturing to do them harm. The two most important persons in Meshed are the acting Governor General of Khorasan and Mardan Khan, ex-Governor of Sarakhs and hereditary chief of the powerful tribe of Timuris. Of course, the Governor sends his salams, and invites me to come round to the government konak and favor him with an exhibition. Since our refusal to entertain any more of the Shah's relations, we find that the worthy and long-suffering Abbas Khan has been worried almost to the verge of despair by requests from all over the city begging the privilege of seeing me ride. "Knowing that you have been worried in the same way yourselves," says Abbas Kahu, "I have replied to them, 'Is the Sahib a giraffe, and I his keeper? Why then do you come to me? The Sahib has traveled a long way and is stopping here to rest, not to make an exhibition of himself.'" An exception is of course made in favor of the Governor General and the Mardan Khan. The government compound is a large enclosure, and to reach the Governor General's quarters one has to traverse numerous long courtyards connected with one another by long, gloomy passageways of brick, where the tramping of the sentinels and the march of retiring and relieving guards resound through the vaults like an echo of medieval times. There is nothing particularly interesting about the governor's apartments, but Mardan Khan's palace is a revelation of barbaric splendor entirely different from anything hitherto seen in the country. In contradiction to the dazzling, silvery glitter of the mirror work and stuccoed halls of the Teheran palaces, the home of the wealthy Timuri chieftain is distinguished by a striking and lavish display of colored glass, gilt, and tinsel. Mardan Khan is a valued friend of Mirza Abbas Khan and a man of powerful influence. Besides this, he is a pronounced admirer of the Ingilis as against the Urus, and my reception at his palace almost takes the character of an ovation. News of the great tomasha has evidently been widely spread. Crowds of outsiders fill the streets leading to the palace, and inside the large garden are scores of the elite of the city. Mollahs, seyuds, official and private gentlemen. The numerous niches of the walls are occupied by groups of closely veiled females. Trundling through this interesting and expectant crowd was Abbas Khan. Mardan Khan issues forth in flowing gown of richest cashmere shawl material and gold braid, to greet us and to take a preliminary peep at the bicycle, and to lead the way into his gorgeously colored room of state. The scene in this room is an ideal picture of the popular Occidental conception of the gorgeous East. Abbas Khan and Mardan Khan sit cross-legged side by side on a rich Turcoman rug, salaaming and exchanging compliments after the customary flowery and extravagant language of the Persian nobility. The marvelous pattern and costly texture of Abbas Khan's coat, the gold braid, the Russian sable lining, and the black Astrakhan cylinder he wears are precisely matched by the garments of Mardan Khan. 20 or 30 of the most important dignitaries and mollahs of the city are ranged according to their respective rank or degree of holiness around the room. Prominent among them is the chief imam of Meshed, a very important and influential person in the holy city. The chief imam is a slim-built, sharp-looking individual of about 40 summers, with a face pale, refined, and intellectual, hands white and slender as a lady's, and a foot equally shapely and feminine. He wears a monster green turban, takes his turn regularly at the kalian, and passes it on to the next with the easy gracefulness that comes of good breeding, and by his manners and appearance he creates an impression of being a person rather superior to his surroundings. Liveried pages pass around little glasses of tea, kalians, cigarettes, and sweetmeats, as well as tiny bottles of lemon juice and rose water, a few drops of these two last named articles being used by some of the guests to impart a fanciful flavor to their tea. Now and then a new guest arrives, steps out of his shoes in the hallway, salaams, and takes his proper position among the people already here. Everybody sits on the carpet except me, for whom a three-legged camp stool has been thoughtfully provided. Finally, all the guests having arrived, I ride several times around the brick walks, the strange audience of turbaned priests and veiled women showing their great approval in murmuring undertones of "Kaili Koob" and involuntary acclamations of "Mashallah, Mashallah," as they witness with bated breath the strange and incomprehensible scene of a Ferenghi riding a vehicle that will not stand alone. Altogether, the great tomasha at Mardan Khan's is a decided success. Scarcely can this be said, however, of the little tomasha given to the members of Abbas Khan's own family on the way home. Abbas Khan's compound is very small, and the brick walks very rough and broken. Therefore it is hardly surprising to me, though probably somewhat surprising to him, when, in turning a corner, I execute an undignified header into a bunch of busbies. The third day after my arrival in Meshed, I received a telegram from the British Charge d'Affaires at Teheran saying, "You must not attempt to cross the frontier of Afghanistan at any point." 2 days later The expected courier arrives from the Boundary Commission Camp with a letter saying, "It is useless for you to raise the question of coming to the Commission Camp. In the first place, the Afghans would never allow you to come here, and if you should happen to reach here, you would never be able to get away again." These two very encouraging missives from our own people seem at first thought more heartless than even the permission refused of the Russians. It occurs to me that this, "You must not attempt to cross the Afghan frontier," might just as easily have been told me at the legation at Teheran as when I had traveled 600 miles to get to it. But the ways of diplomacy are past the comprehension of ordinary mortals. What, after all, are the ambitions and enterprises of an individual compared to the will and policy of an empire? No matter whether the empire be semi-civilized and despotic, or free and enlightened, the obscure and struggling individual is usually rated 0000. Russia, permission refused. England, paternally must not attempt. Cold, offish language, this for a lone cycler to be confronted with away up here in the northeast corner of Persia, from representatives of the two greatest empires of the world. What is to be done? Mr. Gray, returning from the telegraph office later in the evening, finds me endeavoring to unravel the Gordian knot of the situation through the medium of a brown study. My geographical ruminations have already resulted in a conviction that there is no possible way to unravel it and reach India with a bicycle. My only chance of doing so is to cut it and abide by the consequences. "I have just been communicating with Teheran," says Mr. Gray. "Everybody wants to know what you propose doing." "Tell them I am going down to Beerjand to consult with Heshmet-i-Molk, the Ameer of Seistan, and see if it is possible to get through to Quetta via Beerjand." "Ever hear of Dadur?" queries Mr. Gray. "Ever hear of Dadur, the place of which the Persians tritely say, 'Seeing that there is Dadur, why did Allah then make the infernal regions?' That is somewhere in Beloochistan. You'll find yourself slowly broiling to death on a geographical gridiron if you attempt to reach India down that way." "Never mind. Tell them at Teheran I am going that way anyhow." Having entered upon this decision, I bid my general host farewell on April 7th, and, mounting at the door, depart in the presence of a well-behaved crowd of spectators. In my pocket is a general letter from the Governor General of Khorasan to subordinate officials of the province, ordering them to render me any assistance I may require, and another from a prominent person in Meshed to his friend Heshmet-i-Molk, the Ameer of Kain and Governor of Seistan, a powerful and influential chief with his seat of government in Beerjand. Couched in the sentimental language of the country, one of these letters concludes with the touching remark, "The Sahib, of his own choice, is traveling like a dervish, with no protection but the protection of Allah." It is a fine, bracing morning as I leave the Mecca of Khorassan behind, and the paths leading round outside the walls and moat of the city from gate to gate afford excellent wheeling. The Beerjand trail branches off from the Teheran and Meshed road about a farsakh east of Sharifabad. For this distance I shall be retraversing the road by which I came, and shall be confronted at every turn of my wheel by reminiscences of dried fish, a Mazanderau dervish, and an angular steed. The streams that under the influence of the storm ran thigh deep have now dwindled to mere rivulets, and the narrow, miry trail through the melting snow has become dry and smooth enough to ride wherever the grade permits. The hills are verdant with the green young life of early spring, and are clothed in one of nature's prettiest costumes, a costume of seal brown rocks and green turf studded with a profusion of blue and yellow flowers. Sharifabad is reached early in the afternoon, and the threatening aspect of the changed weather forbids going any farther to day. Shortly after taking up my quarters in the chapar khana, a party of Persian travelers appear upon the scene, and with them a fussy little man in big round spectacles and semi-European clothes. Scarcely have they had time to alight and seek out quarters than the little man makes his appearance at my menzil door in all the glory of a crimson velvet dressing cap and blue slippers, and beaming gladsomely through his moon-like spectacles, he comes forward and without further ceremony shakes hands. Some queer little French professor, geologist, entomologist, or something, wandering about the country in search of scientific knowledge, is the instinctive conclusion I arrive at the moment he appears, and my greeting of "Bonjour, monsieur," is quite as involuntary as the conclusion. "Paruski ni?" he replies, arching his eyebrows and smiling. "Paruski ni Ingilis. Parse namifami? Parse kam-kam." In this brief interchange of words in the vernacular of the country we define at once each other's nationality and linguistic abilities. He is a Russian and can speak a little Persian. It is difficult, however, to believe him anything else than a little French professor, wise above his generation and skin full of occult wisdom in some particular branch of science. But then the big round spectacles, the red dressing cap, and the cerulean leather slippers of themselves impart an air of owlish and preternatural wisdom. 6 times during the afternoon he bounces into my quarters and shakes hands, and 6 times shakes hands and bounces out again. Every time he renews his visit he introduces one or more natives, who take as much interest in the handshaking as they do in the bicycle. Evidently his object in coming round so frequently is to exhibit for the gratification of his own vanity and the curiosity of the Persians this European mode of greeting, and the profound depth of his own knowledge of the subject. Later in the evening the women of the village come round in a body to see the Ferenghi and his iron horse, and the wearer of the spectacles, the red cap, and blue slippers takes upon himself the office of showman for the occasion, pointing out, with a good deal of superficial enthusiasm, the peculiar points of both steed and rider. Particularly is it impressed upon these woefully ignorant fail ones that the bicycle is not a horse but a machine, a thing of iron and not of flesh and blood. The fair ones nod their heads approvingly, but it is painfully apparent that they don't comprehend in the least how, since it is an asp-i-awhan, it can be anything else but a horse, regardless of the material entering into its composition. When supper time arrives, the chapar jee announces his willingness to turn cook and prepare anything I order. Knowing well enough that this seemingly sweeping proposition embraces but 2 or 3 articles, I order him to prepare scrambled eggs, bread, and sheerah. An hour later he brings in the scrambled eggs, swimming in hot molasses and grease. He has stirred the grease and molasses together, and in this outlandish mixture cooked the eggs. Off the main road the country assumes the character of low hills of red clay, across which it would be extremely difficult to take the bicycle in wet weather, but which is now, fortunately, dry. After 3 or 4 farsakhs it develops into a curious region of heterogeneous parts: rocky, precipitous mountains, barren, salt-streaked hills, saline streams, and pretty little green valleys. Here one feels the absence of any plain, well-traveled road, the dim and ill-defined trail being at times very difficult to distinguish from the branch trails leading to some isolated village. The few people one meets already betray a simplicity and a lack of gumption that distinguish them at once from the people frequenting the main road. End of Section 10. Recording by William Tomko. Section 11 of Around the World on a Bicycle, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by William Tomko. Around the World on a Bicycle, Volume 2, by Thomas Stevens. Chapter 6, The Unbeaten Tracks of Khorasan, Part 1. During the afternoon I traverse a rocky canon, crossing and recrossing a clear, cold stream that winds its serpentine course from one precipitous wall to another. Mountain trout are observed disporting in this stream, and big gray lizards scuttle nimbly about among the loose rocks on the bank. The canon gradually dwindles into a less confined passage between two sloping hills of loose rock and boulders, a wild, desolate region through which the road leads gradually upward to a pass. Part way up this gorge is a rude stone tower about 20 feet high, on the summit of which is perched a little mud hut, looking almost as though it might be a sentry box. While yet a couple of hundred yards away, a rough-looking customer emerges from the tower and appears to be awaiting my approach. His head is well nigh hidden beneath a huge Khorasani busby, and he wears the clothes of an irregular soldier. The long, shaggy wool of the sheepskin head-dress dangling over his eyes imparts a very ferocious appearance, and he is armed with the ordinary Perusian sword and one of those antiquated flint-lock muskets that are only to be seen on the deserts of the East or in museums of ancient weapons. Taken all in all, he presents a very ferocious front. He is, in fact, about the most ruffianly-looking specimen I have seen outside of Asiatic Turkey. As I ride up he motions for me to alight, at the same time retreating a few steps toward his humble stronghold, betraying a spirit of apprehension lest, perchance, he might be unwittingly standing in the way of danger. Greeting him with the customary "Salam alaikum," and being similarly greeted in reply, I dismount to ascertain who and what he is. He retreats another step or two in the direction of his strange abode, and eyes the bicycle with evident distrust, edging off to one side as I turn toward him, as though fearful lest it might come whizzing into his sacred person at a moment's notice, like a hungry buzzsaw. In response to my inquiries, he points up toward the pass, and offers to accompany me thither for the small sum of yek-keran, giving me to understand that without his presence it is highly indiscreet to proceed. Little penetration is required to understand that this is one of the little blackmailing schemes peculiar to semi-civilization, and which it is perhaps hardly necessary to explain, comes a trifle too late in the chapter of my Asiatic experiences to influence my movements or to replenish the exchequer of the picturesque and enterprising person desirous of shielding me from imaginary harm. This wily individual is making his living by the novel and ingenious process of trading on the fears and credulity of stray travelers, making them believe the pass is dangerous and charging them a small sum for his services as guard. It is not at all unlikely that he is the present incumbent of an hereditary right to extort blackmail from such travelers along this lonely road as may be prevailed upon without resorting to violence to pay it, and is but humbly following in the footsteps of his worthy sire, and still more worthy grandsire. The pass ahead is neither very steep nor difficult, and the summit once crossed and the first few hundred yards of rough and abrupt declivity overcome, I am able to mount and wheel swiftly down long gradients of smooth, hard gravel for 4 or 5 miles, alighting at the walled village of Assababad, in the presence of its entire population. Some keen-sighted villager has observed afar off the strange apparition gliding swiftly down the open gravel slopes, and the excited population have all rushed out in breathless expectancy to try and make out its character. The villagers of Assababad are simple-hearted people, and both men and women clap their hands like delighted children to have so rare a novelty suddenly appear upon the scene of their usually humdrum and uneventful lives. Quilts are spread for me on the sunny side of the village wall, and they gather eagerly around to feast to the full their unaccustomed eyes. A couple of the men round up a matronly goat and exact from her the tribute of a bowl of milk. Others contribute bread, and the frugal repast is seasoned with the unconcealed delight of my hospitable audience. They are not overly clean in their habits, though, these rude and isolated people, and to keep off prying housewives bent on satisfying their curiosity regarding the texture of my clothing and the comparative whiteness of my skin, I am compelled to adopt the defensive measure of counter curiosity. The signal and instantaneous success of this plan, resulting in the hasty, scrambling retreat of the women, is greeted with boisterous merriment by the entire crowd. I have made up my mind to remain overnight with the hospitable people of Assababad, but at the solicitation of a Persian traveler who comes along, I conclude to accompany him to a building observable in the distance ahead, which he explains is a small but comfortable serai. The good villagers seem very loath to let me go so soon, and one young man kneels down and kisses my dusty geivehs and begs me to take him with me to Hindostan. Strange, unsophisticated people! How simple-hearted, how childlike they seem! The caravanserai is but a couple of miles ahead, but it is situated in the dip of an extensive, basin-like depression between two mountain ranges, and the last half-mile consists of mud and water 18 inches deep. The caravanserai itself stands on a slight elevation, and is found occupied by a couple of families, who make the place their permanent abode and gain a livelihood by supplying food, firewood, and horse-feed to travelers. Upon our arrival, a woman makes her appearance and announces her willingness to cater to our wants. "Noon ass?" "Yes, plenty of bread." "Tok me morje nicef." "Nice, look me morje nice." "Shirah ass?" "Shirah nice." "What have you then besides bread?" For answer the woman points to a few beruffled chickens scratching for grains of barley among a heap of rubbish that has evidently been exploited by them times without number before, and says she can sell us chickens at 1 keran apiece. Seeing the absence of anything else, I order her forthwith to capture one for me, and the Persian gentleman orders another. The woman sets 3 youngsters and a yellow, tailless dog to run down the chickens, and in a few minutes presents herself before us, holding in each hand the plucked and scrawny carcass of a fowl that has had to scratch hard and persistently for its life for heaven knows how many years. One of the chickens is considerably larger than the other, and I tell the Persian gentleman to take his choice, thinking that with himself and his 2 servants he would be glad to accept the larger fowl. On the contrary, however, he fixes his choice on the smaller one. Touched by what appears to be a simple act of unselfishness, I endeavor to persuade him to take the other, pointing out that he has 3 mouths to fill, while I have only 1. My importunities are, however, wasted on so polite and disinterested a person, and so I reluctantly take possession of the bulkier fowl. The Persian servant dissects his master's purchase and stows it away for future use, the 3 making their supper off bread and a mixture of grease, chopped onions, and sheerah from the larder of their saddle bags. The woman readily accepts the offer of an additional half keran for relieving me of the onerous task of cooking my own supper, and takes her departure, promising to cook it as quickly as possible. Happy in the contemplation of a whole chicken for supper, I sit around and chat and drink tea with my disinterested friend for the space of an hour. To a hungry person an hour seems an ominously long period of time in which to cook a chicken, and, becoming impatient, the Persian gentleman's servant volunteers to go inside and investigate. I fancy detecting a shadow of amusement passing over the face of the gentleman, and his servant departs, and when he returns with the intelligence that the chicken won't be tender enough to eat for another hour, his risibilities get the better of his politeness, and he gives way to uncontrollable laughter. Then it is that a gleam of enlightenment steals over my unsuspecting soul and tells me why my guileless fellow traveler so politely and yet so firmly selected the smallest of the fowls. He is a better judge of Persian morges than I. The woman finally turns up, bringing the result of her 2 hours' culinary perseverance in a large pewter bowl. She has cut the chicken up into several pieces, and has been industriously keeping the pot boiling from the beginning. The result of this laudable effort is meat of gutta percha toughness, upon which one's teeth are exercised in vain. But I make a very good supper after all by breaking bread into the broth. I don't know but that the patriarchal ruler of the roost makes at least the richer broth. Thin ice covers the water when I leave this caravanserai in the gray of the morning, and the Persian travellers, who nearly always start before daybreak, have already departed. Stories were heard yesterday evening of streams between here and the southern chain of mountains, deep and difficult to cross, and I pull out fully expecting to have to strip and do some disagreeable work in the water. Considerable mud is encountered, and 3 small streams, not over 3 feet deep, are crossed. But further on I am brought to a stand by a deep, sluggish stream flowing along 10 feet below the level of the ground. Though deep, it is very narrow in places, and might almost be described as a yawning crack in the earth, filled with water to within 10 feet of the top. A little way upstream is a spot fordable for horses, and of course fordable also for a cycler, but the prevailing mud and the chilliness of the morning combine to influence me to try another plan. A happy plan it seems at the moment, a credit to my inventive genius, and spiced with the seductive condiment of novelty. The stream is sufficiently narrow at one place to be overcome with a running jump, but people cannot take running jumps encumbered with a bicycle. The bicycle, however, ran quickly and easily be taken into several parts and then thrown across, the jump made, and the wheel put together again. Packages, pedals, and backbone with rear wheel are tossed successfully across, but the big wheel attached to fork and handlebar, unfortunately, rolls back and disappears with a splash beneath the water. The details of the unhappy task of recovering this all-important piece of property, how I have to call into requisition for the first time the small, strong rope I have carried from Constantinople, how, in the absence of anything in the shape of a stick, in all the unproductive country around, I have to persuade my unwilling and goose-pimpled frame into the water and duck my devoted head beneath the waves several times before succeeding in passing a slip noose over the handle, is too harrowing a tale to tell. It makes me shiver and shrink within myself even as I write. Beyond the stream the road approaches the southern framework of the plain with a barely discernible rise, and dry, hard paths afford fair wheeling. Looking back one can see the white, uneven crest of the Elburz range peeping over the lesser chain of hills crossed over yesterday, showing wondrously sharp and clear in the transparent atmosphere of a more or less desert country. A region of red clay bills and innumerable little streams ends my riding for the present, and the road eventually leads into a cul-de-sac, the source of the little streams and the home of spongy morasses whose deceptive mossy surface may or may not bear one's weight. Bound about the cul-de-sac is a curious jumble of rocks and red clay heights, the strata of the former inclining to the perpendicular and sometimes rising like parallel walls above the earth, reminding one of the Devil's Slide in Weber Canyon, Utah. A stiff pass leads over the brow of the range, and on the summit is perched another little stone tower, but no valiant champion of defenseless wayfarers issues forth to proffer his protection here. Perhaps our acquaintance of yesterday comes down here when he wants a change of air. From the pass the descent is into a picturesque region of huge rocks and splendid streams that come bubbling out from among them, and farther along is a more open space, a few fields of grain, and the little hamlet of Kameh. Stopping here an hour for refreshments, the country again seems rough and hilly, for several miles. The road then descends a rocky slope to the plain, where a few miles ahead can be seen the crenellated walls and suburban orchards and villages of Torbet-i-Haiderie. Remembering my letter from the Governor General to subordinate officials, I permit a uniformed horseman, who seems anxious to make himself useful in the premises, to pilot me into the city, telling him to lead the way to the Mustapha's office. Guiding me through the narrow, crowded streets into the still more crowded bazaar, he descants, from his commanding position in the saddle, to the listening crowd, on the marvelous nature of my steed and the miraculous ability required to ride it as he had seen me riding it outside the walls. Having accomplished his vain purpose of attracting public attention to himself through me, and by his utterances aroused the popular curiosity to an ungovernable pitch, he rides off and leaves me to extricate myself and find the Mustapha as best I can. The ignorant, inconsiderate mob at once commence shouting for me to ride. "Sowar shuk! Sowar shuk! Tomasha! Tomasha!" 1,000 people cry in the stuffy, ill-paved bazaar as they struggle and push and surge about me, giving me barely room to squeeze through them. When it is discovered that I am seeking the Mustafa, there is a great rush of the crowd to reach the municipal compound and gain admittance, lest perchance the gates should be closed after I had entered and a tomasha be given without them seeing. Following along with the crowd, the compound is reached and found to be jammed so tightly with people that the greatest difficulty is experienced in forcing my way through them to the Mustafa's quarters. Nobody seems to take a particle of interest in the matter, save to lend their voices to help swell the volume of the city for me to ride. Nobody in all the tumultuous mob seems capable of the simple reflection that there is no room whatever to ride, not so much as a yard of space unoccupied by human beings. They might with equal propriety be shouting for a fish to swim without providing him with water. The Mustafa is found seated on the raised floor of his open-fronted office, examining, between whiffs of the kalian, papers brought to him by his subordinates, and I hand him my general letter of recommendation. Taking a cursory glance at the contents, he gives a sweep of his chin toward the bicycle, and says, "Sowar shuk, tomasha," pointing out the utter impossibility of complying with his request in a badly paved compound packed to its utmost capacity with people. He looks wearily at the ragged and unruly multitude before him, as though conscious that it would be useless to try and do anything with them, and then, giving some orders to an officer, resumes his official labors. The officer summons a couple of farrashes, and with long willow switches they flog their way through the crowd, opening a narrow, but instantly filled again, passage for me to follow. Outside the compound the officer practically forsakes me and goes over body and soul to the enemy. Filled with the same dense ignorance and overwhelming desire to see the bicycle ridden, he desires also to gain the approbation of the crowd, and so brings all his powers of persuasion to bear against me. Time and again, while traversing with the greatest difficulty the narrow bazaar in the midst of a surging mob, he faces about and makes the same insane request, shouting like a maniac to make his voice audible above the din of 1,000 clamorous appeals to the same purpose. Had I the power to annihilate the whole crazy, maddening multitude with a sweep of the hand, I am afraid they would at this juncture have received but small mercy. The caravanserai is a big, commodious affair, a quadrangular structure of brick surrounding fully an acre of ground, and with a small open space outside. There is plenty of room to satisfy their insane curiosity here without jeopardizing my own neck, and in a fruitless effort to gratify them I essay to ride. My appearance in the saddle is greeted with wild shouts of exultation, and in their eagerness to come closer and see exactly how the bicycle is propelled and prevented from falling over, they close up in front as well as behind, compelling an instant dismount to prevent disagreeable consequences to myself. Howls of disapproval greet this misinterpreted action, and the officer and farrashes commence flogging right and left to clear a space for another trial. This time, while circling about in the small amphitheater, walled around by shouting, grinning human beings, wanton youngsters from the rear shy several stones, and the officer comes near giving me a header by accidentally inserting his willow staff in the front wheel while pointing out to the crowd the action of the pedals and the modus operandi of things in general. The officer evidently regards me as the merest dummy, unable to speak or comprehend a word of the language, or help myself in any way. The result, it is presumed, of some explanation to that effect in the letter, and he stalks about with the proud bearing and self-conscious expression of a showman catering successfully to an appreciative and applauding populace. The accommodation provided at the caravanserai consists of doorless menzils, elevated 3 feet above the ground. A walled partition with an open archway divides the quarters into a room behind and an open porch in front. Conducting me to one of these free for anybody places, which I could just as easily have found and occupied without his assistance, he takes his departure, leaving me to the tender consideration of an overbearing, ragamuffin mob in whom the spirit of wantonness is already aroused. I attempt to appeal to the reason of my obstreperous audience by standing on the menzil front and delivering a harangue in such Persian as I have at command. Sora Shuk nice Tomasha, Caravanserai nice Ra Kub nice, Inshallah Saba, Giri Kub Ra Birjandi, Kali Kub Lomasha Kai Lib Kub Tomasha Saba, is the burden of this harangue. But eloquent though it be in its simplicity, it fails to accomplish the desired end. Their reply to it all takes the form of howls of disapproval, and the importunities to ride become more clamorous than ever. An effort to keep them from taking possession of my quarters by shoving them off the front porch results in my being seized roughly by the throat by one determined assailant and cracked on the head with a stick by another. Ignorant of a Ferengi's mode of attack, the presumptuous individual, with his hand twisted in my neck handkerchief, cocks his head in a semi-sidewise attitude, in splendid position to be dropped like a pole-axed steer by a neat tap on the temple. He wears the green kammerbund of a Sayyid, however, and even under the shadow of the legations in Teheran, it is a very serious and risky thing to strike a descendant of the Prophet. For a lone infidel to do so in the presence of 2,000 Mussulman fanatics, already imbued with the spirit of wantonness, would be little less than deliberate suicide, so a sense of discretion intervenes to spare him the humiliation of being knocked out of time by an unhallowed fist. The stiff United States Army helmet, obtained, it will be remembered, at Fort Sidney, Nebraska, and worn on the road ever since, saves my bump of veneration from actual contact with the stick of No. 2, and finding me making only a passive resistance, the valiant individual in the green kammerbund relaxes both the severity of his scowl and his grip on my neck gear. After this there is no use trying to keep them from invading my quarters, and I deem it advisable to stand closely by the bicycle, humoring their curiosity and getting along with them as peaceably as possible. The crowd present is constantly augmented by new arrivals from without. At least 2,000 people are struggling, pushing, and shouting, some coming forward to invade my menzil, others endeavoring to escape from the crush. While the rowdiest portion of the crowd struggle and push and shout in the foreground of this remarkable scene, little knots of big turbaned mollahs and better class citizens are laying their precious heads together scheming against me in the rear. Now and then a messenger in the semi-military garb of a farrash pushes his way to the front and delivers a message from these worthies, full of lies and deceit. From the top of their shaved and turbaned heads to the soles of their slipshod feet they are filled with a pig-headed determination to accomplish their object of seeing the bicycle ridden. They send me all sorts of messages, from one of but ordinary improbability, saying that the Mustafa is outside and wants me to come out and ride, to one altogether ridiculous in its wild absurdity, promising me a present of 2 tomans. Occasionally a dervish holds aloft the fantastic paraphernalia of his profession, battles his way through the surging human surf, and with his black, ferret-like eyes gleaming with unconscious ferocity through a vision of unkempt hair, thrusts his cocoa-nut alms-receiver under my nose and says, "Huck, ya huck," or "backsheesh," shouting at, gesticulating at, intrigued against, and solicited for alms all at the same time, and with brain-turning persistency, the classic halls of Bedlam would, in contrast, be a reposeful and calm retreat. Driven by my tormentors almost to the desperate resolve of emptying my six-shooter among them, let the result to myself be what it may, the sun of my persecutions has not reached the meridian even yet. The officer who an hour ago inconsiderately left me to my own resources now returns with a large party of friends, bent on seeing the same wonderful sight that has seemingly set the whole city in an uproar. He has been about the place collecting friends and acquaintances for the purpose of treating them to an exhibition of my skill on the wheel. The purpose of the officer's return, with his friends, is readily understood by the crowd, and his arrival is announced by a universal roar of "Sowar Shuk Tomasha," as though not one of this insatiable mob had yet seen me ride. Appearing before the elevated porch of the menzil, he beckons me to "come ahead" in quite an authoritative manner. The peculiar beckoning twist of this presumptuous individual's chin and henna-stained beard, summoning me to come out and perform, reminds me of nothing so much as some tamer of wild animals ordering a trained baboon to spruce himself up and dance for the edification of the circus-going public. Signifying my unwillingness to be thus made a circus of over and over again, the officer beckons even more peremptorily than before, and even makes a feint of coming and fetching me out by force. As may well be believed, the sum of my patience is no longer equal to the strain, and jerking my revolver around from the obscurity of its hiding place at my hip to where it can plainly be seen, and laying a hand menacingly on the butt, I warn him to clear off, in a manner that causes him to wilt and turn pale. He leaves the caravanserai at once in high dudgeon. It has been a most humiliating occasion for him, to fall so ignobly from the very high horse on which he just entered with his bosom friends, but is no more than he rightly deserves. Shortly after this little incident, the part proprietor of Chai Khan, not far from the caravanserai, proposes that I leave my menzil and come with him to his place. Happy in the prospect of any kind of a change that will secure me a little peace, I readily agree to the proposal and at once take my departure. A few stones are thrown, fortunately without doing any damage, ere the Chai Khan is reached, but once inside the situation is materially improved. It soon transpires that the speculative proprietors have conceived the bright idea of utilizing me as an attraction to draw customers to their place of business. 2 men are stationed at the door with clubs, and admittance is only granted to likely-looking people who have money to spend on water pipes and tea. A rival attraction already occupies the field in the person of a Tabriz Turkish luti with a performing rib-nosed mandril and a drum. Now and then, when the crowd with no money to spend becomes too clamorous about the doorway, the luti goes to the assistance of the guards, and giving the mandril the length of his chain, chases the people away. These wandering troubadours and their performing monkeys are common enough all over Persia, and one often meets them on the road or in the villages. But the bicycle is quite a different thing, and the enterprising Tchanjis do a roaring business all the evening with customers pouring in to see it and me. The bicycle, the luti, and the mandril occupy the back part of the large room, where several lamps and farnooses envelop this attractive and drawing combination with a garish and stagey glow, so that they can be seen to advantage by the throngs of eager visitors. My own place, as the lion of the occasion, is happily in the vicinity of the samovar, where liberal-minded customers can treat me to cigarettes and tea. Ridiculous as is my position in the Chai Khan, it is of course infinitely superior in front of comfort and freedom from annoyance to my exposed quarters over at the caravanserai. The luti sings doubtful love songs to the accompaniment of finger strumming on the drum, and the mandril now and then condescends to stand on its head, grunt loudly in response to questions, spin round and round like a dancing dervish, and otherwise give proof of his intelligence and accomplishments. Its long hair is shorn from the lower portion of its body, but its head and shoulders are covered with a wealth of silvery grayish hair that overlaps the nakedness of its body and gives it the grotesque appearance of wearing a tippet. The animal's temper is anything but sweet, necessitating the habitual employment of a muzzle to prevent him from biting. Every 10 or 15 minutes, as regular almost as the movements of Father Time, the mandril's bottled discontent at being made to perform seems to reach the explosive point, and, springing suddenly at his master, he buries his nose viciously among his clothing in a determined effort to chew him up. This spasmodic rage subsides in horrible grunts of disappointment at being unable to use his teeth, and he becomes reasonably tractable again for another 10 minutes. The luti himself is filled with envy and covetousness at the immense drawing powers of the bicycle, and in a burst of confidence wants to know if I am an Ingilis lut, at the same time placing his forefingers together as an intimation that if I am, we ought by all means to form a combination and travel the country together. About 10 o'clock The kanjis make me up quite a comfortable shakedown, and tired out with the tough journey over the mountains and the worrying persecutions of the afternoon, I fall asleep while yet the house is doing a thriving trade. The luti singing, the mandril grunting, kalians bubbling, and people talking all fail to keep me awake. The mental and physical exhaustion that makes this possible does not, however, prevent me from falling asleep with a firm determination to leave Torbet-i-Haiderie and its turbulent population too early in the morning for any more crowds to gather. Accordingly, the morning star has scarcely risen above the horizon ere I turn out, waken one of the kanjis, pocket some bread, and depart. Beyond the streams and villages about Torbet-i-Haiderie, the country develops into a level desert, stretching away southward as far as eye can reach. The trail is firm gravel, the wind is favorable, the morning cool, and the fresh, clear air of the desert exhilarating. Under these favorable conditions I bowl rapidly along, overtaking in a very short time night marching camel riders that left the city last night. Traces of old irrigating ditches and fields in one or two places tell the tale of an attempt to reclaim portions of this desert long ago. But now the camel thorn and kindred hardy shrubs hold undisputed sway on every hand. During the forenoon a small oasis is found among some low, shaly hills that give birth to a little stream, and consequent subsistence to a few families of people. They live together inside a high mud-walled enclosure and cultivate a few small fields of grain. The place is called Kher Abad, and the people mix chopped garlic with their bread before baking it, or sprinkle the dough liberally with garlic seeds. End of Section 11. Recording by William Tomko. Section 12 of Around the World on a Bicycle, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by William Tomko. Around the World on a Bicycle, Volume 2, by Thomas Stevens. Chapter 6, The Unbeaten Tracks of Khorasan, Part 2. About 2 p.m. is reached a much larger oasis containing a couple of villages. Beyond this are diverging trails with no one anywhere near to ask the way. Choosing the one that seems to take the most southerly course, the trail continues hard and ridable for a few more miles, when it becomes lost in a sea of shifting sand. Firmer ground is visible in the distance ahead, and on it are seen the small black tents of a few families of Eliautes. Considerable difficulty is experienced in getting through the sand, but the width is not great, and the dim trail is recovered on the southern side with the assistance of a chance acquaintance. This chance acquaintance is an Eliaute goatherd, whom I unwittingly scared nearly out of his senses, and whose gratitude at finding himself confronting a kindly disposed human being instead of some supernatural agent of destruction is very great indeed. He was slumbering at his post, this gentle guardian of a herd of goats, stretched at full length on the ground. Surveying his unconscious form for a moment, and carried away by the animal-like simplicity of his face, I finally shout "Hoi!" Opening his eyes with a start, and seeing a white helmeted head surveying him over the top of a weird, bristling object, the natural impulse of this simple-hearted child of the desert is to seek safety in flight. Recovering his head, however, upon hearing reassuring words, he adopts the propitiatory course of rushing impulsively forward and kissing my hand. Spending his whole life here on the lonely desert in the constant society of a herd of goats, rarely seeing a stranger or meeting anybody to speak to outside the very limited members of his own tribesmen in yonder tents, he seems to have almost lost the power of conversation. His replies are mere guttural gruntings, as though the ever-present music of bleating goats has had the lamentable effect of neutralizing the naturally superior articulation of a human being and dragging his powers of utterance down almost to the ignoble level of "M'baa." My small stock of Persian words seem also to be altogether lost upon his warped and blunted powers of understanding, and it is only by an elaborate use of pantomime that I finally succeed in making my wants understood. He possesses the simple hospitable instincts of a child of nature's broad solitudes. He leads the way for over a mile to put me on the now scarcely perceptible continuation of the trail, and with a worshipfully anxious face he begs of me to go and stay overnight at the tents. My road leads right past a little cluster of black tents. Several women outside collecting stunted brushwood greet me with the silent, wondering stare of people incapable of any deeper display of emotion than the animals they daily associate with and subsist upon. Half naked children stare at me in a dreamy sort of way from beneath the tents. Even the dogs seem to have lost their canine propensity to resent innovations. The result, no doubt, of the same dreary, uneventful round of existence in which the faculty of resentment has become dwarfed by the general absence of anything new or novel to bark at. The tents of the Eliautes are small and inelegant as compared with the tents of well-to-do Koords, and the physique and general appearance of the Eliautes themselves is vastly inferior to the magnificent fellows that we found loafing about the headquarters of the Koordish sheiks in Asia Minor and Western Persia. The trail I am now following is evidently but little used, requiring the tracking instincts of an Indian almost to keep it in view. It leads due southward across the broad, level wastes of the Goonabad Desert, the surface of which affords most excellent wheeling, even where there is not the faintest indication of a trail. Much of the surface partakes of the character of bare mud flats that afford as smooth a wheeling surface as the alkali flats of the West. The surface is covered all over with crisp sun peelings, the thin, shiny surface of mud, baked and curled upward by the fierce heat of the sun, and which now crackle like myriads of dry twigs beneath the wheel. Occasionally I pass through the thousands of acres of wild tulips, and scattering bands of antelopes are observed feeding in the distance. The bulbous roots of a great many of the tulips have been eaten by herbivorous animals of epicurean tastes. Our fastidious friends, the antelopes, no doubt. The flags are bitten off and laid aside. The tender white interior of the bulb alone is extracted and eaten, the less tender outside layers being left in the whole. It is a glorious ride across the Goonabad Desert, a 10-mile pace being quite possible most of the way. Sometimes the trail is visible and sometimes it is not. With but the vaguest idea of the distance to the next abode of man, or the nature of the country ahead, I bowl along southward, led by the strange infatuation of a pathfinder traversing terra incognita, and rejoicing in the sense of boundless freedom and unrestraint that comes of speeding across open country where nature still holds her primitive sway. Twice I wheel past the ruins of wayside umbars, whose now utterly neglected condition and the well-nigh obliterated trail point out that I am traveling over a route that has for some reason been abandoned. A variation from the otherwise universal level occurs in the shape of a cluster of low, mound-like hills, whose modest proportions are made gorgeous and interesting by flakes of mica that glint and glisten in the sunlight as though the hills might be strewn with precious jewels. The sun is getting pretty low, and no signs of human habitation anywhere about, but the wheeling is excellent, and the termination of the lake-like level is observable in the distance ahead in favor of low hills. Between my present position and the hills the prospect is that of continuous level ground. Imagine my astonishment, then, at shortly finding myself standing on the banks of a stream about 30 yards wide, its yellow waters flowing sluggishly along 20 feet below the surface of the desert. The abrupt nature of its banks, and an evidently unpleasant habit of becoming unfordable after a rain, tell the story of the abandoned trail I have been following. Whether 3 feet deep or 30, the thick, muddy character of its moving water refuses to reveal, as standing on the bank I ruefully survey the situation. No time is to be lost in idle speculation, unless I want to stretch my supperless form on the barren brown bosom of Mother Earth, and dream the dreary visions conjured up by the clamorous demands of unsatisfied nature. For the sun has well nigh sunk below the horizon. Clambering down the almost perpendicular bank, I succeed, after several attempts, in discovering a passage that can be forded, and so, wrapping my clothing, money, revolver, etc., tightly within my rubber coat, I essay to carry the bundle across. All goes well until I reach a point just beyond the middle of the stream, when the bed of the stream breaks through with my weight and lets me down into a watery cavern to which there appears to be no bottom. The bed of the stream at this point seems to be a mere thin shell, beneath which there are other aqueous depths, and fearful lest the undercurrent should carry me beneath the crust and prevent me recovering myself, I loose the bundle and regain the surface without more ado. The rubber covering preserves the clothes from getting much of a wetting, and I swim and wade to the opposite shore with them without much trouble. To get the bicycle over, however, looks a far more serious undertaking, for to break through in this way with a bicycle held aloft would probably result in getting entangled in the wheel and held under the water. It would be equally risky to take that important piece of property apart and cross over with it piece by piece, for the loss of any part would be a serious matter here. Several new places are tried, but this one is the only passage that can be forded. My rope is also too short to be of avail in swimming over and pulling the bicycle across. Finally, after many attempts, I succeed in finding a ford immediately alongside where I had broken through, and after thoroughly testing the strength of the crust by standing and jumping up and down, I conclude to risk carrying the wheel. Owing to the extreme difficulty of following the same line, it is scarcely necessary to remark that every step forward is made with extreme caution, and every foot of the river bed traversed tested as thoroughly as possible, under the circumstances, before fully trusting my weight upon it. Once the crust breaks through again, letting me down several inches, but fortunately the second bottom is here but a matter of inches below the first shell, and I am able to recover myself without dropping the bicycle, and the southern bank is reached without further misadventure. No trail is visible on the crackled surface of the mud flat across the river, as I continue in a general southward course, hoping to find it again ere it becomes too dark. Soon a man riding on a camel is descried some distance off to the right, and, deeming it advisable to seek for information at his hands, I shape my course toward him and give chase, becoming conscious of a strange-looking object careering over the plain in his direction. The man surveys me for a moment from the back of his awkward steed, and then steers his ship of the desert in another direction. The lumbering camel is quickly overtaken, however, and the gallant but apprehensive rider makes a stand and threateningly waves me away. Observing the absence of the familiar long-barreled gun, I persist in my purpose of interviewing him regarding the road, and finally learn from him that the village of Goonabad is 8 miles farther south, and that the trail will be easier followed when I reach the hills. Had he been armed with a gun, there would have been more or less risk in approaching him in the dusky shades of evening on so strange a vehicle of travel, but before I depart he alights from his camel for the characteristic purpose of kissing my hand. A couple of miles brings me to the hills, where my riding abruptly comes to an end. The hills are simply huge waves of sand and dust collected on the shore of the desert and held together by a growth of coarse shrubs. The dim light of the young moon proves insufficient for my purpose of keeping the trail, and the difficulty in trundling through the sand compels me to seek the cold comfort of a night in the desert after all. Goonabad appears to be a sort of general rendezvous for wandering tribes of Eliautes that roam the desert country around with their flocks and herds, the tent population of the place far outnumbering the soil-tilling people of the village itself. A complete change is here observable in both the climate and the people. North of the desert the young barley is in a very backward state, but at Goonabad both wheat and barley are headed out, and the sun strikes uncomfortably hot as soon as it rises above the horizon. It is a curious change in so short a distance. The men affect the long, dangling, turban end of the Afghans, and the women blossom forth in the gayest of colors. The people are refreshingly simple-hearted and honest, as compared with the knowing customers along the Teheran Meshed road. Sandhills, scattering fields and villages, and a bewildering time generally in keeping my course, characterize the experience of the forenoon. The people of one particular village passed through are observed to be all descendants of the Prophet, wearing monster green turbans and green kammerbunds. The women are dressed in white throughout, white socks, white pantalettes, and white shrouds. They move silently about, more like ghostly visitants than human beings. Distinctly different types of people from the majority are sometimes met with: full-bearded, very dark-skinned men, whose bared breasts betray the fact that they are little less hairy than a bison. Beyond the sandhills, the villages, and the cultivation, is a stony plain extending for 16 miles, a gradual upward slant to a range of mountains. At the base of the mountains an area of dark green coloring denotes the presence of fields and orchards and the whereabouts of the important village of Kakh. Beautifully terraced wheat fields and vineyards and peach and pomegranate orchards in full bloom gladden the eyes and present a most striking contrast to the stony plain as the vicinity of Kakh is reached. And another pleasing and conspicuous feature is the dome of a mesjid mosaicked with bright colored tiles. The good people of Kakh are inquisitive even above their fellows, if such can be possible, but they are well behaved and mild mannered with it. After taking the ragged edge off their curiosity by riding up and down the main thoroughfare of the village, the keeper of a mercantile affair locks the bicycle up in his room, and I spend the evening hobnobbing with him and his customers in his little stall-like place of business. Kakh is famous for the production of little seedless raisins like those of Smyrna. Bushels of these are kicking about the place, and our merchant friend becomes filled with the wild idea that I might, perchance, buy the lot. A moment's reflection would convince him that 10 bushels of sickly sweet raisins would be about the last thing he could sell to a person traveling on a bicycle. But his supply of raisins is evidently so outrageously ahead of the demand that his ambition to reduce his stock obscures his better judgment like a cloud, and places him in the position of a drowning man clutching wildly at a straw. Considerable opium is also grown hereabouts, and the people make it into sticks about the size of a carpenter's pencil. Hundreds of these also occupy the merchant's shelves. He seems to have very little that isn't grown in the neighborhood except tea and loaf sugar. Eyots, who were absent in their fields when I arrived, come crowding around the store in the evening, bothering me to ride. The shopkeeper bids them wait till my departure in the morning, telling them I am not a luti, riding simply to let people see. He provides me with a door that fastens inside, and I am soon in the land of dreams. Early in the morning I am awakened by people pounding at the door and shouting, "Atab, Sahib, Atab!" It is the belated ryots of yesterday eve. Thoroughly determined to be on hand and see the start, they are letting me know that it is sunrise. A boisterous mountain stream, tearing along at racing speed over a rocky bed 150 yards wide, provides Kakh with perpetual music, and furnishes travelers going southward with an interesting time getting across. This stream must very frequently become a raging torrent, quite impassable, for although it is little more than knee-deep this morning, the swift water carries down stones as large as a brick, that strike against the ankles and well-nigh knocks one off his feet. Beyond Kakh the trail winds its circuitous way through a mountainous region, following one little stream to its source, climbing over the crest of an intervening ridge, and down the bed of another stream. It is but an indistinct donkey trail at best, and the toilsome mountain climbing reminds me vividly of the worst parts of Asia Minor. Toward nightfall I wander into the village of Nukhab, a small place perched among the hills, inhabited by kindly disposed, hospitable folks. Having seen the unhappy effect of the Governor General's letter of recommendation at Torbet-i Haiderie, the desirous of seeing what effect it might perchance, have on the more simple-hearted people of Nukhab, I present it to the little, old, blue-gowned Khan of the village. Like a very large proportion of his people, the Khan is suffering from chronic ophthalmia, but he peruses the letter by the glimmer of a blaze of camel thorn. The intentions of these people were plainly most hospitable from the beginning, so that it is difficult to determine about the effect of the letter. Willing hands sweep out the quarters assigned for my accommodation, the improvised besoms filling the place with a cloud of dust. The doorway is ruthlessly mutilated to make it large enough to admit the bicycle. Nummuds are spread, and a crackling fire soon fills the room with mingled smoke and light. The people are allowed to circulate freely in and out, to see me, but only the Khan himself and a few of the leading lights of the village are permitted to indulge in the coveted privilege of spending the entire evening in my company. The village is ransacked for eatables to honor their guest, resulting in a bountiful repast of eggs, pillau, mast, and sheerah. Away down here among the mountains and out of the world, these people see nothing more curious than their next-door neighbors from year to year. They take the most ridiculous interest in such small affairs as my notebook and pencil, and everything about me seems to strike them as peculiar. The entire village, as usual, assembles to see me dispose of the eatables so generously provided, and later in the evening there is another highly expectant assembly waiting around, out of curiosity, to see what sort of a figure a Ferenghi cuts at his evening devotions. Poor benighted followers of the false prophet, how little they comprehend us Christians! Suddenly it seems to dawn upon the mind of the simple old Khan that, being a stranger in a strange land, I might, perchance, be a trifle mixed about my bearings, and so he kindly indicates the direction of Mecca. When informed that the Ingilis never prostrate themselves toward Mecca and say Allah il Allah, they evince the greatest astonishment, and then the strange, unnatural impiousness of people who never address themselves to Allah, nor prostrate toward the holy city, impresses their simple minds with something akin to the feeling entertained among certain of ourselves toward extra daredevil characters, and they seem to take a deeper and kindlier interest in me than ever. The disappointment at not seeing what I look like at prayers is more than offset by the additional novelty imparted to my person by the, to them, strange and sensational omission. They seem greatly disappointed to learn that I am going away in the morning. They have plenty of tok me morg, pillau, mast, and sheerah, they say, plenty of everything, and they want me to stay with them always. Revolving the matter over in my mind, I am forcibly struck with the calm, reposeful state of Nukhab society, and what a brilliant field of enterprise for an ambitious person the place would be. Turned Mussulman, joined in wedlock to 3 or 4 sore-eyed village damsels, worshipped as a sort of strange, superior being, hakim and eye-water dispenser, consulted as a walking storehouse of occult philosophy on all occasions, endeavoring to educate the people up to habits of all-round cleanliness, chiding the mothers for allowing the flies to swarm and devour the poor little baby's eyes. All this for tok me morg, pillau, mast, and sheerah, twice or thrice a day. Involuntarily my eye roams over the gladsome countenances of the eligible portion of my female auditors, as though driven by this whimsical flight of fancy to the necessity of at once making a choice. There is only one present with any pretence to comeliness, and embarrassed, no doubt, by the extreme tenderness of the stranger's glance, she shrinks from view behind an aged and ugly person whom I take to be her mother. Everybody stops to see what a Ferenghi looks like on Dushabele, and when I am snugly sandwiched between the quilts provided, they gather about me and peer curiously down into my face. An enterprising youth is on hand at daybreak making a fire, but it is 8 o'clock before I am able to get away. They seem to be mildly scheming among themselves to keep me with them as long as possible. The trail winds and twists about among the mountains, following in the train of a wayward little stream, then leads over a pass and emerges, in the company of another stream, upon a slanting plateau leading down to an extensive plain. Rounding the last spur of the hills, I find myself approaching a crowd numbering at least 100 people. Hats are waved gleefully, voices are lifted up in joyous shouts of welcome, and the whole company give way to demonstrations of delight at my approach. A minute later I find myself surrounded by the familiar faces of the population of Nukhab. My road has followed a roundabout course of 6 or 7 miles, and our enterprising friends have taken a short cut over the hills to intercept me at this point, where they can watch my progress across the open plain. They have brought along the kind old Khan's kalian and tobacco bag, and the wherewithal to make me a parting glass of tea. 8 or 10 miles of fair wheeling across the plain, through the isolated village of Mohammedabad, and the trail loses itself among the rank, dead stalks of the asafoetida plant that here characterizes the vegetation of the broad, level sweep of plain. The day is cloudy, and with no trail visible, my compass has to be brought into requisition. Though oft times finding it useful, it is the first time I have found this article to be really indispensable so far on the tour. The atmosphere of an asafoetida desert is among those things that can better be imagined than described. The aroma of the fetid gum is wafted to and fro, and assails the nostrils in a manner quite the reverse of Araby the Blessed. The plant is a sturdy specimen among the annuals. Its straight, upright stem is but 3 or 4 feet high, but often measuring 4 inches in diameter, and it not infrequently defies the blasts of the Khorasan winter and the upheaving thaws of spring, and preserves its upright position for a year after its death. The thick, dead stems and branching tops of last year's plants are seen by the thousands, sturdily holding their ground among the rank young shoots of the new growth. Mountainous territory is again entered during the afternoon, and shortly after sunset I arrive at a cluster of wretched mud hovels, numbering about 2 dozen. Here my reception is preeminently commercial and businesslike, the people requiring payment in advance for the bread and eggs and rogan provided. A nonsensical custom among the people of southern Khorasan is to offer one's food in turn to everybody present and say "Bismillah" before commencing to eat it yourself. Although a ridiculous piece of humbug, it is generally my custom to fall in with the peculiar ways of the country, and for days past have invariably offered my food to scores of people whom I knew beforehand would not take it. The lack of courtesy at this hamlet in exacting payment in advance would seem naturally to preclude the right to expect the following of courteous customs in return. In this, however, I find myself mistaken, for my omission to say "Bismillah" not only fills these people with astonishment, but excites unfavorable comment. The doorways of the houses here are entirely too small to admit the bicycle, and that much enduring vehicle has to take its chances on the low roof with a score or so inquisitive and meddlesome goats that instantly gather around it, as though revolving in their pugnacious minds some fell scheme of destruction. Outside are several camels tied to their respective pack saddles, which have been taken off and laid on the ground. Before retiring for the night, it occurs to my mind that the total depravity of a goat's appetite bodes ill for the welfare of my saddle, and that, everything considered, the bicycle could perhaps be placed safer on the ground. In addition to regarding the saddle as a particularly toothsome morsel, the goat's venturesome disposition might lead them to clambering about on the spokes and generally mixing things up. So, taking it down, I stand it up against the wall, and place a heap of old pack saddle frames and camel trappings before it as an additional precaution. During the night some of the camels break loose and are heard chasing one another around the house, knocking things over and bellowing furiously. Apprehensive of my wheel, I get up and find it knocked over, but fortunately uninjured. I then take off the saddle and return it to the tender care and consideration of the goats. 4 men and a boy share with me a small, unventilated den, about 10 feet square. One of them is a camel-driving descendant of the Prophet, and sings out "Allah il Allah" several times during the night in his sleep. Another is the patriarch of the village, a person guilty of cheating the undertaker these many years, and who snuffles and catches his breath. The other two men snore horribly, and the boy gives out unmistakable signs of a tendency to follow their worthy example. Altogether it is anything but a restful night. End of Section 12. Recording by William Tomko. Section 13 of Around the World on a Bicycle, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by William Tomko. Around the World on a Bicycle, Volume 2, by Thomas Stevens. Chapter 7, Beerjand and the Frontier of Afghanistan, Part 1. 30 miles over hill and dale, after leaving the little hamlet, and behold, the city of Beerjand appears before me but a mile or thereabouts away. At the foot of the hills I am descending. One's first impression of Beerjand is a sense of disappointment. The city is a jumbled mass of uninteresting mud buildings, ruined and otherwise, all of the same dismal mud-brown hue. Not a tree exists to relieve the eye, nor a solitary green object to break the dreary monotony of the prospect. The impression is that of a place existing under some dread ban of nature that forbids the enlivening presence of a tree, or even the redeeming feature of a bit of greensward. The broad, sandy bed of a stream contains a sluggishly flowing reminder of past spring freshets, but the quickening presence of a stream of water seems thrown away on Beerjand, except as furnishing a place for closely veiled females to come and wash clothes, and for the daily wading and disporting of amphibious youngsters. In any other city, a part of its mission would be the nurturing of vegetation. The Amir, Heshmet-i-Molk, I quickly learn, is living at his summer garden at Ali Abad, 4 farsakhs to the east. Curious to see something of a place so much out of the world and so little known as Beerjand, I determine upon spending the evening and night here and continuing on to Ali Abad next morning. There appears to be absolutely nothing of interest to a casual observer about the city except its population, and they are interesting from their strange, cosmopolitan character, and as being the most unscrupulous and keenest people for money one can well imagine. The city seems a seething nest of hard characters, who buzz around my devoted person like wasps, seemingly restrained only by the fear of retribution from pouncing on my personal effects and depriving me of everything I possess. The harrowing experiences of Torbet-i-Haiderie have taught a useful lesson that stands me in good stead at Beerjand. Ere entering the city proper, I enlist the services of a respectable-looking person to guide the way at once where the pressing needs of hunger can be attended to before the inevitable mob gathers about me and renders impossible this very necessary part of the programme. Having duly fortified myself against the anticipated pressure of circumstances by consuming bread and cheese and sheerah in the semi-seclusion of a suburban bakehouse, my guide conducts me to the caravanserai, receives his backsheesh, and loses himself in the crowd that instantly fills the place. The news of my arrival seems to set the whole city in a furore. Besides the crowds below, the gouged roof of the caravanserai becomes standing room for a mass of human beings, to the imminent danger of breaking it in. So, at least, thinks the caravanserai G, who becomes anxious about it and tries to persuade them to come down, but he might as well attempt to summon down from above the unlistening clouds. Around two sides of the caravanserai compound is a narrow bricked walk, elevated to the level of the menzil floors. At the imminent risk of breaking my neck, I endeavor to appease the clamorous multitude, riding to and fro for the edification of what is probably the wildest looking assembly that could be collected anywhere in the world. Afghans, with tall, conical, gold-threaded headdresses, converted into monster turbans by winding around them yards and yards of white or white and blue cloth, 3 feet of which is left dangling down the back; Beloochees in flowing gowns that were once white; Arabs in the striped mantles and peculiar headdress of their country; dervishes, mollahs, seyuds, and the whole fantastic array of queer-looking people living in Beerjand, traveling through or visiting here to trade. Some of the Afghans wear a turban and kammerbund, all of one piece. After winding the long cotton sheet a number of times about the peaked headdress, it is passed down the back and then ends in a career in the form of a kammerbund about the waist. Fights and tumults occur as the result of the caravanserai jee's attempt to shut the gate and keep them out, and in despair he puts me in a room and locks the door. In less than 5 minutes the door is broken down, and a second attempt to seclude myself results in my being summarily pelted out again with stones through a hole in the roof. A Yezdi traveler, occupying one of the menzils, all of which at Beerjand are provided with doors and locks, now invites me to his quarters. Locking the door and keeping me out of sight, he hopes by making me his guest to assist in getting rid of the crowd. Whatever his object, its consummation is far from being realized. The unappeased curiosity of the crowds of newly arriving people finds expression in noisy shouts and violent hammering on the door, creating a din so infernal that the well-meaning traveler quickly tires of his bargain. Following the instincts of the genuine Oriental, he conjures up the genius of diplomacy to rid himself of his guest and the annoyance occasioned by my presence. "If you go outside and ride around the place once more," he says, "Inshallah, the people will all go home." This is a very transparent proposition, a broad hint covered with the thin varnish of Persian politeness. No sooner am I outside than the door is locked, and the wily Yezdi has accomplished his purpose of ousting me and thereby securing a little peace for himself. No right-thinking person will blame him for turning me out. On the contrary, he deserves much praise for attempting to take me in. I now endeavor to render my position bearable by locking up the bicycle and allowing the populace to concentrate their eager gaze on me, perching myself on the roof in position to grant them a fair view. Swarms of people come flocking up after me, evidently no more able to control their impulse to follow than if they were so many bleating sheep following the tinkling leadership of a bellwether or a goat. The caravanserai jee begs me to come down again, fearing the weight will cause the roof to cave in. Well nigh at my wits' end what to do, I next take up a squatting position in a corner and resign myself to the unhappy fate of being importuned to ride, shouted at in the guttural tones of desert tribesmen, questioned in unknown tongues, solicited for alms and schemed against and worried for this, that, and the other by covetous and evil-minded ruffians. "The Ingilis have kaili pukailai pool" (much money), says one ferocious-looking individual to his companion, and their black eyes glisten and their fingers rub together feverishly as they talk, as if the mere imagination of handling my money were a luxury in itself. "He must have a kaili pool if he is going all the way to Hindostan keeli pool," suggests another, and the covetousness of dozens of keenly interested listeners finds expression in "pool, pool, the Ingilis have kaili pool." One eager ragamuffin brings me half a dozen sour and shriveled oranges, utterly worthless, for which he asks the outrageous sum of 3 kerans. A second villainous-looking specimen worries me continuously to leave the caravanserai and go with him somewhere. I never could make out where. He looks the veriest cutthroat, and, curious to penetrate the secret of his intentions and perchance secure something interesting for my note book, I at length make pretense of according to his wishes. Bystanders at once interfere to prevent him enticing me away, and when he angrily remonstrates, he is hustled unceremoniously out into the street. "He is a bad man," they say, "Nis kub adam." Nothing daunted by the summary ejection of this person, a dervish, with the haggard face and wild, restless eyes of one addicted to bhang, now volunteers to take me under his protection and lead me out of the caravanserai to where? He vouchsafes no explanation where, none, at least that is at all comprehensible to me. Where do these interesting specimens of Beerjand's weird population want to entice me to? Why do they want to entice me anywhere? I conclude to go with the dervish and find out. The crowd enter their remonstrances again, but the dervish wears the garb of holy mendicancy. Violent hands must not be laid on the sacred person of a dervish. Our path is barred at the outer gate of the caravanserai, however, by two men in semi-military uniforms, armed with swords and huge clubs. They chide the dervish for wanting to take me with him, and have evidently been placed at their post by the authorities. Soon a uniformed official comes in and tries to question me. He is a person of very limited intelligence, incapable of understanding and making himself understood through the medium of the small stock of his native tongue at my command. The linguistic abilities of the strange, semi-civilized audience about us comprise Persian, Turkish, Hindostani, and even a certain amount of Russian. Not a soul besides myself knows a single word of English. After queries have been propounded to me in all these tongues, my intellectual interviewer gives me up in despair, and, addressing the crowd about us, cries out in astonishment, "Parsee nice, Turkshi binmus, Hindostani nay, Peruski nicht, mashallah." What language does he speak? "Ingilis, Ingilis, Ingilis," shout at least a dozen more knowing people than himself. "Oh, Ingilis," says the officer, condemning his own lack of comprehension by the tone of his voice. "Aha! Ingilis! Aha!" And he looks over the crowd apologetically for not having thought of so simple a thing before. But having ascertained that I speak English, he now proceeds to treat me to a voluble discourse in simon pure Persian. Seeing that I fail to comprehend the tenor of the officer's remarks, some of the garrulous crowd vouchsafes to explain in Turkish, others in Hindostani, and one in Russian. In the absence of a lunatic asylum to dodge into, I fasten on to the officer and get him to take me out and show me the Ali Abad road, so that I can find the way out early in the morning. Another caravanserai is found located nearer the road leading from the city eastward, and I determine to change my quarters quietly by the light of the moon, leaving the crowd in ignorance of my whereabouts, so that there will be no difficulty in getting through the streets in the morning. Late at night, when the now quieted city is bathed in the soft, mellow light of the moon, and the crenellated mud walls and old ruins and archways cast weird shadows across the silent streets, with a few chosen companions, parties to the secret of the removal, the bicycle is trundled through the narrow, crooked streets and under arched alleyways to the caravanserai on the eastern edge of the city. Seated beneath the shadowy archway of the first caravanserai is a silent figure smoking a kalian. As we open the gate to leave, the figure rises up and thrusts forth an alms receiver, and in a loud voice sings out, "Backsheesh! Backsheesh! Huk ya huk!" It is the same dervish that was turned back with me by the guards at this same gate this afternoon. My much-needed slumbers at my new quarters are rudely disturbed, as a son of Erin might, perhaps, declare under similar circumstances, before they are commenced by the fearful yowling of Beerjand cats. Several of these animals are paying their feline compliments to the moon from different roofs and walls hard by, and their utterances strike my unaccustomed to the Beerjand variety of cat music ears as about the most unearthly sound possible. Fancying the noise is made by women wailing for the dead, from a striking resemblance to the weird night sounds heard, it will be remembered at Bey Bazaar, Asia Minor, Volume 1, I go outside and listen. Many guesses would most assuredly be made by me before guessing cats as the authors of such unearthly music. But cats it is, nevertheless. For, seeing me listening outside by the door, one of the sharers of my rude quarters comes out and removes all doubt by drawing the rude outlines of a cat in the dust with his finger, and by delivering myself of an explanatory meow. The yowl of a Beerjand cat is several degrees more soul harrowing than anything inflicted by midnight prowlers upon the Occidental world, and I learn afterward that they not infrequently keep it up in the daytime. An early start, 16 miles of road without hills or mountains, but embracing the several qualities of good, bad, and indifferent, and at 8 o'clock I dismount in the presence of a little knot of Heshmet e Molk's retainers congregated outside his summer garden, and a goodly share of the population of the adjacent village of Ali Abad. While yet miles away, Ali Abad is easily distinguished as being something out of the ordinary run of Persian villages by the luxuriant foliage of the Ameer's garden. The whole country around is of the same desert like character that distinguishes well nigh all this country, and the dark, leafy grove of trees standing alone on the gray camel thorn plain derives additional beauty and interest from the contrast. The village of Ali Abad, consisting of the merest cluster of low mud hovels and a few stony acres wrested from the desert by means of irrigation, the people ragged, dirty, and uncivilized, looks anything but an appropriate dwelling place for a great chieftain. The summer garden itself is enclosed within a high mud wall, and it is only after passing through the gate and shutting out the rude hovels, the rag bedecked villagers, and the barren desert, that the illusion of unfitness is removed. My letter is taken in to the Ameer, and in a few minutes is answered in a most practical manner by the appearance of men carrying carpets, tent poles, and a round tent of blue and white stripes. Winding its silvery course to the summer garden, from a range of hills several miles distant, is a clear, cold stream, although so narrow as to be easily jumped and nowhere more than knee deep. The presence of trout betrays the fact that it never runs dry. The tent is pitched on the banks of this bright little stream, the entrance but a half dozen paces from its sparkling water, and a couple of guards are stationed near by to keep away intrusive villagers. An abundance of edibles, including sweetmeats, bowls of sherbet and dried apricots, and pears from Fourg, are provided at once. A neatly dressed attendant squats himself down on the shady side of the tent outside, and at ridiculously short intervals brings me in a newly primed kalian and a samovar of tea. Everything possible to contribute to my comfort is attended to and nothing overlooked, and the Ameer furthermore proves himself sensible and considerate above the average of his fellow countrymen by leaving me to rest and refresh myself in the quiet retreat of the tent till 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Reclining on the rich Persian carpet beneath the gaily striped tent, entertained by the babbling gossip of the brook, provided with luxuriant food, and watchful attendants, taking an occasional pull at a jeweled kalian primed with the mild and seductive product of Shiraz, or sipping fragrant tea, it is very difficult to associate my present conditions and surroundings with the harassing experiences of a few hours ago. This marvelous transformation in so short a time, from the madding clamor of an inconsiderate mob to the nerve-soothing murmur of the little stream, from the crowded and filthy caravanserai to the quiet shelter of the luxurious tent, in a word, from purgatory to paradise, what can have brought it about? Surely nothing less than the good genie of Aladdin's lamp. A very agreeable and withal intelligent young man, the incumbent of some office about the Ameer's person, no doubt a mirza, pays me a visit at noon, apparently to supervise the serving up of the more than bountiful repast sent in from his master's table. My attention is at once arrested by the English coat of arms on his sword belt. Both belt and clasp have evidently wandered from the ranks of the British Army. "Pollock, Sahib," he says, in reply to my inquiries. "It is a relic of the Seistan Boundary Commission." About 4 o'clock the same young man and a companion appear with the announcement that the Ameer is ready to receive me. and requests that I bring the bicycle with me into the garden. The stream flows through a low arch beneath the wall and lends itself to the maintenance of an artificial lake that spreads over a large proportion of the enclosed space. The summer garden is a fabrication of green trees and the cool glimmer of shaded water, rather than the flower beds, the turf and shrubbery of the Occidental conception of a garden. The Ameer's quarters consist of an unpretentious one-storied building fronting on the lake. The Ameer himself is found seated on a plain divan at the open-windowed front, toying with a string of amber beads. A dozen or so retainers are standing about in respectful and expectant attitudes, ready at a moment's notice to obey any command he may give or to anticipate his personal wants. He is a stoutly built, rather ponderous sort of individual, with a full, rotund face and a heavy, unintellectual but good-natured expression. One's first impression of him is apt to be less flattering to his head than to his heart. He is a person, however, that improves with acquaintance, and is probably more intelligent than he looks. He seems to be living here in a very plain and unpretentious manner. No gaudy stained glass, no tinsel, no mirror work, no vain gewgaws of any description impart a cheap and garish glitter to the place. No gorgeous apparel bedecks his ample proportions. Clad in the ordinary dress of a well-to-do Persian nobleman, Heshmet-i Molk, happy and contented in the enjoyment of creature comforts and the universal esteem of his people, probably finds his chief pleasure in sitting where we now find him, looking out upon the garden trees and glimmering waters of the garden, smoking his kalian and attending to the affairs of state in a quiet, unostentatious manner. With a refreshing absence of ceremonial, he discusses with me the prospects of my being able to reach India overland. The conversation on his part, however, almost takes the form of trying to persuade me from my purpose altogether, and particularly not to attempt Afghanistan. The Harood is as wide as from here to the other side of the lake yonder, 200 yards, tund (swift) as a swift-running horse, and deep as this house, he informs me. No bridge? No ferry boat? No means of getting across? Aitch, no, replies the Ameer. Pull nice, kishti nice. Can't it be forded with camels? Shutor nice. No village, with people to assist with poles or skins to make a raft? Afghani dasht adam, nomads, no poles. You might perhaps find skins, but the river is tund, skin nice, poles nice, tund. And the Ameer points to a bird hopping about on the garden walk, intimating that the Harood flows as swiftly as the flight of a bird. The result of the conference I have been so anxiously looking forward to is anything but an encouraging picture. A picture of insurmountable obstacles on every hand. The deep sand and burning heat of the dreadful Lut Desert intervenes between me and the Mekran coast. The route through Beloochistan, barely passable with camels and guides and skins of water in the winter, is not only impracticable for anything in the summer, but there is the additional obstacle of the spring floods of the Helmund and the Seistan Lake. The Ameer's description of the Lut Desert and Beloochistan is but a confirmation of my own already arrived at conclusions concerning the utter impracticability of crossing either in the summer and with a bicycle. But the wish gives birth to the thought that perhaps he may not unlikely be indulging in the Persian weakness for exaggeration in his graphic portrayal of the difficulties presented by the Harood. The region between Beerjand and the Harood is on my map a dismal-looking, blankety-blank stretch of country, marked with the ominous title Dashti, which, being interpreted into English, means Desert of Despair. A gleam of hope that things may not be quite so hopeless as pictured is born of the fact that, in dwelling on the difficulties of the situation, the Ameer makes less capital out of this same Desert of Despair than of the Harood, which has to be crossed on its eastern border. As regards interference from the legation of Teheran, thank goodness I am now 300 miles from the nearest telegraph pole. and shall enter Afghanistan at a point so much nearer to Quetta than to the Boundary Commission Camp that the chances seem all in favor of reaching the former place if I only succeed in reaching the Dasht-i na Oomid and the Harood. The result of the foregoing deliberations is a qualified by the absence of any alternative save turning back, determination to point my nose eastward, and follow its leadership toward the British outpost at Quetta. "Kaili Koob," very well, replies the Ameer, as he listens to my determination. "Kaili Koob," and he takes a few vigorous whiffs at his kalian, as though, conscious of the uselessness of arguing the matter any further with a Ferenghi, he were dismissing the ghost of his own opinions in a cloud of smoke. Shortly after sunrise on the following morning a couple of well-mounted horsemen appear at the door of my tent, armed and equipped for the road. Their equipment consists of long guns with resting fork attachment, the prongs of which project above the muzzle like a two-pronged pitchfork, swords, pistols, and the brave but antique display of warlike paraphernalia characteristic of the East. One of them, I am pleased to observe, is the genial young mirza whose snuff-colored roundabout is held in place by the deux et mon droit belt of yesterday. His companion is the ordinary sowar or irregular horseman of the country. They announce themselves as bearers of the Ameer's salams and as my escort to Tabbas, a village 2 marches to the east. A few miles of plain, with a gradual inclination toward the mountains, 10 miles up the course of a mountain stream, up, to where thawing snow banks make the pathway anything but pleasant for my escort's horses, and 10 times worse for a person reduced to the necessity of lugging his horse along, over the summit, and down again, over a fearful trail for a wheelman, or, more correctly, over no trail at all, but scrambling as best one can over rocks, along ledges, often in the water of the stream, and finally reaching the village of Darmian, the end of our first day's march, about 3 P.M. Darmian is situated in a rugged gulch, and the houses, gardens, and orchards ramble all over the place, with little regard to regularity, although some attempt has been made of forming streets. Darmian and Poorg are twin villages, but a short distance apart in this same gulch, and are famous for dried apricots, pears, and dried beetroots, and for the superior quality of its sheerah. Among the absurdities that crop up during the course of an eventful evening at Darmian is the case of a patriarchal villager whose broad and enlightening experience of some 80 years has left him in the possession of a marvelously logical and comprehensive mind. Hearing of the arrival of a Ferenghi with an iron horse, this person's subtle intellect pilots him into the stable of the place we are stopping at and leads him to search curiously therein, with the expectation, we may reasonably presume, of seeing the bicycle complacently munching ka and jow. This is perhaps not so much to be wondered at, when it is reflected that plenty of people hereabout have no conception whatever of a wheeled vehicle, never having seen a vehicle of any description. The good people of Darmian, as is perhaps quite natural in people near the frontier, betray a pardonable pride in comparing Persia with Afghanistan, always to the prodigious disadvantage of the latter. In the course of the usual examination of my effects, they are immensely gratified to learn from my map that Persia is much the larger country of the two. A small corner of India is likewise visible on the map, and, taking it for granted that the map represents India as fully as it does Persia, the Khan, on whom I am unwittingly bestowing the rudiments of a false but patriotic geographical education, turns around and with swelling pride informs the delighted people that Seistan is larger than India, and Iran bigger than all the rest of the world, he taking it for granted that my map of Persia is a map of the whole world. More and more fantastic grow the costumes of the people as one gets farther, so to speak, out of civilization and off the beaten roads. The ends of the turbans here are often seen gathered into a sort of bunch or tuft on the top, The ends are fringed or tipped with gold, and when gathered in this manner create a fanciful crested appearance, impart a sort of cock-a-doodle-doo aspect to the wearer. Among the most interesting of my callers are three boys of 8 to 12 summers, who enter the room chewing leathery chunks of dried beetroot. Although unwashed, unwiped, and otherwise undistinguishable from others of the same age about the place, they are gravely introduced as Khan this, that, and the other respectively, and while they remain in the room, obsequiousness marks the deportment of everybody present except their father, and he regards them with paternal pride. They are sons of the village khan, and as such are regarded superior beings by the common people about them. It looks rather ridiculous to see grown people bearing themselves in a retiring, servile manner in deference to youngsters glaringly ignorant of how to use a pocket handkerchief, and who look as if their chief pastime were chewing dried beetroot and rolling about in the dust. But presently it is revealed that their first visit has been a mere informal call to satisfy the first impulse of youthful curiosity. By and by their fond parent takes them away for half an hour, and then ushers them into my presence again, transformed into gorgeous youths, with nice clean faces and wiped noses. Marshalling themselves gravely opposite where I am sitting, they put their hands solemnly on their youthful stomachs, salaam, and gracefully drop down into a cross-legged position on the carpet. They look like real little chieftains now, both in dress and deportment. Scarlet roundabouts, trimmed with a profusion of gold braid, bedeck their consequential bodies. Red slippers embroidered with gold thread cover their feet, and their snowy turbans end in a gold-flecked tuft of transparent muslin that imparts a bantam-like air of superiority. Their father comes and squats down beside me, and, as we sip tea together, he bestows a fond parental smile upon the three scarlet poppies sitting motionless, with heads slightly bent and eyes downcast before us, and inquires by an eloquent sweep of his chin what I think of them as specimens of simon pure nobility. End of Section 13. Recording by William Tomko. Section 14 of Around the World on a Bicycle, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by William Tomko. Around the World on a Bicycle, Volume 2, by Thomas Stevens. Chapter 7, Beerjand and the Frontier of Afghanistan, Part 2. All through Persia the word ab has heretofore been used for water, but linguistic changes are naturally to be expected near the frontier, and the Darmian people use the term ow. Upon my calling for ab, the Khan's attendant stares blankly in reply, but an animated individual in the front ranks of the crowd about the doors and windows enlightens him and me at the same time by shouting out "Ow! Ow! Ow!" The muezzin, calling the faithful to their evening prayers, likewise utters the summons here at Darmian quite differently from anything of the kind heard elsewhere. The cry is difficult to describe, but without meaning to cast reflections on the worthy muezzin's voice, I may perhaps be permitted to mention that the people are twice admonished, and twice a listening katir (donkey) awakens the echoing voices of the rock-ribbed gulch in vociferous response. The mother-in-law of the mirza lives at Darmian, and, like a dutiful son, he lingers in her society until 9 o'clock next morning. At that hour he turns his horse's footsteps down the bed of the stream, while his comrade guides me for a couple of miles over a most abominable mountain trail, rejoining the river and the dutiful son-in-law at Foorg. Foorg is situated at the extremity of the gulch, and is distinguished by a frowning old castle or fort that occupies the crest of a precipitous hill overtopping the village and commanding a very comprehensive view of the country toward the Afghan frontier. The villages of Darmian and Foorg, looking out upon wild frontier territory, inhabited chiefly by turbulent and lawless tribespeople whose hereditary instincts are diametrically opposed to the sublime ethics of the Decalogue, have no doubt often found the grim stronghold towering so picturesquely above them an extremely convenient thing. The escort points it out, and explains that it belongs to the Padishah at Teheran, and not to his own master, the Amir, a national as distinct from a provincial fortification. The cultivated environs of Foorg present a most discouraging front to a wheelman: walled gardens, rocks, orchards, and ruins, with hundreds of water ditches winding and twisting among them, the water escaping through broken banks and creating new confusion where confusion already reigns supreme. Among this indescribable jumble of mud, water, rocks, ruins, and cultivation, pitched almost at an angle of 45 degrees, the natives climb about bare-legged, impressing one very forcibly as so many human goats, as they scale the walls, clamber over rocks, or wade through mud and water. A willing Foorgian divests himself of everything but his hat, and carries the bicycle across the stream, while I am taken up behind the mirza. As the mirza's iron gray gingerly enters the water, an interesting and instructive spectacle is afforded by 100 or more Foorgians following the shining example of the classic figure carrying the bicycle, for the purpose of being on hand to see me start across the plain toward Tabbas. Some of these good people are wearing turbans the size of a bandbox, others wear enormous sheepskin busbies. A number of tall, angular figures stemming the turbid stream in the elegant costumes of our first parents, but wearing Khorasani busbies or Beerjand turbans, makes a bizarre and striking picture. A gravelly trail, with the gradient slightly in my favor, enables me to create a better impression of a bicycler's capabilities on the mind of the mirza and the sowar than was possible yesterday, by quickly leaving them far in the rear. Some miles are covered when I make a halt of them to overtake me, seeking the welcome shelter of a half-ruined wayside umbar. An Eliaute camp is about a short distance away, and several sun-painted children of the desert are eagerly interviewing the bicycle when my escort comes galloping along. Not seeing me anywhere in view ahead, they had wondered what had become of their wheel-winged charge, and are quite relieved at finding me here hobnobbing with the Eliautes behind the umbar. The mirza's fond mother-in-law has presented him with a quantity of dried pears with half a walnut embedded in each quarter. During a brief halt at the umbar these Darmian delicacies are fished out of his saddlebags and duly pronounced upon, and the genial Eliautes contribute flowing bowls of doke, soured milk prepared in some manner that prevents its spoiling. High noon finds us at our destination for the day, the village of Tabbas, famous in all the country around for a peculiar windmill used in grinding grain. A grist mill, or mills, consists of a row of one-storied mud huts, each of which contains a pair of grindstones. Connecting with the upper stone is a perpendicular shaft of wood which protrudes through the roof and extends 15 feet above it. Cross pieces run through at right angles, and, platted with rushes, transform the shaft into an upright, four-bladed affair that the wind blows around and turns the millstones below. So far this is only a very primitive and clumsy method of harnessing the wind, but connected with it is a very ingenious contrivance that redeems it entirely from the commonplace. A system of mud walls are built about, the same height or a little higher than the shaft, in such a manner as to concentrate and control the wind in the interest of the miller, regardless of which direction it is blowing in. The suction created by the peculiar disposition of the walls whisks the rude wattle sails around in the most lively manner. 40 of these mills are in operation at Tabbas, and to see them all in full swing, making a loud sweeshing sound as they revolve, is a most extraordinary sight. Aside from Tabbas, these novel grist mills are only to be seen in the territory above the Seistan Lake. the doorway of the quarters provided for our accommodation being too small to admit the bicycle, not the slightest hesitation is made about knocking out the threshold. Every male visible about the place seems eagerly desirous of lending a hand in sweeping out the room, spreading nummuds, bringing quilts, tea, kalians, or something. A slight ripple upon the smooth and pleasing surface of the universal inclination to do us honor is the sententious controversy between the mirza and a blatant individual who enters objections about killing a sheep. Whether in the absence of the village khan, the objections are based on an unwillingness to supply the mutton, or because the sheep are miles away on the plain, does not appear, but whatever the objections, the mirza overcomes them, and we get freshly slaughtered mutton for supper. Tea is evidently a luxury not to be lightly regarded at Tabbas. After the leaves have served their customary purpose, they are carefully emptied into a saucer, sprinkled with sugar, and handed around. Each guest takes a pinch of the sweetened leaves and eats it. The modus operandi of manipulating the kalian likewise comes in for a slight modification here. The ordinary Persian method, before handing the water pipe to another, is to lift off the top while taking the last pull, and thus empty the water chamber of smoke. The Tabbasites accomplish the same end by raising the top and blowing down the stem. This mighty difference in the manners of clearing the water chamber of a hubble bubble will no doubt impress the minds of intellectual Occidentals as a remarkably important and valuable piece of information. Not less interesting and remarkable will likewise seem the fact that the flower frescoed proprietors of these queer little Tabbas grist mills are nothing less than the boundary mark between that portion of the water pipe smoking world which blows the remaining smoke out and that portion which inhales it. The Afghan, the Indian, and the Chinaman adopt the former method; the Turk, the Persian, and the Arab the latter. Yet another interesting habit, evidently borrowed from their uncultivated neighbors beyond the Dasht i na oomid, is the execrable practice of chewing snuff. Almost every man carries a supply of coarse snuff in a little sheepskin wallet or dried bladder. At short intervals he rubs a pinch of this villainous stuff all over his teeth and gums, and deposits a second pinch away in his cheek. Abdurrahim Khan, the chief of several small villages on the Tabbas plain, turns up in the evening. He's the mildest mannered, kindliest looking human being I have seen for a long time. He does the agreeable in a manner that leads his guests to think he worships the Inglis people humbly at a distance, and is highly honored in being able to see and entertain one of those very worshipful individuals. Like nearly all Persians, he is ignorant of the Western custom of shaking hands. The sun-browned paw extended to him as he enters is stared at a moment in embarrassment, and then clasped between both his palms. The turban of Abdurrahim Khan is a marvelous evidence of skill in the arranging of that characteristic Eastern headdress. The snowy whiteness of the material, the gracefulness of the folds, and the elegant crest-like termination are not to be described and done justice to by either word or pen. To reply to my inquiries, I am glad to find that Abdurrahim Khan speaks less discouragingly of the Harood than did the Ameer at Ali abad. He says it will be fordable for camels, and there will be no difficulty in finding nomads able to provide me an animal to cross over with. Some cause of delay, incomprehensible to me, appears to interfere with the continuation of my journey in the morning, most of the forenoon being spent in a discussion of the subject between Abdurrahim Khan and the mirza. About noon a messenger arrives from Ali abad, bringing a letter from the Ameer, which seems to clear up the mystery at once. The letter probably contains certain instructions about providing me an escort that were overlooked in the letter brought by the mirza. When about starting, the Khan presents me with a bowl of sweet stuff, a heavy preparation of sugar, grease, and peppermint. A very small portion of this lead-like concoction suffices to drive out all the other considerations in favor of a determination never to touch it again. An attempt to distribute it among the people about us is interpreted by the well-meaning Khan as an impulse of pure generosity on my own part. the result being that he ties the stuff up nicely in a clean handkerchief that an unlucky bystander happens to display at that moment, and bids me carry it with me. An ancient retainer, without any teeth to speak of, and an annoying habit of shouting "Hoi!" at a person, regardless of the fact that one is within hearing of the merest whisper, is detailed to guide me to a few hovels perched among the mountains, 4 farsakhs to the southeast, from which point the journey across the Dasht i na Oomid is to begin, with an escort of 3 sowars who are to join us there later in the evening. A couple of miles over fairly level ground, and then commences again the everlasting hills, up, up, down, clear to our destination for the day. While trundling along over the rough foothills, I am approached by some nomads who are tending goats near by. Seeing them gather about me, my aged but valiant protector comes galloping briskly up and imperatively waves them away. A grandfatherly party, with a hacking cough, a rusty scimitar, and a flintlock musket of ye olden time. I fancied the aged merely a guide to show me the road. As I worry along over the rough, unridable mountains, the irritation of being shouted "Hoi!" at for no apparent reason except for the luxury of hearing the music of his own voice is so annoying that I have about resolved to abandon him to a well-deserved fate in case of attack. But now, instead of leaning on me for protection, he blossoms forth at once as not only the protector of his own person, but of mine as well. As he comes galloping bravely up and dismisses the wild-looking children of the desert with the grandiloquent sweep of his hand, he is almost rewarded by an involuntary "Bravo, old 'un!" from myself, so superior to the occasion does he seem to rise. The little nest of mud huts are found, after a certain amount of hesitation and preliminary going ahead by the aged, and toward nightfall 3 picturesque horsemen ride up and dismount. They are the sowars detailed by the Ameer's orders to Abdurraheim, or some other borderland khan, to escort me across the Desert of Despair. The aged bravely returns to Tabbas in the morning by himself. When on the point of departing, he surveys me wistfully across a few feet of space and shouts "Hoi!" He then regards me with a peculiar and indescribable smile. It is not a very hard smile to interpret, however, and I present him with the customary backsheesh. Pocketing the coins, he shouts "Hoi!" again, and delivers himself of another smile, even more peculiar and indescribable than the other. Persian-like, receiving a present of money only excites his cupidity for more, I think, and so reply by a deprecatory shake of the head. This turns out to be an uncharitable judgment, however, for once. He goes through the pantomime of using a pen and says "Abdurraheim Khan." He saw me write my name, the date of my appearance at Tabbas, etc., on a piece of paper and give it to Abdurraheim Khan, and he wants me to do the same thing for him. The 3 worthies comprising my new escort are most interesting specimens of the genus sowar. The leader and spokesman of the trio says he is a khan, number 2 is a mirza, and number 3 a mudbake. Khans are pretty plentiful hereabouts, and it is nothing surprising to happen across one acting in the humble capacity of a sowar. A mirza gets his title from his ability to write letters. The precise social status of a mudbake is more difficult to here determine, but his proper roosting place is several rungs of the social ladder below either of the others. They are to take me through to the Khan of Guralakuwa, the first Afghan chieftain beyond the desert, and to take back to the Ameer a receipt from him for my safe delivery. It is a far easier task to reckon up their moral caliber than their social. Before being in their delectable company an hour, they reveal that strange mingling of childlike simplicity and total moral depravity that enters into the composition of semi-civilized kleptomaniacs. The Khan is a person of a highly sanguine temperament, and possesses a headstrong disposition. Coupled with his perverted notions of meum and tuum, these qualities will some fine day end in his being brought up with a round turn, and required to part company with his ears or nose, or to be turned adrift on the cold charity of the world, deprived of his hands by the crude and summary justice of Khorasan. His eyes are brown and large, and spherical almost as an owl's eyes, and they bulge out in a manner that exposes most of the white. He wears long hair, curled up after the manner of Persian ladi dadum, and in his crude, uncivilized sphere evidently fancies himself something of a dandy. The mirza is quiet and undemonstrative in his manners, as compared with his social superior, and, as becomes a person gifted with the rare talent of composing and writing letters, his bump of cautiousness is several degrees larger than the khan's, but is nevertheless not large enough to counterbalance the pernicious effect of an inherited and deeply rooted yearning for filthy lucre and a lamentable indifference as to the manner of obtaining it. The mudbake is the oldest man of the three, and consequently should be found setting the others a good example, but instead of this, his frequent glances at my packages are, if anything, more heavily freighted with the molecules of covetousness and an eager longing to overhaul their contents than either the khan's or the mirza's. Pool, 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 Keran, 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 the probable amount in my possession, the amount they expect to receive as backsheesh, and kindred speculations concerning the financial aspect of the situation form almost the sole topic of their conversation. Throwing them off their guard by affecting greater ignorance of their language than I am really guilty of, enables me to size them up pretty thoroughly by their conversation, and thus to adopt a line of policy to counteract the baneful current of their thoughts. Their display of cunning and rascality is ridiculous in the extreme. Fancying themselves deep and unfathomable as the shades of Lucifer himself, they are, in reality, almost as transparent and simple as children. Their cunning is the cunning of the schoolboy. Well aware that the safety of their own precious carcasses depends on their returning to Khorasan with a receipt from the Khan of Chalakua for my safe delivery, there is little reason to fear actual violence from them, and their childish attempts at extortion by other methods will furnish an amusing and instructive study of barbarian character. The hovel in which our queerly assorted company of 8 people sleep, the owners of the shanty, the aged, the khan, the mirza, the mudbake, and myself, is entered by a mere hole in the wall, and the bicycle has to stand outside and take the brunt of a heavy thunderstorm during the night. In this respect, however, it is an object of envy rather than otherwise, for myriads of fleas, larger than I would care to say, for fear of being accused of exaggeration, hold high level on our devoted carcasses all the livelong night. From the swarms of these frisky insects that disport and kick their heels together in riotous revelry on and about my own person, I fancy, forsooth, they have discovered in me something to be made the most of, as a variety of food seldom coming within their province. But the complaining moans of Ali Akbar from the aged, the guttural grunts of disapproval from the mirza and the mudbake, and the impatient growls of kek (flea) from the khan, tell of their being at least partial companions in misery; but being thicker skinned, and withal well seasoned to this sort of thing, their sufferings are less than mine. The rain has cleared up, but the weather looks unsettled, as about 8 o'clock next morning our little party starts eastward under the guidance of a villager whom I have employed to guide us out of the immediate range of mountains, the sowars betraying a general ignorance of the commencement of the route. My escort are a great improvement as regards their arms and equipments upon the aged. Among the 3 are 2 percussion double-barreled shotguns, a percussion musket, 6 horse pistols of various degrees of serviceableness, swords, daggers, ornamental goat's paunch powder pouches, peculiar pendant brass rings containing spring nippers for carrying and affixing caps, leathern water bottles, together with various odds and ends of warlike accoutrement distributed about their persons or their saddles. "Inshallah galakua, galakua," exclaims the Khan, as he swings himself into the saddle. "Inshallah Allah," is the response of the mirza and the mudbake, as they carelessly follow his example, and the march across Dasht i Oomid begins. The ryot leads the way afoot, following along the partially empty beds of mountain torrents, through patches of rank camel thorn, over boulder strewn areas and drifts of sand, sometimes following along the merest suggestion of a trail, but quite as frequently following no trail at all. At certain intervals occurs a piece of good ridable ground. Our villager guide then looks back over his shoulder and bounds ahead with a swinging trot, eager to enjoy the spectacle of the bicycle spinning along at his heels. The escort bring up the rear in a leisurely manner, absorbed in the discussion of pool. Several miles are covered in this manner, when we emerge upon a more open country, and after consulting at some length with the villager, the Khan declares himself capable of finding the way without further assistance. It is a strange, wild country, where we part from our local guide. It looks as though it might be the battle ground of the elements. A trail, that is only here and there to be made out, follows a southeasterly course down a ventureless tract of country, strewn with rocks and boulders, and furrowed by the rushing waters of torrents now dried up. Jagged rocks and boulders are here mingled in indescribable confusion on a surface of unproductive clay and smaller stones. On the east stretches a waste of low, stony hills, and on the west the mountains we have recently emerged from rise 2,000 feet above us in an almost unbroken wall of precipitous rock. By and by the Khan separates himself from the party and gallops away out of sight to the left, his declared mission being to purchase gushti (mutton) from a camp of nomads whose whereabouts he claims to know. As the commissaire of the party, I have, of course, entrusted him with a sufficient quantity of money to meet our expenses, and the mirza and the mudbake no sooner find themselves alone than another excellent trait of their character comes to the surface. Upon comparing their thoughts, they find themselves wonderfully unanimous in their suspicion as to the honesty of the Khan's intentions toward, not me, but themselves. These worthy individuals are troubled about the Khan's independent conduct in going off alone to spend money where they cannot witness the transaction. They are sorely troubled as to probable sharp practice on the part of their social superior in the division of the spoils. The spoils, shades of Croesus! The whole transaction is but an affair of battered kermis, intrinsically not worth a moment's consideration, but it serves its purpose of affording an interesting insight into the character of my escort. The poor mirza and the mudbake are, no doubt, fully justified in entertaining the worst opinions possible of the Khan. He is a sad scoundrel, on a small scale, to say the least. While they are growling out to each other their grievances and apprehensions, that artful schemer is riding his poor horse miles and miles over the stony hills to the camping ground of some hospitable Eliaute chieftain, from whom he can obtain gusht-i gufsani for nothing, and come back and say he bought it. Several miles are slowly traveled by us three, when, no sign of the Khan appearing, we decide upon a halt until he rejoins us. In an hour or so the bizarre figure of the absentee is observed approaching us from over the hills, and before many minutes he is welcomed by a simultaneous query of "Chand pool" (how much money) from his keenly suspicious comrades, delivered in a ludicrously sarcastic tone of voice. "Du Tseran," promptly replies the Khan, making a most hopeless effort to conceal his very palpable guilt beneath a transparent assumption of innocence. The mirza and the mudbake make no false pretense of taking him at his word, but openly accuse him of deceiving them. The Khan maintains his innocence with vehement language and takes refuge in the counter accusations. The wordy warfare goes merrily on for some minutes as earnestly as if they were quarreling over their own honest money instead of over mine. The joint query of "Chand pool" gathers an additional load of irony from the fact that they didn't seem to think it worth while to even ask him what he had bought. Across the pommel of his saddle he carries a young kid, which is now handed to the mudbake to be tethered to a shrub. He then dismounts and produces 3 or 4 pounds of cold goat meat. Before proceeding again on our way, we consume this cold meat, together with bread brought from last night's rendezvous. By reason of his social inferiority, the mudbake is now required to assume the burden of carrying the youthful goat. He takes the poor kid by the scruff of the neck and flings it roughly across his saddle, in a manner that causes the gleeful spirits of the khan to find vent in a peal of laughter. Even the usually imperturbable countenance of the mirza lightens up a little, as though infected by the khan's overflowing merriment and the mudbake's rough handling of the young goat. They know each other thoroughly as orchard looting, truant playing, teacher deceiving schoolboys. These 3 hopeful aspirants to the favor of Allah, they are an amusing trio, and not a little instructive. End of Section 14. Recorded by William Tomko.
Section number 15 of Around the World on a Bicycle, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Natalie Gray. Around the World on a Bicycle, Volume 2, by Thomas Stevens. Chapter 8, Part 1, Across the Desert of Despair. For some hours, we are traversing a singularly wild-looking country. It seems as though the odds and ends of all creation were tossed indiscriminately together. Rocky cliffs, sloping hills, riverbeds dry save from last night's thunderstorm, bits of sandy desert, strips of alkaline flat or hard gravel, have been gathered up from various parts of the earth and tossed carelessly in a heap here. It is an odd corner in which the chips, the sweepings and trimmings gathered up after the terrestrial globe was finished, were apparently brought and dumped. There's even a little bit of pasture and at one point a little area of arable land. Here are found 4 half-naked representatives of this strange wild borderland, living beneath one rude goat-hair tent, watching over a few grazing goats and several acres of growing grain. We arrive at this remarkable little community shortly after noon, and halt a couple of hours to rest and feed the horses, and to kill and cook the unhappy kid slung across the mudbake's saddle. The poor little creature doesn't require very much killing. All the way from where it was given into his tender charge, its infantile bleatings have seemed to grate harshly on the mudbake's unsympathetic ear, and he has handled it anywise but tenderly. The 4 men found here are Persian Eliautes, a numerous tribe that seem to form a sort of connecting link between the genuine nomads and the tillers of the soil. They are frequently found combining the occupations of both, and might aptly be classed as semi-nomads. Pitching their tents beside some outlying, isolated piece of cultivable ground in the spring, they sow it with wheat or barley, and 3 months later they reap a supply of grain to carry away with them when they remove their flocks to winter pasturage. An iron kettle is borrowed to stew the kid in, and when cooked a portion is stowed away to carry with us. The Eliaute quartet contribute bowls of mast and doke, and off this and the remainder of the stewed kid we all make a hearty meal. More than once of late have I been impressed by the striking, even startling resemblance of some person among the people of southern Khorasan to the familiar face of some acquaintance at home, and strange as it is but true, that one of these 4 Eliautes blossoms forth upon my astonished vision as the veritable double of one of America's most prominent knights of the pen and wheel. The gentleman, himself an enthusiastic tourist, and to use his own expression, fond of walking large, has taken considerable interest in my tour of the world. Can it be, I think, upon first confronting this extraordinary reproduction, can it be that Karl Kron's enthusiasm has caused him to start from the Pacific coast of China on his wheel to try and beat my time in circumcycling the globe? And, after getting as far as this strange terrestrial chip pile, he has been so unfortunately susceptible as to fall in love with some slender-limbed daughter of the desert? Has he been captivated by a pair of big, ophthalmia-proof black eyes, a coy sideways glance, or a graceful, jaunty style of shouldering a half-tanned goatskin of doke? The very first question the nomad asks of the Khan, however, removes all suspicions of his being the author and publisher of XMM. He asks if I am a Ferengi and whither I am going. Kron would have asked me for tabulated statistics of my tour through Persia. A couple of hours' rest in the Eliaute camp, and we bid adieu to this queer little oasis of human life within the barbarous boundary line of the Dasht-i Naoumid, and proceed on our way. One of the Eliautes accompanies us some little distance to guide us through a belt of badly broken country immediately surrounding their camp. The country continues to be a regular jumble of odds and ends of physical geography all the afternoon, and several times the horses of the sowars, without preliminary warning, break through the thin upper crust of some treacherous boggy spot and sink suddenly to their bellies. During the afternoon the Mirza is pitched headlong over his horse's head once, and the Khan and the mudbake twice. In one tumble the Khan's loosely sheathed sword slips from its scabbard, and he well nigh falls a victim to the accident a la King Saul. While traversing this treacherous belt of territory, I make the sowars lead the way, and perform the office of pathfinder for myself and wheel. Whenever one of them gets stuck in boggy ground, and his horse flounders wildly about, to the imminent risk of unseating its rider, his two hopeful comrades bubble over with merriment at his expense, his own sincere exclamations of Allah being unanswered by unsympathetic jeers and sarcastic remarks. A few minutes later, perchance one of the hilarious twain finds himself unexpectedly in the same predicament. It then becomes his turn to look scared and importune Allah for protection, and also his turn to be the target for the wild hilarity of the others. And so this lively and eventful afternoon passes away, and about 5 o'clock we round the base of a conglomerate hill that has been shutting out the prospect ahead, cross a small spring freshet, and emerge upon an extensive gravelly plain stretching away eastward to the horizon. It is the central plain of the Dasht-i Naoumid, the heart of the desert, of which the wild, heterogeneous territory traversed since morning forms the setting. So far as the utility of the bicycle and the horses is concerned, the change is decidedly for the better, even more so for the former than for the latter. The gravelly plain presents very good wheeling surface, and I forge ahead of my escort, following a trail so faint that it is barely distinguishable from the general surface. Shortly after leaving the mountainous country, the three sowars hip their horses into a smart canter to overtake the bicycle. As they come clattering up, the Khan shouts loudly for me to stop, and the Mirza and mudbake supplement his vocal exertions by gesticulating to the same purpose. Dismounting and allowing them to approach in reply to my query of "Chimikoi," the Khan's knavish countenance becomes overspread with a ridiculously thin and transparent assumption of seriousness and importance, and pointing to an imaginary boundary line at his horse's feet, he says, "Brah, brother, Afghanistan. Kailikub, Afghanistan, Injakub, Hub, Savari." Very good, I understand. We are entering Afghanistan. All right, ride on. "Savari Nis," replies the Khan, and he tries hard to impress upon me that our crossing the Afghan frontier is a momentous occasion and not to be lightly regarded. Several times during the day has my delectable escort endeavored to fathom the extent of my courage by impressing upon me the danger to be apprehended in Afghanistan by a Ferengi. Not less than half a dozen times have they indulged in the grim pantomime of cutting their own throats, and telling me that this is the tragic fate that would await me in Afghanistan without their valuable protection. And now, as we stand on the boundary line, their bronzed and bared throats are again subjected to this highly expressive treatment, and transfixing me with a penetrating stare, as though eager to read in my face some responsive sign of fear or apprehension, the Khan repeats with emphasis, "Brother, Afghanistan." Seeing me still inclined to make light of the matter, he turns to his comrades for confirmation. "Oh, brother, Afghanistan," assents the Mirza, and the mudbake chimes in with the same words. "Well, yes, I understand. Afghanistan. What of it? I inquire, amused at this theatrical display of their childish knavery. For answer, they start to loading up their guns and pistols, which up to now they have neglected to do, and they examine, with a ludicrous show of importance, the edges of their swords and the points of their daggers, staring the while at me to see what kind of an impression all this is making. Their scrutiny of my countenance brings them small satisfaction, methinks, for so ludicrous seems the scene, and so transparent the motives of this warlike movement, that no room is there for aught but a genuine expression of amusement. Having loaded up their imposing array of firearms, the Khan gives the word to advance, with as much show of solemnity as though leading a forlorn hope on some desperate undertaking, and he impresses upon me the importance of keeping as close to them as possible, instead of riding ahead. All around us is the unto habited plain, not a living thing or sign of human being anywhere. But when I point this out, and picking up a stone, ask the Khan if it is these that are dangerous, he replies, as before, "Brother, Afghanistan," and significantly taps his weapons. As we advance, the level plain becomes covered with a growth of wild thyme and camel thorn, the former permeating the desert air with its agreeable perfume. The evening air is soft and balmy as we halt in the dusk of the evening to camp alongside the trail. Each sower has a large leathern water bottle swinging from his stirrup strap, filled at the little freshet above mentioned, and for food we have bread and the remains of the cold kid. The horses are fastened to stout shrubs, and a fire is kindled with dried camel thorn collected by the mudbake. Not a sound breaks the stillness of the evening as we squat around the fire and eat our frugal supper. All about us is the oppressive silence and solitude of the desert. Away off in the dim distance to the northeast can be seen a single speck of light, the campfire of some wandering Afghan tribe. "What is the fire yonder?" I ask of the Khan. The Khan looks at it, says something to his comrades, and then looks at me and draws his finger yet again across his throat. The Mirza and the mudbake follow suit. The ridiculous frequency of this tragic demonstration causes me to laugh outright, in spite of an effort to control my risibilities. The Khan replies to this by explaining, "Afghani Nursas Dasht Adam," and then goes on to explain that the Nurzais are very bad Afghans who would like nothing better than to murder a Ferengi. From the beginning of our acquaintance, I have allowed my escort to think my understanding of the conversation going on among themselves is extremely limited. By this means have they been thrown somewhat off their guard, and frequently committed themselves within my hearing. It is their laudable purpose, I have discovered, to steal money from me if an opportunity presents without the chance of being detected. Besides being inquisitive about the probable amount in my possession, there has evolved from their collective brain during the day a deep-laid scheme to find out something about the amount of bakshish they may expect me to bestow upon them at the end of our journey. This deep-laid scheme is for the Khan to pretend that he is sending the Mirza and the mudbake back to Birjand from this point, and for these two hopeful accomplices to present themselves before me as about ready to depart, and so demand bakshish. This little farce is duly played shortly after our arrival. It is a genuine piece of light comedy, acted on the strangely realistic stage of the lonely desert, to which the full round moon just rising above the eastern horizon. These advances are met on my part by broad intimations that if they continue to act as ridiculously during the remainder of the journey as they have today, they will surely get bastinadoed instead of bakshished when we reach Galakua. The actors retire from the stage with visible discomfiture and squat themselves around the fire. Long after I have stretched my somewhat weary frame upon a narrow strip of saddle blanket for the night, my three protectors squat around the smoldering embers of the camel-thorn fire, discussing the all-absorbing topic of my money. Little do they suspect that concealed in a leathern money belt, beneath my clothes, are 100 Russian gold imperials, the money obtained in Teheran for the journey through Turkestan and Siberia to the Pacific. Though sleeping with the traditional one eye open and my Smith & Wesson where it can be readily used, there is little apprehension of being robbed, owing to their obligation to take back the receipt for my safe delivery to Heshmet-i-Molk. It is the weather-changeful period of the full moon, and about midnight a clap of thunder rolls over the desert, and a smart shower descends from a small dark cloud that sails slowly across the sky, obscuring for a brief period the moist-looking countenance of the moon, and then disappears. A couple of hours later a rush of wind is heard careering across the desert toward us, accompanied by a wildly scudding cloud. The cloud peppers us with hailstones in the most lively manner, and the wind strikes us almost with the force of a tornado, knocking over the bicycle, which I have leaned against a clump of shrubs at my head, and favoring us with a blinding fusillade of sand and gravel. It rains and hails enough to make us wet and uncomfortable, and the mudbake gets up and kindles another fire. In a short time the squally midnight weather has given place to a dead calm. The clouds have disappeared. The moon shines all the brighter from having had its face washed. The stars twinkle themselves out one by one as the gray dawn gradually makes itself manifest. It is a most lovely morning. The bruising hailstones and the moistening rain have proved themselves stimulants in the laboratory of the wild-thyme shrubs, setting free and disseminating a new supply of aroma. And while until now the voice of animate nature has been conspicuous by its absence, the morning vespers of songbirds seem almost to be issuing, like flowers, from the ground. There is an indescribable charm about this morning's experience on the desert. Dawn appears. The moon hangs low suspended in the heavens. The birds carol merrily, and every inspiration one takes is a tonic to stimulate the system. Half an hour later the sun has risen, the songbirds have one and all lapsed into silence, the desert is itself again, stern, silent, uncompromising, and apparently destitute of life. Total depravity, it appears, has not yet claimed my worthy escort for its own entirely, for while saddling up their horses during this brief display of nature's kindlier mood, they call my attention to the singing of the birds and the grateful perfumery in the air. The germ of goodness still lingers within their semi-civilized conception of things about them. They are the children of nature, and are profoundly impressed by their mother's varying moods. Their prostrations toward Mecca and their matutinal prayers to Allah seem to gain something of sincerity from the accompanying worship of the birds and the sympathetic essence of the awakening day. Eastward from our camping ground the trail is oftentimes indistinguishable, but a few loose stones have been tossed together at intervals of several hundred yards to guide wayfarers across the desert. A surface of mingled sand and gravel characterizes the way. Sometimes it is unridably heavy, and sometimes the wheeling is excellent for a mile or two at a stretch, enabling me to leave the ambling yahoos of the sowars far behind. Beautiful mirages sometimes appear in the distance, lakes of water, waving groves of palms, and lovely castles, and often, when far enough ahead, I can look back and see the grotesque figures of the Khan, the Mirza, and the mudbake apparently riding through the air. Perhaps 20 miles are covered when we arrive at a pile of dead brush that has been erected for a landmark, and find a dilapidated well containing water. The water is 40 feet below the surface and contains a miscellaneous assortment of dead lizards, the carcasses of various small mammalia, and sundry other unfortunate representatives of animated nature that have fallen in. Beyond this well the country assumes the character of a broad sink or mud basin, the shiny surface of its mud glistening in the sun like a sheet of muddy water. Sloughs innumerable meander through it, fringed with rank rushes and shrubs. A far heavier downpour than we were favored with on the plain has drenched a region of stony hills adjacent, and the drainage therefrom has, for the time being, filled and overflowed the winding sloughs. A dozen or more of these are successfully forded, though not without some difficulty, but we finally arrive at the parent slough, of which the others are but tributaries. This proves too deep for the sowars' horses to ford, and after surveying the yellow flood some minutes, and searching up and down, the Khan declares ruefully that we shall have to return to Beerjand. As I remonstrate with him upon his lack of enterprise in turning from so trifling a difficulty, The Khan finally orders the mudbake to strip off his purple and fine linen and try the depth. The mudbake proceeds to obey his superior, with many apprehensive glances at the muddy freshet, and wades gingerly in, muttering prayers to Allah the while. Deeper and deeper the yellow waters creep up his shivering form, and when nearly up to his neck, a sudden deepening causes him to bob unexpectedly down almost over his head. Hurriedly retreating, spluttering and whining, he scrambles hastily ashore, where his two companions, lolling lazily on their horses, watching his attempt, are convulsed with merriment over his little misadventure and his fright. The shivering mudbake, clad chiefly in goose pimples, now eagerly supplements the Khan's proposition for us all to return to Beerjand, and the Mirza, with equal eagerness, murmurs his approval of the same course of action. Making light of their craven determination, I prepare to cross the freshet without their assistance, and announce my intention of proceeding alone. The stream, though deep, is not over 30 yards wide, and a very few minutes suffices for me to swim across with my clothes, my packages, and the saddle of the bicycle. The small, strong rope I have carried from Constantinople is then attached to the bicycle, and swimming across with the end, the wheel is pulled safely through the water. Neither of the sowars can swim, and they regard the prospect of being left behind with no little consternation. Their guileful souls seem to turn naturally to Allah in their perplexity, and they all prostrate themselves toward Mecca and pray with the apparent earnestness of deep sincerity. Having duly strengthened and fortified themselves with these devotional exercises, they bravely prepare to resign themselves to Kismet and follow my instructions about crossing the stream. The Khan's iron gray being the best horse of the three, and the Khan himself of a more sanguine and hopeful disposition, I make him tie all his clothes and damageable things into a bundle and fasten them on his saddle. The rope is then tied to the bridle and the horse pulled across, his gallant rider clinging to his tail, according to my orders, and praying aloud to Allah on his own account. The gray swims the unfordable middle portion nobly, and the Khan comes through with no worse damage than a mouthful or two of muddy water. As the dripping charger scrambles up the bank, the Khan allows himself to be hauled up high and dry by its tail. He then looks back at his comrades and favors them with a brief but highly exaggerated account of his sensations. The Mirza and the mudbake deliver themselves of particularly deep-chested acclamations of Allah, Allah, at the prospect of undergoing similar sensations to those described by the Khan, whereupon that unsympathetic individual vents his hilarity in a gleeful, heartless peal of laughter, and tells them with a diabolical chuckle of delight that they will most likely fare 10 times worse than himself on account of the inferiority of their horses compared with the gray. Much threatening, bantering, and persuasion is necessary to induce them to follow the leadership of the Khan, but, trusting to Kismet, they finally venture, and both come through without noteworthy misadventure. The Khan's wild hilarity and ribaldish jeers at the expense of his two subordinates, as he stands on the solid foundation of a feat happily already accomplished, and surveys their trepidation, and hears their prayers as they are pulled like human dinghies through the water, is in such ludicrous contrast to his own prayerful utterances under the same circumstances a minute before, that my own risibilities are not to be wholly controlled. This little episode makes a profound impression upon the minds of my escort. They now regard me as a very daredevil and determined individual, a person entirely without fear, and their deference during the remainder of the afternoon is in marked contrast to their previous attempts to work upon my presumed apprehensions of the dangers of Afghanistan. End of Section 15, Part 1. Recording by Natalie Gray, www.voicebynatalie.com. Section 16 of Around the World on a Bicycle, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Natalie Gray. Around the World on a Bicycle, Volume 2, by Thomas Stevens. Chapter 8, Part 2, Across the Desert of Despair. Following the guidance of a few rude landmarks of piled brush, we discover a few miles off to the left and on the eastern environ of the slough-veined basin a considerable body of tents and a herd of grazing camels. The sowars pronounce them to be a certain camp of Aimuks that they have been expecting to find somewhere in this vicinity, and with whose chief the Khan says he is acquainted. Wending our way thither, we find a large camp of about 50 tents, occupying a level stretch of clean, gravelly ground, slightly elevated above the mudflats. The tents are of brownish-black goat hair, similar in material to the tents of Kurds and Eliautes. In size and structure, they are larger and finer than those of the Eliautes, but inferior to the splendid tent palaces of Kurdistan. A couple of 100 yards from the tents is a small spring of water, enclosed within a rude wall of loosely piled stone. The water is allowed to trickle through this wall and accumulate in a basin outside. Here, as we ride up, are several women filling goatskin vessels to carry to the tents. The tent of the chief stands out conspicuously from the others, and the Khan, desirous of giving his brother, as he now terms the Aimuk chieftain, a surprise, suggests that I ride ahead of the horsemen and dismount before his tent. This capital little arrangement is somewhat interfered with by the fact that a goodly portion of the male population present have already become cognizant of our presence, and are standing in white-robed groups about their tents, trying with hand-shaded eyes to penetrate the secret of my strange appearance. Nevertheless, I ride ahead and alight at the entrance to the chief's tent. The chief is a middle-aged man of medium height and inclined to obesity. He and all the men are arrayed in garments of coarse white cotton stuff throughout, loose pantaloons bound at the ankles, and an overgarment of a pattern very much like a nightshirt. On their heads are the regulation Afghan turbans, with long dangling ends, and their feet are encased in rude moccasins with upturned toes. As I dismount, and the chief fully realizes that I am a Ferengi, his face turns red with embarrassment. Instead of the smiles or the grave kindliness of a Kurdish sheik, or the simple childlike greeting of an Eliaute, the Aimuk chief motions me into his tent with a brusque, offish manner, his countenance all aglow with the redness of what almost looks like a guilty conscience. With the intuition that comes of long and changeful association with strange peoples, the changing countenance of the Afghan chief impresses me at once as the fiery signal of inbred Mussulman fanaticism, lighting up spontaneously at the unexpected and unannounced arrival of a lone Ferengi in his presence. It savors somewhat of bearding a dangerous lion in his own den. He certainly betrays deep embarrassment at my appearance, which, however, may partly result from not yet knowing the character of my companions, or the wherefore of this strange visitation. When my escort rides up, his whole demeanor instantly undergoes a change. The cloud of embarrassment lifts from his face, and he and the Khan recognize and greet each other cordially as brother, and kiss each other's hands. Some of his men standing by exchange similar brotherly greetings with the Mirza and the mudbake. After duly refreshing and invigorating ourselves with sundry bowls of doke, the inevitable tamasha is given, and the chief asks the Khan to get me to ride up before one row of tents and down the other, for the edification of the women and children, curious groups of whom are gathered at every door. The ground between the two long, even rows of tents resembles a macadam boulevard for width and smoothness, and I give the wild Aimuk tribespeople a 10 minutes exhibition of circling, speeding, and riding with hands-off handles. A strange and novel experience, surely, this latest triumph of high Western civilization, invading the isolated nomad camp on the Dasht-i Naumid and disporting for the amusement of women and children. Some of the women are attired in quite fanciful colors. Turkish pantaloons of bright blue and jackets of equally bright red render them highly picturesque, and they wear a profusion of bead necklaces and the multifarious gewgaws of semi-civilization. The younger girls wear nose rings of silver in the left nostril, with a cluster of tiny beads or stones decorating the side of the nose. The wrists of most of the men are adorned with bracelets of plain copper wire about the size of ordinary telegraph wire. They average large and well-proportioned and seem intellectually superior to the Eliautes. A very striking peculiarity of the people in this particular camp is a sort of lisping, hissing accent to their speech. When first addressed by the chief, I fancied it simply an individual case of lisping, but every person in the camp does likewise. Another peculiarity of expression that, while not peculiar to this particular camp, is made striking by reason of its novelty to me at this time, the use of the expression "oh" as a term of assent, in lieu of the Persian bale. The sowars, from their proximity to the frontier, have sometimes used this expression, but here in the Aimuk camp I come suddenly upon a people who use it to the total exclusion of the Persian word. The change from the Bali Sahib of the Tabbas villagers to the oh of the Afghan nomads is novel and entertaining in the extreme, and I sit and listen with no small interest to the edifying conversation of the Khan, the Mirza, and the Mudbake on the one side, and the Aimuk chieftain and prominent members of the tribe on the other. Standing behind the chief, who sits cross-legged on a Persian numud, is a handsome, intelligent-looking man, who seems to be the most pleasant-faced and entertaining conversationalist of the nomads. The Khan grows particularly talkative and communicative. The evening hours flow on, and while addressing his remarks and queries directly to the chief, he gazes about him to observe the effects of his words on the general assembly gathered inside and crowded about the tent entrance. The pleasant-faced man does far more talking in reply than does the chief himself. In reply to the Khan's innumerable queries, he replies in the peculiar hissing shibboleth of the camp, "Oh, Busara, Busara." Sometimes the Khan delivers himself of quite a lengthy disquisition, and as his remarks are followed by the assembled nomads with the eager interest of people who seldom hear anything but the music of their own voices, the interesting individual above referred to sprinkles his assenting oh thickly along the line of the Khan's presumably edifying narrative. Now and then the chief himself chimes in with a quiet Basura. Here also, in this camp of surprises and innovations, do I first hear the word India used in lieu of Hindustan among Asiatics. The fatigue of the day's journey and the imperfect rest of the 2 preceding nights cause me to be overcome with drowsiness early in the evening, and I stretch out alongside the bicycle and fall into a deep sleep. An hour or 2 later I am awakened for the evening meal, flat, pancake-like sheets of unleavened bread, inferior to the bread of Persia, and partaking somewhat of the character of the chupaltis of India, boiled goat, and the broth preserved from the same, together with the regulation mast and doke, constitute the Aimuk supper. A liberal bowl of the broth, an abundance of meat, bread, mast, and doke are placed before me on a separate wooden tray, while my escort, the chief, and several of his men gather around a communal spread of the same variety of edibles. A crowd of curious people occupy the remainder of the space inside and stand at the door. As I rise and prepare to eat, all eyes are turned upon me as though anticipating some surprising exhibition of the strange manners of a Ferengi at his meals. Surveying the broth, I motion the Khan to try and obtain a spoon. The chief looks inquiringly at the Khan, and the Khan, with the gladsome expression of a person conscious of having on hand a rare piece of information for his friends, explains that a Ferengi eats soup with a spoon. The chief and his men smile incredibly, but the Khan emphasizes his position by appealing to the Mirza and the Mudbake for confirmation. "Eat soup with a spoon?" queries the chief in Persian, and he casts about him a look of unutterable astonishment. Recovering somewhat from his incredulity, however, he orders an attendant to fetch one, which shortly results in the triumphant production of a rude wooden ladle. These uncivilized children of the desert watch me drink broth from the ladle with most intense curiosity. In their own case, an attendant tears several of the sheets of bread into pieces and puts them in the broth. Each person then helps himself to the broth-soaked bread with his fingers. What broth remains at the bottom of the bowl is drunk by them from the vessel itself in turns. After consuming several generous chunks of gusht bread and mast and broth, and supplementing this with a bowl of doke, I stretch myself out again and at once become wrapped in sound, refreshing slumbers that last till morning. It is a glorious morning as, after breakfasting off the cold remains of the meat left over from the evening meal, we bid farewell to the hospitable Eimuek camp and resume our journey. As we leave, I offer to shake hands with the chief to see if he understands our mode of greeting. He seizes my hand between his two palms and kisses it. For the first few miles the country is gravelly and undulating, after which it changes to a sort of basin, partially covered by dense patches of tall, rank weeds. On either side are rocky hills, almost rising to the dignity of mountains. The rain and melting snow evidently convert this basin into a swamp at certain periods, but it is now dry. A mile or so off to the right we catch a glimpse of some wild animal chasing a small herd of antelope. From its size and motion, I judge it to be a leopard or cheetah. The sowars regard it, bounding along after the fleet-footed antelope, with lively interest. They call it a bob, tiger, and say there are many in the reeds. It looks quite a likely spot for tigers, and it is not at all unlikely that it may have been one. For, while not plentiful hereabout, Tigris asiaticus occasionally makes his presence known in the patches of reed and jungle in southern Afghanistan and Sistan. All three of the sowars are frisky as kittens this morning, the result, it is surmised, of the generous hospitality of the Eimuek chief. Gusht galore and rich broth cause their animal spirits to run riot. Like overfed horses they feel their oats as they sniff the fresh and invigorating morning air, and they point toward the shadowy form of the racing bob a mile away and pretend to take aim at it with their guns. They sing and shout and swoop down on one another about the basin, flourishing their swords and aiming with their guns, and they whip their poor, long-suffering yahoos into wild, sweeping gallops as they swoop down on some imaginary enemy. This wild hilarity and mimic warfare of the desert is kept up until the ragged edge of their exuberance is worn away, and their horses are well nigh fagged out. We then halt for an hour to allow the horses to recuperate by nibbling at a patch of reeds. About 10 miles from the Eimuek camp, the country develops into a wilderness of deep, loose sand and boulders. Across this sandy region stretches a range of dark volcanic hills. The bases of the hills terminate in billows of whitish yellow sand. The higher waves of the sandy sea stretch well up the sides, like giant ocean breakers driven by the gale up the side of the rocky cliffs. It is a tough piece of country, even for the sowars' horses, and dragging a bicycle through the mingled sand and boulders is abominable in the extreme. The heat becomes oppressive as we penetrate deeper into the belt of sand hills, and after 5 miles of desperate tugging I become tired and distressed. The sowars, lolling lazily in their saddles, well nigh sleeping while I am struggling and perspiring, form another chapter of experience entirely novel in the field of European travel in Asia. Usually it is the natives who have to sweat and toil and administer to the comfort of the traveler. Revolving these things over in my mind, and becoming really wearied, I suggest to the Khan that he change places for a brief spell and give me a chance to rest. The idea of himself trundling the Aspi Awan appeals to the Khan as decidedly novel, and he bites at the bait quite readily. Mounting his vacated saddle, I join the Mirza and the mudbake in watching him struggle along through the sand with it for some 200 yards. Along that brief course he topples over with it not less than half a dozen times. The novel spectacle of the Khan trundling the Aspi Awan arouses his two comrades from the warmth-inspired semi-torpidity of their condition, and whenever the Khan topples over, they favor him with jeers and laughter. At the end of 200 yards, the Khan declares himself exhausted and orders the mudbake to dismount and try it. This, however, the mudbake bluntly refuses to do. After a little persuasion, the Mirza is induced to try the experiment of a trundle. It is but an experiment, however, for, being less active than the Khan, the first time he tumbles the bicycle over, finds him sprawling on top of it, and fearful lest he should snap some spokes, I take it in hand again myself. Another couple of miles and the eastern edge of the sandy area is reached, after which a compensational portion of smooth gravel abounds. Shortly after noon, another small camp of nomads is reached. Some half-dozen inferior tents pitched on the shelterless edge of an exposed gravelly slope. The afternoon is oppressively hot, and the men are comfortably snoozing in all sorts of outlandish places among the scrubby camel thorn. Only the women and children are visible as we approach the tents, but youngsters are dispatched forthwith, and lo! Several tall, white-robed figures seem to rise up literally out of the ground at different spots round about. They were burrowed away under the low, bushy shrubbery like rabbits. The women and children among these nomads always seem industriously engaged, the former with domestic duties about the tents, and the latter tending the flocks. But the men put in most of their unprofitable lives loafing, sleeping, and gossiping. We are not invited into the tents, but bread and mast is provided, and while we eat, 4 men hold the corners of an ample blue turban sheet over us to shelter us from the sun. Spread out on sheets and on the roofs of the tents are bushels of curds drying in the sun. The curds are compressed into round balls the size of an apple, and when dried into hard balls are excellent things to put in the pocket and nibble along the road. Here we learn that the Harood is only 1 farsakh distant, and a couple of stalwart young nomads accompany us to assist us across. At Birjand the Harood was deep as a house. At our last night's camp we were told that it was fordable with camels. Here we learn that though very swift, it is really fordable for men and horses. First we come to a branch less than waist deep. My nether garments are handed to the Khan. In the pocket of my pantaloons is a purse containing a few kerans. While engaged in fording this branch, the Khan ferrets out the purse and extracts something from it, which he deftly slips into the folds of his kammerbund. All this I silently observe from the corners of my eyes, but say nothing. Emerging from the stream, the wily Khan points across the intervening 300 yards or thereabout to the main stream and motions for me to go ahead. The discovery of the purse and the purloined kerans has caused all the latent cupidity of his soul, and he wants me to ride ahead, so that he can straggle along in the rear and investigate the contents of the purse at his leisure. While winking at the amusing little act of petty larceny already detected, I do not propose to give his kleptomaniac tendencies full swing, and so I meet his proposal to Sowar and go ahead by peremptorily ordering him to take the lead. Arriving at the bank of the Harood, I retire behind a clump of reeds and fold my money belt, full of gold, up in the middle of my clothes, making a compact bundle, with my gossamer rubber wrapped around the outside. The river is about 150 yards wide at the ford, with a sandbar about midstream, and is not above shoulder deep along the ridge that renders it fordable. The current, however, is frightfully strong. Like the Indians of the West, the Afghan nomads are accustomed from infancy to battling with the elements, and are comparatively fearless in regard to rivers and deserts and storms, etc. Such, at least, is the impression created by the conduct of the 2 young men who have come to assist us across. The bicycle, my clothes, and all the effects of the sowars are carried across on their heads, the rushing waters threatening to sweep them off their feet at every step, but nothing is allowed to get wet. When they are carrying across the last bundle, the Khan, solicitous for my safety, wants me to hang on to a short rope tied around the waist of the strongest of the nomads. Naturally disdaining any such arrangements as this, however, I declare my intention of crossing without assistance, and wade in forthwith. Ere I have progressed 30 yards, the current fairly sweeps me off my feet, and I have to swim for it. Fancying that I am overcome and in a fair way of being drowned, the sowars set up a wild howl of apprehension, and shout excitedly to the nomads to rescue me from a watery grave. The Afghans are not so excited, however, over the outlook. They see that I am swimming all right, and they confine themselves to motioning the direction for me to take. The current carries me some little distance downstream, when I find footing on the lower extremity of the sandbar, and on it, wade up, stream again with some difficulty against swiftly rushing water 4 feet deep. The Khan thinks I have had the narrowest possible escape, and in tones of desperation he shouts out and begs me not to attempt to cross the other channel without assistance. "The receipt!" he shouts. "The receipt! Allah preserve us! The receipt! Heshmet-i Molk!" The worthy Khan is afflicted with a keen consciousness of coming punishment awaiting him at Beerjand, should I happen to come to grief while under his protection, and he, no doubt, suffers an agony of apprehension during the 15 minutes I am battling with the rapid current of the Harood. The second channel is found less swift and comparatively easy to ford. The sturdy nomads, having transported all of my escort's damageable effects, those 3 now stark-naked worthies mount with fear and trembling their equally stark-naked steeds, naked all, save for the turbans of the men and the bridles of their horses. Whatever of intrepidity the Khan possesses is of a quantity scarcely visible to the naked eye, and it is therefore scarcely surprising to find him trying to persuade first the mudbake and then the mirza to take the initiative. His efforts prove wholly ineffectual, however, to bring the feebly flowing tide of their courage up to the high-water level of assuming the duties of leadership. And so, in the absence of any alternative, he finally screws up his own courage and leads the way. The others allow their horses to follow closely behind. The horses seem to regard the rushing volume of yellow water about them with far less apprehension than do their riders. While dressing myself on the eastern bank, the frightened mutterings of Allah from these gallant horsemen come floating across the water, and as they reach the sandbar in the middle of the stream, I can hear their muttered importunities for providential protection change, like the passing shadow whims of nature's children that they are, into gleeful chuckles at their escape. When the Khan emerges from the water, the ruling passion within his avaricious nature asserts itself with ridiculous promptness. With the water dripping from his dangling feet, he rides hastily to where I am dressing and whispers, "Pool nice! Afghani dashtadam! Pool nice!" By this, he desires me to understand that the men who have been so industrious and ready in helping us across, being Afghan nomads, will not expect any bakshish for their trouble. The above-mentioned ruling passion is wonderfully strong in the rude breast of the Khan, and in view of his own secret machinations against my money, he, no doubt, entertains objections to leakages in other directions. So far as presenting these hospitable souls of the desert with money for their services is concerned, the Khan's advice probably contains a good deal more wisdom than would appear from a superficial view of the case merely. Assisting travelers across streams and through difficult places evidently appeals to these people as the most natural thing in the world for them to do. It is a part of the unwritten code of the hospitality of their uncivilized country, and is, in all probability, undertaken without so much as a mercenary thought. Presenting them with a money consideration for their services certainly has a tendency to awaken the latent spirit of cupidity, generally resulting in their transformation from simple and unsophisticated children, hospitable both by nature and tradition, into wretched mercenaries, who regard the chance traveler solely from a bakshish-giving standpoint. The baneful result of this is today glaringly apparent along every tourist route in the East, and among the pool-loving subjects of the Shah of Persia, travelers do not have to appear very frequently to keep alive and foster a wild yearning for bakshish that effectually suppresses all loftier considerations. These Afghans, however, seem to be people of an altogether different mold. The ubiquitous Western traveler has not yet become a palpable factor in their experiences. The hidden charms of bakshish will not become apparent to the wild Afghans until their fierce Mussulman fanaticism has cooled sufficiently to allow the Ferengi tourist to wander through their territory without being in danger of his life. The danger of corruption in the present instance is exceedingly small, considering that I am the only representative of the Occident that has ever happened along this way, and the probability that none other will follow for many a year after. Therefore, I ignore the Khan's wholly disinterested advice and make the 2 worthy nomads a small present. They accept the proffered kerans with a look of bewilderment, as though quite unable to comprehend why I should tender them money, and they lay it carelessly down on the sand while they assist the sowars to resaddle their horses. To see the indifference with which the magnificent Afghan nomads toss the silver pieces on the sand, and the eager, covetous expression that the sight of the same coins lying there inspires in the three Persians is, of itself, an instructive lesson on the difference between the two peoples. The sowers become inspired, as if touched by the magic wand of alchemy, to the discussion of their favorite theme. But the Afghans pay no more heed to their remarks about money than if they were talking in an unknown tongue. They really act as though they regarded the subject of money as something altogether beyond their comprehension. End of section 16, part 2. Recording by Natalie Gray, www.voicebynatalie.com.
Section 17 of Around the World on a Bicycle, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by William Tomko. Around the World on a Bicycle, Volume 2, by Thomas Stevens. Chapter 9, Afghanistan, Part 1. A few miles across a stretch of gravelly river bottom, interspersed with scattering patches of cultivation, brings us to a hamlet of some 20 mud dwellings. The houses are small, circular structures, unattached, and each one removed some dozen paces from its neighbor. They are built of mud, with the roof flat, as in Asia Minor. The sun is setting as we reach this little Harood hamlet, and as Calcutta is some 3 farsakhs distant, we decide to remain here for the night. We pitch our camp on a smooth threshing floor in the center of the village, and the headman brings pieces of carpet for me to recline on, together with a sort of a carpet bolster for a pillow. The Khan impresses upon these simple-minded, out-of-the-world people a due sense of my importance as the guest of his master, the Ameer of Seistan, and they skirmish around in the liveliest manner to provide what creature comforts their meager resources are equal to. The best they can provide in the way of edibles is bread and eggs, and muscal, but they make full amends for the absence of variety by bestowing upon us a superabundance of what they have. And no slaves of Oriental despot ever displayed more eager haste to anticipate their ruler's wants than do these, my first acquaintances among the Afghan tillers of the soil, to wait upon us. All the evening long no female ventures anywhere near our alfresco quarters. The rigid exclusion of the female sex in this conservative Mohammedan territory forbids them making any visible show of interest in the affairs of men whatsoever. When the hour arrives for the preparation of the evening meal, closely shrouded figures flit hastily through the dusk from house to house, bearing camel-thorn torches. They are women who have been to their neighbors to obtain a light for their own fire. From the number of these it is plainly evident that the housewives of the entire village light their fires from one original kindling. The shrouds of the women are red and black plaid. The men wear overshirts of coarse white, material that reach to their knees, pointed shoes that turn up at the toes, white Turkish trousers, and the regulation Afghan turban. The night is most lovely, and frogs innumerable are in the lowlands round about us, croaking their appreciation of the mellow moonlight, the balmy air, and the overflowing waters of the river. For hours they favor us with a musical melange, embracing everything between the hoarse bass croak of the full-blown bullfrog to the tuneful purr of the little green tree frogs ensconced in the clumps of dwarf willow hard by. Soothed by the music of the frogs, I spent a restful night beneath the blue, calm dome of the Afghan sky, though awakened once or twice by the sowar's horses breaking loose and fighting. There are no geldings to speak of in Central Asia, and unless eternal vigilance is maintained and the horses picketed very carefully, a fight or two is sure to occur among them during the night. As it seems impossible for semi-civilized people to exercise forethought in small matters of this kind, a night without being disturbed by a horse fight is a very rare occurrence, when several are traveling together. The morning opens as lovely as the close of evening yesterday. A sturdy villager carries me and the bicycle through the small tributary of the Harood. He shakes his head when I offer him a present. How strange that an imaginary boundary line between two countries should make so much difference in the people. One thinks of next to nothing but money. The other refuses to take it when offered. The sowars are in high glee at having escaped what seems to me the imaginary terrors of the passage across the Dasht i na Oumid, and as we ride along toward Ghalakua their exuberant animal spirits find expression in song. Few things are more harrowing and depressing to the unappreciative Ferenghi ear than Persian sowars singing, and three most unmelodious specimens of their kind at it all at once are something horrible. The country hereabouts is a level plain, extending eastward to the Furrah Rood. Within the first few miles adjacent to the Harood are seen the crenellated walls of several villages and the crumbling ruins of as many more. Clumps of palm trees and fields of alfalfa and green young wheat environ the villages, and help to render the dull gray ruins picturesque. The atmosphere seems phenomenally transparent, and the trees and ruins and crenellated walls rising above the level plain are outlined clear and distinct against the sky. In the distance, at all points of the compass, rocky mountains rise sheer from the dead level of the plain, looking singularly like giant cliffs rising abruptly from the bed of some inland sea. One of these may be 30 miles away, yet the wondrous clearness of the air renders apparent distances so deceptive that it looks not more than one-third the distance. It is a strikingly interesting country, and its inhabitants are a no less strikingly interesting people. A farsakh from our Harood side camping place, we halt to obtain refreshments at a few rude tents pitched beneath the walls of a little village. The owners of the tents are busy milking their flocks of goats. It is an animated scene. No amount of handling, nor years of human association, seems capable of curbing the refractory and restless spirit of a goat. The matronly dams that are being subjected to the milking process this morning have, no doubt, been milked regularly for years, yet they have to be caught and held firmly by the horns by one person while another robs them of what they seem reluctant enough to give up. The sun grows uncomfortably warm, and myriads of flies buzz hungrily about our morning repast. Before we resume our journey, a little damsel, in flaming red skirt and big silver nose ring, enters the garden and plucks several roses, which she brings to me on a pewter salver. These people are Eliautes, and the women are less fearful of showing themselves than at the village where we passed the night. Several of them apply to me for medical assistance. The chief trouble is chronic ophthalmia. Nearly all the children are afflicted with this disease, and at the eyes of each poor helpless babe are a mass of hungry flies. The wonder is, not that ophthalmia runs amuck among these people, but rather that any of the children escape total blindness. Several villages are passed through en route to Ghalakua. The people turn out en masse and indulge in uproarious demonstrations at the advent of the Ferenghi and the bicycle. These people seem as incapable of controlling their emotions and their voices as so many wild animals. They shout and gesticulate excitedly and run about like people bereft of their senses. The uncivilization crops out of these obscure Harood villagers far plainer than it does in the tents of the wandering tribes. They are noisier and more boisterous than the nomads, who, as a matter of fact, are sober-sided and sedate in their deportment. No women appear among the crowd on the street, but a carefully covered head is occasionally caught peeping furtively from behind a chimney on the roof of a house, or around some corner. A glance from me and the head is withdrawn as rapidly as if one were taking hostile aim at it with a rifle. Fine large irrigating ditches traverse this partially cultivable area, and in them are an abundance of fish. In one ditch I catch sight of a splendid specimen of the speckled trout, that must have been 3 feet long. Traveling leisurely next morning, we arrive at Ghalakua in the middle of the forenoon. Quarters are assigned us by Amimullah Khan, the chief of the Ghalakua villages and tributary territory. In appearance he is a typical Oriental official, his fluffy, sensuous countenance bearing traces of such excesses as voluptuous Easterns are wont to indulge in, and this morning he is suffering with an attack of "tab" fever. Wrapped in a heavy fur-lined overcoat, he is found seated on the front platform of an inenzil beneath the arched village gateway, smoking cigarettes. In his hand is a bouquet of roses, and numerous others are scattered about his feet. Dancing attendance upon him is a smart-looking little fellow in a sheepskin busby almost as bulky in proportion as his whole body, and which renders his appearance grotesque in the extreme. His keen black eyes sparkle brightly through the long wool of his remarkable headgear, the ends of which dangle over his eyes like an overgrown and wayward bang. The bravery of his attire is measurably enhanced by a cavalry sword, long enough and heavy enough for a 6-foot dragoon, a green kammerbund, and top boots of red leather. This person stands by the side of Aminullah Khan, watches keenly everything that is being said and done, receives orders from his master, and transmits them to the various subordinates lounging about. He looks the soul of honesty and watchfulness, his appearance and demeanor naturally conjuring up reflections of faithful servitors about the persons of knights and nobles of old. He is apparently the Khan of Ghalukua's confidential retainer and general supervisor of affairs about his person and headquarters. Our quarters are in the bala khana of a small half-ruined konak outside the village, and shortly after retiring thither the Khan's sprightly little retainer brings in tea and fried eggs, besides pomegranates and roses for myself. A new departure makes its appearance in the shape of sugar sprinkled over the eggs. While we are discussing these refreshments, our attendant stands in the doorway and addresses the sowars at some length in Persian. He is apparently delivering instructions received from his master. Whatever it is all about, he delivers it with the air of an orator addressing an audience, and he supplements his remarks with gestures that would do credit to a professional elocutionist. He is as agreeable as he is picturesque. He and I seem to fall en rapport at once, as against the untrustworthiness of the remainder of our company. As his keen, honest eyes scrutinize the countenance of the sowars and then seek my own face, I feel instinctively that he has sized my escort up correctly, and that their innate rascality is as well revealed to him as if he had accompanied us across the desert. Several visitors drop in to pay their respects. They salaam respectfully to me, and greet the sowars as "Bur-Rathers," and kiss their hands. One simple, unsophisticated mortal, who in his isolated life has never had the opportunity of discriminating between a Mussulman and Ferenghi, addresses me also as "Bur-Rather," and favors my palm with the regulation osculatory greeting. The Afghans present view this extraordinary proceeding with dignified silence, and if moved in any manner by the spectacle, manage to conceal their emotions beneath a stolid exterior. The risibilities of the sowars, however, are stirred to their deepest depths, and they nearly choke themselves in desperate efforts to keep from laughing outright. Offerings of roses are brought into our quarters by the various visitors, and boys and men toss others in through door and windows, until our room is gratefully perfumed and roses are literally carpeting the floor. One might well imagine the place to be Gulistan itself. Every person is carrying bunches of roses in his hands, smelling of them, and wearing them in his turban and kammerbund. The people seem to be fairly reveling in the delights of these choicest gems from Flora's evidently overflowing storehouse. The men average tall and handsome. They look like veritable warrior priests in their flowing white costumes, and they make a strange picture of mingled barbarism and aestheticism as they loaf in lazy magnificence about the tumble-down ruins of the konak, toying with their roses in silence. They seem contented and happy in their isolation from the great busy outer world, and, impressed by their universal appreciation of a flower, it occurs to me, on the impulse of ocular evidence, that it would be the greatest pity to disturb and corrupt these people by attempting to thrust upon them our Western civilization. They seem far happier than a civilized community. The Khan obtains his receipt for my delivery, and by, Amanullah Khan sends his man to request a favor of a tomasha. Leaving my other effects behind in charge of the sowars, I take the bicycle and favor him with a few turns in front of the village gate. Among the various contents of my leathern case is a bag of kerans, but, although the case is not locked, it is provided with a peculiar fastening which I fondly imagine to be beyond the ingenuity of the Khan to open, so that, while well enough aware of that guileful individual's uncontrollable avarice in general, and his deep, dark designs on my money in particular, I think little of leaving it with him for the few minutes I expect to be absent. It strikes me as a trifle suspicious, however, upon discovering that while everybody else comes to see the tomasha, all three of the sowars remain behind. Instinctively I arrive at the conclusion that with these three worthy kleptomaniacs left alone in a room with some other person's portable property, something is pretty sure to happen to the property. So, excusing myself as quickly as courtesy will permit, I hasten back to our quarters. The mudbake is found posted at the outer gate of the konak. He is keeping watch while his delectable comrades search the package in which they sagaciously locate the silver lucre they so much covet. Seeing me approaching, he makes a trumpet of his hands and sings out warningly to his accomplices that I am coming back. Taking no more notice of him than usual, I pass inside and repair at once to the bala khana to find that the Khan and the mirza have disappeared. The mudbake follows me in to watch my movements. In the simplicity of his semi-civilized understanding, he is wondering within himself whether or no I entertain suspicions of anything being wrong, and he is watching me closely to find out. In his dense ignorance, he imagines the Khan and the mirza artful almost beyond human comprehension, and in thinking this he no doubt merely supplements the sentiments of these two wily individuals themselves. Time and again on the journey from Tabbas has he joined them in chuckling with ghoulish glee over some self-laudatory exposition of their own deep, deep cunning. They well know themselves to be unfathomably cute beside the simple-hearted and honest ryots and nomads with whom they are wont to compare themselves, and from these standards they confidently judge the world at large. The mudbake colors up like a guilty schoolboy upon seeing me proceed without delay to examine the leathern case. The erstwhile orderly arranged contents are found tumbled about in dire confusion. My bag of about 100 kerans have dwindled nearly half that number as the result of being in their custody 10 minutes. "Some of you pedar sags have stolen my money. Who is it? Where's the Khan?" I inquire, addressing the guilty-looking mudbake. He is now shivering visibly with fright, but makes a ludicrous effort to put a bold face on the matter, and brazenly asks, "Chand pool, how much is missing?" "Kaili, where is the Khan and the mirza? I will take you all to Aminullah Khan and have you bastinadoed." The poor mudbake turns pale at the bare suggestion of the bastinado, and stoutly maintains his own innocence. He would, no doubt, as stoutly proclaim the guilt of his comrades if by so doing he could escape punishment himself. Nor is this so surprising when one reflects that either of these worthies would, without a moment's hesitation, perform the same office for him or for each other. End of Section 17. Recording by William Tomko. Section 18 of Around the World on a Bicycle, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by William Tomko. Around the World on a Bicycle, Volume 2, by Thomas Stevens. Chapter 9, Afghanistan, Part 2. Without wasting time in bandying arguments with the mudbake, I sally forth in search of the others, and meet them just outside the gate. They are returning from hiding the money in the ruins. The crimson flood of guilt overspreads their faces as I raise my finger and shake it at them by way of admonition. With them following behind with all the meekness of discovered guilt, I lead the way back up into the bala khana. Arriving there, both of them wilt so utterly and completely, and proceed to plead for mercy with such ludicrous promptness, that my sense of the ridiculous outweighs all other considerations, and I regard their demonstrations of remorse with a broad smile of amusement. It is anything but a laughing matter from their own standpoint, however. The mudbake warns them forthwith that I have threatened to have them bastinadoed, and they fairly writhe and groan in an agony of apprehension. The Khan, owing to his more sanguine temperament and a lively conception that the heaviest burden of guilt and accompanying punishment would naturally fall on his own shoulders as the chief of my escort, removes his turban and then lies down on the floor and grovels at my feet. All the hair he possesses is a little tuft or two left on his otherwise smoothly shaven pate, by which he confidently expects at his demise to be tenderly lifted up into paradise by the Prophet Mohammed. After kissing most of the dust off my geivehs and banging his head violently against the floor, he signifies his willingness to relinquish all anticipations of eternal happiness, black-eyed horrors and the like, by attempting to yank out even his celestial handhold, hoping that the woeful depth of his anguish and the sincerity of his repentance may prove the means of escaping present punishment. His eyes roll wildly about in their sockets, and in a voice choking with emotion he begs me pathetically to keep the matter a secret from the Khan of Ghalakua. "O Sahib, Sahib, hoik him no, he pleads, and the anguish-stricken Khan accompanies these pleadings with a look of unutterable agony, and furthermore indulges in the pantomime of sawing off his ears and his hands with his forefinger. This latter tragic demonstration is to let me know that the result of exposure would be to have the former, and perhaps the latter, of these useful members cut off, after the cruel and summary justice of this country. The mirza and mudbake cluster around and supplement their superior's pathetic pleadings with deep-drawn groans of Allah, Allah, and sundry prostrations toward Mecca. It is a ludicrous and yet a strangely touching spectacle to see these three poor devils groveling and pleading before me, and at the same time praying to Allah for protection in the little bala khana, hoping thereby to save themselves from cruel mutilation and lifelong disgrace. A watchful eye is kept outside by the mirza, who does his groaning and praying near the door, and the sight of an Afghan approaching is the signal for a mute appeal for mercy from all three, and a transformation to ordinary attitudes and vocations, the completeness of which would do credit to professional comedians. When a favorable opportunity presents, with much peering about to make sure of being unobserved, his comrades lower the Khan down over the rear wall of the bala khana, and a minute later they hoist him up again with the same show of caution. Producing from his kammerbund a red handkerchief containing the stolen kerans, he advances and humbly lays it at my feet, at the same time kneeling down and implanting yet another osculatory favor on my geivehs. Joyful at seeing my readiness to second them in keeping the matter hidden from stray Afghans, they come dropping in. The guilty sowars are still fearful lest they have not yet secured my complete forgiveness. Consequently, the Khan repeatedly appeals to me as "Bur-Ra-Thur," lays his forefingers together, and enlarges upon the fact that we have passed through the dangers and difficulties of the Dasht-i-na-oomid together. The dread specter of possible mutilation and disgrace as the consequence of their misdeeds pursues these guileful grown-up children even in their dreams. All through the night they are moaning and muttering uneasily in their sleep, and tossing restlessly about, and long before daybreak are they up, prostrating themselves and filling the room with rapidly muttered prayers. The Khan comes over to my comber and peers anxiously down into my face. Finding me awake, he renews his plea for mercy and forgiveness, calling me "Berather" and pleading earnestly, "Hoikim no, hoikim no." The sharp-eyed wearer of the big busby, the cavalry sword, and red jack boots turns up early next morning. He dropped in once or twice yesterday, and being possessed of more brains than the three sowars put together, he gathered from appearances and his general estimation of their character that all is not right. These suspicions he promptly communicated to his master. Aminullah Khan is only too well acquainted with the weakest side of the Persian character, and at once jumps to the conclusion that the sowars have stolen my money. Sending for me and summoning the sowars to his presence, without preliminary palaver, he accuses them of robbing me of pool. Addressing himself to me, he inquires, "Sahib, Parsis namifami?" Do you understand Persian? "Kam, a little," I reply. "Suwari pool kub, rupi jakub?" "Oh, pool kub, sowari nice. Sowari Kaili Kub Adam." In this brief interchange of disconnected Persian the Khan has asked me whether the sowars have stolen money from me, and I have answered that they have not, but that, on the contrary, they are most excellent men, both trusty and true. May the recording angel enter my answer down with a recommendation for mercy. During this examination the little busby wearing stands and closely scrutinizes the changeful countenances of the accused. He thoroughly understands that I am mercifully shielding them from what he considers their just deserts, and he chips in a word occasionally to Aminullah Khan, aside, like a sharp lawyer watching the progress of a cross-examination. The chief himself, though ostensibly accepting my statement, has his own suspicions to the same purpose, and before dismissing them he shakes his finger menacingly at the sowars and significantly touches the hilt of his sword. The three culprits look guilty enough to satisfy the most merciful of judges, but relying on my operation to shield them, they stoutly maintain their innocence. Some little delay occurs about starting for Furrah, my next objective point on the road to India. The Khan explains that all of his sowars have been sent off to help garrison Herat, that the best he can provide in the form of a mounted escort is an elderly little man whom he points out, with an evident doubt as to my probable appreciation. The man looks more like a Persian than an Afghan, which he probably is, as the population of these borderland districts is much mixed. Nothing would have pleased me better than to have had Aminullah Khan bid me go ahead without any escort whatever, but next to nobody at all, the most satisfactory arrangement is the harmless-looking old fellow in the Persian lamb's wool hat. Telling him that he has done well in sending his sowars to Herat, and that the old fellow will answer very well as guide, I prepare to take my departure. My guide disappears, and shortly returns mounted on a powerful and spirited gray. Aminullah Khan gives him a letter, and after mutual salams and good office, the old sowar leads the way at a pace which shows him to be filled with exaggerated ideas about my speediness. Irrigating ditches and fields characterize the way for some few miles, after which we emerge upon a level desert whose hard gravel surface is ridable in any direction without regard to beaten trails. Numerous lizards of a peculiar spotted variety are observed scuttling about on this gravelly plain as we ride along. The sun grows hot, but the way is level and smooth, and about 10 o'clock we arrive at the oasis of Mahmoudabad, 5 farsakhs from Ghalakua. Mahmoudabad consists of a few mud dwellings surrounded by a strong wall and a number of tents. Water is brought in a ditch from some distant source, and my faculty of astonishment is once again assailed by the sight of flourishing little patches of Windsor beans. This is the first growth of these particular legumes that have come beneath my notice in Asia. Dropping on them in the little oasis of Mahmoudabad is something of a surprise, to say the least. The men of Mahmoudabad wear bracelets and ankle ornaments of thick copper wire and necklaces of beads. Nothing whatever is seen of the women. So far as ocular evidence is concerned, Mahmoudabad might be a community of men and boys exclusively. The plain continues level and gravelly, and pretty soon it becomes thinly covered with green young camel thorn. The widely scattered shrubs fail to cover up much of the desert's nakedness at close quarters, but a wider view gives a pleasant green plain, out of which the dark, massive mountains rise abrupt with striking effect. Late in the afternoon the hard surface of the desert gives place to the loose adobe soil of the Furiaui bottom lands. For some distance this is so loose and soft that one sinks in shoe top deep at every step, and the path becomes a mere trail through dense thickets of reeds that wave high above one's head. Beyond this is a narrow area of cultivation and several walled villages, most of which are distinguished by one or two palms. Arriving at one of these villages, an hour before sunset, the old guide advocates remaining for the night. In obedience to his orders, the headman brings out a carpet and spreads it beneath the shadow of the wall, and pointing to it says, "Sahib, Bismillah." Taking the proffered seat, I inquire of him the distance to Furrah. Host says it is across the Furrah Rood, and distant 1 farsakh. "Kishti as?" "Oh, ichti." Turning to the guide, I suggest, "Bismillah Furrah." The old fellow looks disappointed at the idea of going on, but he replies, "Bismillah." The carpet is taken away again, and the village headman sends a younger man to guide us through the fields and gardens to the river. The Furrah Rood is broader and swifter here than the Harood, and when at sunset we reach the ferry, it is to find that the boat is on the other side, and the ferrymen gone to their homes for the night. Several hundred yards back from the river the city of Furrah reveals itself in the shape of a somber looking high mud wall forming a solid parallelogram, I should judge a third of a mile long and of slightly less width. The walls are crenellated and strengthened by numerous buttresses. It occupies slightly rising ground, and nothing is visible from without but the walls. The old guide shouts lustily at a couple of men visible on the opposite bank, but he only gets shouted back at for his pains. Darkness is rapidly settling down upon us, and I begin to realize my mistake in not abiding by the guide's judgment and stopping at the village. Another village is seen a couple of miles across the reedy lowland to our rear, and thitherward we shape our course. The intervening space is found to consist largely of tall reeds, swampy or overflowed areas, and irrigating ditches. Many of the latter are too deep to ford, and darkness overtakes us long before the village is reached. Finding it impossible to do anything with the bicycle, I remove my packages and lay the naked wheel on top of a conspicuous place on the bank of a ditch, where it may be readily found in the morning. For some reason unintelligible to me, accommodation is refused us at the village. The old guide addresses the people in tones loud and authoritative, but all to no purpose. They refuse to let us remain. While hesitating about what course to pursue, one of the men comes out and volunteers to guide us to a camp of nomads not far away. Following his guidance, a camp of a dozen tents is shortly reached, and in their hospitable midst we spend the night on a piece of carpet beneath the sky. The usual simple refreshments are provided, as also quilts for covering. Upon waking in the morning, I am surprised to find the bicycle lying close to my head. The hospitable nomads, having heard the story of its abandonment from the guide, have been out in the night and found it and brought it in. The same friendly person who brought us to the camp turns up at daybreak and voluntarily guides us through the area of ditches and impenetrable reed patches to the river. Several people are squatting on the bank, watching a crew of half naked men tugging a rude but strong ferry boat upstream toward them. The boat is built of heavy hewn timber, and capable of ferrying 50 passengers. The Furrah Rood at the ferry is about 200 yards wide, and with a current of perhaps 5 miles an hour. A dozen stalwart men with rude, heavy sweeps propel the boat across, but at every passage the swift current takes it downstream twice as far as the river's width. After disembarking the passengers, the boatmen have to tow it this distance upstream again before making the next crossing. The boatmen wear a single garment of blue cotton that in shape resembles a plain loose shirt. When nearing the shore, 3 or 4 of them deftly slip their arms out of the sleeves, bunch the whole garment up around their necks, and spring overboard. Swimming to shallow water with a rope, they brace themselves to stay the downstream career of the boat. A small gathering of wild-looking men are collected at the landing place, and my astonishment is awakened by the familiar figure of a Celestial among the crowd. He is a veritable John Chinaman, beardless face, queue, almond eyes, and everything complete. The superior thriftiness of the Chinaman over the Afghans needs no further demonstration than the ocular evidence that among them all he wears by far the best and the tidiest clothes. In this, not less than in the strong Mongolian type of face, is he a striking figure among the people. John Chinaman is a very familiar figure to me, and I regard this strange specimen with almost as great interest as if I had thus unexpectedly met a European. His grotesque figure and dress, representing, so it seems to me at the moment, a speck of civilization among the barbarousness of my surroundings, is quite a relief to the senses. A closer investigation, however, on the bank, while waiting for the guide's horse, reveals the fact that he is far from being the John Chinaman of Chinatown, San Francisco. Instead of hailing from the rice fields of Kwantung, this fellow is a native of Kashgaria, a country almost as wild as Afghanistan. A moment's scrutiny of his face removes him as far from the civilized seaboard of Celestials of our acquaintance as is the Zulu warrior from the plantation darky of the South. Except for the above-mentioned comparative neatness of appearance, it is very evident that the Mongolian is every bit as wild as the Afghans about him. The people regard me with a deep and peculiar interest. Very few remarks are made among themselves, and no one puts a single question to me or ventures upon any remarks. All this is in strange contrast to the everlasting gabble and the noisy and persistent importunities of the Persians. The Afghans are plainly full of speculations concerning my mission, who I am, and what I am doing in their country. Although they regard the bicycle with great curiosity, the machine is evidently a matter of secondary importance. Like the Eimuck chieftain on the Dasht-i, several of these men change countenance when I favor them with a glance. Whether this peculiar reddening of the face among the Afghans comes of embarrassment or what it is, it always impresses me as much like the perturbation of a wild animal at finding himself suddenly confronted with a human being. Hiding part way to the city gate, I send the guide ahead to notify the governor of my arrival and to present the letter from Ainullah Khan. He is absent but what appears to me an unnecessarily long time, and I determine to follow him in and take my chances on the tide of circumstances, as in the cities of Persia. It is not without certain lively apprehensions of possible adventure, however, that I approach the little arched gateway of this gray-walled Afghan city, conscious of its being filled with the most fanatical population in the world. In addition to this knowledge is the disquieting reflection of being a trespasser on forbidden territory, and therefore outside the pale of governmental sympathy should I get into trouble. The fascination of penetrating the strange little world within those high walls, however, ill brooks these retrospective reflections or thoughts of unpleasant consequences, and I make no hesitation about riding up to the gate. A sharp, short turn and abrupt rise in the road occurs at the gate, necessitating a dismount and a trundle of about 30 yards, when I suddenly find myself confronting a couple of sentries beneath the archway of the gate. The sensation of surprise seems quite in order of late, and these sentries furnish yet another sensation, for they are wearing the red jackets of British infantrymen and the natty peaked caps of the Royal Artillery. The same crimson flush of embarrassment, or whatever it may be, that was observed in the countenance of the Eimuck chief overspreads their faces, and they seem overcome with confusion and astonishment, but they both salute mechanically as I pass in. 50 yards of open waste ground enables me to mount and ride into the entrance of the principal street. I have precious little time to look about me, and no opportunity to discover what the result of my temerity would be after the people had recovered from their amazement, for hardly have I gotten fairly into the street when I am met by my old guide, conducting a guard of 12 soldiers who have been sent to bring me in. End of Section 18. Recording by William Tomko.
Section 19 of Around the World on a Bicycle, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Around the World on a Bicycle, Volume 2, by Thomas Stevens. Chapter 10. Arrested at Farah. Perhaps no stranger occurrence in the field of personal adventure in Central Asia has happened for many a year than my entrance into Farah on a bicycle. Only those who know Afghanistan and the Afghans can fully realize the ticklish character of this little piece of adventure. My soldier escort are fine-looking fellows, wearing the well-known red jackets of the British Army, evidently the uniform of some sepoy regiment. Forming around me, they conduct me through the gate of an inner enclosure near by, and usher me into a small compound where Mahmoud Yusuph Khan, the commander-in-chief of the garrison, is engaged in holding a morning reception of his subordinate chiefs and officers. The spectacle that greets my astonished eyes is a revelation indeed. The whole compound is filled with soldiers wearing the regimentals of the Anglo-Indian Army. As I enter the compound and trundle the bicycle between long files of soldiers towards Mahmoud Yusuph Khan and his officers, 500 pairs of eyes are fixed on me with intense curiosity. These are Kabuli soldiers sent here to garrison Farah, where they will be handy to march to the relief of Herat in case of demonstrations against that city by the Russians. The tension over the Penja incident has not yet, April 1886, wholly relaxed, and I feel instinctively that I am suspected of being a Russian spy. In the center of the compound is a large bungalow, surrounded by a slightly raised porch. Seated on a mat at one end of this is Mahmoud Yusuph Khan, and ranged in 2 long rows down the porch are his chiefs and officers. They are all seated cross-legged on a strip of carpet, and attendants are serving them with tea in little porcelain cups. They are the most martial-looking assembly of humans I have ever set eyes on. They are fairly bristling with quite serviceable-looking weapons, besides many of the highly ornamented but less dangerous gewgaws of war dear to the heart of the brave but conservative warriors of Islam. Prominent among the peculiarities observed are strips of chain mail attached to portions of their clothing as guards against sword cuts, noticeably on the sleeves. Some are wearing steel helmets, some huge turbans, and others the regular Afghan military hat, this latter a rakish-looking headpiece something like the hat of a Chinese Tartar general. Mahmoud Yusuph Khan himself is wearing one of these hats, and is attired in a tight-fitting suit of buckram, pipe-clayed from head to foot. In his hat glitters a handsome rosette of 9 diamonds, which I have an opportunity of counting while seated beside him. He is a stoutish person, full-faced, slightly above middle age, less striking in appearance than many of his subordinates. When I have walked up between the 2 rows of seated chieftains and gained his side, he forthwith displays his knowledge of the English mode of greeting by shaking hands. He orders an attendant to fetch a couple of camp chairs, and setting one for me, he rises from the carpet and occupies the other one himself. Tea is brought in small cups instead of glasses, and is highly sweetened after the manner of the Persians. Sweetmeats are handed round at the same time. After ascertaining that I understand something of Persian, he expresses his astonishment at my appearance in Farah. At first it is painfully evident that he suspects me of being a Russian spy, but after several minutes of questions and answers, he is apparently satisfied that I am not a Muscovite, and he explains to his officers that I am an English Rossi correspondent. He is greatly astonished to hear of the route by which I entered the country, as no traveler ever entered Afghanistan across the Dashi na Oomid before. I tell him that I am going to Kandahar and Quetta, and suggest that he send a sowar beside me to guide the way. He smiles amusedly at this suggestion, and shaking his head vigorously, he explains, "Kandahar neis, Afghanistan's bad, Kili bad," and he furthermore explains that I would be sure to get killed. Kili Koob, I don't want any sawah, I will go alone. If I get killed, then nobody will be blamable but myself. Kandahar Neist, he replies, shaking his finger and head, and looks very serious. Kandahar Neist, beast, 20, sowars wouldn't see you safely through to Kandahar. Afghanistan's bad. A Ferengi would be sure to get killed before reaching Kandahar. Pretending to be greatly amused at this, I reply, Koob, if I get killed, all right. I don't want any sowars. I will go alone. At hearing this, he grows still more serious, and enters into quite an eloquent and lengthy explanation to dissuade me from the idea of going. He explains that the Ameer has little control over the fanatical tribes in Zemindavar, and although the Boundary Commission had a whole regiment of sepoys, the Ameer couldn't guarantee their safety if they came to Furrah. He furthermore expresses his surprise that I wasn't killed before getting this far. The officer of the guard who brought me in, and who was standing against the porch close by, speaks up at this stage of the interview, and tells with much animation of how I was riding down the street, and of the people all speechless with astonishment. Mohammed Yusuf Khan repeats this to his officers, with comments of his own, and they look at one another and smile and shake their heads, evidently deeply impressed at what they consider the dare-devil recklessness of a Ferenghi in venturing alone into the streets of Furrah. The warlike Afghans have great admiration for personal courage, and they evidently regard my arrival here without escort as a proof that I am possessed of a commendable share of that desirable quality. As the commander-in-chief and a few grim old warriors squatting near us exchange comments on the subject of my appearance here, and my willingness to proceed alone to Kandahar, notwithstanding the known probability of being murdered, their glances of mingled amusement and admiration are agreeably convincing that I have touched a chord of sympathy in their rude, martial breasts. Half an hour is passed in drinking tea and asking questions. Mahmoud Yusuf Khan proves himself not wholly ignorant of English and British Indian politics. General Rabat Sahib, Kabul to Kandahar? He queries first. The Afghans regard General Robert's famous march as a wonderful performance, and consequently hold that distinguished officer's name in high repute. He asks about Sir Peter Lumsden and Colonel Sir West Ridgway, and speaks of the Governor General of India. By way of testing the extent of his knowledge, I refer to Lord Ripon as the present Governor General of India, when he at once corrects me with, "No, Lord Dufferin Sahib." He speaks of London, and wants to know about Mr. Gladstone and Lord Salisbury, which is now Prime Minister. I explain by pantomime that the election is not decided. He acknowledges his understanding of my meaning by a nod. He then grows inquisitive about the respective merits of the two candidates. "Gladstone Koob or Salisbury Koob?" he queries. "Gladstone Koob, England. Ryot Nuan, Gusht, Kinnernish, Pool Salisbury Koob. India, Afghanistan, Amir. Russian soldier, officer," is the reply. To the average reader, this latter reads like so much unintelligible shibboleth, but it is a fair sample of the disjointed language by which I manage to convey my meaning plainly to the Afghan chieftain. He understands by these few disconnected nouns that I consider Gladstone to be the better statesman of the two for England's domestic affairs, and Salisbury the better for the foreign policy of the empire. All this time the troops are being put through their exercises, marching about the compound in companies and drilling with their muskets. Some are uniformed in the picturesque Anglo-Oriental regimentals of the Indian sepoy, and others in neat red jackets, peaked caps, and white trousers with red stripes. The buttons, belts, bandoliers, and buckles are all wanderers from the ranks of the British Army. The men themselves, many of them at least, might quite as readily be credited to that high standard of military prowess which characterizes the British Army as the clothes and accoutrements they are wearing, judging from outward appearances. Not only do their faces bear the stamp of both fearlessness and intelligence, but some of them are possessed of the distinctive combative physiognomy of the born pugilist. The man of the Governor's guard has a particularly plucky and aggressive expression. He is a man whose face will always remain pictured in my memory. The interesting expression this officer habitually wears is that of a prize-ring champion, with a determined bull-dog phiz, watching eagerly to pounce on some imaginary antagonist. Seeing that his attention is keenly centered upon me the whole time I am seated by the side of the chief, he becomes an object of more than passing interest. He watches me with the keen eagerness of a bull-dog expectantly awaiting the order to attack. Mahmoud Yusuf Khan now attempts to explain at length sundry reasons why it is necessary to place me, for the time being, under guard. He seems very anxious to convey this unpleasant piece of information in the flowery language diplomatique of the Orient, or in other words, to coat the bitter pill of my detention with a sugary coating of Eastern politeness. His own linguistic abilities being unequal to the occasion, he sends off somewhere for a dusty Hindostani, who shortly arrives, and in obedience to orders, forthwith begins jabbering at me in his own tongue. Of this I, of course, know literally nothing, and ever swayed by suspicion, it is easily perceived that their first impression of my being a Russian spy is in a measure revived by my ignorance of Hindostani. They seem to think it inconsistent that one could be an Englishman and not understand the language of a native of India. After the interview, the 12 red jackets that appear to constitute the governor's bodyguard are detailed to conduct me to a walled garden, outside the city. Before departing, however, I give the strange assembly of Afghan warriors an exhibition of riding around the compound. The guard, under the leadership of the officer with the bulldog phiz, fix bayonets and form into a file on either side of me as I trundle back through the same street traversed upon my arrival. Accompanying us is a man on a grey horse, whom everybody addresses respectfully as Kiftan Sahib, Captain, and another individual afoot in a bottle green roundabout, a broad leathern belt, a striped turban, white baggy pantalettes, and pointed red shoes. Kiftan Sahib looks more like an English gamekeeper than an Afghan captain. He wears a soiled derby hat, a brown cutaway coat, striped pantaloons, and Northampton-made shoes without socks. His arms are a cavalry sabre and a revolver. Outside the gate, at the suggestion of the young man in the bottle green roundabout, I mount and ride, wheeling slowly along between the little files of soldiers. The soldiers are delighted at the novelty of their duty, and they swing briskly along as I pedal a little faster. They smile at the exertion necessary to keep up, and falling in with their spirit of amusement, I gradually increase my speed, and finally shoot ahead of them entirely. Kiftan Sahib comes galloping after me on the grey, and with good-humoured anxiety motions for me to stop and let the soldiers catch up. He it is upon whom the Commander-in-Chief has saddled the responsibility for my safekeeping, and this little display of levity and my ability to so easily outdistance the soldiers awakens in him the spirit of apprehension at once. One can see that he breathes easier as soon as we are safely inside the garden gate. A couple of little whitewashed bungalows are the only buildings in the garden, and one of these is assigned to me for my quarters. Kiftan Sahib and the young man in the bottle green roundabout give orders about the preparation of refreshments, and then squat themselves down near me to gladden their eyes with a prolonged examination of my face. The red jackets separate into 3 reliefs of 4 each. One relief immediately commences pacing back and forth along the 4 sides of the bungalow, 1 soldier on each side, while the remainder seek the shade of a pomegranate grove that occupies one side of the garden. By and by servitors appear, bearing trays of sweetmeats and more substantial fare. The variety and abundance of eatables comprising the meal are such as to thoroughly delight the heart of a person who has grown thin and gaunt and wolfish from semi-starvation and prolonged physical exertion. The 2 long skewers of smoking kabobs and the fried eggs are most excellent eating. The pillau is delicious, and among other luxuries is a sort of pomegranate jam, some very good butter, called muskal, a big bowl of sherbet, and dishes of nuts, sweetmeats, and salted melon seeds. After dinner, the young man in bottle green, who seems anxious to cultivate my good opinion, smiles significantly at me and takes his departure. He turns up again in a few minutes bearing triumphantly an old Phillips atlas, which he deferentially places at my feet. Opening it, I find that the chief countries and cities of the world are indicated in written Hindustani characters. In this manner some English officer has probably been the undesigning medium of giving these Afghans a peep into the configuration of the earth they live on, and their first lesson in geography. I reward the young man by asking him whether he too is a Kiftan. He acknowledges the compliment by a broad grin and 2 salaams made in rapid succession. After noon, a messenger arrives from Mahmoud Yusuph Khan, bearing salaams and a pair of stout English walking boots to replace my old worn-out gibs, and a cake of toilet soap also of English make. Both shoes and soap, as may easily be imagined, are highly acceptable articles. The advent of the former likewise answers the purpose of enlightening me a trifle in regard to matters philological. The Afghans call their footgear boots, the Chinese call their footwear shoes, and their long gloves tongue shoes or hand shoes. About 4 o'clock I am visited by a fatherly old Khan in a sky blue gown, and an interesting Cabuli cavalry colonel, with pieces of chain mail distributed about his uniform, and a fierce looking moustache that stands straight out from his upper lip. Sweetmeats enough to start a small candy shop have been sent to me during the afternoon, and setting them out before my guests, we are soon on the most familiar terms. The colonel shows me his weapons in return for a squint down the shining rifled barrel of my Smith & Wesson, and he explains the merits and demerits of both his own firearms and mine. The 38 caliber S&W he thinks a perfect weapon in its way, but altogether too small for Afghanistan. With expressive pantomimes he explains that, while my 38 bullet would kill a person as well as a larger one, it requires a heavier missile to crash into a man who is making for you with a knife or sword and stop him. His favorite weapon for close quarters is a murderous-looking piece, half blunderbuss, half pistol, that he carries thrust in his cummerbund, so that the muzzle points behind him. This weapon has a small single-hand musket stock, and the bell-mouthed barrel is filled nearly to the muzzle with powder and round bullets the size of buckshot. This formidable firearm is for hand-to-hand fighting on horseback, and at 10 paces might easily be warranted to blow a man's head to smithereens. The colonel is an amiable old warrior, and kindly points this interesting weapon at my head for me to peer down the barrel and satisfy myself that it is really loaded almost to the top. Like Injun-slaying youngsters in America, the doughty Afghan warriors seem to delight in having their weapons loaded, their sidearms sharp, and their bayonets fixed, and seem anxious to impress the beholder with the fact that they are real warriors, and not mere make-believe soldiers. The colonel wears a dark brown uniform profusely trimmed with braid, a Kashgarian military hat, and English army shoes. In matters pertaining to his wardrobe it is very evident that he has profited to no small extent by Afghanistan being adjacent territory to British India, but his semi-civilized ambition has not yet soared into the aesthetic realm of socks. Doubtless he considers Northampton-made shoes sufficiently luxurious without the addition of socks. The mission of these two officers is apparently to prepare me gradually for the intelligence that I am to be taken back to Herat. So skilfully and diplomatically does the old Khan in the cerulean gown acquit himself of his mission, that I thoroughly understand what is to be my disposition, though Herat is never mentioned. He talks volubly about the Amir, the Wali, the Padishah, the Gadawla, Kabul, Allah, and a host of other subjects, out of which I readily evolve my fate, but, as yet, he breathes nothing but diplomatic hints, and these are clothed in the most pleasant and reassuring smiles, and given in tones of paternal solicitude. The colonel sits and listens intently, and now and then chimes in with a word of soothing assent by way of emphasizing the subject, and when the Khan is explaining about the Amir, or Allah, or Kismet. Mahmoud Yusuph Khan himself comes to the garden in a cool of the evening, and for half an hour occupies bungalow number 2. He betrays a spark of Oriental vanity by having an attendant follow behind, bearing a huge and wonderful sunshade, into the make-up of which peacock feathers and other gorgeous material largely enters. Noticing this, I make a determined assault upon his bump of Asiatic self-esteem by asking him if he is brother to the Amir. He smiles, and says he is brother of Shere Ali, the ex-Amir deposed in favor of Abdul Baban. His remarks during our second interview are largely composed of furtive queries, intended to penetrate what he evidently, even as yet, suspects to be the secret object of my mysterious appearance in the heart of the country. The Afghan official is nothing if not suspicious, and although he professed his own conviction, in the morning, of my being an English Nusski, his constitutionally suspicious nature forbids him accepting this impression as final. During this interview 2 more natives of India are produced in order to assail my long-suffering ears with the battery of their vernacular. They are an interesting pair, and they evince the liveliest imaginable interest in finding a sahib alone in the hands of the Afghans. They are vivacious and intelligent, and try hard to make themselves understood. From their own vocal and pantomime efforts, and the Persian of the Afghans, I learn that they are sepoys in charge of 3 prisoners from the Boundary Commission camp, whom they are taking through to Quetta. They seem very anxious to do something in my behalf, and want Mahmoud Yusuph Khan to let them take me with them to Quetta. I lose no time in signifying my approval of this suggestion, but the governor shakes his head and orders them away, as though fearful even to have such a proposition entertained. All the time the sepoys are endeavoring to make themselves understood, every Afghan present regards my face with the keenest scrutiny, so glaringly evident are their suspicions that the situation becomes too much for my gravity. The sepoys grin broadly in response, whereupon the pugilistic-faced captain of the governor's guard remonstrates with them for their levity by roughly making them stand in a more respectful attitude. I dislike very much to see them ordered off, for they are evidently anxious to champion my cause. Moreover, it would have been interesting to have accompanied them through to Quetta. Understanding thoroughly by this time that I am not to be allowed to go by way of Karish and Kandahar, and dreading the probability of being taken back into Persia, I asked permission to travel south to Jowain and the frontier of Baluchistan. The Afghan-Baluchi boundary is not more than 50 or 60 miles south of Furrah, and while it would be difficult to say what advantage would be gained by reaching there, it would at all events be some consolation to find myself at liberty. The interview ends, however, without much additional light being shed on their intentions. But the advent of more sweetmeats shortly after the governor's departure, and the unexpected luxury of a bottle of Shiraz wine, heightens the conviction that my own wishes in the matter are to be politely ignored. The red jackets patrol my bungalow till dark, when they are relieved by soldiers in dark blue kilts, loose Turkish pantalettes, and big turbans. I sit on the threshold during the evening, watching this soldierly bearing with much interest. On their part they comport themselves as though proudly conscious of making a good impression. I judge they have been specially ordered to acquaint themselves in my presence, and so impress me, whether I am English or Russian, with a sense of their military proficiency. All about the garden, red-coated guards are seen prostrating themselves towards Mecca in the prosecution of their evening devotions. Full of reflections on the exciting events of the day and the strange turn affairs have taken, I stretch myself on a Turcoman rug and doze off to sleep. The last sound heard ere reaching the realms of unconsciousness is the steady tramp of the sentinels pacing to and fro. Scarcely have I fallen asleep, so at least it seems to me, when I am awakened by my 4 guards singing out, one after the other, "Kija-pook, ki-pook." This appears to be their answer to the challenge of the officer going his rounds, and they shout it out in tones clear and distinct in succession. This programme is repeated several times during the night, and notwithstanding the sleep-inducing fatigues of the last few days, my slumbers are light enough to hear the reliefs of the guard and their strange cry of "Kija-pook, ki-pook" every time it is repeated. As the sun peeps over the wall of the garden, my red jackets reappear at their posts. Roses are stuck in their caps and their buttonholes, and fastened to their guns. A big bouquet of the same fragrant gulls is presented to me, and a dozen ghulams are busy gathering all that are abloom in the garden. These are probably gathered every morning in the rose season, and used for making rose water by the officers' wives. During the forenoon, the blue-gowned old Khan and his major domo, the mail-clad colonel, again present themselves at my bungalow. They are gracious and friendly to a painful degree, and sugar would scarcely melt in the mouth of the paternal old Khan as he delivers the Wali's salams to the Sahib. Tea and sweetmeats are handed around, and Kiftan Sahib and Bottle Green join our company. Nothing but the formal salams has yet been said, but intuition is a faithful forerunner, and ere another word is spoken I know well enough that the Khan and the colonel have been sent to break the disagreeable news that I am to be taken to Herat, and that Kiftan Sahib and Bottle Green have dropped in out of curiosity to see how I take it. The kindly old Khan finds his task of awakening the spirit of disappointment anything but congenial, and he seems very loath to deliver the message. When he finally unburdens himself, it is with averted eyes and roundabout language. He commences by a rambling disquisition on the dangers of the road to Kandahar, apologizes profusely for the Ameer's inability to guarantee the good behavior of the wandering tribes, and the consequent necessity of forbidding travelers to enter the country. He dwells piously and at considerable length upon our obligations to submit to the will of Allah, not forgetting a liberal use of the Oriental fatalist's favorite expression, kismet. For the sake of argument, rather than with any hope of influencing things in my favor, I reply, "All right, I don't ask the Ameer's protection. I will go to Kandahar and Quetta alone, on my own responsibility. Then if I get murdered by the Ghilzais, nobody but myself will be to blame. The Wali has his orders from the Padishah, the Ameer Abdul Qasim Khan, that no Ferenghi is to come in the country. Tell the Wali that Afghanistan is Allah's country first, and Abdul Rahman's country second. Inshallah, Allah gives everyone the road." The old Khan is evidently at a loss how to meet so logical an argument, and the colonel, Kiftan Sahib, and Bottle Green are deeply impressed at what they consider my unanswerable wisdom. They look at one another and shake their heads and smile. The chief concern of the Khan is apparently to convince me that it is only out of consideration for my own safety that I am forbidden to go through, and after a brief consultation with the others, he again addresses his flowery eloquence to me. He comes and squats beside me, and with much soothing patting of my shoulder, he says, "The Wali is only asking you to Herat to obtain Ridgway Sahib's and Firmus Khan's permission for you to go through. Inshallah, after you have seen Herat, if that is the will of Allah, and your kismet is to go to Kandahar, The Emir will let you go through." To this comforting assurance I deem it but justice to the well-meaning old chieftain to signify my submission to the inevitable. Before departing, he requests the humble present of a pencil sketch of the bicycle as a souvenir of my visit to Furrah. During the day I get on quite intimate terms with my guard, and among other things compete with them in the feat of holding a musket out at arm's length, gripping the extreme end of the barrel. Tall strapping fellows, some of them are, but they are not muscular in comparison. Out of a round dozen competitors I am the only one capable of fairly accomplishing this feat. Many of the soldiers carry young pheasants about with them in cages, and seem to derive a good deal of pleasure in feeding them and attending to their wants. The cages are merely pieces of white muslin, or mosquito netting, about the size of a pocket handkerchief, enclosing a 4-inch disc of wood for the inmate to stand on. The crape is gathered and loosely tied at the corners. It is carried as one would carry anything suspended in a handkerchief, and is hung on the limb of a tree in the same manner. Late in the afternoon of the second day, my Scarlet Guard marshal themselves in front of the bungalow, and Kiftan Sahib and Bottle Green bid me prepare for departure to Herat. The old Khan and the colonel, and several other horsemen, appear at the gate. The soldiers form themselves into 2 files, and between them I trundle for my circumscribed quarters. The rude ferry boat is awaiting our coming, and in a few minutes the Khan and colonel bid me quite an affectionate farewell on the river bank, gazing eagerly into my face as though regretful of the necessity of parting so soon. My escort favor me with the same lingering gaze. These people are evidently fascinated by the strange and mysterious manner of my coming among them. Who am I? What am I? And therefore my marvelous manner of traveling are questions that appeal strongly to the Asiatic imagination, and they are intensely loath to see me disappear again without having seen more of me and my wonderful iron horse, and learned more about it. Several horsemen have already crossed and are awaiting us on the opposite shore. Kiftan Sahib and another officer with a henna-tinted beard are in charge of the party taking me back. Besides myself and these 2, the party consists of 11 horsemen. With sundry modifications, their general appearance, arms, and dress resemble the make-up of a Persian sowar rather than the regular Afghan soldier. The sun is just setting behind those western mountains I passed 3 days ago, as we reach the western shore. The boatmen are unloading the saddles and accoutrements of our party, and I sit down on the bank and survey the strange scene just across the river. The steep bluff opposite is occupied by people who accompanied us to the river. Many of them are seizing this opportune moment to prostrate themselves towards the holy city, the geographical position of which is happily indicated by the setting sun. Prominent among the worshippers are seen side by side the cerulean figure of the Khan, and the colonel in all the bravery of his military trappings, his chain armor glistening brightly in the waning sunlight. A little removed from the crowd, the 12 redcoats are ranged in a row, performing the same pious ceremony. As their bared heads bob up and down one after the other, the scarlet figures outlined in a row against the eastern sky are strangely suggestive of a small flock of flamingoes engaged in fishing. End of Section 19. Recording by Todd.
Section 20 of Around the World on a Bicycle, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by William Tomko. Around the World on a Bicycle, Volume 2, by Thomas Stevens. Chapter 11, Under Escort to Herat, Part 1. Our party camps near a village not far from the river, but it takes us till after dark to reach the place, owing to ditches and overflow. A few miles of winding trails and intricate paths through the reedy river bottom next morning, and we emerge upon a flinty upland plain. At first, a horseman is required to ride immediately ahead of the bicycle, my untutored escort being evidently suspicious lest I might suddenly forge ahead, and with the swiftness of a bird disappears from their midst. As this leader, in his ignorance, occasionally stops right in the narrow path, and considers himself in duty bound to limit my speed to that of the walking horses, this arrangement quickly becomes very monotonous. Appealing to Kiftan Sahib, I point out the annoyance of having a horse just in front, and promise not to go too far ahead. He points appealingly to a little leathern pouch attached to his belt. The pouch contains a letter to the governor of Herat, and he it is whom Mahmoud Yusuph Khan expects to take back a receipt. The chief responsibility for my safe delivery rests upon his shoulders, and he is disposed to be abnormally apprehensive and suspicious. Reassuring him of my sincerity, he permits the horseman to follow along behind. When the condition of the road admits of my pushing ahead a little, this sowar canters along immediately behind, while the remainder of the party follow more leisurely. One of the party carries a skin of water, and as the morning grows fearfully hot, frequent halts are made to wait for him and get a drink; otherwise we too are usually some distance ahead. These water vessels are merely goatskins, taken off with as little mutilation of the hide as possible. One of the legs serves as a faucet, and the tying or untying of a piece of string opens or closes the tap. It is the handiest imaginable contrivance for carrying liquids on horseback, the tough, pliant goatskin resisting any amount of hard usage and accommodating itself readily to the contour of the pack saddle, or itself forming a soft enough seat to the rider. Near noon we reach the ruins of Suleimanabad, entirely deserted save by hideous gray lizards a foot long, numbers of which scuttle off into their hiding places at our approach. In the distance ahead are visible the black tents of a nomad camp. The glowing, reflected heat of the stony desert produces an unquenchable thirst, and the generous bowls of cool, acidulous doke obtained in the tents are quaffed most eagerly by the entire party. The solicitude of Kaftai Sahib, as displayed on my behalf, is quite amusing, not to say affecting. While the others are attending to their horses, he squats down before me underneath the little goat hair tent and gazes at me with an attention so close that one might imagine him afraid lest I should mysteriously change into some impalpable spirit and float away. The nomads themselves appear to be amiably disposed, intent chiefly on supplying our wants and fulfilling the traditions of tented hospitality. They look wild enough, but, withal, pleasant and intelligent. Kiftan Sahib, however, watches every movement of the stalwart nomads with keen interest, and small power of penetration is required to see that apprehension, if not positive suspicion, enters very largely into his thoughts concerning them and myself. A howling wind and dust storm comes careering across the plain, creating a wild scene, and black cloud banks gather and pile up ominously in the west. The threatened rainstorm, however, passes off with a pyrotechnic display of great brilliance, and the evening air lowers to a refreshing temperature as we stretch ourselves out on nummuds, 50 yards away from the tents. Kiftan Sahib spreads his own couch on the right side of mine, and the red-whiskered chief of the sowars occupies the left. Waking up during the night, I am somewhat taken by surprise at finding one of my escorts standing guard over me with fixed bayonet. This extraordinary precaution appears to me at the time as being altogether superfluous. While recognizing these nomads as lawless and fanatical, I should nevertheless have no hesitation in venturing alone among them. The morning star is just soaring above the eastern horizon, and the feeble rays of Luna's half averted face are imparting a ghostly glimmer of light, when I am awakened from a sound sleep. The horses have all been saddled and packed, and everybody is ready to start. Daylight comes on apace, and, finding the trail hard and reasonably smooth, I am happily able to sowari, and not only able to ride, but to forge right ahead of the party. The country is level and open, and uninhabited, so that Kiftan Sahib is far less apprehensive than he was yesterday. I am perhaps a couple of miles ahead when I come to a splendid, large, irrigating canal, evidently conveying water from the Harood down across the desert to the low, cultivable lands near the Furrah Rood. The water is 3 feet deep, and I revel in the luxury of a cooling and refreshing bath until overtaken by the escort. The plain, heretofore hard, now changes into loose sand and gravel, and the trail becomes quite obliterated. In addition to these undesirable changes, the wind commences blowing furiously from the north, making it absolutely impossible to ride. Rounding the base of an abutting mountain, we emerge upon the grassy lowlands of the Harood in the vicinity of Subzowar. Subzowar is a sort of way station between Furrah and Herat, the only inhabited place, except tents, on the whole journey. It is on the west side of the Harood, and the broad, swift stream is full to overflowing, a turgid torrent rushing along at a dangerous pace. After much shouting and firing of guns, a score of villagers appear on the opposite bank, and several of them come wading and swimming across. They seem veritable amphibians, capable of stemming the tide that well nigh sweeps strong horses off their feet. The river is fordable by following a zigzag course well known to the local watermen. One of them carries the bicycle safely across on his head, and others lead the sowars' horses by the bridle. When all the Afghans but Kiftan Sahib have been assisted over, the strongest horse of the party is brought back for my own passage. A dozen natives are made to form a close cordon about me to rescue me in case of misadventure, while one leads the horse by his bridle and another steadies him by holding on to his tail. Kiftan Sahib himself brings up the rear, and, as the rushing waters deepen around us, he adjures me to keep a steady seat, and, in a voice that almost degenerates into an apprehensive whine, he mutters, "The receipt, Sahib, the receipt." A ripple of excitement occurs in the middle of the river by one of the men being swept off his feet and carried down stream, and, although he swims like a duck, the treacherous undercurrent sucks him under several times. It looks as though he would be drowned. A number of his comrades race down the bank and plunge in to swim to his rescue, but he finally secures footing on a submerged sandbank, and, after resting a few minutes, swims ashore. The remainder of the day and the night are passed in tents near Subzowar, it being very evidently against Afghan social etiquette for strangers to take shelter within the confines of the village itself. Whether from their knowledge of the unsuitableness of the country ahead, or from a new spasm of apprehension concerning their responsibility, does not appear, but in the morning Kiftan Sahib and the chief of the sowars insist upon me mounting a horse and handing the bicycle over to the tender mercies of the person in charge of the Namud pack horse. They point in the direction of Herat, and deliver themselves of a marvelous quantity of deprecatory pantomime. My own impressions is that having recrossed the Harood, the only great obstacle in the path of a wheelman between Furrah and Herat, their abnormally suspicious minds imagine that there is now nothing to prevent me taking wings and outdistancing them to the latter place. Finding them determined, and moreover nothing loath to try a horse for a change on the back stretch, I take the wheel apart and distribute fork, backbone, and large wheel among the sowars. The only fit place for the latter is on the top of the namuds and blankets on the spare pack horse, and, before starting, I see to fastening it securely on top of the load. This pack horse is a powerful black stallion that puts in a good share of his time trying to attack the other horses. Owing to this uncontrollable pugnacity, he is habitually led along at some considerable distance from the party, generally to the rear. The person in charge of him is a young negro as black and proportionately powerful as himself. Wild and ferocious as is the stallion, he is a civilized and mild-mannered animal compared with his manager. In the matter of facial expression and intellectual development, this uncivilized descendant of Ham is first cousin to a wild gorilla, and it is not without certain misgivings that I leave the web-like bicycle wheel in his charge. He has been a very interesting study of uncivilization all along, and his bump of destructiveness is as large as an orange. The military Afghans, one and all, impress me as being especially created to destroy the fruits of other people's industry and thrift, whether it be in wearing out clothes and shoes made in England, or devouring the substance of the peaceful villagers of their own territory. And this untamed darky fairly bristles with the evidence of his capacity as a destroyer. Everything about him is in a dilapidated condition. The leathern scabbard of his sword is split half-way up, revealing a badly notched and rusted blade. An orangoutang, fresh from the jungles of Sumatra, could scarcely display less intelligence concerning human handicraft than he. He bubbles over with laughter at seeing anything upset or broken. growls sullenly at receiving uncongenial orders, calls on Allah, and roars threateningly at the stallion, all in the same breath. No wonder I ride ahead, feeling somewhat apprehensive. And yet the wheel looks snug and safe enough on top of the big pile of soft nummuds. The day's march is long and dreary, through a country of desert wastes and stony hills. The only human habitation seen is a small cluster of tents near some wells of water. The people seem overjoyed at the sight of travelers, and come running to the road with their kammerbunds full of little hard balls of sun-dried mast. We fill our pockets with these and nibble and chew them as we ride along. They are pleasantly sour, containing great thirst-quenching properties, as well as being very nourishing. The sun goes down and dusk settles over our trail, and still the chief of the sowars and Kiftan Sahib lead the way. Many of the horses are pretty badly fagged. They have had nothing to eat all day and next to nothing to drink, and the party are straggling along the trail for a couple of miles back. At length lights are observed twinkling in the darkness ahead. Half an hour later we dismount in a nomad camp, and one after another the remainder of the party come straggling in, some of them leading their horses. Both men and animals are well nigh overcome with fatigue. The shrill neighing of the ferocious and spirited black stallion is heard as he approaches and realizes that he is coming into camp. He is a glorious specimen of a horse; neither hunger nor thirst can curb his spirit. He is carrying far the heaviest load of the party, yet he comes into camp at 10 o'clock, after hustling along over stones and sand since before daylight, without food or water, neighing loudly and ready to fight all the horses within reach. The chief of the sowars goes out to superintend the unloading of the black stallion, and soon I hear him addressing the negro in angry tones, supplementing his reproachful words with several resounding blows of his riding whip. The wild darky's disapproval of these proceedings finds expression in a roar of pain and fear that would do justice to a yearling bull being dragged into the shambles. The cause of this turmoil shortly turns up in the shape of my wheel, with no less than 11 spokes broken and the rim considerably twisted out of shape. Kiftan Sahib surveys the damaged wheel a moment, draws his own rawhide from his kammerbund, and rises to his feet. With a hoarse cry of alarm, the negro vanishes into the surrounding gloom. The next moment is heard his eager chuckling laugh, the spontaneous result of his lucky escape from Kiftan Sahib's vengeful rawhide. Kiftan Sahib keeps a desultory lookout for him all the evening, but the wary negro is more eagerly watchful than he, and during supper time he hovers perpetually about the encircling wall of darkness, ready to vanish into its impenetrable depths at the first aggressive demonstration. The explanation of the negro is that the black horse laid down with his load. The wheel presents a well nigh ruined appearance, and I retire to my couch in a most unenviable frame of mind, lying awake for hours, pondering over the probability of being able to fix it up again at Herat. One of our party of stragglers has failed to come in, and a couple of nomads start out about 2 A.M. to try and find him, but neither absentee nor searchers turn up at daybreak, and so we pull out without him. The wind blows raw and chilly from the north as we depart at early dawn, and the men muffle themselves up in whatever wraps they happen to have. Unwilling to trust the wheel further in the charge of the negro, I carry it myself, resting it on one stirrup and securing it with a rope over my shoulder. It is a most awkward thing to carry on horseback, but unhandy though it be, I regret not having so carried it the whole way from Subzowar. Our route leads through a dreary country, much the same character as yesterday, but we pass a pool of very good water about midday, and meet 3 men driving laden pack horses from Herat. They are halted and questioned at great length concerning the contents of their packages, whither they are bound and whence they come, and their firearms are examined and commented upon. The members of our party appear to address them with a very domineering spirit, as though wantonly reveling in the sense of their own numerical superiority. On the other hand, the 3 honest travelers comport themselves with what looks like an altogether unnecessary amount of humility, during the interview, and they seemed very thankful and relieved when permitted to take their departure. The significance of all this, I imagine, is that my escort were sorely tempted to overhaul the effects of the weaker party, and see if they had any toothsome eatables from the bazaars of Herat, and the latter, justly apprehensive of these designs on their late purchases, considered themselves fortunate in escaping without being ruthlessly looted. Toward evening we pass a comparatively new cemetery on a knoll. No signs of human habitation are about, and Kiftan Sahib, in response to my inquiries, explains that it is the graveyard of a battlefield. Several times during the afternoon we lose the trail. We seem to be going across an almost trailless country, and more than once have to call a halt while men are sent to the summit of some neighboring hill to survey the surrounding country for landmarks. At dark we pitch our camp in a grassy hollow, where the horses are made happy with heaps of pulled bottom grass. Neither trees nor houses are anywhere in sight, but the chief of the sowars and another man ride away over the hills, and late at night return with two men carrying bread and mast and fresh goat milk enough to feed the whole hungry party. We make a leisurely start next morning, the reason of the dalliance being that we are but a few farsakhs from Herat. The country develops into undulating grassy upland prairie, the greensward being thickly spangled with yellow flowers. A 2 hours' ride brings us to a camp of probably not less than 100 tents. Large herds of camels are peacefully browsing over the prairie, numbers of them being females rejoicing in the possession of woolly youngsters, whose uncouth but tender proportions are swathed in old quilts and nummuds to protect them from the fierce rays of the sun. Sheep are being sheared and goats milked by men and boys. Some of the women are baking bread, some are jerking skin churns, suspended on tripods, vigorously back and forth, and others are preparing balls of mast for drying in the sun. The whole camp presents a scene of picturesque animation. From the busy nomad camp the trail seems to make a gradual ascent until, on the morning of April 30th, we arrive at the bluff-like termination of a rolling upland country, and behold, spread out below is the famous valley of Herat. Like a panorama suddenly opened up before me is the charmed stretch of country that has time and again created such a stir in the political and military circles of England and Russia, the famous Gate to India, about which the two greatest empires of the world have sometimes almost come to blows. Several populous villages are scattered about the valley within easy range of human vision. The Heri Rood, now bursting its natural boundaries under the stimulus of the spring floods, glistens broadly at intervals like a chain of small lakes. The fortress of Herat is dimly discernible in the distance beyond the river, probably about 20 miles from our position. It is rendered distinguishable from other masses of mud-brown habitations by a cluster of tall minarets, reminding one of a group of factory chimneys. The whole scene, as viewed from the commanding view of our ridge, embraces perhaps 400 square miles of territory. About 1/10 of this appears to be under cultivation, the remainder being of the same stony, desert-like character as the average camel-thorn dasht. Doubtless a good share of this latter might be reclaimed and rendered productive by an extensive system of irrigating canals, but at present no incentive exists for enterprise of this character. In its present state of cultivation, the valley provides an abundance of food for the consumption of its inhabitants, and as yet the demand for exportation is limited to the simple requirements of a few thousand tributary nomads. The orchards and green areas about the villages render the whole scene, as usual, beautiful in comparison with the surrounding barrenness. But that is all. Compared with our own green hills and smiling valleys, the valley of Herat would scarcely seem worth all the noise that has been made about it. There has been a great amount of sentiment wasted in eulogizing its alleged beauty. Of its wealth and commercial importance in the abstract, I should say much exaggeration has been indulged in. Still, there is no gainsaying that it is a most valuable strategical position, which if held by either England or Russia would exercise great influence on Central Asian and Indian affairs. Such are my first impressions of the Herat Valley. and a sojourn of some 10 days in one of its villages leaves me conjectures about the same. A few miles along a stony and gradually descending trail, and we are making our way across the usual checkered area of desert, patches, abandoned fields, and old irrigating ditches that so often tell the tale of decay and retrogression in the East. These outlying evidences of decay, however, soon merge into green fields of wheat and barley, poppy gardens and orchards, and flowing ditches, and 2 hours after obtaining the first view of Herat finds us camped in a walled apricot garden in the important village of Rosebaugh. Overtopping our camping ground are a pair of dilapidated brick minarets, attached to what Kiftan Sahib calls the Jami Mesjid, and which he furthermore volunteers was erected by Genghis Khan. The minarets are of circular form, and one is broken off 15 feet shorter than its neighbor. In the days of their glory they were mosaicked with blue, green, and yellow glazed tiles, but nothing now remains but a few mournful looking patches of blue surviving the ravages of time and decay. Pigeons have from time to time deposited grains of barley on the dome, and finding sustenance from the gathered dirt and the falling rains, they have sprouted and grown, and dotted the grand old mosque with patches of green vegetation. One corner of the orchard is occupied by a stable, to the flat roof of which I betake myself shortly after our arrival to try and ascertain my bearings, and see something of the village. High walls rise up between the roofs of the houses and divide one garden from another, so that precious little opportunity exists for observation immediately around, and from here not even the tall minarets of Herat are visible. The adjacent houses are mostly beehive roofed, and within the little gardens attached the soil is evidently rich and productive. Pomegranate, almond, and apricot trees abound, and produce a charming contrast to the prevailing crenellated mud walls. A very conspicuous feature of the village is a cluster of some half dozen venerable cedars. The stable roof provides sleeping accommodation for the chief of the sowars, Kiftan Sahib, and myself. The remainder of the party curl themselves up beneath the apricot trees below. During the night one of the sowars, an old fellow whose morose and sulky disposition has had the effect of rendering him socially objectionable to his comrades on the march from Furrah, comes scrambling on the roof, and in loud tones of complaint addresses himself to Kiftan Sahib's peacefully snoozing proportions. His midnight eruption consists of some grievance against his fellows, perhaps some such wanton act of injustice as appropriating his blanket or stealing his tobacco. The only satisfaction he obtains from his superior takes the form of angry upbraidings for daring to disturb our slumbers, and, continuing his complaints, Kiftan Sahib springs up from beneath his red blanket and administers several resounding cuffs. Having meted out this summary interpretation of Afghan petty justice, Kiftan Sahib resumes his blanket, and the old sowar comes and squats alongside my own rude couch and endeavors to heal his wounded spirit by muttering appeals to Allah. His savage groanings render it impossible for me to go to sleep, and several times I motion him away, but he affects not to take any notice. Determined to drive him away, I rise up hastily as though about to attack him, a piece of strategy that causes him to scramble off the roof far quicker than he climbed on. His fit of rage lasts through the night, finding vent in mutterings that are heard long after his hurried departure from my vicinity. And in the morning he is seen perched in a corner of the wall by himself, still angry and unappeased. End of Section 20. Recording by William Tomko. Section 21 of Around the World on a Bicycle, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by William Tomko. Around the World on a Bicycle, Volume 2, by Thomas Stevens. Chapter 11. Under Escort to Herat, Part 2. The rising sun ushers in May Day with unmistakable indications of his growing powers, and when he glares fiercely over the walls of our little orchard retreat, we find it profitable to crouch in the shade. It is already evident that I am not to be permitted to enter Herat proper, or see or learn any more of my surroundings than my keepers can help. Letters are forwarded to the city immediately upon our arrival, and on the following morning an officer and several soldiers make their appearance, to receive me from Kiftan Sahib and duly receipt for my transfer. The officer announces himself as having once been to Bombay, and proceeds to question me in a mixture of Persian and Hindustani. Finding me ignorant of the latter language, he openly accuses me of being a Russian, raising his finger and wagging his head in a deprecatory manner. He is a simple-minded individual, however, and open to easy conviction, and moreover inclined to be amiable and courteous. He tells me that Faramorz Khan is Wal of the soldiers, and Niab Alukima Khan the Dowleh civil governor, and after listening to my explanation of being English and not Russian, he takes upon himself to deliver salams from them both. Merg Sahib, the political agent of the Boundary Commission, he says is at Murgab, and Ridgway Sahib at Maimene. Learning that a courier is to be sent at once to them with letters in regard to myself, I quickly embrace the opportunity of sending a letter to each by the same messenger, explaining the situation and asking Colonel Ridgway to try and render me some assistance in getting through to India. By request of the officer I send the governor of Herat a sketch of the bicycle to enlighten him somewhat concerning its character and appearance. No doubt it would be a stretching of his Asiatic dignity as the governor of an important city to come to Rosebagh on purpose to see it for himself, and on no circumstances can I, an unauthorized Ferenghi invading the country against orders, be permitted to visit Herat. The transfer having been duly made, I am conducted a mile or so to the garden of a gentleman named Mohammed Azim Khan, my quarters there being an open bungalow just large enough to stretch out in. Here is provided everything necessary for the rude personal comfort of the country, and such additional luxuries as raisins and pomegranates are at once brought. Here, also, I very promptly make the acquaintance of Moore's famous bulbuls, the sweet nightingales of Lala Eouk. The garden is full of fruit trees and grape vines, and here several pairs of bulbuls make their home. They are great pets with the Afghans, and when Mohammed Azim Khan calls bulbul, bulbul, they come and alight on the bushes close by the bungalow and perk their heads knowingly, evidently expecting to be favored with tidbits. They are almost tame enough to take raisins out of the hand, and hesitate not to venture after them when placed close to our feet. It is the first time I have had the opportunity of a close examination of the bulbul. They are almost the counterpart of the English starling as regards size and shape, but their bodies are of a mousy hue. The head and throat are black, with little white patches on either cheek. The tail feathers are black, tipped with white, and on the lower part of the body is a patch of yellow. The feathers of the head form a crest that almost rises to the dignity of a tassel. While the bulbul is a companionable little fellow, and possessed of a cheery voice, his warble in no respects resembles the charming singing of the nightingale. And why he should be mentioned in connection with the sweet midnight songster of the English woodlands is something of a mystery. His song is a mere clickety-click, repeated rapidly several times. His popularity comes chiefly from his boldness and his companionable associations with mankind. The bulbul is as much of a favorite in the Herat Valley as is robin redbreast in rural England, or the bobolink in America. The second day in the garden is remembered as the anniversary of my start from Liverpool, and I have plenty of time for retrospection. It is unnecessary to say that the year has been crowded with strange experiences. Not the least strange of all, perhaps, is my present predicament as a prisoner in the Herat Valley. In the afternoon there arrives from Herat a Peshawari gentleman named Mirza Gholam Ahmed, who is stationed here in the capacity of native agent for the Indian government. He is an individual possessed of considerable Asiatic astuteness, and his particular mission is very plainly to discover for the governor of Herat whether I am English or Russian. He is a somewhat fleshy, well favored person, and withal of prepossessing manners. He introduces himself by shaking hands and telling me his name, and forthwith indulges in a pinch of snuff preparatory to his task of interrogation. Accompanying him is the officer who received me from Kiftan Sahib in the apricot garden, and whose suspicions of my being a Russian spy are anything but allayed. During the interview he squats down on the threshold of the little bungalow, and concentrates his curiosity and suspicion into a protracted penetrating stare, focused steadily at my devoted countenance. Mohammed Azim Khan imitates him to perfection, except that his stare contains more curiosity and less suspicion. Mirza Gholam Ahmed proceeds upon his mission of fathoming the secret of my nationality with extreme wariness, as becomes an Oriental official engaged in a task of significant import, and at first confines himself to the use of Persian and Hindustani. It does not take me long, however, to satisfy the trustworthy old Peshawari that I am not a Moskov, and 15 minutes after his preliminary pinch of snuff he is unbosoming himself to me to the extent of letting me know that he served with General Pollock on the Seistan Boundary Commission, that he went with General Pollock to London, and moreover rejoices in the titular distinction of C.I.E. Companion Indian Empire, bestowed upon him for long and faithful civil and political services. The C.I.E. he designates, with a pardonable smile of self-approval, as backsheesh given him, without solicitation, by the government of India, a circumstance that probably appeals to his Oriental conception as a most extraordinary feature in his favor. Bribery, favoritism, and personal influence enter so largely into the preferments and rewards of Oriental governments that anything obtained on purely meritorious grounds may well be valued highly. He understands English sufficiently well to comprehend the meaning of my remarks and queries, and even knows a few words himself. From him I learn that I will not be permitted to visit Herat, and that I am to be kept under guard until Faramorz Khan's courier returns from the Boundary Commission camp with Colonel Ridgeway's answer. He tells me that the fame of the bicycle has long ago been brought to Herat by pilgrims returning from Meshed, and the marvelous stories of my accomplishments are current in the bazaars. 14 farsakhs, 56 miles, an hour, and nothing said about the condition of the roads, is the average Herati's understanding of it, and many a grave, turbaned merchant in the bazaar and wild warrior on the ramparts indulges in daydreams of an iron horse little less miraculous in its deeds than the winged steed of the air we read of in the Arabian Nights. The direct results of Mirza Gholam Ahmed's visit and favorable report to the governor of Herat are made manifest on the following day by the appearance of his companion of yesterday in charge of 2 attendants, bringing me boxes of sweetmeats, almonds, raisins, and salted nuts, together with a package of tea and a 15-pound cone of loaf sugar, all backsheesh from the governor of Herat. Mirza Gholam Ahmed himself contributes a cake of toilet soap, a few envelopes and sheets of paper, and Huntley and Palmer's beading biscuits. Upon stumbling upon these latter acceptable articles, one naturally falls to wonder whether this world-famed firm of biscuit makers suspect that their wares sometimes penetrate even inside the battlemented walls of Herat. With them come also 3 gunsmiths, charged with the duty of assisting in the preparation of the bicycle, badly damaged by the horse, it is remembered, on the way from Furrah. Their implements consist of a pair of peculiar goatskin bellows, provided with wooden nozzles tipped with iron, a catgut bowstring, drills for boring holes, and screw drills for cutting threads, hammers, and an anvil. A rude but ingenious forge is constructed out of a few handfuls of stiff mud, and, building a charcoal fire, they spend the evening in sharpening and tempering drills for tomorrow's operations. Everybody seems more attentive and anxious to contribute to my pleasure, the result, evidently, of orders from Herat. The officer, who but 2 days ago openly accused me of being a Russian, is to-day obsequious beyond measure, and his efforts to atone for Ma openly assured his suspicions are really quite painful and embarrassing, even going the length of begging me to take him with me to London. The supper provided to-day consists of more courses and is better cooked and better served. Mohammed Azim Khan himself squats before me, diligently engaged in picking hairs out of the butter, pointing out what he considers the choicest morsels, and otherwise betrays great anxiety to do the agreeable. The whole of the 5th and 6th days are consumed in the task of repairing the damages to the bicycle, the result being highly satisfactory, considering everything. 6 new spokes that I have with me have been inserted, and sundry others stretched and the ends newly threaded. The gunsmiths are quite expert workmen, considering the tools they have to work with, and when they happen to drill a hole a trifle crooked they are full of apologies, and remind me that this is Afghanistan and not Frangistan. They know and appreciate good material when they see it, and during the process of heating and stretching the spokes, loud and profuse are the praises bestowed upon the quality of the iron. "Koob Auhan," they say, "Kali Koob Auhan, Ferengi Auhan Koob." As artisans, interested in mechanical affairs, the ball bearings of the pedals, one of which I take apart to show them, excites their profound admiration as evidence of the marvelous skill of the Ferengis. Much careful work is required to spring the rim of the wheel back into a true circle, every spoke having to be loosened and the whole wheel newly adjusted. Except for the handy little spoke vise, which I very fortunately brought with me, this work of adjustment would have been impossible. As there is probably nothing obtainable in Herat that would have answered the purpose, no alternative would have been left but to have carried the bicycle out of the country on horseback. After the coterie of gunsmiths have exhausted their ingenuity and my own resources have been expended, 3 spokes are missing entirely. 2 others are stretched and weakened, and of the 6 new ones some are forced into holes partially spoiled in the unskilled boring out of broken ends. Yet, with all these defects, so thoroughly has it stood the severest tests of the roads that I apprehend little or no trouble about breakages. Day after day passes wearily along, wearily notwithstanding the kindly efforts of my guardians to make things pleasant and comfortable. From an Asiatic's standpoint, nothing could be more desirable than my present circumstances. With nothing to do but lay around and be waited on, generous meals 3 times daily, sweetmeats to nibble, and tea to drink the whole livelong day, conscious of requiring rest and generous diet, all this, however, is anything but satisfactory in view of the reflection that the fine spring weather is rapidly passing away, and that every day ought to see me 40 or 50 miles nearer the Pacific coast. Time hangs heavily in the absence of occupation, and I endeavor to relieve the tedium of slowly creeping time by cultivating the friendship of our new found acquaintances, the Bulbuls. My bountiful supply of raisins provides the elements of a genuine bond of sympathy between us, and places us on the most friendly terms imaginable from the beginning. During the day my bungalow is infested with swarms of huge robber ants that make a most determined onslaught on the raisins and sweetmeats, invading the boxes and lugging them off to their haunts among the grapevines. A favorite occupation of the Bulbuls is sitting on a twig just outside the bungalow and watching for the appearance of these ants dragging away raisins. The Bulbul hops to the ground, seizes the raisin, shakes the ant loose, flies back up in his tree and swallows the captured raisin, and immediately perks his head in search of another prize. Among other ideas intended to contribute to my enjoyment, a loud-voiced peewit imprisoned in a crape cage is brought and hung up outside the bungalow. At intervals that seem almost as regular as the striking of a clock, this interesting pet stretches itself up at full length and gives utterance to a succession of rasping cries, strangely loud for so small a creature. A horse is likewise brought into the garden, for the pleasure it will presumably afford me to watch it munch bunches of pulled grass, and switch horseflies away with his tail. The horse is tied up about 20 yards from my quarters, but in his laudable zeal to cater to my amusement, Mohammed Azim Khan volunteers to station it close by if more agreeable. All these trifling occurrences serve to illustrate the Asiatic's idea of personal enjoyment. Every day a subordinate called Abdur Rahman Khan rides into Herat to report to the governor, and Mohammed Azim Khan himself keeps watch and ward over my person with faithful vigil. Sometimes I wander about the little garden for exercise, and either he or one of his assistants follows close behind, faithful in their attendance as a shadow. Occasionally I grow careless and indifferent about possible danger, and leave my revolver hanging up in the bungalow. Noticing its absence, he bids me buckle it around me, saying warningly, "Afghanistan! Afghanistan!" He also watches me retire at night to make sure that I put it under my pillow. One day a visitor appears upon the scene, carrying a walking cane. Mohammed Azim Khan pounces upon him instantly, and I, grabbing the stick, examines it closely, evidently suspicious lest it should be a sword stick. He is the most persistent gazer I have yet met in Asia. Hour after hour he squats on his hams at my feet and stares intently into my face as though trying hard to read my inmost thoughts. Oriental like, he is fascinated by the mystery of my appearance here, and there is no such thing as shaking off his silent, wondering gaze for a minute. He is on hand promptly in the morning to watch my rude matinal toilet, and he always watches me retire for the night. Even when I betake myself to a retired part of the garden in the dusk of evening to take a sluice bath with a bucket of water, his white-robed figure is always loitering near. 4 men are stationed about my bungalow at night. Their respective armaments vary from a Martini Henry rifle attached to a picturesque Asiatic stock, owned by Abdur Rahman Khan, to an immense knobbed cudgel wielded by a titleless youth named Osman. Osman's sole wardrobe consists of a coarse nightshirt style of garment that in the early part of its career was probably white, but which is now neither white nor equal to the task of protecting him from the penetrating rays of the summer sun. His occupation appears to be that of all-around utility man for whomsoever cares to order him about. Osman has to bring water and pour it on my hands whenever I want to wash, hie him away to the bazaar to search for dates or anything my Epicurean taste demands in addition to what is provided, feed the horse, change the position of the peewit to keep it in the shade, sweep out my bungalow, and perform all sorts of menial offices. Every noble loafer about my person seems anxious to have Osman continually employed in contributing to my comfort. Mohammed Azim Khan even deprecates the independence displayed in lacing up my own shoes. "Osman," he says, "let Osman do it." Osman's chief characteristic is a reckless disregard for the conventionalities of social life and religion. He never seems to bother himself about either washing his person or saying his prayers. Somewhere, not far away, every evening the faithful are summoned to prayer by a muezzin with the most musical and pathetic voice I have heard in all Islam. The voice of this muezzin, calling Allah, Allah, as it comes floating over the houses and gardens in the calm silence of the summer evenings, is wonderfully impressive. From the pulpits of all Christendom I have yet to hear an utterance so full of pathos and supplication, or that carries with it the impressions of such deep sincerity as the Allah Allah of this Afghan muezzin in the Herat Valley. It is a supplication to the throne of grace that rings in my ears even as I write, months after, and it touches the hearts of every Afghan within hearing and taps the fountain of their piety like magic. It calls forth responsive prayers and pious sighings from everybody around my bungalow, everybody except Osman. Osman can scarcely be called imperturbable, for he has his daily and hourly moods, and is of varying temper, but he carries himself always as though conscious of being an outcast, whom nothing can either elevate or defile. when his fellow Mussulmans are piously prostrating themselves and uttering religious sighs sincere as fanaticism can make them, Osman is either curled up beneath a pomegranate bush asleep, feeding the horse, or attending to the peewit. Observing this, I often wonder whether he is considered, or considers himself, too small a potato in this world to hope for any attention from the Prophet in the next. The paradise of the Mohammedans, its shady groves, marble fountains, walled gardens, and cool retreats, its Karagouz kiz and wealth of material pleasures, no doubt seem to poor Osman, with his one tattered garment and unhappy servility, far beyond the aspirations of such as he. Like the gutter snipe of London or New York, who gazes into the brilliant shop windows, he feels privileged to feast his imagination, perchance, but that is all. Big bouquets of roses are gathered for me every morning, and when the store in our own little garden is exhausted, they are procured from somewhere else. The efforts of those about me to render my forced detention as pleasant as possible is very gratifying, and all the time I am buoyed up by the hope that the Boundary Commissioners will be able to do something to help me get through to India. The Boundary Commission camp is stationed over 200 miles from Herat. 8 days roll wearily by, and my movements are still carefully confined to the little garden, and my person attended by guards day and night. Every day I amuse myself with giving raisins to the robber ants, for the sake of seeing the ever watchful bulbuls pounce upon them and rob them. Morning and evening the imprisoned peewit awakens the echoes with his ratchety call, and every sunset is commemorated by the sincerely plaintive utterances of the muezzin mentioned above. Thus the days of my detention pass away, until the 9th day after my arrival here. On the evening of May 8th, the officer who first interviewed me in the apricot orchard comes to my bungalow, and brings salams from Faramorz Khan. He and Mohammed Azim Khan, after a brief discussion between themselves, commence telling me, in the same roundabout manner as the blue-gowned Khan at Furrah, that the Ameer at Kabul has no control over the fanatical nomads of Zemindavar. Mohammed Azim Khan draws his finger across his throat, and the officer repeats, "Afghan badmash, badmash, badmash," desperado. This parrot-like repetition is uttered in accents so pleaful, and is, withal, accompanied by such a searching stare into my face, that its comicality for the minute overcomes any sense of disappointment at the fall of my hopes. For my experience at Furrah teaches me that this is really the object of their visit. Another ingenious argument of these polite and, after a certain childish fashion, astute Asiatics is a direct appeal to my magnanimity. We know you are brave, and to accomplish your object would even allow the Ghilzais to cut your throat, but the Wali begs you to sacrifice yourself for the reputation of his country by keeping out of danger, they plead. If you get killed, Afghanistan will get a bad name. They are in dead earnest about converting me by argument and pleadings to their view of the case. I point out that, so far as the reputation of Afghanistan is concerned, there can be little difference between forbidding travelers to go through for fear of their getting murdered, and their actual killing. I remind them, too, that I am a Naqshi, and can let the people of Frangistan understand this if I am turned back. These arguments, of course, avail me nothing. The upshot of instructions received from the Boundary Commission camp is that I am to be conducted at once back into Persia. Horses have to be shod and all sorts of preparations made next morning, and it is near about noon before we are ready to start. Our destination is the Persian frontier village of Kariz, about 100 miles to the west. Everything is finally ready, when it transpires that Mohammed Azim Khan's orders are to put me on a horse and carry the bicycle on another. This programme I utterly refuse to sanction, knowing only too well what the result is likely to be to the bicycle. In defense of the arrangement, Mohammed Azim Khan argues that as the bicycle goes 14 farsakhs an hour, the horses will not be able to keep up, and strict orders are issued from Herat that I am not to separate myself from my escort while on Afghan territory. Off posts Abdur Kaman Khan hot haste to Herat to report the difficulty to the governor while we return to the garden. It being too late in the day when he returns, our departure is postponed till morning, and Osman, with his knob stick, performs the office of nocturnal guard yet once again. During the evening Mohammed Ahzim Khan unearths from somewhere a couple of photographs of English ladies. These, he tells me, came into his possession from one of Ayub Khan's fugitive warriors after their dispersion in the Herat Valley, on their flight before General Roberts' command at Kandahar. They were among the effects gathered up by Ayub Khan's plundering crew from the disastrous field of Maiwand. End of section 21. Recording by William Tomko. Section 22 of Around the World on a Bicycle, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by William Tomko. Around the World on a Bicycle, Volume 2, by Thomas Stevens. Chapter 12. Taken Back to Persia, Part 1. The governor of Herat sends Kali salams and permission for me to ride the bicycle, stipulating that I keep near the escort. So, with many an injunction to me about dasht adam, ku, dog, etc., by way of warning me against venturing too far ahead, we bid farewell to the garden, with its strange associations, in the early morning. Beside Mohammed Ahzim Khan and myself are three sowars, mounted on splendid horses. The morning is bright and cheerful, and shortly after starting the animal spirits of the sowars find vent in song. I have been laboring under the impression that, for soul-harrowing vocal effort, the wild-eyed sowars of Khorasan, as exemplified in my escort from Beerjand, were entitled to the worst execrations of a discriminating Ferenghi, but the Afghans can go them one better. If it is possible to imagine anything in the whole world of sound more jarring and discordant than the united efforts of these Afghan sowars, I have never yet discovered it. Out of pure consideration and courtesy, I endure it for some little time. But they finally reach a high searching key that is positively unendurable, and I am compelled in sheer self-protection to beg the Khan to suppress their exuberance. These men are not bulbuls, then why do they sing, is all that is necessary for me to say. They all laugh heartily at the remark, and the Khan orders them to sing no more. Over a country that consists chiefly of trailless hills and intervening strips of desert, we wend our weary way, the bicycle often proving more of a drag than a benefit. The weather gets insufferably hot. In places the rocks fairly shimmer with heat, and are so hot that one can scarce hold the hand to them. We camp for the first night at a village, and on the second at an umbar that suggests our approach to Persia, and in the morning we make an early start with the object of reaching Karize before evening. The day grows warm apace, and at 10 miles the Khan calls a halt for the discussion of what simple refreshments we have with us. Our larder embraces dry bread and cold goat meat and a few handfuls of raisins. It ought also to include water in the leathern bottle swinging from the stirrup of one of the sowars, but when we halt it is to discover that this worthy has forgotten to fill his bottle. The way has been heavy for a bicycle, trundling wearily through sand mainly, with no riding to speak of, and young as is the day, I am well nigh overcome with thirst and weariness. I am too thirsty to eat, and miserably tired and disgusted. One gets an instructive lesson in the control of the mind over the body. Much of my fatigue comes of low spirits, born of disappointment at being conducted back into Persia. One of the sowars is dispatched ahead to fill his bottle with water at a well known to be some 5 miles farther ahead, and to meet us with it on the way. On through the sand and heat we plod wearily, myself almost sick with thirst, fatigue, and disgust. Mohammed Ahzim Khan, observing my wretched condition, insists upon me letting one of the sowars try his hand at trundling the wheel, while I rest myself by riding his horse. Both the sowars bravely try their best to relieve me, but they cut ridiculous figures, toppling over every little while. At length one of them upsets the bicycle into a little gully, and falling on it, snaps asunder two spokes. The Khan gives him a good tongue lashing for his carelessness, but one can hardly blame the fellow, and I take it under my own protection again, before it goes farther and fares worse. About 2 P.M. the sowar sent forward meets us with water, but it is almost undrinkable. Far better luck awaits us, however, farther along. Sighting an Eimuck camel rider in the distance, one of the sowars gives chase and halts him until we can come up. Slung across his camel he has a skin of doki, the most welcome thing one can wish for under the circumstances. Everybody helps himself liberally of the refreshing beverage, shrinking the Eimuck's supply very perceptibly. The Eimuck joins heartily with our party in laughing at the altered contour of the pliant skin, as pointed out jocularly by Mohammed Ahzim Khan, bids us salaam alaikum, and pursues his way across the country. During the afternoon we cross several well-worn trails. Though evidently but little used of late, they have seen much travel. My escort explains that they are daman trails, in other words, the trails worn by Turcoman raiders passing back and forth on their man-stealing expeditions before their subjugation by the Russians. By and by we emerge from a belt of low hills and descend into a broad, level plain. A few miles off to the right can be seen the Heri Rood, its sinuous course plainly outlined by a dark fringe of jungle. Some miles ahead the village fortress of Kafir Kaleh is visible. A horseman comes galloping across the plain to intercept us. Mohammed Ahzim Khan produces his written orders concerning my delivery at Karize and reads it to the new arrival. Thereupon ensues a long explanation, which ends in our turning about and following the newcomer across the trailless plain toward the Heri Rood. What's up now, I wonder? But the only intelligible reply I get in reply to queries is that we are going to camp in the jungle. Misgivings as to possible foul play mingle with speculations regarding this person's mission as I follow in the wake of the Afghans. We camp on a plot of rising ground that elevates us above the overflow, and shortly after our arrival we are visited by a band of nomads who are hunting through the jungle with greyhounds. Mohammed Ahzim Khan informs me that both bobs and palangs (panthers) are to be found along the Heri Rood. Luxuriant beds of the green stuff known in the United States as lamb's quarter abound, and I put one of the sowars to gathering some with the idea of cooking it for supper. None of our party know anything about its being good to eat, and Mohammed Ahzim Khan shakes his head vigorously in token of disapproval. A nomad visitor, however, corroborates my statement about its edibleness, and fills our chief with wonderment that I should know something in common with an Afghan nomad that he, a resident of the country, knows nothing about. By way of stimulating his wonderment still further, I proceed to call off the names of the various nomad tribes inhabiting Afghanistan, together with their locations. "Where did you learn all this?" he queries, evidently suspicious that I have been picking up altogether too much information. "London," I reply. "London?" he says. "Mashallah, they know everything at London." The horseman who intercepted us rode away when we camped for the night. Nothing more was seen of him, and at a late hour I turn in for the night, if one can be said to turn in when the process takes the form of stretching oneself out on the open ground. No explanation of our detention here has been given me during the evening, and as I lay down to sleep all sorts of speculations are indulged in, varying from having my throat cut before morning to a reconsideration by the authorities of the orders sending me back to Persia. Sometime in the night I am awakened. A strange horseman has arrived in camp with a letter for me. He wears the uniform of a military courier. The sowars make a blaze of brushwood fire for me to read by. It is a letter from Mr. Merk, the political agent of the Boundary Commission. It is a long letter, full of considerate language, but no instructions affecting the orders of my escort. Mr. Merk explains why Mahmoud Yusuf Khan could not take the responsibility of allowing me to proceed to Kandahar. The population of Zemindavar, he points out, are particularly fanatical and turbulent, and I should very probably have been murdered, etc. The march toward Karize is resumed in good season in the morning. What was that? A cuckoo? At first I can scarcely believe my own senses. The idea of cuckoos calling in the jungle of Afghanistan being about the last thing I should have expected to hear, never having read of travelers hearing them anywhere in Central Asia, nor yet having heard them myself before. But there is no mistake, for ere we pass Kafir Kaleh I hear the familiar notes again and again. The road is a decided improvement over anything we have struck since leaving Herat, and by noon we arrive at Karize. For some inexplicable reason, the Sultan of Karize receives our party with very ill grace. He looks sick, and is probably suffering from fever, which may account for the evident sourness of his disposition. Mohammed Azim Khan is anything but pleased at our reception, and as soon as he receives the receipt for my delivery makes his preparations to return. I don't think the Sultan even tendered my escort a feed of grain for their horses, a piece of inhospitality wholly out of place in this wild country. As for myself, he simply orders a villager to supply me with food and quarters, and charge me for it. Mohammed Azim Khan comes to my quarters to bid me good bye, and he takes the opportunity to explain this is Iran, not Afghanistan. Iran pool, Afghanistan pool nice. There is no need of explanation, however, the people rubbing their fingers eagerly together and crying pool, pool, when I ask for something to eat, tells me plainer than any explanations that I am back again among our pool-loving friends, the subjects of the Shah. As I bid Mohammed Azim Khan farewell, I feel almost like parting from a friend. He is a good fellow, and with 9/10 of his inquisitiveness suppressed, would make a very agreeable companion. And so here I am within 160 miles of Meshed again. More than a month has flown past since I last looked back upon its golden dome. It has been an eventful month. My experiences have been exceptional and instructive, but I ought now to be enjoying the comforts of the English camp at Quetta, instead of halting overnight in the mud huts of the surly Sultan of Karize. The female portion of Karize society makes no pretense of covering up their faces, which impresses me the more as I have seen precious little of female faces since entering Afghanistan. All the women of Karize are ugly, a fact that I attribute to the handsomest specimens being carried off to Bokhara for decades past by the Turkomans. The people that assemble to gaze upon me are the same sore-eyed crowd that characterizes most Persian villages, and among them is one man totally blind. The loss of sight has not dimmed his inquisitiveness any, however, nothing could do that, and he gets some one to lead him into my room, where he makes an exhaustive examination of the bicycle with his hands. A village luti entertains me during the evening with a dancing deer, a comical affair of wood, made to dance on a table by jerking a string. The luti plays a sort of whangadoodle tune on a guitar, and manipulates the string so as to make the deer keep time to the tune. He tells me he obtained it from Hindustan. Among the wiseacres gathered around me plying questions is one who asks, "Chand menzils inja to London?" He wants to know how many marches, or stopping places, there are between Karize and London. This is a fair illustration of what these people think the world is like. His idea of a journey from here to London is that of stages across a desert country like Persia from one caravanserai to another. Beyond that conception these people know nothing. London, they think, would be some such place as Herat or Meshed. At the hour of my departure from Karize, on the following morning, a little old man presents himself and wants me to employ him as an escort. The old fellow is a shriveled up little bit of a man, whom I could well nigh hold out at arm's length and lift up with one hand. Not feeling the need of either guide or guard particularly, I decline the old fellow's services with thanks and push on, happy in fact to find myself once more untrammeled by native company. Small towers of refuge dotting the plain quickly about Karize tell of past depredations by the Turkomans. An outlying village like Karize must, indeed, have had a hard struggle for existence, right in the heart of the daman country, too. For miles the plain is found to be grassy as the western prairies, an innovation from the dreary gray of the camel thorn dasht that is quite refreshing. A stream or two has to be forded, and many Afghans are met returning from pilgrimage to Meshed. The village of Torbet-i Sheikh Jam is reached at noon, a pleasant town containing many shade trees. Here, I find, resides Abduranzak Khan, a sub-agent of Mirza Abbas Khan and, consequently, a servant of the Indian government. He is one of the frontier agents whose duty it is to keep track of events in a certain section of country and report periodically to headquarters. He, of course, receives me hospitably, does the agreeable with tea and kalians, and provides substantial refreshments. The soothing Shirazi tobacco provided with his kalians and the excellent quality of his tea provoke me to make comparison between them and the wretched productions of Afghanistan. The Abdurazak laughs good humoredly at my remark, and replies, "Mashallah, there is nothing good in Afghanistan." He isn't far from right, and the English officer who named the products of Afghanistan as stones and fighting men came equally near the truth. Fair roads prevail for some distance after leaving Torbet-i Jam. A halt is made at an Eliaute camp to refresh myself with a bowl of doke. A picturesque dervish emerges from one of the tents and presents his alms receiver with "Huk ya huk." Both man and voice seem familiar, and after a moment I recognize him as a familiar figure upon the streets of Teheran last winter. He says he is going to Kabul and Kandahar. A unique feature of his make-up is a staff with a bayonet fixed on the end in place of the usual club or battle axe. The night is spent in an Eliaute camp. Nummuds seem scarce articles with them, and I spend a cold and uncomfortable night, scarcely sleeping a wink. The camp is not far from the village of Mahmoudabad, and a rowdy gang of ryots come over to camp in the middle of the night, having heard of my arrival. From Mahmoudabad the road follows up a narrow valley with a range of hills running parallel on either hand. The southern range are quite respectable mountains, with lingering patches of snow, and, can it be possible, even a few scattering pines. Pines, and for that matter, trees of any kind, are so scarce in this country that one can hardly believe the evidence of his own eyes when he sees them. On past the village of Karizino, my road leads, passing through a hard, gravelly country, the surface of generally affording fair riding except for a narrow belt of sand hills. At Karizino a glimpse is obtained of our old acquaintances, the Elburz Mountains, near Sharifabad. They are observed to be somewhat snow-covered still, though to a measurably less extent than they were when we last viewed them on the road to Torbeti. The approach of evening brings my day's ride to a close at Furriman, a village of considerable size, partially protected by a wall and moat. Stared at by the assembled population, and enduring their eager gabble all the evening, and then a nummuд on the roof of a villager's house till morning. The night is cold, and sleeplessness, with shivering body, again rewards me for a long, hard day's journey. But now it is about 6 farsakhs to Meshed, where, Inshallah, a good bed and all kindred comforts await me beneath Mr. Gray's hospitable roof. Ere the forenoon is past, the familiar gold dome once again appears as a glowing yellow beacon, beckoning me across the Meshed plain. A camel runs away and unseats his rider in deference to his timidity at my strange appearance as I bowl briskly across the Meshed plain at noon. By 1 o'clock I am circling around the moat of the city, and by 2 am snugly ensconced in my old quarters, relating the adventures of the last 5 weeks to Gray, and receiving from him in exchange the latest scraps of European news. I have made the 160 miles from Karize in 2 days and a half, not a bad showing with a bicycle that has been tinkered up by Herati gunsmiths. Among other interesting items of news, it is learned that a hopeful Meshedi blacksmith has been inspired to try his 'prentice hand at making a bicycle. One would like to have seen that bicycle, but somehow I didn't get an opportunity. Friendly telegrams reach me from Teheran, and also another order from the British Legation instructing me not to attempt Afghanistan again. Since my departure from Meshed, southward bound, another wandering correspondent has invaded the Holy City. Mr. E., special of a great London daily paper, whom I had the pleasure of meeting once or twice in Teheran, has come eastward in an effort to enter Afghanistan. He has been halted by peremptory orders at Meshed. Disgusted with his ill luck at not being permitted to carry out his plans, he is on the eve of returning to Constantinople. As I am heading for the same point myself, we arrange to travel there in company. Being somewhat under the weather from a recent attack of fever, he has contracted for a Russian fourgon to carry him as far as Shahrood, the farthest point on our route to which vehicular conveyance is practicable. Our purpose is to reach the Caspian port of Bunder Guz, thence embark on a Russian steamer to Baku, over the Caucasus Railway to Batoum, thence by Black Sea steamer to Constantinople. On the afternoon of May 18th, R. makes a start with the fourgon. It is a custom, unalterable as the laws of, etc., with all Persians starting on a journey of any length to go a short distance only for the first stage. The object of this is probably to find out by actual experience on the road whether anything has been forgotten or overlooked, before they get too far away to return and rectify the mistake. Semi-civilized peoples are wedded very strongly to the customs in vogue among them, and the European traveler finds himself compelled, more or less, to submit to them. My intention is to overtake the fourgon the following day at Sharifabad. Accordingly, soon after sunrise on the morrow, the road around the outer moat of Meshed is circled once again. A middle-aged descendant of the Prophet, riding a graceful dapple gray mare, spurs his steed into a swinging gallop for about 5 miles across the level plain in an effort to bear me company. 3 miles farther, and for miles over the steep and unridable gradients of the Shah Rifabad hills, I may anticipate the delights of having his horse's nose at my shoulder, and my heels in constant jeopardy. To avoid this, I spurt ahead, and ere long have the satisfaction of seeing him give it up. In the foothills I encounter, for the first time, one of those characteristics of Mohammedan countries, and more especially of Persia, a caravan of the dead. Thousands of bodies are carried every year on horseback or on camels from various parts of Persia to be buried in holy ground at Meshed, Kerbela, or Mecca. The corpses are bound about with canvas and slung, like bales of merchandise, one on either side of the horse. The stench from one of these corpse caravans is something fearful, nothing more nor less than the horrible stench of putrid human bodies. And yet the drivers seem to mind it very little indeed. One stout horse in the party I meet this morning carries 2 corpses, and in the saddle between them rides a woman. Mashallah, perchance those very bodies, between which she sits perched so indifferently, are the remains of smallpox victims. But what cares the woman? Is she not a Mohammedan, and a female one at that? And does she not believe in Kismet? What cares she for Ferenghi sanitary fads? If it is her Kismet to take the smallpox, she will take it. If it is her Kismet not to, she won't. One would think, however, that common sense and common prudence would instruct these people to imitate the excellent example of the Chinese in taking measures to dispose of the flesh before transporting the bones to distant burial places. Many of the epidemics of disease that decimate the populations of Eastern countries and sometimes travel into the West originate from these abominable caravans of the dead and kindred irrationalities of the illogical and childlike Oriental. As the golden dome of Imam Riza's sanctuary glimmers upon my retreating figure yet a fourth time as I reach the summit of the hill whence we first beheld it, I breathe a silent hope that I may never set eyes on it again. The fourgon is overtaken, as agreed upon, at Sharifabad, and after an hour's halt we conclude to continue on to the caravanserai, where, it will be remembered, my friend the Hadji and Mazanderan dervish and myself found shelter from the blizzard. B.'s Turkish servant Abdul, a handy fellow, speaking 3 or 4 languages, and numbering, among other accomplishments, the knack of always having on hand plenty of cold chicken and mutton, is a vast improvement upon obtaining food direct from the villagers. Resting here till 2 A.M., we make a moonlight march to Gadamgah, arriving there for breakfast. The trail is a revelation of smoothness in comparison to my expectations, based upon its condition a few weeks ago. The moon is about full and gives a light as it only does in Persia, and one can see to ride the parallel camel paths very successfully. Persians are very much given to night traveling, and as I ride well ahead of the fourgon, the strange, weird object gliding noiselessly along through the moonlight fills many a superstitious pilgrim with misgivings that he has caught a glimpse of Shaitan. I can hear them rapidly muttering Allah as they edge off the road and hurry along on their way. Many Arabs from the lower Euphrates valley are now mingled with the pilgrim throngs en route to Meshed. They are evil-looking customers, black as negroes almost. They look capable of any atrocity under the sun. These Arab pilgrims are Hadjis almost to a man, coming, as they do, from much nearer Mecca than the Persians, but their holiness does not prevent them bearing the unenviable reputation of being the most persistent thieves. Abdul knows them well, and when any of them are about, keeps a sharp lookout to see that none of them approach our things. On the following evening, at a caravanserai near Nishapur, we meet and spend the night with a French scientific party of 3 sent out by the Paris Geographical Society to make geographical and geological researches at Turkestan. The 3 Frenchmen are excellent company. They entertain us with European news, their views on the political aspect, and of incidents on their fourgon journey from Tiflis. Among their charvadars is a man who saw me last autumn at Ovahjik. Much good riding surface prevails, and we pass the night of the 21st at Lafaram. The crowds that everywhere gather about us are very annoying to K, whose fever and consequent weakness is hardly calculated to sweeten his temper under trying circumstances. A whole swarm of women gather to stare at us at Lafaram. "I'll soon scatter them anyway," says R, and he reaches for a pair of binoculars hanging up in the fourgon. Adjusting them to his eyes, he levels them at the bunch of females, expecting to see them scatter like a flock of partridges. Scattering is evidently about the last thing the women are thinking of doing, however. They merely turn their attention to the binoculars and concentrate their comments upon them, instead of on other of our effects, for the moment, but that is all. In the vicinity of Subzowar we find the people engaged in harvesting the crop of opium. The way they do it is to go through the fields of poppy every morning and scarify the green heads with a knife blade notched for the purpose, like a saw. During the day the milky juice oozes out and solidifies. In the evening the harvesters pass through the fields again, scrape off the exuded opium, and collect it in vessels. This, after the watery substance has been worked out with frequent kneadings and drying, is the opium of commerce. The chief opium emporium of Persia is Shiraz, where buyers ship it by camel caravan to Bushire for export. Persian opium commands the topmost prices in foreign markets. Here every idler about the villages seems to be amusing himself by working a ball of opium about in his hands, much as a boy delights in handling a chunk of putty. Lumps as large as the fist are freely offered me by friendly people, as they would hand one a piece of bread or a pomegranate. I might collect pounds of the stuff by simply taking what is offered me without the asking. In the caravanserai at Miandashat, Abdul's failure to appreciate our whilom and egotistical friend, the la-di-da telegraph jee, at his own valuation, comes near resulting in a serious fracas. One of Abdul's most valued services is keeping at a respectful distance the crowds of villagers that invariably swarm about us when we halt. In doing this he sometimes flogs about him pretty lively with the whip. As a general thing, the natives take this sort of thing in the greatest good humor, in fact, rather enjoy it than otherwise. At Miandashat, however, Abdul's whip happens to fall rather heavily upon the shoulders of the telegraph jee's farrash, who is in the crowd. This individual, reflecting something of his master's self-esteem, takes exceptions to this, and complains, with the customary Persian elaboration, no doubt, to the consequential head of the place. The consequence is that a gang of villagers, headed by the telegraph jee himself, gather around and suddenly attack poor Abdul with clubs. Except for the prompt assistance of R and myself, he would have been mauled pretty severely. As it is, he gets bruised up rather badly, though he inflicts almost as much damage as he receives, with a hatchet hastily grabbed from the fourgon. The fact of his being a Turk, whom the Persians consider far less holy than themselves, Abdul explains, accounts for the attack on him as much as anything else. A new surprise awaits us at Mijamid, something that we are totally unprepared for. As we reach the chapar khana there, a voice from the roof greets us with "Sprechen Sie Deutsch?" Looking up in astonishment, we behold Colonel G, a German officer in the Shah's army, whom both of us are familiarly acquainted with by sight, from seeing him so often at the morning reviews in the Military Maiden at Teheran. But this is not all, for with him are his wife and daughter. This is the first time European ladies have traversed the Meshed-Teheran road, Teheran being the farthest point eastward in Persia that lady travelers have heretofore penetrated to. Colonel G has been appointed to the staff of the new Governor General of Khorasan, and is on his way to Meshed. The appearance of Ferenghi ladies in the Holy City will be an innovation that will fairly eclipse the introduction of the bicycle. All Meshed will be wild with curiosity, and the poor ladies will never be able to venture into the streets without disguise. There is furor enough over them in Mijamid. The whole population is assembled en masse before the chapar khana. The combination of the bicycle, 3 Ferenghis, and above all, 2 Ferenghi ladies, is an event that will form a red-letter mark in the history of Mijamid for generations of unborn Persian ryots to talk about and wonder over. The Colonel produces a bottle of excellent Shiraz wine and a box of Russian cigarettes. The ladies have become sufficiently orientalized to number among their accomplishments the smoking of cigarettes. They are delighted at meeting us, and are already acquainted with the main circumstances of my misadventure in Afghanistan. Camp stools are brought out, and we spend a most pleasant hour together before continuing on our opposite courses. The wondering natives are almost speechless with astonishment at the spectacle of the 2 ladies sitting out there, faces all uncovered, smoking cigarettes, sipping claret, and chatting freely with the men. It is a regular circus day for these poor, unenlightened mortals. The ladies are charming, and the charm of female society loses nothing, but the reader may be sure, from once having been deprived of it for a matter of months. The Colonel's lingual preference is German, Mrs. G.'s French, and the daughter's English, so that we are quite cosmopolitan in the matter of speech. All of us know enough Persian to express ourselves in that language too. In commenting upon my detention by the Afghans, the Colonel characterizes them as pedar shaitans, Madame as le diable Afghans, and Miss G as well, le diable, in plain yet charmingly broken English. End of section 22. Recording by William Tomko. Section 23 of Around the World on a Bicycle, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by William Tomko. Around the World on a Bicycle, Volume 2, by Thomas Stevens. Chapter 12, Taken Back to Persia, Part 2. The next day, soon after noon, we roll into Shahrood, where B discharges his fourgon, and we engage mules to transport us over the Tash Pass, a breakneck bridle trail over the Elburz range to the Asterabad plain and the Caspian. A half-day search by Abdul results in the employment of an outfit comprising 3 charvadars with 3 mules, a couple of donkeys, and riding horses for ourselves. A liberal use of the whip by R on the charvadar's shoulders, awful threats, and sundry other persuasive arguments assist very materially in getting started at a decent hour on the morning following our arrival. The bicycle is taken apart and placed on top of the mule packs, where, in remembrance of its former fate under somewhat similar conditions, I keep it pretty strictly under surveillance. The Asterabad trail is a steady ascent from the beginning, and before many miles are covered, scattering dwarf pines on the mountains indicate a change from the utter barrenness that characterizes their southern aspect. One lone tree of quite respectable dimensions, standing a mile or so off to our left, suggests a special point of demarcation between utter barrenness and where a new order of things begins. Our way leads up fearful rocky paths, where the horses have to be led, and at times assisted. Up, up, until our elevation is nearly 10,000 feet, and we are among a chaotic wilderness of precipitous rocks and scrub pines. A false step in some places, and our horses would roll down among the craggy rocks for hundreds of feet. It is a toilsome march, but we crossed the Tash Pass, camp for the night in a little intermountain valley, beside a stream at the foot of a pine-covered mountain. The change from the interior plains is already novel and refreshing. Grass abounds abundance, and the prospect is the greenest I have seen for 9 months. We camp out in the open and are put to some discomfort by passing showers in the night. A march of a dozen miles from this valley over a tortuous mountain trail brings us into a country the existence of which one could never, by any stretch of the imagination, dream of in connection with Persia, as one sees it in its desert-like character south of the mountains. The transformation is from one extreme of vegetable nature to the other. We camp for lunch on velvety greensward beneath a grove of oak and cherry trees. Cuckoos are heard calling round about. Singing birds make melody, and among them we both recognize the cheery clickety-click of my raisin-loving Herati friends, the bulbuls. Flowers, too, are here at our feet in abundance, forget-me-nots and other familiar varieties. The view from our position is remarkably fine, reminding me forcibly of the Balkans south of Nish, and of the Californian slopes of the Sierra Nevadas where they overlook the Sacramento Valley. The Asterabad plain is spread out below us like a vast map. We can trace the windings and twistings of the various streams, the tracts of unreclaimed forest, and the cultivated fields. Asterabad and numerous villages dot the plain, and by taking R's binoculars we can make out, through the vaporous atmosphere, the shimmering surface of the Caspian Sea. It is one of the most remarkable views I ever saw, and the novelty and grandeur of it appeals the more forcibly to one's imagination, no doubt, because of its striking contrast to what the eyes have from long usage become accustomed to. From dreary, barren, dashed, and stony wastes to densely wooded mountains, jungle-covered plains, tall, luxurious tiger grass, and beyond all this the shimmering background of the sea is a big change to find but little more than a day's march apart. We are both captivated by the change and agree that the Caspian slope is the only part of Persia fit to look at. The descent of the northern slope is even steeper than the other side, but instead of rocks it is the rich soil of virgin forests. Open parks are occasionally crossed, and on one of these we find a large camp of Turkomans, numbering not less than 100 tents. Mountaineers are always picturesquely dressed, and so too are nomads. When, therefore, one finds mountaineer nomads, it seems superfluous almost to describe them as being arrayed chiefly in gewgaws and bright-colored clothes. Camped here amid the dark, luxurious vegetation, they and their tents make a charming picture, a scene of life and of contrast in colors, which, if faithfully transferred to canvas, would be worth a king's ransom. Down paths of breakneck steepness and slipperiness our way descends into a dark region where vegetation runs riot in the shape of fine tall timber, of a semi-tropical variety. Many of the trees present a fantastic appearance by reason of great quantities of hanging moss, that in some instances fairly load down the weaker branches. Banks of beautiful ferns and mossy rocks join with the splendid trees in making our march through these northern foothills of the Elburz Mountains an experience long to be remembered. A curious and interesting comparison that comes under our observation is that, on the gray plains and rocky mountains of the interior, the lizards are invariably of a dull and uninteresting color, quite in keeping with their surroundings. No sooner, however, do we find ourselves in a district where nature's deft hand has painted the whole canvas of the country in a bright green, than the lizards which we see scuttling through the ferns and moss beds are also the greenest of all the green things. These scaly little reptiles shine and glisten like supple shapes of emerald, as one sees them gliding across the path. This is but another link in the chain of evidence that seems to prove that animals derive much of their distinctive character and appearance from the nature of their surroundings. In northern China are a species of small monkey with a quite heavy coat of fur. They are understood to be the descendants of a comparatively hairless variety which found its way there from the warm jungles of the south, the change from a warm climate to a cold one being responsible for the coat of fur. In the same way, after noting the complete change that has come over the lizards, we conclude that, if a colony of the gray species from the other side of the mountains were brought and turned loose among the green foothills here, their descendants, a few generations hence, would be found with coats as green as those of the natives. This conviction gathers force from the fact that no gray lizards whatever are encountered here. All the lizards we see are green. Emerging from the foothills, we find ourselves in a country the general appearance of which reminds me of a section of Missouri more than anything I have seen in Asia. Fields and pastures are fenced in with the same rude corduroy fences one sees in the Missouri Valley, some well kept and others neglected. The pastures are blue grass and white clover. Bees are humming and buzzing from flower to flower, and, to make the similitude complete, one hears the homely tinkle of cow-bells here and there. It is difficult to realize that all this is in Persia, and that one has not been transported in some miraculous manner back to the United States. A little farther out from the base of the mountains, however, and we come upon wild figs, pomegranates, and other indigenous evidences of Eastern soil, and by our path almost becomes a tunnel, burrowing through a wealth of tiger grass 20 feet high. The fields and little clearings which, a few miles back, were devoted to the cultivation of wheat and rye, now become rice fields overflowed from irrigating ditches, and in which bare-legged men and women are paddling about over their knees in mud and water. Early in the evening we reach the city of Asterabad, which we find totally different from the somber, mud-built cities of the interior. The wall surrounding it is topped with red tiles, and the outer moat is choked with rank vegetation. The houses are gabled and roofed with tiles or heavy thatch, presenting an appearance very suggestive of the picturesque towns and villages about Strasbourg. The streets are narrow and ill paved, and neglect and decay everywhere abound. The cemeteries are a chaotic mass of tumble-down tombstones and vagrant vegetation. Pools of water covered with green scum and heaps of filth everywhere fill the reeking atmosphere with malaria and breed big clouds of mosquitoes. The people have a yellowish, waxy complexion that tells its own story of the unhealthiness of the place without instituting special inquiry. One can fairly sniff fever and ague in the streets. Much taste is displayed in architectural matters by the wealthier residents. The walls surrounding the little compounds are sometimes adorned with house leeks or cactus, tastefully set out along the top, and in other cases with ornamental tiles. The walls of the houses are decorated with paintings depicting, in bright colors, scenes of the chase, birds, animals, and mythological subjects. The charvadars lead the way to a big caravanserai in the heart of the city. The place is found to be filled with a miscellaneous crowd of caravan people, travelers, merchants, and dervishes. The serai also appears to be a custom house and emporium for wool, cotton, and other products of the tributary country. Horses, camels, and merchandise crowd the central court, and rising 50 feet above all this confusion and babel is a wooden tower known as a tular. This is a dilapidated framework of poles that sways visibly in the wind, the uses of which at first sight it is not easy to determine. Some of the natives motion for us to take possession of it, however, and we subsequently learn that the little eyrie-like platform is used as a sleeping place by travelers of distinction. The elevation and airiness are supposed to be a safeguard against the fever and a refuge from the terrible mosquitoes, of which Asterabad is overfull. An hour after our arrival, Abdul goes out and discovers a Persian gentleman named Mahmoud Turki Aghi, who presents himself in the capacity of British agent here. As we were in ignorance of the presence of any such official being in Asterabad, he comes as a pleasant surprise, and still more pleasant comes an invitation to accept his hospitality. From him we learn that the steamer we expect to take at Bunder Guz, the port of Asterabad, 8 farsakhs distant, will not sail until 6 days later. Mindful of the fever, from which he is still a sufferer to an uncomfortable extent, E looks a trifle glum at this announcement, and after our traps are unpacked at Mahmoud Turki Aghi's, he ferrets out a book of travels that I had often heard him referred to as an authority on sundry subjects. Turning over the leaves, he finds a reference to Bunder Guz, and reads out the story of a certain gimlet-tailed fly that makes life a burden to the unwary traveler who elects to linger there on the Caspian shore. Between this gimlet-tailed pest, however, and the mosquitoes of Asterabad, we decide that there can be very little to choose, and so make up our minds to accept our host's hospitality for a day and then push on. During the day we call on the Russian consul to get our passports vised. As between English and Russian prestige, the latter are decidedly to the fore in Asterabad. The bear has his big paw firmly planted on this fruitful province. It is more Russian than Persian now. Before long it will be Russian altogether. Nothing is plainer to us than this, as we reach the Russian consulate and are introduced by Mahmoud Turki Aghi to the consul. He is no native agent. On the contrary, he is one of the biggest personages I have seen anywhere. He is the sort of man that the Russian government invariably picks out for its representation at such important points in Asia and Asterabad. A 6-footer of magnificent physique, with a smooth and polished address, all smiles and politeness, the Russian consul wears a leonine mustache that could easily be tied in a knot at the back of his head. Although he is the only European resident of Asterabad, save a few Cossack attendants, he wears fashionable Persian clothes, a wealth of watch chain, rings, and flash jewelry, patent leather shoes, and all the accompaniments of an ostentatious show of wealth and personal magnificence. His rooms are equally gorgeous, and contain large colored portraits of the Tsar and Tsarina. The intent and purpose of all this display is to fill the minds of the natives, and particularly the native officials, with an overwhelming sense of Russian grandeur and power. No Persian can enter the presence of this Russian consul in his rooms without experiencing a certain measure of awe and admiration. They regard with covetous eyes the rich and comfortable appointments of the rooms, and the big gold watch chains and rings on the consul's person. They too would like to be in the Russian service if its rewards are on such a magnificent scale. Of patriotism to the Shah they know nothing. Self-interest is the only master they willingly serve. No one knows this better than the Russian consul, and in the case of influential officials and other useful persons he sees to it that gold watches and such like tokens of the Tsar's esteem are not lacking. The result is that Asterabad, both city and province, is even now more Russian than Persian, and when the proper time arrives will drop into the bear's capacious maw like a ripe plum. At daybreak on the morning of departure, the charvadars wake us up by pounding on the outer gate and shouting Hadji to Abdul. Abdul lets them in, and the next hour passes in violent and wordy disputation among them as they load up their horses. All three have purchased new Asterabad hats, big black busbies much prized by Persians from beyond the mountains. The acquisition of these imposing headdresses has had the effect of increasing their self-esteem wonderfully. They regard each other with considerable hauteur and quarrel almost continually for the first few miles. E puts up with their angry shouting and quarreling for a while, and then chases them around a little with a long hunting whip he carries. This brings them to their senses again, and secures a degree of peace, but the inflating effect of the new hats crops out at intervals all day. Our road from Asterabad leads through jungle nearly the whole distance to Bunder Guz. In the woods are clearings consisting of rice fields, orchards, and villages. The villages are picturesque clusters of wattle houses with peaked thatch roofs that descend to within a few feet of the ground. Groves of English walnut trees abound, and plenty of these trees are also scattered through the jungle. During the day we encounter a gang of professional native hunters hunting wild boars, of which these woods contain plenty, as well as tigers and panthers. They are a wild-looking crowd, with long hair and sleeves rolled up to their elbows. Big knives are bristling in their kammerbunds, besides which they are armed with spears and flint-lock muskets. They make a great deal of noise, shouting and hallooing one to another. One can tell when they are on a hot trail by the amount of noise they make, just as you can with a pack of hounds. We reach our destination by the middle of the afternoon, and find the place a wretched village, right on the shore of the Caspian. We repair to the caravanserai, but find the rooms so evil-smelling that we decide upon camping out and risking the fever rather than court acquaintance with possible cholera, providing no better place can be found elsewhere. This serai is a curious place anyway. All sorts of people, some of them so peculiarly dressed that none of our party are able to make out their character or nationality. A dervish is exhorting a crowd of interested listeners at one end of the courtyard, and a strolling band of lutis are entertaining an audience at the other end. There are 6 of these lutis. While 2 are performing, 4 are circulating among the crowd collecting money. In any other country but Persia 5 would have been playing and 1 passing the hat. E and Abdul go ahead to try and secure better quarters, and shortly the latter returns and announces that they have been successful. So I and the charvadars, with the horses, follow him through a crooked street of thatched houses, at the end of which we find R seated beneath the veranda of a rude hotel kept by an Armenian Jew. As we approach I observe that my companion looks happier than I have seen him look for days. He is pretty thoroughly disgusted with Persia and everything in it, and this, together with his fever, has kept him in anything but an amiable frame of mind. But now his face is actually illumined with a smile. On the little table before him stand a half-dozen black bottles, imperial pints, bearing labels inscribed with outlandish Russian words. "This is civilization, my boy. Civilization reached at last," says E, as he sees me coming. "What, this wretched tumble-down hole?" I exclaim, waving my hand at the village. "No, not that," replies E. This is civilization. and he holds up to the light a glass of amber Russian beer. Apart from Russians, we are the first European travelers that have touched at Bunder Guz since McGregor was here in 1875. We keep a loose eye out for the gimlet-tailed flies, but are not harassed by them half so much as by fleas and the omnipresent mosquito. These two latter insects have dwindled somewhat from the majestic proportions described by McGregor. They are large enough and enterprising enough as it is, but McGregor found one species the size of cats and the other as large as camels. Bunder Guz is simply a landing and shipping point for Asterabad and adjacent territory. A good deal of Russian bar iron, petroleum, iron kettles, etc., are piled up under rude sheds, and wool from the interior is being baled by Persian Jews, naked to the waist, by means of hand presses. Cotton and wool are the chief exports. Of course, the whole of the trade is in the hands of the Russians, who have driven the Persians quite off the sea. The Caspian is now nothing more nor less than a Russian salt water lake. The harbor of Bunder Guz is so shallow that one may ride horseback into the sea for nearly a mile. The steamers have to load and unload at a floating dock a mile and a half from shore. Very pleasant, in spite of the wretched hole we are in, is to find oneself on the seashore, to see the smoke of a steamer and the little smacks riding at anchor. The day after our arrival, a man comes round and tells Abdul that he has 3 fine young Mazandaran tigers he would like to sell the Sahibs. We send Abdul to investigate, and he returns with the report that a party of Asterabad tiger hunters have killed a female tiger and brought in 3 cubs. The man comes back with him and impresses upon us the assertion that they are Khylie Koob Babs, very splendid tigers, and would be dirt cheap at 300 kerans apiece, the price he pretends to want for them. From this we know that the tigers could be bought very cheap, and since Mazandaran tigers are very rare in European menageries, we determine to go and look at them anyway. They are found to be the merest kittens, not yet old enough to see. They are savage little brutes, and spend their whole time in dashing recklessly against the bars of the coop in which they are confined. They refuse to eat or drink, and although the Persians declare that they would soon learn to feed, we conclude that they would be altogether too much trouble, even if it were possible to keep them from dying of starvation. On the evening of June 3d we put off, together with a number of native passengers, in a lighter, for the vessel, which is loaded up with bales of cotton at the floating dock. Most of the night is spent in sitting on deck and watching the Persian roustabouts carry the cargo aboard, for the shouting, the inevitable noisy squabbling, and the thud of bales dumped into the hold render sleep out of the question. The steamer starts at sunrise, and the captain comes round to pay his respects. He is more of a German than a Russian, and seems pleased to welcome aboard his ship the first English or American passengers he has had for years. He makes himself agreeable, and takes a good deal of interest in explaining anything about the burning of petroleum residue on the Caspian steamers instead of coal. He takes us down below and shows us the furnaces, and explains the modus operandi. We are delighted at the evident superiority of this fuel over coal and the economy and ease of supplying the furnaces. 7 kopecks the 40 pounds, the captain says, is the cost of the fuel, and 2½ roubles the expense of running the vessel at full speed an hour. There is not an ounce of coal aboard. The boiler house is as clean and neat as a parlor, and no cinders fall upon the deck or awnings. In place of huge coal bunkers, taking up half the vessel's carrying space, compact tanks above the furnaces hold all the liquid fuel. Pipes convey it automatically, much or little, as easily as regulating a water tap, to the fire boxes. Jets of steam scatter it broadcast throughout the box in the form of spray, and ensures its spontaneous combustion into flame. A peep in these furnaces displays a mass of flame filling an iron box in which no fuel is to be seen. A slight twist of a brass cock increases or diminishes this flame at once. A couple of men in clean linen uniforms manage the whole business. We both concluded that it was far superior to coal. Many windings and tackings are necessary to get outside Ashdurada Bay. Sometimes we are steaming bow on for Bunder Guz, apparently returning to port; at other times we are going due south, when our destination is nearly north. This, the captain explains, is due to the intricacy of the channel, which is little more than a deeper stream, so to speak, meandering crookedly through the shallows and sandbars of the bay. Buoys and sirens mark the steamer's course to the Russian naval station of Ashdurada. Here we cross a bar so shallow that no vessel of more than 12 feet draught can enter or leave the bay. Our own ship is a light draught steamer of 500 tons burden. A little steam launch puts out from Ashdurada, bringing the mails and several naval officers bound for Krasnovodsk and Baku. The scenery of the Mazanderan coast is magnificent. The bold mountains seem to slope quite down to the shore, and from summit to surf waves they present one dark green mass of forest. The menu of these Caspian steamers is very good, based on the French school of cookery rather than English. No early breakfast is provided, however. Breakfast at 11 and dinner at 6 are the only refreshments provided by the ship's regular service. Anything else has to be paid for as extras. At 11 o'clock we descend to the dining saloon, where we find the table spread with caviare, cheese, little raw salt fishes, pickles, vodka, and the unapproachable bread of Russia. The captain and passengers are congregated about this table, some sitting, others standing, and all reaching here and there, everybody helping himself and eating with his fingers. Now and then each one tosses off a little tumbler of vodka. We proceed to the table and do our best to imitate the Russians in their apparent determination to clean off the table. The edibles before us comprise the elements of a first-class cold luncheon, and we sit down prepared to do it ample justice. By and by the Russians leave this table one by one, and betake themselves to another on the opposite side of the saloon. As they sit down, waiters come in bearing smoking hot roasts and vegetables, wine and dessert. A gleam of intelligence dawns upon my companion as he realizes that we are making a mistake, and pausing in the act of transferring bread and caviare to his mouth, he says to me, impressively, "This is only sukuski, you know, on this table." "Why, of course. Didn't you know that? Your ignorance surprises me. I thought you knew." And then we follow the example of everybody else and pass over to the other side. The sukuski is taken before the regular meal in Russia. The tidbits and the vodka are partaken of to prepare and stimulate the appetite for the regular meal. Not yet, however, are we fully initiated into the mysteries of the Caspian steamer's service. Wine is flowing freely, and as we seat ourselves the captain passes down his bottle. Presently I hold my glass to be refilled by a spectacled naval officer sitting opposite. With a polite bow he fills it to the brim. The next moment I happen to catch the captain's eye. It contains a meaning twinkle of amusement. Heavens! This is not a French steamer, even if the cookery is somewhat Frenchy, neither is it a table d'hôte with claret flowing ad libitum. The ridiculous mistake has been made of taking the captain's polite hospitality and the liberal display of bottles for the free wine of the French table d'hôte. The officer with the eyeglasses lands at Tchislikar in the afternoon, for which I am not sorry. At Tchislikar we are met by a lighter with several Turcoman passengers. The sea is pretty rough, and the united efforts of several boatmen are required to hoist aboard each long-gowned Turcoman, each woman and child. They are Turcoman traders going to Baku and Tiflis with bales of the famous kibitka hangings and carpets. Tchislikar is the port whence a few years ago the Russian expedition set out on their campaign against the Tekke Turcomans. 300 miles inland is the famous fortress of Geoki Tepe, where disaster overtook the Russians, and where, in a subsequent campaign, occurred that massacre of women and children which caused the Western world to wonder anew at the barbarism of the Russian soldiery. Still steaming north, our little craft plows her way toward Krasnovodsk, an important military station on the eastern coast. At night the surface of the sea becomes smooth and glassy. The sun sets, rotund and red, in a haze suggestive of Indian summer in the west. The cabins are small and stuffy, so I sleep up on the hurricane deck, wrapping a Persian sheepskin overcoat about me. An awning covers this deck completely, but this does not prevent everything beneath getting drenched with dew. Never did I see such a fall of dew. It streams off the big awning like a shower of rain, and soaks through it and drips onto my recumbent form and everything on the hurricane deck. Early in the morning we moor our ship to the dock at Krasnovodsk, and load and unload merchandise till noon. Here is where railway material for the Trans-Caspian Railway to Merv is landed, the terminus being at Michalovich near by. We go ashore for a couple of hours and look about. The inmates of a military convalescent hospital are passing from the doctor's office to their barracks. They are wearing long dressing gowns of gray stuff, with hoods that make them look wonderfully like a lot of monks arrayed in cowls. A company of infantry are target practicing at the foot of rocky buttes just outside the town. Not a tree nor a green thing is visible in the place, nor on all the hills around. Nothing but the blue waters of the Caspian and the dull prospect of rude rock buildings and gray hills. Except for the sea and the raggedness and abject servility of the poor class of people, one might imagine Krasnovodsk some far western fort. Scarcely a female is seen on the streets. Soldiers are everywhere, and in the commercial quarter every other place is a vodka shop. We visit one of these and find men in red shirts and cowhide boots playing billiards and drinking, others drinking and playing cards. Rough and sturdy men they look, frontiersmen, but there is no spirit, no independence, in their expression. They look like curs that have been chastised and bullied until the spirit is completely broken. This peculiar humbled and resigned expression is observable on the faces of the common people from one end of Russia to the other. It is quite extraordinary for a common Russian to look one in the eye. Nor is this at all deceptive. A social superior might step up and strike one of these men brutally in the face without the slightest provocation, and though the victim of the outrage might be strong as an ox, no remonstrance whatever would be made. It is difficult for us to comprehend how human beings can possibly become so abjectly servile and spiritless as the lower class Russian, but the terrors of the knout and Siberia are ever present before them. Cheap chromolithographs of Gregorian saints hang on the walls of the saloon, and with them are mingled fancy pictures of Tiflis and Baku café chantant belles. Long rows of vodka bottles are the chief stock in trade of the place, but pivo beer can be obtained from the cellar. Quite a number of army officers, with their wives, come aboard at Krasnovodsk. They seem good fellows, nearly all, and inclined to cultivate our acquaintance. Individually, the better class Russian and the Englishman have many attributes in common that make them like each other. Except for imperial matters, Russian and English officers would be the best of friends, I think. The ladies all smoke cigarettes incessantly. There is not a handsome woman aboard, and they show the lingering traces of Russian barbarism by wearing beads and gewgaws. The most interesting of our passengers is a Persian dealer in precious stones. He is a well-educated individual, quite a linguist, and a polished gentleman withal. He is taking diamonds and turquoises that he has collected in Persia to Vienna and Paris. Another night of drenching dew, and by 6 o'clock next morning we are drawing near to the great petroleum port of Baku. From Krasnovodsk we have crossed the Caspian from east to west right on the line of latitude 40 degrees. End of Section 23. Recording by William Tomko.